Jiang Xueyan, an obscure artist embroiled in scandal, finds herself at the center of a storm, with widespread calls for her cancellation echoing across the internet. When faced with derogatory messages from her detractors, she takes to live streaming, boldly confronting her critics with a lesson in invective. The production team engages in underhanded tactics, while her teammates resort to cunning stratagems, prompting her to seize the microphone. In a romantic reality show set on an island, a manipulative woman stirs the pot, suggesting that Jiang Xueyan is involved in illicit activities. In a fit of rage, she exposes secrets indiscriminately. A call for cancellation? The titans of the business world are her staunch supporters. Chapter 1. The Toilet Plunger and Brushing Teeth. Jiang Xueyan awakens on a hotel bed, disoriented in an unfamiliar environment, with a man's clothes strewn at the foot of the bed. Her mind is clouded, thoughts jumbled like dough. The last thing she recalls is an evening meeting with her idol, Wei-wan, who, through his agent, had discussed performance matters with her. After a few too many drinks at dinner, she lost consciousness. The sound of running water from the bathroom jolts her into alarm. Realization dawns. She has likely been sold. With this unsettling thought, Jiang Xueyan hastily rises, disregarding her dizziness, grabs her phone, and makes a swift exit. The bathroom door swings open, and an elderly voice bellows, "The person has escaped. Catch her." Bodyguards stationed at the elevator rush in her direction. Jiang Xueyan pivots and ascends the staircase, frantically seeking refuge in a presidential suite. Inside, the opulent decor and serene ambience stand in stark contrast to her turmoil. She unlocks her phone, her gaze lingering on her chat with Wei-wan, her fingers trembling. The idol she has pursued for a decade now, a celebrated pop star, sold her to an older man. Her agent and Wei-wan colluded to perpetuate this sordid arrangement. A bitter laugh escapes her lips. Very well. Without hesitation, she opens Weibo, her trending topic featuring a screenshot of her rolling her eyes at other contestants, while the comments section overflows with disparaging remarks about her. Ignoring the vitriol, she begins to type furiously. 3 minutes later, Jiang Xueyan's personal Weibo account bursts forth with 3 new posts. Xinhua Entertainment. May your ancestors' graves explode. Tot Wei-wan. You're quite the pimp. Why not sell yourself instead? Is it that you're not presentable? Chaoliang Media. With shareholders at 56, your vigor is commendable. Soon, you'll have betted the entire entertainment industry. Upon seeing her posts, her haters, poised to mock her in the comments, are left dumbfounded. Publicly unraveling? Is Xinhua Entertainment not her agency? Was Wei-wan not a judge on Show 101, and also her senior in the same company? Has this woman lost her mind in her desperate quest for fame? Fans of Wei-wan erupt in outrage, inundating Jiang Xueyan's Weibo with insults. What's with the petty jealousy? If you perform poorly, do not slander your seniors. Jiang Xueyan replies, what a vile way to speak. You sell yourself, then accuse others of the same. You deserve to be buried. Xinhua Wei-wan Studio. Sue her. Jiang Xueyan retorts, your words are as shallow as a puddle. Does anyone not know that Jiang Xueyan was flirting with Wei-wan from the first day of the competition, trying to destroy him when spurned? Jiang Xueyan snaps, go brush your teeth with a toilet plunger before you speak to me. How disgusting. What are you barking about? You want to ride the coattails of infamy? Jiang Xueyan quips, I've never seen so much filth, it's rather exhilarating. Wei-wan, the popular idol from the TOD boy band, quickly becomes a trending topic as news of his association with Jiang Xueyan spreads. Bystanders flock to witness the spectacle of her furious rebuttal in the comments. Ha ha, what a genius response. Jiang Xueyan's insults are absolutely filthy. Brushing teeth with a toilet plunger? Is that even a thing? Incredible. Unbelievable. I've never seen a newbie get roasted like this. The aggression is off the charts. Soon, trending topics emerge. Jiang Xueyan goes mad, curses Wei-wan. Wei-wan pimping? Selling himself. More loyal fans of Wei-wan flood Jiang Xueyan's Weibo with insults, but many onlookers join the fray. Hey, have you seen her third post? Is this for real? There's evidence. The third post references Chaoliang Media, known for producing numerous hit web dramas. The content reveals a chat log between Lin Lidong, a partner at Chaoliang Media, and his secretary, laden with keywords like selecting a consort and servicing. What explosive content! What outrageous words! Has Jiang Xueyan lost her mind? If this is true, she'll be blacklisted. Bystanders revel in the unfolding drama, spreading the word. Within moments, the trending topics explode. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueyan's phone is inundated with messages. WeChat pings with dozens of accusatory texts from Wei-wan, while her agent bombards her with calls. Upon answering, a furious voice erupts. Jiang Xueyan, are you insane? Delete your Weibo and apologize immediately, or you'll be blacklisted. Blacklisted. Jiang Xueyan scoffs, I've seen people with bound feet, but never those with bound brains. I'd throw you into a pot of boiling oil, you're even cheaper than oil. Stop calling me what have you done as an agent? You should rename yourself human trafficker. Damn you. After unleashing a classic tirade, Jiang Xueyan feels a surge of relief. President Rong, Dr. Wong will arrive in half an hour. You have a multinational meeting in an hour. Ji Lin, reporting the schedule, notices a slight falter in the man's stride. He raises his head, sensing a change in the atmosphere, and finds himself puzzled. The woman. Where did this woman come from? Ji Lin senses a stifling tension in the room, his heart sinking. This is bad. President Rong is in a particularly foul mood today. Ji Lin closes his eyes in silent mourning for the woman, unaware of the calamity that awaits her. Jiang Xueyan, startled by the noise, looks up to meet the man's icy gaze. His eyes, dark and unfathomable, glimmer with an intense chill that sends shivers down her spine. It's him, Rong Hang, a colossal figure in the business world. The internet's patriarch. Rumor has it he is indifferent to women, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Who brought you here? His voice interrupts Jiang Xueyan's thoughts, and despite the coldness laced in his tone, it possesses a low, seductive timbre. Jiang Xueyan scrambles to her feet, straightening under the weight of his frosty stare. Having just escaped one pitfall, she has now stumbled into another. Truly, her luck has run out. Outside, Lin Lidong's people continue to search for her. Stepping out would be akin to walking into the lion's den, betrayed by her idol, exploited by her agency, and toyed with by older men. Jiang Xueyan's heart swells with indignation. Why must she endure such humiliation? Is it simply because they wield power and influence? When cornered, clarity often emerges. Capital? The greatest capital in all of Huagua stands before her. She yearns for revenge, to crush those who have tormented her. Jiang Xueyan steels herself, taking a step forward. Her skin, fair and delicate, glimmers under the light like exquisite jade. Her dark, sparkling eyes reflect the illumination, radiating an overwhelming beauty. Ji Lin, misinterpreting her intentions, assumes she's scheming to entice Rong Hang and prepares to mock her audacity. Instead, she unexpectedly drops to her knees before him, clutching his tailored trousers tightly. Daddy, save me. Her plea, so instinctively uttered, leaves Ji Lin in shock. When did the president acquire such a brazen, illegitimate daughter? Wait, who permitted her to speak so loudly? Rong Hang, a man of few words and even fewer tolerances for noise, is taken aback. Even Ji Lin and President Rong spoke in hushed tones. This woman not only intruded into the room but also wept with a deafening intensity. It is over, truly over. She is finished. Contrary to expectations, the scene of Rong Hang kicking the woman away did not transpire. Instead, he even kindly bent down to lift her chin. Ji Lin gaped in astonishment. A deep, melodious voice resonated near Jiang Xueyan's ear. How come I do not recall having such a daughter? Jiang Xueyan paused momentarily, her act of discreetly wiping her nose on the fine fabric of his trousers faltering. Well, now you do. President Rong, I have heard you do not have children. I wish to care for you in your old age. Honestly, Ernest. Jiang Xueyan, an obscure artist with a tumultuous reputation, is currently facing a widespread call for her cancellation across the internet. Confronted by derogatory messages from her detractors, she took to live streaming, boldly displaying her face and offering a masterclass in verbal rebuke. The production team, intent on stirring trouble, and her teammates, employing cunning tactics, prompted her to seize the microphone. During a reality show set on an idyllic island, a manipulative woman subtly swayed public opinion, accusing Jiang of being a third party in a romantic affair. In retaliation, Jiang overturned the table, indiscriminately revealing scandals. A call for her cancellation? The titans of the business world are her steadfast supporters. Chapter 1. A toilet plunger and a toothbrush. Jiang Xueyan awoke in a hotel bed, disoriented in an unfamiliar environment, with a man's clothes lying at the foot of the bed. Her mind felt clouded, her thoughts as tangled as dough. The last thing she remembered was discussing a performance with her idol, Yu Weiwan, through his agent during a dinner with 3 people. She had accidentally overindulged in drinks and lost consciousness. The sound of running water from the bathroom triggered alarm bells in her mind. Realization struck she might have been sold. With this thought, Jiang swiftly rose, disregarding her dizziness, and located her phone before hastily exiting. As the bathroom door swung open, an elderly voice shouted, "She's escaped. Catch her." The bodyguards stationed at the elevator, alerted by the commotion, surged forward. Jiang Xueyan turned and fled up the stairs, frantically seeking refuge in a presidential suite. The room exuded opulence and tranquility. She unlocked her phone, her gaze fixating on her WeChat conversation with Yu Weiwan, her fingers trembling. The idol she had pursued for a decade now, a blazing star of a popular boy band, had sold her to an older man. Her agent and Yu had colluded in this sordid arrangement. Jiang's anger morphed into sardonic laughter. Fine, fine, fine. Immediately, she opened Weibo, where screenshots of her rolling her eyes at other contestants adorned the trending topics, and the comment section overflowed with her detractors. Slander. Ignoring the vitriol, she began typing furiously. Within 3 minutes, Jiang Xueyan's personal Weibo account erupted with 3 new posts. Xinhua Entertainment. May your ancestral graves explode. Tot Weiwan, if you can peddle flesh so well, why not sell yourself? Is it because you're lackluster? Chunliang Media. At 56, your shareholders still have the energy to sleep around the entertainment industry. Attached images. Her black heart critics, poised to ridicule her in the comments, were left speechless upon reading her posts. Was she publicly losing her mind? Xinhua Entertainment was her company, and Yu Weiwan was a judge on Contest 101 and her senior in the same agency. Did this woman truly desire fame to the point of insanity, resorting to scandalous tactics against a male star? Yu Weiwan's fans erupted in fury, hurling insults beneath Jiang Xueyan's posts. What a sour grape, can't handle your poor performance, and resort to slandering your seniors. Jiang Xueyan. What's with the foul language? You sell yourself, then accuse others of selling themselves. You deserve to be buried. Xinhua Yu Weiwan Studio. Sue her. Jiang Xueyan, triggered by the scenery. You just used 2 words. Who doesn't know Jiang Xueyan was flirting with Yu Weiwan on the first day of auditions? If she can't have him, she'll ruin him. Jiang Xueyan, go brush your teeth with a toilet plunger before you speak to me. It's utterly disgusting. What's with your barking? Want to thrive on a black-red path? Jiang Xueyan, I've never seen so much filth, it's rather exhilarating. News of Yu Weiwan, the idol of the TOT boy band, quickly trended. Onlookers flocked to witness Jiang's fiery responses in the comment section. Haha, what a response. Jiang Xueyan's insults are so filthy, it's hilarious. Brushing teeth with a toilet plunger? Is this even something a person can say? Incredible. Absolutely absurd. I've never seen a newcomer retaliate so fiercely. Her aggression is off the charts, lol. Before long, trending topics emerged. Jiang Xueyan goes mad, insults Yu Weiwan. Yu Weiwan peddling flesh. While more of Yu Weiwan's staunch fans hurled insults beneath Jiang's posts, many onlookers joined the fray. Hey, have you seen her third post? This is quite the scandal. There's evidence. The third post referenced Chunliang Media, known for producing numerous hit web dramas, and included a screenshot of a chat log between partner Lin Lidong and his secretary, Rife. With keywords like selecting a concubine and servicing. What explosive content. Is Jiang Xueyan out of her mind to post this? If it's true, she might get cancelled. Onlookers were delighted by the unfolding drama, eagerly spreading the news. Soon, the trending topics exploded. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueyan's phone was bombarded with messages. Yu Weiwan sent dozens of messages demanding answers, while her agent relentlessly called. When she finally answered, an irate voice erupted from the other end. Jiang Xueyan, are you insane? You need to delete those Weibo posts and apologize immediately, or we will cancel you. Cancel her. Jiang scoffed. I've seen wrapped feet, but never a wrapped mind. Throw you into a boiling pot, and you're even cheaper than oil. Stop calling me what are you doing as an agent. You should consider a career as a human trafficker. Damn you. After unleashing a barrage of classic insults, Jiang Xueyan felt an exhilarating sense of relief. Mr. Rong, Dr. Wong will arrive in half an hour, and you have a transnational meeting in 1 hour. Ji Lin reported the schedule, but upon noticing the man's pause, he lifted his gaze to find a hint of crack in his previously composed demeanor. A woman. Where had she come from? Ji Lin sensed the atmosphere in the room had turned ominously still, and his heart sank. This was disastrous. Today, Mr. Rong was in a particularly foul mood. Ji Lin closed his eyes in silent mourning for the woman, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. Jiang Xueyan, startled by the commotion, looked up to meet the man's icy gaze. His eyes were like a dark inkstone, imbued with an unyielding chill that sent shivers down her spine. It was him, Rong Hang, a colossal figure in the business realm of China. The internet's father to millions. Rumors suggested he was indifferent to women, with no romantic entanglements to speak of. Who invited you? The man spoke, interrupting Jiang's thoughts. If one overlooked the coldness in his tone, his voice was alluringly deep. Ah. Jiang Xueyan scrambled to her feet, straightening herself under the scrutiny of their frigid gazes. Having narrowly escaped one peril, she had now stumbled into another. Truly, her luck was abysmal. Outside, Lin Lidong's associates were still searching. Stepping outside would be akin to delivering herself as a meal, betrayed by her idol, exploited by her company, and treated like prey by an older man. How could she endure such humiliation? Why should she be subjected to this torment? Just because they wielded power and influence? When cornered, clarity often emerges. Capital, the most formidable force in all of China, stood before her. She yearned for vengeance, to trample those who had wronged her beneath her feet. With her resolve fortified, Jiang Xueyan took a step forward. Her skin, fair and delicate, glistened under the light like exquisite jade, her dark eyes shimmering as if reflecting molten gold, strikingly beautiful. Ji Lin, observing her movements, misinterpreted them as an attempt to seduce Rong Hang and barely restrained himself from mocking her audacity. But before he could act, she dropped to her knees before Rong, grasping his luxurious suit pants tightly. "Daddy, save me." Her plea was so natural, it sent shockwaves through Ji Lin's pupils. When had Mr. Rong acquired such a prominent illegitimate daughter? Wait, who permitted her to speak so loudly? Rong Hang, who cherished tranquility above all, had little tolerance for noise. Even Ji Lin and President Rong spoke in hushed tones. This woman not only intruded into the room, but also wept with an ear-splitting wail. It was over, utterly over for her. Contrary to expectations, the scene where Rong Hang would kick the woman away did not unfold. Instead, he displayed an unusual patience, bending down to lift her chin gently. Ji Lin's mouth fell agape in disbelief. A deep, melodious voice resonated beside Jiang Xueyan's ear. "How is it that I do not recall having a daughter such as you?" Jiang Xueyan momentarily paused her discreet action of wiping her nose on his expensive pant leg and replied, "Well, now you do. President Rong, I have heard you have no children. I wish to take care of you in your old age." Utterly sincere, Jiang Xueyan, a low-profile artist with a murky past, has become the subject of widespread calls for her cancellation online. When faced with derogatory messages from her detractors, she took to live streaming, boldly confronting her critics in real time. The production team attempted to stir trouble, and when her teammates played mind games, she seized the microphone. In a reality show set on an island, a duplicitous female contestant subtly guided public opinion against her, insinuating that Jiang was involved in a love triangle. Jiang, in a fit of rage, overturned the table, exposing scandalous secrets indiscriminately. As for the calls for her cancellation, the titans of the business world were her staunch supporters. Chapter 1. The Toothbrush Incident. Jiang Xueyan awoke in a hotel room, disoriented and surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings, with a man's clothing at the foot of the bed. Her mind was clouded, thoughts muddled like dough. The last thing she recalled was an evening spent with her idol, Yu Weiwan, who had contacted her through his manager to discuss an upcoming performance. After a few too many drinks at dinner, she had lost consciousness. The sound of running water from the bathroom jolted her into alertness. Panic surged through her. She realized she might have been sold. With this grim realization, Jiang quickly gathered her bearings, retrieved her phone, and fled the room. As the bathroom door swung open, an elderly voice shouted, "She's escaping. Catch her." Security guards stationed at the elevator rushed in her direction. Jiang Xueyan, in a desperate scramble, dashed up the stairs and sought refuge in a lavish presidential suite, its opulence a stark contrast to her turmoil. She opened her phone, her gaze fixed on a chat with Yu Weiwan, her fingers trembling. The idol she had pursued for a decade, the charismatic leader of a popular boy band, had sold her to an older man. The collusion between her manager and Yu Weiwan was evident, tacitly endorsing this sordid arrangement. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. Determined, Jiang unleashed a flurry of posts on Weibo, where screenshots of her rolling her eyes at other contestants had become a trending topic. The comments section overflowed with malicious gossip about her past. Ignoring the vitriol, she began to type furiously. Within 3 minutes, her personal Weibo account exploded with 3 new posts. Xinhua Entertainment, may your ancestors' graves explode. Tot Yu Weiwan, if you're so good at peddling, why don't you sell yourself? Is it because you're not presentable? Chengliang Films, at 56, your shareholders still have the energy to sleep their way through the industry. Her critics, poised to ridicule her in the comments, were left speechless upon reading her declarations. Publicly losing her composure? Wasn't Xinhua Entertainment her agency? And Yu Weiwan a judge on Show 101? Also her senior? This woman must be desperate for fame, attempting to ride the coattails of a male star. The backlash from Yu Weiwan's fans was immediate and fierce, inundating Jiang's Weibo with insults. Why are you being so bitter? You performed poorly and are now slandering your seniors? Jiang retorted, what's with the foul language, accusing others of selling themselves when you're the one who does? You deserve to be buried 6 feet under. Xinhua Yu Weiwan Studio, sue her. Jiang shot back, you're grasping at straws. Just 2 words to describe your situation. Who doesn't know Jiang Xueyan has been trying to seduce Yu Weiwan since the first day of the competition? If she can't have him, she'll ruin him? Jiang replied, how about you brush your teeth with a toilet plunger before you speak? You're disgusting me. What's with the barking? If you want to be infamous, it'll help you. Jiang quipped, I've never seen so much filth, it's quite exhilarating. The news of Yu Weiwan, a popular member of the TOD boy band, quickly gained traction. Passers-by flocked to witness Jiang Xueyan's fiery retorts in the comments. Ha! Jiang Xueyan's insults are legendary. What a filthy mouth she has. Brushing teeth with a toilet plunger? Can anyone even come up with something like that? Incredible. Unbelievable. It's my first time seeing a rookie being insulted without a comeback. Her aggression is off the charts, lol. Before long, trending topics emerged. Jiang Xueyan goes crazy and curses Yu Weiwan. Yu Weiwan peddling? Selling himself. More diehard fans of Yu Weiwan flooded Jiang's Weibo with insults, but many onlookers chimed in as well. Hey, have you seen her third post? I can't believe this is happening. There's proof. The third post referred to Chengliang Films, known for producing numerous hit web dramas. The content revealed a chat log between Lin Lidong, a partner at Chengliang, and his secretary, filled with suggestive phrases regarding selecting concubines and intimate encounters. What explosive content! What explosive text! Jiang Xueyan has lost her mind. If this is true, she'll surely be blacklisted. Curiosity spread among the onlookers, eager to share the scandal. Soon, the trending topics exploded, and Jiang Xueyan's phone was inundated with messages. Yu Weiwan sent dozens of frantic messages, and her manager bombarded her with calls. When she finally answered, a furious voice erupted, Jiang Xueyan, have you lost your mind? Delete your Weibo and apologize immediately, or you'll be blacklisted. Blacklisted. Jiang scoffed, I've seen people with bound feet, but never anyone with a bound mind. If I throw you into a pot of oil, you're worth less than the oil itself. Stop calling me. What kind of manager are you? You should change your name to trafficker. Damn you. After a classic tirade, Jiang Xueyan felt a sense of relief. President Rong, Dr. Wong will arrive in half an hour, and you have an international meeting in an hour. Ji Lin, bowing to report the schedule, noticed the man's footsteps falter. He raised his head, sensing a crack in the previously composed expression. A woman? Where did this woman come from? Ji Lin felt the atmosphere in the room grow stiflingly tense, and his heart sank. This is bad. President Rong was in a particularly foul mood today. Ji Lin closed his eyes in silent lament, lighting a candle for the woman who remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. Jiang Xueyan, hearing the commotion, looked up in shock, locking eyes with the man's icy gaze. His eyes resembled thick, inky darkness, frosted with an air of chilling intensity. It was him, Rong Hung, a titan in the business world, the internet's patriarch in the nation. Rumor suggested he was indifferent to women, with no rumored romantic interest to speak of. Who invited you? The man's voice interrupted Jiang's thoughts. If one could overlook the coldness in his tone, it was almost hypnotic. A Jiang Xueyan scrambled to her feet, standing upright under the weight of their frigid stares. Having just escaped one peril, she found herself plunged into another. What dreadful luck! With Lin Lidong's people still searching outside, leaving would be akin to walking into the lion's den. Backstabbed by her idol, exploited by her agency, and toyed with by predatory older men, a wave of indignation washed over Jiang Xueyan. Why should she endure such humiliation? Was it merely because they wielded power and influence? When cornered, one's mind often sharpens. Capital, the most formidable capital in the nation, stood before her. She yearned for revenge, to crush those who had tormented her beneath her heel. With steely resolve, Jiang Xueyan stepped forward. Her skin, fair and delicate, glowed under the light, her dark eyes shimmering like liquid gold, strikingly beautiful. Ji Lin, witnessing her movement, assumed she was trying to seduce Rong Hung, ready to mock her audacity, but in a blink, she slid to her knees before Rong, clutching his tailored trousers tightly. Daddy, save me. Her plea came out so naturally that Ji Lin's pupils dilated in shock. When did the president have such a brazen, illegitimate daughter? Wait, who allowed her to speak so loudly? Rong Hung valued peace and quiet above all else. His aversion to social interaction stemmed primarily from his distaste for noise. Even Ji Lin and President Rong spoke in hushed tones. This woman not only intruded upon the room but also sobbed with an unbearable intensity. It's over. It's truly over. The anticipated scene of Rong Hang kicking the woman away did not materialize. Instead, he amiably bent down and lifted her chin. Ji Lin's mouth fell agape. A deep and melodious voice resonated beside Jiang Xueyan's ear. How is it that I do not recall having a daughter of your caliber? Jiang Xueyan briefly halted her clandestine action of wiping her nose on his expensive trousers. Now you do. President Rong, I have heard that you have no children. I wish to take care of you in your old age. truthful and sincere. Chapter 2. Speak to me only after your thoughts are collected. Rong Hang, at the age of 28, hails from the illustrious Rong family and is the youngest billionaire in Huagua. His vast empire spans across numerous industries, including real estate, the internet, and the metaverse. In the business realm, he is often likened to an octogenarian titan of the entertainment industry. It is no exaggeration to refer to him as a colossal figure in commerce. With his tall stature and strikingly handsome features, he possesses an allure that is simply irresistible. Jiang Xueyan, feeling dejected, clings to a metaphorical golden thigh, her tears flowing freely. She bemoans her plight, lamenting that if she had a benefactor, she would not be subjected to such indignities. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, and her nose is tinged with red, painting a picture of utter desolation. I have heard you are without children. May I offer you companionship in your later years? Ji Lin interjected, Mr. Rong, I shall escort her out immediately. If this woman continues her ruckus, his life may be in jeopardy. Rong Hang, with his elongated phoenix-like eyes, gazed into Jiang Xueyan's with a hint of scrutinizing curiosity. His voice, laced with playful mockery, resonated. You wish to offer companionship? Indeed. Jiang Xueyan nodded vigorously. First, I shall provide you with unwavering protection, fetching water when you are thirsty and massaging your shoulders when you are weary. Second, I shall follow your directives without question, never straying from your wishes. Third, my daughter possesses a modicum of beauty. Just 2 years in the entertainment industry is all it would take. And I shall pay you whatever you desire. Fourth, should anyone speak ill of you, I will be there to defend your honor, even if it means confronting walls. Fifth, I will uphold my integrity. Jiang Xueyan clutched the hem of his trousers, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a captivating brilliance. Rong Hang chuckled lightly, his voice rich and melodious. Ji Lin, escort this young lady to the study. The presidential suite was replete with every amenity, and the study was but a stone's throw away. Ji Lin assisted Jiang Xueyan, his expression composed, though internally he was engulfed in tumultuous waves of astonishment. Could it be that Mr. Rong had been enchanted? He had actually chosen to remain alone with a woman. Finally, Jiang Xueyan found herself settled within the study, utterly astonished that Rong Hang had indeed decided to keep her company. Was it possible that he, who was reputed to have little affection for women, had a unique preference? Mr. Rong, Dr. Wang has arrived. Very well. His tone remained cool, seemingly unchanged. A middle-aged man entered, carrying a medical bag. He was Rong Hang's personal physician. Rong Hang suffered from congenital tinnitus, rendering him sensitive to sound and deeply averse to noisy environments. Currently, there has been no progress in the study of your tinnitus. However, you may consider medication to alleviate the symptoms, albeit with significant side effects. The corners of the man's mouth curled into a slight smile, his tone enigmatic. Dr. Wang, is there a possibility that the symptoms of tinnitus might vanish upon contact with a certain individual? Dr. Wang rose, his brow furrowed in concern. There has never been such a case. Where did Mr. Rong hear about this? Has there truly never been a precedent? Rong Hang's eyes darkened, as he swiftly changed the subject. It is of no consequence. After Dr. Wang departed, Ji Lin approached cautiously. Mr. Rong, you can't possibly mean the lady in the study. Can you? He glanced at his watch, noting that it had been a mere 15 minutes since their last encounter. Whether it is indeed her will soon be revealed. The study door swung open. If your mouth is idle, keep it away from the toilet and refrain from babbling. Speak to me only after your thoughts are collected. Am I not worthy to mention you, Wei Wan? I am worthy of your father. Perhaps you should consider a mother. Ji Lin, entering the room only to be met with scorn, felt his jaw twitch in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had appeared as docile as a stray kitten. Yet here she was, cursing with such fervor. Come here, his voice was slightly hoarse. The comments from the audience momentarily paused, only to resume at a rapid pace. No wonder she's so audacious. She has a benefactor, you know. How much does it cost for a night? Pot calling the kettle black. Yu Weiwan has already sent a lawyer's letter. She has nothing but a pretty face. I wonder how many knives she has gone under. Forgive my interruption, but her voice is quite pleasant. Jiang Xueyan truly has a good. Can we rid the entertainment industry of talentless artists? Jiang Xueyan paid no heed to the comments, shutting down the live stream and hastening to Rong Hang's side. He towered over her. At 168 centimeters, she barely reached his chin when barefoot. Her delicate face was fair and luminous, and as she gazed up, her strikingly clear eyes sparkled with an almost otherworldly purity. Rong Heng extended his right hand, his rough fingertip brushing against her petite earlobe. The moment their skin made contact, his world fell into a profound silence. There was no jarring screech, no chaotic noise. Even her gentle breaths echoed clearly in his ears. The darkness of desire swelled within him, but he lowered his gaze to suppress the shadows. Very well. What? Jiang Xueyan instinctively inquired. He had uttered very well. What do you mean by very well? As Jiang Xueyan descended the stairs clutching the contract, her mind swirled in disbelief. Could it be that she had truly recognized a father figure? Her WeChat contact list featured a simple, clean black avatar, devoid of any posts in her moments. Miss Jiang. This way, please. The driver arranged by Ji Lin stood nearby, while the bodyguards who had been pursuing her had long since vanished. Miss Jiang. Where would you like to go? However, she realized her shoes were missing. Before seeking revenge, she ought to buy a new pair. What? My bank card has been frozen? Jiang Xueyan opened WeChat and swiftly typed a few words, sending them off. Dear benefactor, shall we indulge in a clandestine affair? Kindly transfer 20,000 to me. I shall remember your generosity. Chapter 3. 3 sentences that prompted a man to spend 1 million on me. The dialogue box indicated that the other party was typing, and Jiang Xueyan patiently awaited a response. A minute later, she received a transfer notification. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million. 6 zeros. This call of father was not in vain. 3 sentences had compelled a man to part with 1 million. Having sent her playful compliments, Jiang Xueyan set her phone aside. Fully aware of her precarious position, she was at a disadvantage, utterly lacking in resources. Rong Heng's kindness, what could it possibly entail? Surely, he could not be after her physical form. The entertainment industry was rife with starlets vying for Rong Heng's attention, stretching from Huagua to France. What did Jiang Xueyan represent in comparison? Perhaps it was merely luck. How delightful. All around, the staff regarded her with curious glances, whispering amongst themselves. Look. That's the contestant who went wild on Weibo. Is she the one who slandered Yu Weiwan? Yilan was the only friend Jiang Xueyan had made during the 101 audition, sharing a similar fate as a background figure often bullied out of sight of the camera. With a worried expression, Yilan exclaimed, "There's been a major incident. Have you seen Weibo?" Jiang Xueyan pulled out her phone. The moment she opened Weibo, an avalanche of private messages threatened to crash her device. After a lengthy wait, she finally noticed the trending topic. At the forefront was a statement from Mixue Entertainment, asserting that all of Jiang Xueyan's recent Weibo posts were self-directed performances aimed at garnering attention, thus embracing a path of infamy. Mixue Entertainment announced the termination of Jiang Xueyan's contract and sought compensation for the undue impacts she had caused during the contract period. Yu Weiwan, not familiar, preparing to sue. Accompanying this was a lawyer's letter and a snippet of their truncated conversation. Bystanders and fans chimed in with their opinions. Support the brother in defending his rights. The chat logs are quite clear. Jiang Xueyan is shamelessly fawning over Yu Weiwan. When she couldn't succeed, she sought to destroy him. Such a despicable person. Trying to ride on his coattails for fame, I wish her an early demise. Jiang Xueyan felt a mix of anger and amusement. As she prepared to retort, she discovered that her newly registered account had been reported and banned. Such restraint. Xueyan, I believe you are not that kind of person. Do not pay heed to their words. Jiang Xueyan nodded, remaining unfazed by the online remarks. I am fine. There is no need for you to worry. She comforted Yilan, reminding her that the public performance was tomorrow and encouraging her to do her best, as she had prepared for so long and should not let these matters affect her mood. Yilan frowned, expressing her concern. Your matters are significant. I worry about you. Do you realize how much you owe for the contract termination with your company? They will not arrange for me to withdraw. Jiang Xueyan replied with certainty. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door accompanied by an impatient voice. Hey, the director's team is looking for you. The girl speaking was Yang Xu, who appeared gentle and humble before the camera but was quite arrogant and enjoyed forming cliques behind the scenes. Her eyes were filled with disdain for Jiang Xueyan, and her tone carried a hint of schadenfreude, as if to say that a clown was still just a clown. Yilan retorted, You know nothing of the truth. Stop judging. Yang Xu raised an eyebrow, her attitude haughty. What are you, to speak to me? Yilan hesitated, tears brimming in her eyes. Yang Xu's confidence stemmed merely from the backing of her financial supporters. In terms of talent, she could not compare to Yilan. Bullying someone in front of Jiang Xueyan was reminiscent of her previous meek persona. A loud slap echoed through the room as Jiang Xueyan struck Yang Shu, catching her off guard. "You hit me?" Yang Shu exclaimed, anger flaring in her eyes. Jiang Xueyan swung her arm again. "If I want to hit you, I will. Do I need to pick a date?" She added with a smile. "Don't make such a grotesque face, or your implants might fall out." You wait," Yang Shu hissed. "If I don't have you banned, I won't be named Yang." Jiang Xueyan coolly replied, "Many have offended my sister. You should get in line." With that, she shoved Yang Shu aside, casting her a cold glance. "If you dare bully anyone again, I won't hesitate to expose your secrets online." At present, Jiang Xueyan had nothing to lose, and if she truly decided to unleash her fury, Yang Shu might not withstand the repercussions. Yang Shu shot her a furious glare before storming off in her high heels. Yelon stepped forward, concern etched on her face. "Does your hand hurt? Did I hurt you?" Jiang Xueyan's expression softened instantly. She feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Her skin is so thick. My hand hurts so much. I should report this to my benefactor." She pulled out her phone, sending a message. "Pure Desire Guodigang, are you asleep? Pure Desire Guodigang, a girl said you're not the most handsome in the universe. So I went up and slapped her twice. Pure Desire Guodigang. Picture. Pure Desire Guodigang. Ouch, my hand hurts." At the top floor of the Ruihua Hotel, the atmosphere of the multinational conference was stifling. The man on the screen, looking godlike, had his lips pressed into a thin line, his voice icy. "Is this the report you have prepared?" The room fell silent, everyone too fearful to breathe. Buzz. A few clear vibrations emanated from the receiver. Under the scrutinizing gaze of everyone, Rong Hang distractedly picked up his phone. Upon seeing something, his expression softened like ice melting in the sun, his lips relaxing into a faint smile. "Project leader. Is the stock market soaring?" President Rong seems to be in a better mood all of a sudden. Chapter 4. If she doesn't pull something big, she doesn't share my surname. Jiang Xueyan was summoned to the director's team's closed meeting room. As soon as she entered, a flurry of papers came flying at her. Jiang Xueyan dodged to the side, but the sharp edge of a paper still grazed her shoulder, leaving a cut. Her manager, Su Feng, was unable to tolerate losing control over her team, especially after facing significant backlash from higher-ups due to the incident on Weibo. "So, you only realize you've made a mistake after your bank account is frozen? Do you regret it?" Su Feng's tone dripped with mockery as she regarded Jiang Xueyan like a dead person. Jiang Xueyan calmly tended to her wound, asking, "What exactly did I do wrong? Was it wrong to leave an old man's room? Was it wrong to expose your wrongdoings on Weibo?" Her tone was neither submissive nor aggressive, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Su Feng narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Xueyan, who she had once considered a soft target, before scoffing. "You don't honestly believe that posting random nonsense on Weibo could bring down the company, do you? How naive." She grasped Jiang Xueyan's chin, her voice menacing. "The company is already preparing to terminate your contract. Brace yourself for a hefty compensation." Unfazed, Jiang Xueyan replied, "You're so arrogant. Don't you fear retribution?" Su Feng rolled her eyes. "Before retribution arrives, crushing you will be as simple as squashing an ant. During tomorrow's live broadcast, you better keep your mouth shut, otherwise, I can't guarantee your future." In truth, regardless of how Jiang Xueyan performed the next day, after offending Chungliang and Xinhua, her career in the entertainment industry had reached its end. Retiring and disappearing? It was not that simple. No matter where she moved, Chungliang's people would continually harass and retaliate against her. Jiang Xueyan understood the warning in Su Feng's words. She lowered her gaze, contemplating. "You threatened me to behave during the broadcast, right? Fine, tomorrow if she doesn't pull something big, she doesn't share my surname." Host Wang Quan stood at the center of the stage, welcoming everyone to the first public performance of Talent Show 101. Expressing gratitude to the audience both present and watching the live stream. Here I come. I heard Jiang Xueyan is still around. Come watch Jiang Xueyan's embarrassment. Jiang Xueyan and Yu Weilon are here. What a battlefield. Brother, confront her. Tear her apart. A slanderous legal consultant. Will she be sitting in prison after tonight's performance? In the backstage studio, the director observed the rapidly climbing live stream popularity with a satisfied smile. Jiang Xueyan, don't blame me for your misfortune. In this industry, one must be ruthless to succeed. Come, give the main camera to Jiang Xueyan, switch the backstage to Yu Weilon. The large screen soon displayed Jiang Xueyan's face. With the makeup artist on strike, she had done her makeup herself that day. Unlike others who donned heavy makeup, hers was light yet refined. Jiang Xueyan was strikingly beautiful, especially her eyes, which sparkled with clarity and brilliance. As Yu Weilon, acting as a mentor, saw Jiang Xueyan's visage on the big screen, her expression stiffened, captured by the high-definition camera. Yu Weilon, how unfortunate. The director knows how to cut the camera. Add a chicken leg. To be fair, Jiang Xueyan's face is still attractive. There's no substitute in the entertainment industry. Is anyone blind upstairs? Can't wait to see Yu Weilon critique Jiang Xueyan's group. Quick, look at the other mentors' expressions. They're quite entertaining. The camera, fixed on Jiang Xueyan, did not miss any of her movements or expressions, blatantly targeting her. What bad luck, being in a group with this madwoman. She may have gained notoriety, but she's dragging us down. It's infuriating. What if we trip her during her performance? The other girls whispered among themselves, planning to humiliate Jiang Xueyan during the public performance. Jiang Xueyan sat upright, seemingly oblivious to everything, even taking selfies on her phone. Jiang Xueyan, what's going on? Playing on your phone during the live stream? Who is this spoiled princess? Who's her mysterious benefactor? Why isn't she banned yet? After capturing the perfect photo, Jiang Xueyan found her pinned WeChat message and sent it. Pure Desire Guidigang. Picture. Pure Desire Guidigang. Sharing the live stream link. Pure Desire Guidigang. Are you free tonight? I'll sing for you. After Yang Shu's group completed their performance, the mentors took turns to critique them. Their group's performance was highly praised, and Yang Shu received glowing accolades. Yang Shu is so pretty. The dance was amazing. Yang Shu's group completely outshines Jiang Xueyan's. Jiang Xueyan's previous performances were either silent or motionless. She's a slacker. Jiang Xueyan's group sings. This song is exceedingly challenging. Even Yu Weilon sang off-key last time. Awaiting the 2024 variety show disaster, the stage lights dimmed, and Jiang Xueyan's figure vanished into the darkness. The fierce flames consumed everything within sight as she sought a transformation through the desperate inferno, yearning for a rebirth. Who is singing? It's completely unclear. My goodness, this voice gave me chills. The girl's pronunciation is remarkably precise. Who is she? Are there contestants in Show 101 who can sing like this? A hidden gem? I must support her. It certainly cannot be Jiang Xueyan. Please, let's not mention her. She's quite bothersome. In the next moment, another female voice joined in, racing through the aged melody. The voice, while not unpleasant, faltered, perhaps due to nerves. The camera conveniently focused on the judging panel, revealing Yu Weilon's intriguing expression. This must be Jiang Xueyan, without a doubt. How difficult to judge. Can one truly sing off-key with such simple lyrics? Look, Yu Weilon is nearly retching. The stage illuminated, the starlight converged at the center. And Jiang Xueyan stood in the corner, microphone in hand, her melodious voice resonating. Can you still see me as I sprint, chasing after? Shattered and reborn. You are free to disdain the scarred me. I am prepared to stake everything. Her ethereal voice, as if naturally reverberating, struck every note with haunting accuracy, leaving the audience spellbound. What is happening? Jiang Xueyan has gone silent again. Can she no longer sing? I knew she was just coasting. No. Isn't her microphone muted? With silence on her microphone, Jiang Xueyan realized the director's scheme as the camera zoomed in, intending to capture her panic or anger. Quietly, she set down the microphone. Why did Jiang Xueyan discard the mic? Is she refusing to sing? Just as I was about to support her, what is she doing? At that moment, her teammates exchanged glances, retreating as Jiang Xueyan stepped forward. Her foot slipped, and her body lurched uncontrollably. This maneuver was inherently perilous, requiring her teammates' full cooperation. Having missed her step, she risked falling headfirst. Yilong gasped in horror, it's over. Below, Yu Weilon pressed her lips together, suppressing the contempt and smugness in her gaze. High-definition cameras captured every moment, naturally documenting Jiang Xueyan's misstep. Everyone anticipated a disastrous fall, but to their astonishment, she gracefully regained her balance, her slender waist steadying her descent. Without a hint of panic, she seized the microphone from her stunned teammate, proclaiming, You are free to disdain the scarred me. I am prepared to stake everything. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in astonishment. Jiang Xueyan not only adeptly resolved the stage mishap, but also commandeered another microphone to continue singing. Incredible. Jiang Xueyan's gaze was mesmerizing. Oh my, she is stunning, exuding a sense of fragility, and the lyrics resonate perfectly. Those upstairs, how can you support such a morally questionable artist? She is beautiful. I'm an admirer of aesthetics. Jiang Xueyan's act of taking the microphone was indeed uncouth. The girl she stole it from is truly unfortunate to have such a teammate. How ambitious she is. With considerable talent, it has been ages since the entertainment industry has seen such a figure. The audience was astounded. Jiang Xueyan's backing must be substantial. Let us resist Jiang Xueyan, banish her from the entertainment industry. Yu Weiwan clenched her jaw, casting a frigid glance at Su Feng. Is this how you communicate with the director? Live on air, the host swiftly invited the group that had performed alongside Jiang Xueyan to the stage. Both groups delivered stellar performances. Let us hear their evaluations. The microphone was passed to the contestant who had been interrupted by Jiang Xueyan. Her eyes were puffy and red from crying, a picture of someone who had been wronged. What's the matter? Why are you crying? The host's slightly leading question prompted speculation. The girl wiped her tears and glared at Jiang Xueyan, warning that some actions would have consequences. Though she didn't name names. Everyone understood she was referring to Jiang Xueyan. I have always believed that one must cultivate virtue alongside skill, no matter how well one sings. If one lacks integrity, they are undeserving of acclaim. Jiang Xueyan, everyone witnessed you seize your teammate's microphone. A player as self-serving as you is utterly detestable. Zhang Cheng, one of the judges and a close acquaintance of Yu Weiwan, spoke up. Zhang Cheng is right. Jiang Xueyan has sullied her name by snatching the microphone from her teammate and spreading falsehoods about her mentors. To gain fame, she resorts to any means necessary. On the surface, she appears meek and compliant, yet beneath lies a malicious intent. If we misunderstood her, let us allow Jiang to explain herself. The host, reveling in the drama, urged for more chaos. The microphone was quickly passed to Jiang Xueyan, who took it and surveyed the venue. Below, the fans' light sticks shone brightly, but none were illuminated for her. Under the spotlight, the crowd appeared glamorous and smiling, yet they plotted her downfall. Jiang Xueyan's lips curved into a smirk. Zhang Cheng, is it permissible to discuss your secret affection for Yu Weiwan? My apologies, I let that slip. Zhang Cheng's momentary panic was evident. He could not help but glance at Yu Weiwan, realizing it was live. He hastily accused Jiang Xueyan of fabricating nonsense. Jiang Xueyan took a step back, feigning vulnerability. Why the flush? Are you embarrassed? Zhang Cheng was rendered speechless, his anger boiling over. If you wish to remain discreet, perhaps refrain from making a scene. In mere moments, Zhang Cheng was thoroughly defeated. Jiang Xueyan's gaze fell upon her tearful teammate, and she chuckled. What a thick skin you have. What would the National Bulletproof Agency say? The girl stammered, her eyes ablaze with fury. Jiang Xueyan, how dare you insult me? Jiang Xueyan, unrestrained, displayed her true colors. At that instant, she retrieved a small recording device from her performance outfit. What misfortune to be grouped with this lunatic. Perhaps I shall trip her during her performance. The girl's sobbing ceased, her instincts prompting her to snatch the recording device from Jiang Xueyan's grasp. Are they scheming against Jiang Xueyan? My goodness. Jiang Xueyan merely took her mic, while the other intended to humiliate her. The stage was elevated, the actions perilous. This verged on intentional harm. The backstage crew had initially aimed to silence Jiang Xueyan's microphone, yet the assistant director, gleefully holding his phone, exclaimed, "It's trending again." Zhang Cheng harbors a secret affection for Yu Weiwan. The performance of Jiang Xueyan has apparently faltered. Jiang Xueyan's actions have sparked controversy, with rumors of her seizing a teammate's microphone. The show's popularity has surged, with real-time viewership soaring to 40 million. The contents of Jiang Xueyan's recording device remain unfinished when suddenly a sharp female voice pierces the air. Jiang Xueyan, do you truly believe that posting nonsensical ramblings on Weibo will bring down the company? Before karma arrives, crushing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. Tomorrow's live broadcast demands you keep your mouth shut, or I cannot guarantee your future. The audience is left in confusion, questioning the identity of the woman threatening Jiang Xueyan. The host stands frozen, unsure how to regain control of the situation. The camera zooms in on Jiang Xueyan's face, capturing every detail. With a slight parting of her lips, she defiantly states, "You threaten me? Cover my mouth? I am done playing nice. I will withdraw from the competition." Chapter 6. The Benefactor? No, a true father figure. She lashes out at her teammates, her company, and the judges. The director backstage cursed under his breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. He muted Jiang Xueyan's microphone. But it was too late. Everything was broadcast live. Is Jiang Xueyan out of her mind? Does she want to ruin her career? Su Feng crossed her arms, disdain evident in her gaze. I told you to mute her. You brought this upon yourself. After speaking, Jiang Xueyan disregarded the expressions of those around her and exited the stage. The expression on Yu Weiwan's face, seated at the judge's table, turned pale and grim. Jiang Xueyan's withdrawal from the competition made headlines. The trending topics were dominated by Jiang Xueyan and the talent show 101, with many creating comparison images of the host. Yu Weiwan and Zhang Cheng's expressions during Jiang Xueyan's outburst. I am eager to know if what Jiang Xueyan said is true. Jiang Xueyan is so fierce. She confronts everyone. Even the air. What do I do? I think I might be falling for her. Those above are drooling. Jiang Xueyan is a force to be reckoned with. Why not support her? She's just waiting to be sued. She is asking for trouble. Have you forgotten her past scandals? Not one of her claims is backed by evidence, yet there are chat records proving Yu Weiwan's innocence. Isn't the recording evidence? Jiang Xueyan remained oblivious to the heated discussions online as she gathered her belongings and made her exit. At the emergency exit, the production team surrounded her. Trying to leave? Jiang Xueyan, you cannot escape. The imposing figures of men only accentuated her petite frame. Wearing sunglasses, she replied coldly, do not block my way. After offending Director Qin, do you think you can leave just like that? The men attempted to forcibly detain Jiang Xueyan when suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Dozens of bodyguards in black suits stormed in, exuding an intimidating presence. The security hired by the show were no match for these trained professionals, who were quickly shoved aside like a flock of quails. Ji Lin, wearing glasses, stepped forward respectfully, addressing Jiang Xueyan, Miss Jiang, please. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited at the entrance, and Jiang Xueyan's eyes lit up as she stepped into the vehicle, her heels clicking against the floor. Inside, the lighting was dim, and a man leaned against the window, feigning sleep. Mr. Rong, you have arrived. Jiang Xueyan rushed toward him, causing noticeable creases on the meticulously tailored sleeve of his suit. Rong Heng opened his eyes, his features obscured in shadow, yet he seemed unfazed by her presence. She, however, displayed familiarity rather than fear, playfully leaning against him. I missed you so much, boo-hoo. Jiang Xueyan clung to his arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. His voice was low and magnetic. Miss me? Jiang Xueyan nodded vigorously. Yes, I miss you so much. With her benefactor by her side, who was also strikingly handsome. How could she not feel this way? I'll take you out to eat. All right, Daddy. Of course, my love. His gaze remained icy, and the atmosphere in the car turned somewhat tense. Jiang Xueyan blinked. All right, Mr. Rong. Don't be stingy. Why are you upset over me calling you my love? Ji Lin took the passenger seat, informing Rong Heng, the reporters have been dealt with. By the way, Miss Jiang, the new company is ready. I will send you the contact information for your new agent shortly to handle your contract termination and subsequent matters. Okay, thank you, Brother Ji Lin. Thank you, Mr. Rong. The seemingly simple words from her lips carried a lingering sweetness. Rong Heng paused, closing his eyes to rest. Jiang Xueyan took this opportunity to inch closer, leaning half her body against his arm. He did not push her away. Ji Lin discreetly averted his gaze, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Inside the car, silence reigned, while the live broadcast exploded with chaos. What did you say? Jiang Xueyan ran away. Were you not supposed to stop her? Who took her? Did anyone see who it was? The messenger shook his head. I don't know. It's a mystery. They didn't show their face. Director Qin turned to Su Feng, his eyes red with anger. Did you not say she had no background? Su Feng, experienced, narrowed her eyes. Just because she had none before does not mean she lacks one now. No wonder that girl dared to act so recklessly. It turns out someone is backing her. That haughty woman, pretending to be pure while selling herself. Do not fret, Director Qin. She has offended so many people. Even if her benefactor dotes on her, it won't save her. Indeed. Su Feng exited the director's room to find Yu Weiwan already waiting in the lounge. Sister Feng, I want Jiang Xueyan to remain silent forever. How could you let her say so much during the performance? He had worked tirelessly to transition from an unnoticed passerby to a hot commodity in the industry. And he would not allow anyone to drag him down. Yu Weiwan's expression turned obsessive. He would not permit anyone to undermine him. Su Feng, with her vibrant red lips, looked at Yu Weiwan with concern, knowing she had nurtured him from the beginning and would ensure his safety. Rest assured, the company will handle this. It will not affect you. We have already purchased related articles. Jiang Xueyan has no evidence. She cannot turn the tide. The man shook his head, looking somewhat deranged. No, it is not enough. What does Lin Lidong say about this? Lin Lidong, the older man who had purchased Jiang Xueyan that night, was a shareholder of Chengliang Productions, backed by the Lin family with substantial financial resources and a prominent status in the industry. The Lin family had connections, and once the statement was released, They would detain Jiang Xueyan for disrupting public order under the guise of slander. The company would purchase articles to help you establish a victim persona. You need not worry about anything. Wait, doesn't she have a benefactor? Su Feng nodded, her demeanor proud. So what if she does? Who in the entertainment industry dares to go against the Lin family? Indeed. Lin Lidong was a member of the Lin family, aside from a few leading actors. Who would dare oppose him? Jiang Xueyan has brought this upon herself. At the pinnacle of Global Pearl, in a French-style revolving restaurant-esque private room, Jiang Xueyan donned a sparkling dress, leaning against a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Below, the city sparkled with lights, offering a breathtaking view. So beautiful. Standing high allows one to see far. In her 20 years of life, it was her first time witnessing such splendor. Rong Heng sat at the table, still attending to work. Charts and data cluttered his screen, making Jiang Xueyan dizzy just by glancing at it. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Jiang Xueyan's phone vibrated. Lin Qingqing, hello, Miss Jiang, I am your agent Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing? The esteemed agent of the renowned actor Luing? Chapter 7. Lust is a double-edged sword. Yet Chinese women possess an innate resilience. The other party quickly sent over her personal resume. Indeed, she was the legendary Lin Qingqing of the entertainment industry. Even a piece of driftwood could become a star in her hands. Rumor had it she had long ceased taking on newcomers. It was evident that Rong Heng had invested a considerable amount to secure her services. Jiang Xueyan felt a wave of gratitude. Rong Heng truly treated her well. She longed to repay his kindness in kind. Rong, at first glance, exuded an aura of competence and capability, drawing the intense gaze from across the table.
Zhong Han,
Languidly lifting his eyes, wondered what was so captivating about him. Jiang Xueyan swallowed hard. His words were tantalizingly suggestive. Desire can be as sharp as a knife. Yet Chinese women are inherently resilient. Rong, why are you so kind to me? She asked, her bright eyes sparkling, her tone sweet and endearing, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? The two exchanged glances across the table. His eyes were profound, emotions obscured beneath the surface. After a pause, his lips parted slightly, revealing, I have no children and wish for someone to care for me in my old age. Very well, she responded.
Rong,
Seasoned and astute, was not easily swayed by her inquiries. Jiang Xueyan busied herself with her phone as Lin Qingqing sent over a lengthy list of work arrangements. Lin Qingqing, your company's evidence is insufficient for filing a case, but Lin Lidong has committed numerous offenses and has been arrested for soliciting prostitution. A police announcement will be made shortly. Lin Qingqing, the legal team is currently negotiating your defendant case. Rest assured, they cannot distort the truth. Lin Qingqing, a new Weibo account has been registered. Here are the credentials. Lin Qingqing, I'm overseas now. But tomorrow I will send someone to escort you to the 101 audition. Lin Qingqing, you must perform well to secure a debut position. Your chances of success hinge on this. Pure desire Guodigang. Pure desire Guodigang. Thank you, Qingjia.
indeed.
The prestige and popularity of the 101 competition far surpassed that of the talent show 101. Although it was not feasible to dismantle the talent show in a short time, she was determined to prove her worth in 101, even if it meant confronting Qin Gang. Everyone awaited her downfall, yet she was resolute in her ascent. Rong Heng retreated to his study, seemingly engaged in a meeting. One of the clauses in the agreement signed yesterday stipulated that she was to accompany Rong Heng to bed each night, although it was merely stated as sleeping. The underlying implications were understood by both parties. She had certainly struck a favorable deal. With a mixture of excitement and trembling hands, Jiang Xueyan completed her evening routine. Wrapping herself in the comfort of her blankets, her mind racing with thoughts of undressing. Later that evening, Rong Heng concluded his meeting. Familiar sounds echoed in his mind. He glanced at his watch. This session had lasted 2 hours. This meant that the longer Jiang Xueyan was in his presence, the more her tinnitus would be delayed. He pondered as he opened the door to find a pair of bright, expectant eyes awaiting him. Jiang Xueyan's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. The warmth of the thick blankets enveloping her. The man spoke in a calm, measured tone. You'll be sleeping on the floor. Jiang Xueyan halted, momentarily stunned. What? Sleeping separately? Her confusion was evident. Rong Heng, with his tall figure leaning against the doorframe, wore a faint smile. You only need to accompany me as I sleep. Is there a problem? And no problem. Jiang Xueyan's voice was barely above a whisper. Reluctantly, she rose from the bed. Realizing the rumors were true, Rong Heng was indeed indifferent to women. Perhaps she should not refer to him as father but rather as sister. Ah, How disappointing. Jiang Xueyan's expression conveyed a mix of regret and frustration as she observed Rong Heng's demeanor. Initially oblivious to her unusual mood, he quickly understood her feelings when she emerged from the bed, revealing a somewhat translucent nightgown. A chuckle escaped him. This was amusing. After completing his own routine, Rong Heng found Jiang Xueyan had dutifully prepared a makeshift bed, gazing at him with a hint of melancholy. He extinguished the lights and naturally grasped her wrist. Let us sleep. Sleeping while holding hands? What a peculiar preference, she thought. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xueyan murmured, Rong, my hand is numb. The man sighed softly, come here. The soft, inviting bed awaited her. The alluring scent of the man, no, sister, filled the air. Exhausted from the day, Jiang Xueyan fell asleep almost immediately. However, Rong Heng found it difficult to drift off. Having slept alone since childhood, he was accustomed to the cacophony that accompanied his slumber, leaving him unable to enjoy a restful night. Yet, in this moment, his world was enveloped in tranquility, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The delicate touch of her wrist against his hand, her gentle breaths caressing his ear, offered no irritation. He whispered her name, Jiang Xueyan. If she complied, he would not hesitate to ensure her a lifetime of prosperity. In the depths of the night, the Pudong police issued a statement. At approximately 8:10 p.m. on June 12, Lin Lidong, male, 52 years old, resident of Shanghai, was apprehended for soliciting prostitution. He confessed to multiple offenses and has been administratively detained. Wait, could this Lin Lidong be the one Jiang Xueyan mentioned? What's going on with the shareholders from Chengliang Productions? Goodness, Jiang Xueyan was telling the truth. So, is Yu Weilon truly engaged in pimping? I've heard whispers that Jiang Xueyan's fallout with the company stemmed from their attempts to sell her to Lin Lidong. She was pushed to the brink and took to Weibo, resulting in her current predicament. Entertainment Big Hammer has exposed this. Go check it out. Lin Qingqing's press release began to circulate, and by the following morning, Weibo was flooded with trending topics surrounding Lin Lidong's arrest and Jiang Xueyan's wrongful accusations. Su Feng, still in a slumber, was abruptly awakened by the upper management's fury. Look at the mess you've created. The company is in disarray because of you. Su Feng covered her face, her eyes widening at the Weibo content. Lin Lidong was arrested? No, it couldn't be. How could Jiang Xueyan possibly associate with someone of that caliber? The executives, enraged, struck her again, forcing her to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Jiang Xueyan's current manager was Lin Qingqing, associated with the illustrious Lu Yingdi. Who dared to provoke her? Had she known of Jiang Xueyan's potential, she would never have allowed her to terminate her contract so easily. Now, with the situation spiraling out of control, she surely bore a grudge. Su Feng anxiously darted her eyes. The rumors of Lu Yingdi's fickleness were well known in the industry. He rarely invested significant effort in any one person. One Jiang Xueyan was unlikely to rouse his ire. The executives, exasperated by her demeanor, struck her once more, insisting that the situation must be quelled, regardless of the means. Half of Su Feng's face was swollen and bruised. She could only nod in submission, acknowledging, I understand. Just a Jiang Xueyan, what could she achieve by attaching herself to Lu Yingdi? The fleeting romances of Lu Yingdi's lovers rarely lasted beyond 2 months. Whatever joy she found now, she would surely suffer when cast aside. Chapter 8. The Hexagonal, Sharp-Tongued Warrior. A night of restful slumber enveloped Jiang Xueyan as she awakened in Rong Heng's embrace. Her sleeping position had always been poor. She must have mistaken him for a bear, clinging tightly as she nestled against him. The man, still drowsy, breathed deeply, his heartbeat steady and strong. Oh, the allure of his chest and the definition of his abs, such glorious 8-pack. Who would be the fortunate fool to benefit from this in the future? Wait a moment. What was he doing? What are you touching? Perhaps due to his groggy state upon waking, his voice carried a hint of confusion. Jiang Xueyan froze, quickly retorting, delicious big pig's trotters. Feigning sleep. She hoped to appear convincing. His icy fingers grasped her delicate chin, flipping her over to pin her beneath him. The dimly lit room was saturated with his refreshing scent. I think you should enroll in a performance class, he mused, his gaze dark and dangerous, akin to a predator poised to pounce. Jiang Xueyan could no longer maintain her act. She opened her eyes. Good morning, Rong. Did you sleep well last night? Jiang Xueyan. It was the first time he addressed her by her full name, his tone cool and laced with frost. Do not divert the topic. Rong, she protested. This isn't my fault. You have an enviable physique and striking looks. Isn't that enticing? I merely committed a common error shared by all women. Rest assured. I understand you have no interest in women. I promise, I'll only touch, Nothing more. Rong Hang's lips curled into a cold smile, how refreshingly honest. He rose from the bed, his stature imposing, particularly accentuated by the pronounced curvature of his form. Jiang Xueyan's eyes widened in astonishment. You don't like women? Who told you that? On the final day of registration for 101, Jiang Xueyan filled out her application form while donning a baseball cap. Her WeChat buzzed. It was a message from Elon. Xiao Yezi, Xueyan, you're so brave. Xiao Yezi. Director Qin is furious and has ordered all contestants to sign agreements. Xiao Yezi. I saw the announcement online. Xueyan, are you safe right now? Jiang Xueyan nibbled on a piece of bread as she began to type. Chun Yugudi Gang. I'm fine. Chun Yugudi Gang. Are you considering withdrawing from the competition to join 101? Xiao Yezi, are you really going to the camp? I heard there are many big names from Korean groups this time. I think I'll pass. Xiao Yezi, moreover, my company probably wouldn't allow me to withdraw, haha. Xiao Yezi, Xueyan, do your best. I will vote for you. Number 331. Is Jiang Xueyan here? The masked staff member recognized Jiang Xueyan, who had been trending on Weibo for the past few days. She handed her a set of keys and an access card. This is your dorm key. You can choose to stay in the dormitory or find accommodation elsewhere. Jiang Xueyan accepted them with both hands, murmuring her thanks. Most who dared to attend the camp were either somewhat renowned or had previously debuted, often displaying a certain arrogance stemming from their talents. Jiang Xueyan had caused quite a stir on Weibo. Many anticipated she would be the most difficult contestant to deal with. Surprisingly, she was quite polite and strikingly beautiful. Dressed in a delicate white dress that exuded a fresh, ethereal charm, far from the fierce persona she projected online. The staff member felt a surge of goodwill towards her. Jiang Xueyan gathered her materials, preparing to check out her dormitory. You must be our last roommate, right? I'm Gao Yu, said a round-faced girl with short hair as she stood to greet her, while the others in the dorm remained indifferent. Oh, you're Jiang Xueyan? Gao Yu stared at her. Recognition dawning, though hesitant to affirm it. Yes, indeed. Oh my god. It really is you. Gao Yu exclaimed, her expression one of excitement. The person who had dominated Weibo now stood beside her, and she would be her roommate for the next 3 months. It felt almost surreal. The other girls in the dorm did not share her enthusiasm. One tall girl scoffed and whispered to her companion, who also chuckled while sizing up Jiang Xueyan with an unfriendly gaze. Gao Yu understood their conversation, feeling a bit embarrassed, and turned to apologize. Sorry. I was too loud and disturbed you. Her tone was sincerely apologetic, yet the two Korean roommates acted as if they hadn't heard. Their expressions a mix of arrogance and disdain. Come on. This is a place for rest. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your seniors? She said in Korean. Jiang Xueyan did not comprehend the language, but could clearly see the disdain in their eyes. She stepped forward, but Gao Yu pulled her back. Don't go over there. They're members of an already debuted girl group with many fans. The other two contestants chimed in, advising her to avoid conflict with them. As they had just arrived, the two Korean girls were named Choi Ji-won and Song Shia, both from a disbanded girl group that had once released popular songs and gained some fame across Asia. Jiang Xueyan nodded and patted Gao Yu's shoulder. You speak Korean, right? Can you help me translate? Huh. Gao Yu looked bewildered. The two women opposite regarded Jiang Xueyan coldly, their arms crossed in a standard pose. I heard everyone needs a mirror to reflect on what they truly are. However, those with self-awareness need not look into a mirror. For those lacking self-awareness, even a mirror is of no use. Gao Yu's mouth fell open in shock. The other two Chinese roommates were equally dumbfounded. Jiang Xueyan, the true six-sided verbal warrior. Could such words even be translated? Chapter 9. Water Gun Shenanigans. It seemed that her online persona was not merely an act. This sister had a temper and was unafraid to express it. The two Korean girl group members likely realized Jiang Xueyan had not spoken kindly, their expressions darkening, with one even contemplating pushing her. Jiang Xueyan quickly took out her phone, ready to record their misconduct. Upon seeing the camera, they subdued their demeanor, shooting Jiang Xueyan a venomous glare. Perhaps she wouldn't even pass the first round of selection. Why bother engaging with her? Song Shia reassured Choi Ji-won. Jiang Xueyan, with her delicate skin and lack of any training marks, clearly had little dance experience. The camp was not the trivial platform of 101. It demanded proficiency in singing, dancing, songwriting, and overall performance ability, 10 skills in total. A contestant like Jiang Xueyan would likely be eliminated in the first round that afternoon. Ignoring the cold jibes of the two Koreans, several Chinese girls introduced themselves. Apart from Gao Yu, the other two had also trained in Korea. I heard this time the mentor is Wenyuma. She's very strict. But her skills are truly impressive. Even if I get eliminated in the first round, just seeing her would be enough for me. Wenyuma was the face of a top-tier Asian girl group, undeniably a leading idol. With a cute, endearing appearance, she took her profession seriously. I haven't prepared for my initial stage yet. I'm so nervous. I hope I won't make any mistakes. Shen, is your initial stage also a singing and dancing performance? Jiang Xueyan hesitated. I suppose so. Her previous agency had been subpar, offering her little access to professional dance and vocal instructors, relying solely on self-study. Such preparation would surely fall short on a professional stage. Right. Let us settle the studio accounts. When mealtime arrived, the group headed to the cafeteria. It boasted 5 floors. The first was dedicated to porridge, bread, and snacks. The second offered steak, salads, and pasta. The third featured common Chinese stir-fries and hot pot. The fourth specialized in Thai cuisine, including coconut chicken and pineapple rice. The fifth floor was off-limits to outsiders, reserved for mentors. Upon entering the cafeteria, the aromatic scents wafted through the air. Jiang Xueyan struggled to restrain her appetite. She had missed breakfast due to oversleeping and was now ravenous. The others were mindful of their appearances, wary that overeating would not look good on camera later. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueyan, with her tray in hand, was wide-eyed with excitement. 1 sticky rice chicken, 1 chicken roll, and a whole pot of spicy fish. Gao Yu's mouth dropped open again. That's a lot. Can you finish it all? Choi Ji-won and Song Xia passed by, mocking her in broken Chinese. What a character. Jiang Xueyan retorted, is this little bit a lot? Is it a character? Were they so foolish from eating kimchi? Ignoring the 2 girls, she dug into her food with gusto. Her eating mannerisms were not particularly refined, yet they somehow appeared appetizing. Gao Yu glanced at her plate of salad and chicken breast. Then at Jiang Xueyan, who was relishing her flavorful sticky rice chicken. Eating a hearty lunch should be fine, right? We'll be recording for so long this afternoon. The other 2 roommates echoed Gao Yu's sentiments, silently adding extra rice to their plates. All contestants lined up backstage, awaiting their turn to perform, with the order determined by a random draw, meaning they would not know their performance time until just 10 minutes prior. This undoubtedly tested each contestant's psychological resilience. Some appeared pale and trembling with anxiety. Advertising opportunities? The host mentioned that during the recorded segments, there would be more chances to be seen and remembered by the audience. As he spoke, he glanced in Jiang Xueyan's direction. It was known that she had caused quite a ruckus during the live performance. However, the host had not only failed to manage the situation but had also exacerbated it, resulting in a tarnished reputation within the industry. He hoped that Jiang Xueyan would show him some kindness in her future endeavors. Grateful, Jiang Xueyan accessed the Weibo account provided by Lin Qingqing, altered the username, and reposted the official blog of the camp, accompanied by her nameplate photo. Comments flooded in. I fell. It's south the uneven road. Sister, let us find another path. As people scrolled through the entries, amidst a sea of selfies from beautiful girls, Jiang Xueyan's Weibo stood out with its peculiar style. What kind of participant has such a nickname? How outrageous. It feels like she could outshine everyone. Clicking on the photo revealed Jiang Xueyan. Hadn't she withdrawn from the competition? Now she was back at the camp? Jiang Xueyan had never lost her popularity since the 101 talent show, especially after the detention of a major shareholder from Chengliang Productions, which rendered the whole situation even more perplexing. Soon, Jiang Xueyan's new Weibo account amassed over 100,000 followers, with a continuous upward trend. Her participation in 101 trended on social media. Uneven road? Is she subtly mocking the 101 talent show? She left 101 to join the camp, trying to ride the coattails of 101. Haha, I knew she was just seeking publicity. Why is she still around? I'm so tired of seeing her on my Weibo feed every day. Jiang Xueyan, get out of the entertainment industry. She makes me feel nauseous. With her lackluster performance, how could she dare to show up at the camp? I guess the posters upstairs have never heard Jiang Xueyan sing. I really want her to release a solo version. Seriously, what has Jiang Xueyan done to deserve all this hate? Some people need to tone down their animosity. Can Weibo do something about these trolls? The internet has no memory. How is it possible for Jiang Xueyan to still have fans? The narrative around Jiang Xueyan has long since flipped. It's the trash company that failed her, and with Lin Lidong arrested, how can anyone still blame Jiang Xueyan? Honestly, I admire Jiang Xueyan's mentality. That username is something only a truly creative mind could conceive. I'm too scared to criticize her. What if she retaliates? Gao Yu initially envied Jiang Xueyan's popularity. But upon opening the comments section and witnessing the barrage of insults, she felt a sense of relief in being inconspicuous. Jiang Xueyan's Weibo was currently ranked second among all contestants, with the top spot held by a Korean trainee named Pei Jir. Gao Yu quietly explained to Jiang Xueyan that Pei Jir was the daughter of a chaebol, whose family was an investor in the camp, securing her a predetermined debut position. Pei Jir was present as well, dressed in a pink mini-skirt, radiating a girl group vibe. Her golden hair cascaded like seaweed down her back, shimmering under the spotlight. A clear indication of meticulous grooming, resembling a porcelain doll. Chapter 10. Jiang Xueyan, I apologize for being too loud. At exactly 2 o'clock, the camp launched its live broadcast on platforms in both China and South Korea. Welcome to 101. I am your host, Josie. The remaining 81 contestants will open their personal live streaming rooms, and the contestant who accumulates the highest popularity before the final performance will secure their debut position. Remember to support your favorite contestants. Eliminated right from the first stage? No way. The competition rules have changed so drastically. How thrilling. I admit Jiang Xueyan can sing decently, but the camp has strict requirements. What can she possibly compare to someone who has trained for over 10 years? If Jiang Xueyan is eliminated, doesn't she think 101 is beneath her? Haha, the camp isn't something you can just waltz into. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see Jiang Xueyan get slapped in the face. With her level, how dare she join the camp? I'm looking forward to Jir's first stage performance. Pei Jir is the best. One Pei Jir can easily outshine all the Chinese contestants. I'm not exaggerating. Next, allow me to introduce the mentor team, Park Hyunya, Du Minyoung, Wu Jia, and Wen Yuma. Park Hyunya is a legendary figure in K-pop dance, having maintained her popularity for over a decade. Du Minyoung is a rising star in Korea, known for her songwriting in many famous K-drama soundtracks. Nuya, also a product of a talent show, boasts solid credentials in the Chinese music scene. Wen Yuma is the top visual of a premier girl group, whose song Drowned has gone viral across Asia. The mentor lineup for 101 is indeed impressive, instantly elevating the live broadcast's popularity to 60 million. Ah, my Yuma. How did they manage to get Park Hyunya here? I love it. The mentor lineup is so powerful, any one of them could easily overshadow 101. As the mentors took their seats, the first stage officially commenced. 3 group performances followed, some filled with nervous mistakes and off-key singing. The mentors' expressions grew increasingly grim. Another contestant forgot her dance moves, and when Yuma's face turned cold. Wang Xian, did you just forget your moves? The girl, visibly anxious, replied, I'm sorry, mentor. We had too little rehearsal time, and I wasn't prepared. If you weren't prepared, you shouldn't have come. You are eliminated, when Yuma interrupted her explanation coldly. That girl was pretty good except for forgetting the moves. Is she really eliminated just like that? Huh? Is it really that strict? As the only Chinese member of a K-pop group, Wen Yuma holds high standards for everyone, especially for herself. I bet Wen Yuma despises those who rely on connections. I'm eager to hear her critique Jiang Xueyan, hehe. I've seen Jiang Xueyan's performances. They were quite subpar. Backstage, the host announced the next performance, the Guagua Entertainment Girl Group, which includes Song Shuang, Pei Jir, and Shui Ziyuan. Although this group was hastily formed, each member showcased impressive abilities, especially with a chaebol princess among them, making them a strong contender. Jir is finally going on stage. This group is amazing, right? I've been waiting for this. Next up is the solo contestant Jiang Xueyan. Please get ready. Gao Yu's eyes widened as she noticed Jiang Xueyan's expression filled with regret. Oh my, this performance order must be intentional. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Jiang Xueyan is performing right after Jir. The moment I've been waiting for is finally here. In girl groups, being mediocre is a sin. I can't wait for Jiang Xueyan to be eliminated. Jiang Xueyan? Is that a new derogatory nickname? Personal attacks are excessive. Unaware of the comments flying around, Jiang Xueyan donned a petite white dress and entered the waiting area. A small TV on the wall broadcasted the official stage live. Upbeat music filled the air as Pei Jir's face appeared on the big screen. Unsurprisingly, after 10 years of training, every movement was flawlessly executed, singing and dancing simultaneously. Her breath control was impeccable, even her gasps were muted. The mentor's expressions visibly brightened. As the performance concluded, Du Minyoung took the microphone. This group is, so far, the best one we've seen. The one in the front, Pei Jir, right? Your singing technique is very proficient, and your breath control is excellent. I can give you a high score. When Yuma frowned slightly, When it was her turn to critique, her tone was sharp. Was the dancing really that good? The two in the back. The song Intense is a vibrant dance track, yet you danced so softly. Did you skip lunch? Song Zia and Chui Jimin's expression stiffened. To look good on camera, they had shared a half salad for lunch. During the performance, they nearly suffered from low blood sugar. The intensity was definitely lacking. Pei Zhi'er turned to them, and upon encountering her icy gaze, they quickly bowed and apologized. We're sorry, mentor. We acknowledge our mistakes. Thank you for your guidance. Honestly, it wasn't terrible. It just lacked a certain flair. Too bad apples spoil the bunch. My Zhi'er was held back. To be fair, their attitude towards admitting mistakes was commendable. Soon, the results were announced. Pei Zhi'er's team received high praise. Although the class is not a place of elimination. For the self-proclaimed exceptional talents, Cui Jiwan and Jiang Xueyan, it undoubtedly feels like a significant embarrassment. The next solo contestant is Jiang Xueyan. Jiang Xueyan has finally appeared. Will she sing again? The announcement is out on the shores of Lake Baikal. Oh, the lyrics and music are both by Jiang Xueyan? Singing original songs on a talent show stage? Jiang Xueyan is overly confident in herself. Isn't she? The piano solo begins, accompanied by the sound of waves, and the audience falls into a hush. The melodious strains of the violin grow nearer as Jiang Xueyan stands in the center of the stage, her back to the audience. A gentle breeze lifts the flowing hem of her pure white dress, outlining her ethereal, slender silhouette. Jiang Xueyan lightly taps her toes, her movements graceful and delicate. As the prelude concludes, a clear and pristine voice resonates. In my embrace, in your gaze. There, the spring breeze intoxicates. There, the verdant grass flourishes. The moment I heard the prelude, goosebumps arose all over me. The moonlight casts love across the surface of the lake. A campfire for two illuminates the entire night. We linger and forget ourselves on the shores of Lake Baikal. Her pure voice evokes a profound sense of immersion, as if one could see the shimmering lake and the two figures nestled beside the roaring fire. Sunset, lakeside, lush green grass, campfire, lovers. What a picturesque scene. Jiang Xueyan writes beautifully. The imagery is simply exquisite. What are you all praising about this pop song? Jiang Xueyan keeps repeating those few movements. It becomes tiresome. Do you upstairs even know what classical dance is? It's not about hip movements like Korean dance. The songwriting is extraordinary. I've turned from a critic to a fan. Jiang Xueyan, I apologize. I was too loud. After her performance, Jiang Xueyan bows gracefully. After dancing nearly the entire song, she is slightly breathless. On the judges' panel, Wu Jia's eyes shine with interest. He is sensitive to music. And Jiang Xueyan's song is beautifully composed in both lyrics and melody. A masterpiece. To have this talent showcased in a talent show is a travesty. Chapter 11. It feels as though we have returned to a time before she became a notorious figure. Jiang Xueyan, is this song truly your original work? Jiang Xueyan nods affirmatively. Despite her poor reputation online, musicians only recognize true talent. With her original song, Jiang Xueyan silences all her detractors and wins Wu Jia's heart. I'm the first to sign up. Jiang Xueyan smiles shyly, a rare display of modesty. Jiang Xueyan's smile is so sweet. Her innocent appearance captures my heart. She is only 20 this year, so youthful and tender. Critics retreat. Is that so? What a horde of trolls. How much are they paying per comment? Let us all profit together. Have people's values and perspectives gone awry? What kind of person do they see Jiang Xueyan as? Fans blindly supporting her have questionable values. I feel for Yu Weiwan, who has been slandered, and for the teammates whose moments were stolen. Her singing is indeed commendable, but what about the dance? Is no one mentioning it? Am I the only one who thinks this dance is subpar? Not only are onlookers watching the live broadcast, but Jiang Xueyan's former manager, Su Feng, is also keeping an eye on her performance. She has this level of originality. Su Feng is ready to grind her teeth in frustration. Had she known Jiang Xueyan possessed such songwriting ability, she would never have sold her so early. As Jiang Xueyan's reputation begins to turn around, Su Feng quickly contacts her detractors to flood the comments with negativity. The general public often disregards the truth. For some, simply having more critics is enough to label her a sinner. One call goes to the partnered law firm, another to the studio's public relations team. A press release costs 10,000. Competing in financial resources? The boss has never lost in that arena. Su Feng soon realizes that her press release is drowned out by an overwhelming tide of positive coverage for Jiang Xueyan. Editing accounts have circulated Jiang Xueyan's initial performance. The song on the shores of Lake Baikal spreads like wildfire. Apologies, Jiang Xueyan, I was too loud and the Weibo trending topic steadily rises. Money spent yields no results. Su Feng, in a fit of rage, slams her notebook shut. Meanwhile, 2 Korean judges commend Jiang Xueyan's performance. Her creative ability is impressive, and her vocal timbre is unique. We look forward to your future performances. Could Jiang Xueyan actually take this? She has always been in the class. If she wins the competition, it would be a huge blow to her critics. Wait, Wenyuma hasn't he spoken yet? With such an average dance, surely she will be criticized by Wenyuma. Wenyuma reviews her materials. Jiang Xueyan, she is the star that my uncle said to pay special attention to. She has always had a disdain for nepotism. However, that is her uncle. She picks up the microphone, her expression as cold as ever. Wenyuma's words are brief. How long have you studied dance? Jiang Xueyan has never formally trained in dance, having taught herself through tutorial videos. Without any structured training, she danced for the first time just 2 months ago. Su Feng had forced her to learn for 3 days when she entered the competition. You've achieved this in 2 months. Her physical condition is truly remarkable. Long legs, supple waist. What a naturally gifted dancer. Several judges express their surprise. And when Yuma nods in acknowledgement, not bad, keep it up. When Yuma didn't he criticize her? Is my Yuma really this gentle? Yuma must like Jiang Xueyan's type, talented and ambitious. Jiang Xueyan must have had a script. Did the judges receive payment? When Yuma is wealthy herself. Would she take bribes? What nonsense. Jiang Xueyan class. Please select your seat. 81 seats are arranged in a pyramid shape. Pei Zhi'er has already claimed the top position. All eyes are on Jiang Xueyan. Where will she sit? She daintily ascends the steps, pausing next to Pei Zhi'er. Their gazes meet, and Jiang Xueyan smiles slightly. I'm sorry, I'd like to sit here too. Her voice is soft, yet her gaze is resolute. Heavens, what is Jiang Xueyan thinking? Pei Zhi'er is universally acknowledged as strong. What does she have to compete with Pei Zhi'er? If she loses, she'll have to fall back to the class. She might get lucky and not realize her own limitations. Pei Zhi'er will make Jiang Xueyan cry. Pei Zhi'er raises her brow, eagerly accepting the challenge. All right, let us do this. The host stands in the center of the stage, confirming once more, are you both certain you want to compete for the position? According to the rules, the loser will enter the class. Both reply in unison, absolutely. The contestants backstage erupt in applause. Pei Zhi'er is the first to perform her prepared piece, a fiery song with exhilarating lyrics and a passionate melody. Her performance is nothing short of flawless. Jiang Xueyan is definitely going to lose. My Zhi'er always performs steadily, sorry to show you all up. Gao Yu is anxiously awaiting Jiang Xueyan's performance. What will she present? A lyrical piece like On the Shores of Lake Baikal may not be suitable. Jiang Xueyan stands center stage as an upbeat and bright prelude begins. And she dances along with the music. This feels so familiar. Is she performing Love You? If you suddenly sneeze, it must be me thinking of you. Jiang Xueyan transforms her previously cold demeanor, her bright eyes alight with joy, sweet and charming. Her voice is as sweet as honey. Speak a little more sweetly. And if you think of me, look at me a little longer. Show a little more, so I can truly see you. My maternal instincts are overwhelming. Jiang Xueyan is so sweet. Is she trying to steal our hearts? Best cover of the year. I thought the sweet princess had arrived. On the judges' panel, when Yuma discreetly nods, acknowledging that this little girl is quite clever. Recognizing that she could not surpass Pei Zhi'er solely through talent, she opted to evoke sentiment instead, capturing the audience as emotions rendered all ostentatious techniques ineffective. As the sweet melodies awakened a rapture, the crowd swayed, lost in a collective euphoria, culminating in a grand chorus. In the dance segment, with its uncomplicated movements, Jiang Xueyan excelled remarkably, exuding a captivating charm that was almost hypnotic. Compelling the audience to join in the rhythm, the host, still entranced, imitated Jiang Xueyan's moves. The live voting link was activated, urging everyone to cast their votes within 5 minutes, with the process being verified by real name registration allowing only 1 vote per person. The Korean contestants, struggling to comprehend the song Jiang Xueyan performed, acknowledged that from a professional standpoint, Pei Zhi'er was the clear winner. In the 12th chapter, amidst the fervent discussions among judges, Pei Zhi'er's performance was deemed flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Wu Jie promptly countered, championing Jiang Xueyan's equally commendable performance, emphasizing the stark contrast between her two distinct stage styles. While Pei Zhi's act was commendable, it lacked deviation from the norm, whereas Jiang Xueyan was a breath of fresh air. Center stage, both Jiang Xueyan and Pei Zhi stood together. Pei Zhi spoke in Korean, while Jiang Xueyan, tilting her head, responded, kimchi, kimchi, unable to comprehend the words. Pei Zhi, gritting her teeth, stammered in clumsy Chinese, admitting her previous underestimation of Jiang Xueyan. The exuberant atmosphere compensated for any skill deficiencies, and Pei Zhi could not help but feel its impact. Jiang Xueyan flashed a toothy smile, leaving Pei Zhi momentarily taken aback by the unexpected display of camaraderie. As time elapsed, Orange took control of the stage, declaring, "I now have the voting data from both the judges and online platforms." The host, surveying the audience, confidently announced, "Let us congratulate Jiang Xueyan. She has turned the tide and proven her worth." However, Pei Zhi also delivered an impressive performance, with only a mere 300 votes separating them, marking merely the initial stage of their journey. The first episode of the talent show spanned 8 hours, leading to fatigue among both mentors and contestants alike. As they struggled to maintain their endurance, most of the participants, adhering to strict diets for figure maintenance, had consumed only minimal food, leaving them ravenous after such an extended recording session. Gao Yu, having eaten more at lunchtime, stood out among her weary companions and secured her place in the group. Following the conclusion of the recording, contestants exited through the safety exit. Gao Yu linked arms with Jiang Xueyan, exclaiming, "Thank goodness for you. I had a bit more to eat with you at lunch, which gave me the energy to perform until now." As Song Shuya and Choi Jivan passed by, they exchanged knowing glances, their expressions chillingly reminiscent of serpents about to strike. Assistant Ji sent a message, informing them that the car awaited outside. Jiang Xueyan suddenly jolted, recalling that she had not messaged Rong Heng all day, a lapse that weighed on her conscience. Upon spotting the familiar Rolls-Royce Phantom, she gracefully opened the rear door. "Rong, I miss you. You've become even more handsome," she exclaimed, playfully modifying her tone to sound endearing, like a mischievous sprite. The man leaned against the window, momentarily unresponsive. A woman's voice from the front passenger seat cleared her throat, suppressing a fit of laughter. "Is there a girl?" Jiang Xueyan thought, feeling a pang of jealousy. Through the rear-view mirror, she recognized the source of the voice, Mentor One. "How did Wen Yuma end up in the car?" Jiang Xueyan shot a pleading glance at the man beside her, her small hand sliding along the seat to gently tug at his rough palm. "She is my niece," he explained. Wen Yuma shrugged, stating, "I take my mother's surname. Starting tomorrow, we will begin intensive dance training." With a hint of disdain in her eyes, Wen Yuma remarked that Jiang Xueyan's victory over Pei Zhi today was merely a matter of luck. Had it not been for her desire to spare her uncle embarrassment, she would not have cast her vote for Jiang Xueyan. Jiang Xueyan glanced between Rong Heng and Wen Yuma, feeling the pressure of their esteemed status. With Wen Yuma present, she dared not lean too close to Rong Heng. Her fingers remained intertwined with his, their soft touches igniting an atmosphere thick with tension. The serene silence of the car was suddenly pierced by a buzzing sound. Jiang Xueyan rummaged through her bag to find a WeChat call from Yu Weilon. "I forgot to block this number," she thought, promptly hanging up and blocking the contact. Almost immediately, her phone buzzed again, most likely Yu Weilon. Just as she was about to add him to her blacklist, Rong Heng's deep voice brushed against her ear. "Answer it." Wen Yuma, observing through the mirror, leaned back, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Jiang Xueyan reluctantly picked up the call, greeted by the sound of a man's breath on the other end. She hesitated, prompting him to speak first. "Xueyan, I know you've endured much hardship. We have too many misunderstandings between us. Can we find a time to talk?" In her memory, Yu Weilon had always maintained a distant demeanor, embodying the aloofness expected of an idol. This softer approach was a first. Did he think that by lowering his head, she would follow him blindly as before? "I have nothing to discuss with you," she replied, her tone devoid of emotion. Yu Weilon sighed, pleading, "Little darling. Please don't be stubborn." Little darling, Jiang Xueyan's nickname, echoed in the car, rendering the atmosphere as stagnant as still water. "Does your fanbase know you call me that?" "I've recorded it," Rong Heng interjected, his eyes darkening and his smile thin. After a moment of silence, Yu Weilon shifted the topic. "Xueyan, didn't you promise me you wouldn't write new songs?" 10 years prior, Yu Weilon was just an unknown figure, hustling through performances, occasionally sharing his self-composed songs, yet failing to make a mark. He was pure, nurturing the essence of his musical dreams and treating his fans well. Jiang Xueyan was one of those fans, having fallen for him during that time. 2 years ago, she gifted him a song for his 24th birthday, which catapulted him to fame as a boy band's lead vocalist. His birthday wish had been for Jiang Xueyan to write songs solely for him from then on. Jiang Xueyan had acquiesced. So that song, At Lake Baikal, was written for me, wasn't it? Yu Weilon began, actually, I have feelings for you too. His clumsy declarations of affection sent chills down Jiang Xueyan's spine. Yu Weilon, are you a clown? The steadfast pillar among those who pander? The only songs I'll write for you are funeral dirges. When will you die? I can compose one right now. In the 13th chapter, Jiang Xueyan exclaimed, Wrong. Please don't act this way. It jeopardizes the pure father-daughter bond we share. In the front seat, when Yumuo raised an eyebrow. Jiang Xueyan truly had a talent for cursing. Yet her voice was sweet and melodious, making her seem rather whimsical rather than lacking in decorum. On the other end of the line, Yu Weilon was fuming, nearly cursing Jiang Xueyan. Have you really attached yourself to an older man? What a fade of innocence. A large hand snatched the phone away, placing Yu Weilon into the blacklist and seamlessly activating airplane mode. Rong Heng held her phone, choosing not to return it to her. The atmosphere in the car felt somewhat peculiar. Jiang Xueyan wished to speak, but the man had already closed his eyes, clearly uninterested in conversation. Miss Wen, we have arrived. Once she exited the vehicle, the interior fell into a deeper silence. Mr. Rong, I'm so cold. I wish to snuggle. The man did not even lift his gaze. Evading her attempt at contact, Ji Lin increased the air conditioning. Yes. Jiang Xueyan, slowly realizing, sensed that Rong Heng seemed somewhat displeased. Had her cursing disturbed him? I apologize. It's genuinely difficult to refrain from cursing at someone as vile as Yu Weilon. Mr. Rong, I promise I won't curse in front of you anymore. How infuriating. If only Rong Heng hadn't taken her phone, she could have unleashed a tirade that would keep Yu Weilon indoors for 3 days. An older man? Rong Heng was merely 8 years her senior, at the prime age of accumulating wealth. What nonsense was Yu Weilon spouting? Through the dim, hazy light outside, Jiang Xueyan's expression shifted, resembling a pouting bun. Rong Heng's narrow, deep phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor inscrutable. Do you think I am bothered by your cursing? Her pupils gleamed, her expression innocent. Isn't that so? He pressed his lips together and handed Jiang Xueyan a sleek, dark card, containing enough funds to purchase 10 of her admiration. You could effortlessly ruin him and lead him to bankruptcy. Rong Heng's voice was low and laden with temptation. Jiang Xueyan was taken aback, gazing dumbfoundedly at the man's cool profile. It felt as if something tugged at her heartstrings, an itch weaving through her being, impossible to ignore. Mr. Rong, please don't do this. It could jeopardize our innocent father-daughter relationship. That evening, Rong Heng was working overtime. Jiang Xueyan pulled out the card, realizing it was his supplementary card with no spending limit. Previously, her meager earnings from working at Xinhua had left her with little to show for it. The last time Su Feng froze her card, even without the freeze, she wouldn't have been able to produce 1,000 yuan. Jiang Xueyan decisively linked the card to her various payment platforms. First, she repaid the 600 yuan she owed from last month. Then, she went on Taobao to purchase 2 dresses she had long coveted. And some cosmetics. With a single click, she cleared her cart and the payment was successful. Jiang Xueyan nearly leapt from her bed. Spending a man's money was exhilarating. Rong Heng had said to spend freely. Does that mean she could buy a house? Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was her mother, Lu Suhua. Hello, Mom. On the other end, her mother's voice was anxious. Dear, I heard you've offended many people lately. Dear, I was against your entry into the entertainment industry from the start, but your father's health has improved, and he has returned to work. Jiang Xueyan's brows furrowed. Mom, who told you I've offended anyone? A man, said to be your colleague. Yu Weilon. That wretched creature. Jiang Xueyan clenched her jaw tightly, reassuring her mother, I'm fine. Don't pay attention to what's online. It's all part of the company's persona. I've changed bosses and my new boss treats me exceptionally well. I'll send you some money. Don't scrimp on anything. Dad needs his medicine. Hearing this, Lu Suhua felt somewhat relieved. Your father and I are fine. Don't transfer money to us. Take care of yourself and remember to eat breakfast. Her mother's gentle reminders lingered in her ears, causing Jiang Xueyan to feel a twinge of emotion, responding to each concern. After hanging up, Jiang Xueyan transferred 50,000 to her parents' accounts. She transferred more than necessary, knowing her parents would worry about the source of the money. The funds came from the 100,000 Rong Hang had given her. She secretly vowed to climb higher, to earn a fortune, so her parents could enjoy a life of comfort. Yu Weilon, oh Yu Weilon, why stray from the righteous path to tread the road to ruin? She had granted him fame with a song, and she could just as easily bring him down. Merely insulting her was one thing, but involving her parents? Shi Wunti let him off lightly. Did he truly think she was still the same infatuated girl? She opened WeChat and found Ji Lin. Pure and innocent Guadi Gang. Ji assistant, are you asleep? Pure and innocent Guadi Gang. May I ask what I need to do if I wish to purchase Xinhua? Ji, you can entrust it to me and I will handle it for you. Pure and innocent Guadi Gang. Is it going to be troublesome? Will it affect your work? Ji, not at all, Miss Jiang. Serving you is also serving Mr. Rong. Pure and innocent Guadi Gang. Thank you, Ji Lin. I will consult with Mr. Rong first. Bo's Rong Hang emerged from his study, and a small figure rolled to his feet, resembling a leg ornament. Jiang Xueyan, sleepy-eyed, asked Mr. Rong, why do you work so late every day? You don't have to wait for me. You can sleep first. His voice floated down from above, and for a moment, Jiang Xueyan thought she detected a hint of tenderness. Normally, it was acceptable, but today was different. She had to inform him about spending money. Mr. Rong, may I buy Xinhua? She looked up at him. Such trivial matters, you may decide for yourself. But it requires 10 billion. Jiang Xueyan stammered. 10 billion? Would she dare to speak such a figure to Ronghang? Surely, she would be met with a reprimand. Contact Ji Lin to assist you. His tone remained indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of spending 10 billion. Jiang Xueyan froze for a moment. Then, upon realizing, she tightly hugged Ronghang's leg. Wah. Mr. Rong, you are the best man in the world. She had made her decision. From now on, she would learn to administer catheters, ensuring that when Mr. Rong grew old, she would provide him the most attentive and gentle care. Chapter 14, Theme Song Assessment. Su Feng, Jiang Xueyan has now slipped from control. Will my affairs be exposed by her? Yu Weilon stood before the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, on a call with Su Feng. What's the matter? Su Feng sensed that Yu Weilon was hiding something. The song counterattack was written by Jiang Xueyan. Yu Weilon, how could you keep such a significant matter from me until now? Su Feng was almost laughing in anger. Had she known Jiang Xueyan possessed such songwriting talent, things would never have escalated to this point. Yu Weilon's eyes darkened. He envied Jiang Xueyan. He envied her ability to effortlessly compose a hit song. He envied her beauty and her pride, refusing to yield to unspoken rules. Why should she emerge untainted from the mud? He intended to see her fall, to shatter, and to face a tragic downfall. Su Feng was somewhat aware of Yu Weilon's mindset. What did you say to her when you called today? She adores you. If you just showed a little humility, wouldn't she forgive you? The mention of this made Yu Weilon remember Jiang Xueyan's words about writing him a funeral song. She blocked me, that wretched girl. Yu Weilon inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Sister Feng, you must help me. I've already learned about actor Lu's preferences, don't worry. He will soon tire of Jiang Xueyan. No, that's not enough. I know Jiang Xueyan's parents' home address. You need to send someone to keep an eye on them. Su Feng frowned. Are you sure you want to proceed with this? On the line, Yu Weilon's voice was twisted with obsession. If she dares to expose my secrets, I will take care of her family. It will be just an accident, and nothing will be traced back to us. Lin Lidong had already been arrested. They would be next. From the moment they conspired to place Jiang Xueyan in Lin Lidong's bed, the enmity was sealed.
Su Feng Sai, Anzai.
The following morning, all contestants had completed their performances. 20 contestants who did not qualify regrettably exited the stage, leaving 81 participants to be divided into 4 classes. Class Mentor Wen Yuma has 9 students, Mentor Wu Jia has 18, Mentor Du Mining has 26, and Mentor Park Hyenya has 28. The live broadcast has yet to conclude. As host, Jizzy stands at the center of the stage announcing the evaluation criteria prior to the performance. It is now precisely 11 o'clock Beijing time, and we shall unveil the theme song assessment. You will have 6 hours to practice, but please remember to complete the evaluation before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Can we really master an entirely new song and dance in 8 hours? The conditions are rather stringent. Over at Show 101, they have 24 hours.
Well,
this way, opportunists like Jiang Xueyan won't have a chance to cheat. Some individuals who do not deserve to be here shouldn't remain in the class. Among the 9 members in the class, only 2 are from Huagua, while the other 7 are Korean trainees. Due to the language barrier, communication between them is minimal. After the theme song is played on the big screen, they disperse to practice individually. Jiang Xueyan finds herself overwhelmed with the lengthy lyrics. Not only is there an abundance of words, but why must it also be in Korean? Everyone is diligently focused on their studies. And once Jiang Xueyan memorizes the lyrics and melody, she begins to practice the dance. Approximately 3 hours in, some have already left the practice room to take their evaluations. Jiang Xueyan, however, struggles significantly with her dancing and stumbles through her first run. After 5 hours, only a few remain in the practice room. Jiang Xueyan is the sole class member left, and her progress is notably the slowest. In the final 10 minutes of the 6-hour mark, the mentors in the broadcasting room are growing somewhat bored. Jiang Xueyan arrives late, clad in a classic academy-style uniform, her lustrous black hair styled in graceful waves, cascading in 2 obedient strands over her shoulders. Her slender waist and fair arms are strikingly beautiful and photogenic. After seeing so many contestants, Jiang Xueyan's beauty truly stands unparalleled. Why does she look so good in the same outfit? I'm mesmerized. Let us begin. When Yuma interlaces her fingers, resting her chin upon them, the vibrant prelude resonates, and Jiang Xueyan, microphone in hand, beams with a smile. This is a secret that has already been decided. Wu Jia nods in approval, noting her pitch is commendable, though her proficiency in Korean is lacking. Park Hyunya tilts her head, suggesting that some movements could be executed more precisely. Look, even the gentle Park Hyunya says her dancing is lacking. She falls far behind the others. Is this the strength of our class? Jiang Xueyan is revealing her true colors, ISNT. She can only manage simple steps, nowhere near the professionals. Other contestants who have completed their evaluations gather in a circle to watch. Choi Ji-won and Song Shiya whisper behind their fans, sharing a knowing laugh. What a disgrace to embarrass herself abroad. If Korean contestants were to comment on her, they would surely call it a scandal. To be fair, Jiang Xueyan does not dance poorly. As a novice, within 6 hours, she has memorized every movement without error and maintains a surprisingly steady demeanor. She has exerted her utmost effort. As the performance concludes, areas requiring strength demand vigor, while those requiring hip movement should not appear so rigid. As she speaks, she strides to the center of the stage to demonstrate. The trainees below express their surprise, covering their mouths in astonishment. When Yuma is about to perform girl group choreography. When Yuma selects 2 movements to showcase before Jiang Xueyan, emphasizing the need for strength in the waist and a tightened core. Did you comprehend that? They repeat the chorus. Jiang Xueyan thanks Wen Yuma, and this time, her performance is indeed significantly improved. When Yuma is truly a top star, I can't wait to see her complete the girl group dance. Jiang Xueyan dances so poorly that even when Yuma couldn't help but step in to teach her. Jiang Xueyan learns quite quickly. After all the contestants have performed, the scores have been compiled. First place, Pei Zhier, vocal 99, dance 100. 7th place, Choi Ji-won, vocal 94, dance 98. 11th place, Song Shiya, vocal 93, dance 95. 12th place, Gao Yu, vocal 93, dance 94. 78th place, Jiang Xueyan, vocal 95, dance 70. Jiang Xueyan is 3rd from the bottom. That's quite a drop. The contestants from Korea will surely claim it's a conspiracy. What does one evaluation really signify? Her dancing foundation is lacking, but she can learn. The gazes of the contestants in the room are cast upon her, filled with scrutiny, disdain, and astonishment as if palpable. Jiang Xueyan, however, is unfazed by the announced results. She bows in gratitude to her mentors. Standing tall with no excess expression, Josie holds the microphone, announcing that the top scorer will take the position of the theme song, with rankings determining their placements. In 3 days, we will record the theme song, so please prepare yourselves. As the mentors exit, when Yuma scans the crowd, glancing at Jiang Xueyan. With such a low score, she will undoubtedly become the target of ridicule. I wonder if her little uncle's canary will be affected by this. The live streams of each contestant continue. Some chat in small groups, others interact with the audience, and a few practice the theme song. As mealtime approaches. Are you not hungry? Jiang Xueyan looks up, still in a daze. When Jiang Xueyan lifts her head, wow, she resembles a fawn. She has been glued to her phone for nearly an hour. Her dance was rather stiff, lacking finesse in some details. In terms of vocals, there was a lack of emotional depth. The 2 of them have been consistently practicing together. Following tradition, Jiang Xueyan gathers an impressive pile of food, resembling a small mountain. What? Is she really going to eat that much? Is she preparing to establish a gluttonous persona? After all, this is a live broadcast. The viewers in the stream, having witnessed other contestants eat, mostly engage in polite bites before stopping. Yet, Jiang Xueyan, without a care for the cameras, devours her food with remarkable speed. Gao Yu, having taken but 2 bites, notices Jiang Xueyan's antics and stares in astonishment. The cameras freeze in shock. Ha ha ha. What on earth is Jiang Xueyan doing? Gao Yu's expression is classic. I'm shocked. How can Jiang Xueyan eat so quickly? She looks famished. A natural charm in her hearty appetite. I've followed her to watch her eat every day. Those who suggested she has a persona can eat their words. I feel like Jiang Xueyan could consume 10 Koreans in one sitting. As Jiang Xueyan nears the bottom of her plate, Gao Yu finally reacts. Wait for me. She begins shoveling food into her mouth as well. You shouldn't be learning this, dear sister. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xueyan is leading her astray. What would normally take half an hour to finish, they complete in 5 minutes. The pair, having arrived at the dining hall last, are the first to leave. Back in the practice room, Gao Yu asks, can you help me identify any issues with my dance? I can assist you with vocals. The senior suggests mutual support. With Jiang Xueyan's rising popularity, Gao Yu is more than willing to follow her lead. Sure, you go ahead and perform first. You've improved since the evaluation. But for this hip movement, if you increase the amplitude, it would look even better. Also, this jump seems off. It should be a retraction of the legs, not a high leap. Gao Yu offers her guidance patiently, while Jiang Xueyan learns earnestly, continuously expressing gratitude and displaying no hint of arrogance. The more she teaches, the more astonished Gao Yu becomes. Jiang Xueyan is remarkably intelligent, grasping concepts with just a couple of explanations. Furthermore, when she taught the vocal segment, she exhibited no semblance of secrecy, embodying a remarkably sincere and unpretentious individual, in stark contrast to her aggressive demeanor online. My admiration for Jiang Xueyan soared infinitely. At 8 in the evening, Jiang Xueyan received a text message. Rong Heng and Wen Yuma awaited her outside. She began to gather her belongings, stating her intention to leave first and practice again tomorrow. The live broadcast concluded at 10. Among all the students, Jiang Xueyan was the earliest to depart. Just as I was about to compliment her, I overheard, Sister, aren't you going to practice? It's all in vain, she replied. Upon entering the car, Jiang Xueyan wondered aloud, why are we taking this route today? Mr. Rong, you are truly kind, she remarked. Uncle, you are so biased. I've asked to borrow the house in Yulon Gardens several times, yet you never let me stay. Rong Heng cast a dispassionate glance, causing Wen Yuma to obediently close her mouth. She was indeed somewhat intimidated by Rong Heng. On the way back, Jiang Xueyan fell asleep. When awakened, the sky outside had turned pitch black. The car parked in an open garage, and upon stepping out, she was greeted by a vast garden filled with roses and unknown flowers. At the far end of the garden stood a magnificent French-style building, resembling a castle. Such a beautiful villa was something she had only seen on television, leaving her breathless. Let us go, the man said naturally, taking her hand, his palm warm and comforting. Jiang Xueyan paused for a moment, but then calmly followed. The villa's interior was astonishingly spacious, adorned in a style that was both understated and luxurious. Rong Heng and Ji Lin had work to attend to, while Wen Yuma led her to a sunroom on the first floor. Before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows bloomed vibrant flowers, and an entire wall was covered with mirrors. Wen Yuma scrutinized Jiang Xueyan before stating, let me make it clear, I am quite strict. Dance is best learned from a young age. Your foundation is too poor, and a month isn't sufficient to teach you much. First, stretch, and I will demonstrate a routine for you. Jiang Xueyan complied, and as the warm-up concluded, Wen Yuma commenced the formal lesson. From somewhere, she produced a sturdy wooden stick, which looked quite solid. Whenever Jiang Xueyan failed to execute a movement correctly, the stick would land firmly on her palm. For a brief half-hour, the sounds of the stick striking echoed in the sunroom. Jiang Xueyan grimaced in pain, desperately holding back tears. One must endure 80 strikes of the rod. How can one expect to excel? She thought, crossing that notion off her list. Under the stern guidance, Jiang Xueyan managed to perform the initial part of the dance with some semblance of skill. Wen Yuma yawned, noting that even hitting someone could be tiring. She was eager to retire for the night, leaving Jiang Xueyan alone to practice in the sunroom. It seemed she was entirely oblivious to her fatigue, immersed in her practice, repeating the movements over and over. At midnight, Rong Heng finished his tasks and emerged to find the room empty. The butler stood at the staircase, informing him that Miss Jiang was still in the sunroom. I'll go call her, he offered. No need, I shall go, he decided. 3 days later, during the theme song shoot, the girls on the bus chattered excitedly. Pei practiced until midnight last night, so intense. One exclaimed. Unlike Jiang Xueyan, who leaves promptly at 8 every evening. Jiang Xueyan, having stayed up all night for the past 2 evenings, had only managed a couple of hours of shallow sleep and was now struggling to keep her eyes open. She paid no heed to their comments. Thus, in the footage capturing Jiang Xueyan, one could only notice her early departures, tardiness, and her tendency to doze off. I think I might develop a severe aversion to mediocrity. She mused. It's utterly unfair that Jiang Xueyan doesn't practice properly, while those who are eliminated in the initial stages suffer. Su Feng had been monitoring Jiang Xueyan's activities in the camp. Observing her being ridiculed, she initially intended to purchase some negative press. However, every marketing account she approached refused to cooperate until she offered triple the price, at which point they reluctantly agreed. She arranged for Yang Xu to connect with the esteemed actor Lu Ying, believing that compared to the inexperienced Jiang Xueyan, someone more adept at catering to others would better suit his tastes. Just wait and see, she smirked. The contestants arrived at a manor in the outskirts to record, where a studio and stage had already been set up. Jiang Xueyan ranked among the bottom 3, positioned last, far from the main camera's view. Fortunately, there were individual direct shots available. The audience could vote based on these direct shots, with the top 10 contestants automatically becoming the leaders for the next public performance, while also having the opportunity to select their preferred teammates. Everyone regarded these direct shots with utmost seriousness. As the contestants entered a small room for filming, they were unable to see each other's dance performances, and the voting results remained confidential. While adjusting the camera for the follow-up shots, Cui Jiwen and Song Sheo approached. One of them mockingly imitated Jiang Xueyan's somewhat inaccurate pronunciation of Korean from the theme song assessment day, dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Xueyan, feeling irritable from lack of sleep, had not cursed in a while. Language barriers? No matter, she had translation software at her disposal. Jiang Xueyan pulled out her phone, voice inputting. With your mother as the center and your ancestors' 18 generations as the radius, using your reproductive organs as the primary weapon. The lengthy voice message, lasting a minute and a half, was translated into Korean and read aloud with no emotion. The expressions on the faces of the 2 girls turned green. Yikes, one gasped. Jiang Xueyan, mimicking their speech with a strained voice, drowned them out. The Korean insults seemed to be limited to just a couple of phrases, lacking originality. Jiang Xueyan's harsh words were likely something they had never encountered before in their lives, and one of them even had tears in her eyes. Not very impactful, she concluded before bidding them farewell with a sweet smile, appearing harmless. Why is she so vulgar? One girl exclaimed. Sister, we can't let her get away with this. The live streaming platform allowed multiple rooms to be broadcast simultaneously, making it easy to see the disparities. Jiang Xueyan's detractors were ready to record her slip-ups. However, the moment the music began to play, Jiang Xueyan transformed entirely. Her previously laid-back demeanor vanished, replaced by an abundance of energy and vitality. This was a secret she had resolved to reveal. Compared to her last assessment, she seemed to possess newfound confidence, her face beaming with youthful exuberance. And her dance movements were nothing short of breathtaking. Not only did she lack the previous awkwardness, but her movements flowed smoothly, as if she had practiced them countless times. Every beat was struck with remarkable precision. Oh my, how has Jiang Xueyan improved so much? Jiang Xueyan's dance is mesmerizing. Her waist is not just any waist. It's like a curved blade by the Seine. Tears are welling up. I will never listen to the haters again. Yanjia is incredible. Although she isn't in the top tier, her direct shots are on par with Pei Jiru's. Jiang Xueyan's direct shots climbed the trending charts. Initially indifferent to Jiang Xueyan, many viewers clicked in and were astonished by her performance. The comment section revealed that just 3 days prior, Jiang Xueyan had ranked among the lowest. Perhaps the audience, inherently drawn to stories of underdogs, inexplicably rallied around Jiang Xueyan, leading to a surge of followers. I still can't forget that night when she went live and roasted people. It's legendary. I learned all my swear words from Yanjia. Now I'm no longer afraid of breaking the defense in King of Glory. If you're going to support someone, support Jiang Xueyan. She always gives haters a taste of their own medicine. Wait, haven't you all started following Jiang Xueyan yet? I watch her eating broadcasts every day. Thus, Jiang Xueyan inexplicably gained 5 million followers. The top 10 rankings for the theme song direct shots were about to be announced. The contestants were unaware of their vote counts. feeling both hopeful and anxious about the results. 10th place, Gao Yu. Gao Yu gasped in disbelief. What? Me? She asked the one who teaches Jiang Xueyan how to dance every day, fishing for the favor of the Snow Inkstone's mentor. Watching their food broadcasts every day has caused me to gain 3 pounds. The 9th place is Shuyu. Is Shuyu ranked so low? Are all the top spots taken by Koreans? After announcing Shuyu, every subsequent name revealed was indeed a Korean contestant. However, the rivalry between Chinese and Korean contestants is not to be underestimated. No one wishes for the Chinese competitors to remain perpetually beneath. Sisters strive harder. Jiang Xueyan's rank has yet to be revealed. Perhaps she will place higher. Jiang Xueyan in the top 3? I wouldn't dare dream of it. She certainly dances well, but she has many detractors. I think it's doubtful. The 3rd place announced was a familiar Korean face. It's over. There's no hope left. The 2nd place went to Pei Zhir. As the host's words fell, the venue fell silent. Pei Zhir in 2nd? Who could possibly be 1st? Could it be Jiang Xueyan? 1st place, Jiang Xueyan. Ah, my goodness. My brain is in a frenzy. Who did you say was 1st? Oh my goodness, Yan Jia is incredible. The Chinese audience erupted with exhilaration, while the Koreans wore grim expressions. Particularly Choi Ji-won and Song Shuya. How could this be? Surely there must be some foul play? Contestants began to murmur their doubts. They were unaware of the direct footage, only knowing that Jiang Xueyan had placed 2nd to last in the previous evaluation, yet had now surpassed Pei Zhir to take 1st place. If there were no hidden agendas, it seemed implausible. Chapter 17. Where's the director? I have concerns. The production team had anticipated this outcome and released the voting data. Jiang Xueyan garnered 520,000 votes, whereas Pei Zhir only received 500,000. The large screen displayed direct footage of Jiang Xueyan alongside the top 10 contestants. Jiang Xueyan may not have been in the spotlight, yet all eyes were drawn to her, causing Pei Zhir beside her to appear diminished. My goodness, her dancing is truly exceptional. Her expression management is flawless. Contestants who had questioned her suddenly turned pale with embarrassment. Jiang Xueyan's performance was akin to a series of stinging slaps delivered from afar, not painful, but profoundly humiliating. Pei Zhir gazed at Jiang Xueyan's figure on the big screen, lost in thought. Choi Ji-won and Song Shuya found themselves placed beyond the top 10, one at 11th and the other at 12th. As the captain, failing to enter the top 10 meant they missed out on numerous camera opportunities. Upon returning to the dormitory, Song Shuya unexpectedly offered some washed fruit, maintaining her usual haughty demeanor. Do you want some? Gao Yu was puzzled. These 2 Korean roommates seldom mingled, let alone shared fruit. And even exchanging a few words was a rarity. Noticing Gao Yu's hesitance, Song Shuya picked up a grape and ate it in front of her, stating, "You Chinese are so overly considerate." Reluctantly, Gao Yu accepted, murmuring her thanks. The next day, the contestants gathered. It was the day to select performance team members. After a prolonged wait, Gao Yu had yet to arrive. A staff member rushed to inform the host of the situation, causing the host's expression to grow serious. They had just received an urgent report. Gao Yu had developed acute tonsillitis and was hospitalized. The director's team decided to postpone the selection, allowing a proxy captain to choose team members. Choi Ji-won, do you have any objections? With Gao Yu hospitalized, Choi Ji-won as the proxy captain? Jiang Xueyan sensed something unusual in the air, turning to observe Choi Ji-won, who smiled at her. I have no objections. I will ensure Gao Yu chooses her team members well. Selecting team members is an immensely significant task, as no one wishes to be burdened by a lackluster teammate. Jiang Xueyan first chose another girl from her dormitory, known for her gentle demeanor, who had ranked 20th in the theme song evaluation. Korean contestants proceeded to select in turn. After 2 rounds, observing the selection dynamics, Jiang Xueyan pondered. The Chinese and Korean contestants were evenly matched, yet only 3 Chinese competitors made it into the top 10, and one of them was unwell. Korean contestants prioritized selecting their compatriots. Even the Chinese contestants, ranked higher, went unchosen. The intent behind this was painfully clear. Even if they were the last to be selected, they would likely not receive favorable treatment within the team. Not only Jiang Xueyan, but all Chinese contestants became acutely aware of the subtle bullying from their Korean counterparts. Why has Jiang Xueyan stopped moving? Huh? Why is she walking directly towards the camera? Jiang Xueyan approached, stepping out of the frame, leaving the live audience to hear her dialogue. Where is the director? I have concerns. What is going on? Is there an issue with the selection process? The Koreans are only picking Koreans. My favorite contestant has been left unchosen and is about to cry. This situation is inherently unfair. Gao Yu's team selections are outrageous. Not only were the audience members confused, but the director was also bewildered. What is the matter? Jiang Xueyan stood before the director, asserting, "Director, I believe this is unjust." Choi Ji-won frowned, moving alongside Song Xia to Pei Zhi's side. "Senior Pei, that Chinese contestant is causing a ruckus again. You may not know this, but although she doesn't reside in the dormitory, she often visits Gao Yu, and their conversations are quite noisy, showing you little respect."
What did she say about me?
Pei Zhi regarded Choi Ji-won and Song Xia with a displeased expression. "She said your popularity is all bought with family connections." Pei Zhi's gaze turned frigid. Sensing Pei Zhi's irritation, Song Xia and Choi Ji-won stifled their satisfaction and discreetly retreated. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueyan continued her discussion with the director. "Where lies the unfairness?" The director, donning a cap, seemed reluctant to appear on camera. Gao Yu earned her position through her own merit and the audience's affection, securing 10th place. She is the captain. Regardless of her illness, she should still select her team members. Director, do you agree? Gao Yu is merely sick. Her illness does not signify her withdrawal from the competition. How can one relinquish an opportunity earned through hard work simply because of illness? Is it justifiable? Yes, director. Gao Yu emerged from the audience. Why should she not be allowed to select? The Chinese contestants buzzed with discussion, while the live streaming platform was inundated with comments. The director rubbed his forehead. Gao Yu had been disoriented due to her illness that morning, and this arrangement was made to avoid delaying production. Jiang Xueyan pressed on, asking, "What is her current condition? Even if she cannot choose, she could still designate someone to select on her behalf." The director was sweating profusely. Choi Ji-won's expression darkened. If Gao Yu were indeed allowed to designate a proxy, what would that make Choi Ji-won's earlier selections? A farce? Given the live nature of the broadcast, the director's team engaged in a brief discussion before acknowledging Jiang Xueyan's point. The host addressed the audience, apologizing for the unforeseen circumstances. After careful deliberation, the director's team decided that the proxy captain for the 10th team would be designated by Gao Yu herself.
Now,
Our staff will contact Gao Yu to inquire about her chosen representative. Suddenly, Jiang Xueyan interjected, calling for a pause in the recording. The program resumed filming. Jiang Xueyan stood on stage, offering a polite smile to Choi Ji-won, saying, "I'm sorry, but the selections you just made are void." Under the camera's gaze, Choi Ji-won, despite her dissatisfaction, could not voice her grievances. Jiang Xueyan directly chose 2 Chinese contestants who ranked higher, aiming for an all-Chinese team in subsequent selections. Those chosen were elated. As for those heading to the Korean team, despite their regrets, they had no other options. They could only blame the scarcity of Chinese contestants in the top 10. Every Chinese contestant silently resolved to strive for higher ranks in the next evaluation, determined not to endure the humiliation of being selected last again. After the team members were chosen, the next step was to select songs. This year's competition was different. In addition to 8 extremely challenging songs, there were 2 original compositions. This meant that 2 unfortunate teams would need to create their own lyrics, music, and choreography. To ensure fairness, a lottery would determine who the unlucky teams would be. Jiang Xueyan, as the captain, stepped up to draw 2 lots. The camera swept across, capturing the essence of the scene, leading to an explosion of comments. Chapter 18. What time will you return home, my dear? What luck does Jiang Xueyan have? Oh dear, a hellish start. Heavens, 2 original songs. All in Jiang Xueyan's hands. With only 20 days until the first performance, how can this be acceptable? Original songs are fine. Jiang Xueyan has performed her own compositions before, hasn't she? Her previous works were ballads. Now, on the performance stage, the more explosive, the better. Both Jiang Xueyan's group and Gao Yu's group featured original compositions. Some watched with schadenfreude, while others in their team wore anxious expressions. With both original songs in her possession, Jiang Xueyan found it difficult not to ponder. That lottery box must have been tampered with. Who had she offended?
Ji-won.
Song Xia, and perhaps Pei Zhi? The golden-haired Pei Zhi stood out in the crowd, having drawn the popular K-pop group song. She seemed to sense Jiang Xueyan's gaze, briefly meeting her eyes before averting her own, betraying no signs of guilt. Jiang Xueyan made a mental note. Regardless of who was behind the sabotage, she was determined to secure the top spot for the performance. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Xueyan. You may have seen various online discussions about me, but hearing is deceiving and seeing is believing. Allow us to get to know one another before forming conclusions. The team comprised individuals from Huagua, collaborating and assisting each other, with dance and vocal responsibilities evenly distributed. Let us refrain from ulterior motives. You know I'm not one to offer flattering words. The members from both teams exchanged nervous nods. One was a female idol known for her biting remarks online, while another was a master of crude language. Who would dare offend her? Regarding original compositions, does anyone have thoughts to share? A girl timidly raised her hand. We Haven T practiced writing originals before, so this may be a weak point for us. If we are to write songs, they should lean towards an energetic vibe. Otherwise, we 1T have an edge on stage. Jiang Xueyan nodded. All right, I can handle the originals. Give me 3 days. However, I am not skilled in choreography. Is anyone willing to take on the task of choreographing? 2 teams, 2 choreographers. Someone tentatively raised their hand. Can I? Jiang Xueyan scanned the room. Okay. You will choreograph for our group. Upon seeing Jiang Xueyan genuinely delegate the choreography role, members from Gao Yu's group began to raise their hands as well. Jiang Xueyan selected the one who responded the quickest. 3 days to write 2 songs. Is Jiang Xueyan joking? How overly confident. While other groups are already dividing tasks, Jiang Xueyan's teams haven't even written a song yet. Oh dear, this feels daunting. We can only hope for Xuyu's team. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueyan sequestered herself in the creative studio, spending entire days immersed in her work. Typically, she could only be spotted in the cafeteria. Dressed in her trainee uniform, her glossy black hair styled in a bun, her face remained unadorned. Before her lay towering piles of food, while her teammates indulged heartily. After a full day of dancing, their stomachs growled with hunger. Observing their appetites, the others couldn't resist eating more. With heavy training schedules, was it really so wrong to eat a bit more? The team leader devoured ribs without restraint, and no one thought twice about it. Dieting? What was that? The cafeteria buzzed with a fervor of consumption. Just came from the Audition 101 video account. They only eat meager portions over there. Yet here, it looks absolutely delicious. All this stems from Jiang Xueyan's whirlwind of chopsticks and appetite. It's been 2.5 days. Has she finished writing? I watched her live stream, and it seems she hasn't T-shaped a single song yet. Gao Yu had been discharged from the hospital and rushed to the creative studio. The room was strewn with crumpled sheets of white paper, covered in chaotic notes and lyrics. Just as Gao Yu reached to toss them in the trash, Jiang Xueyan quickly stopped her. Don't touch that. It's useful. Normally, live streams wouldn't be interrupted unless contestants needed to discuss private matters. Jiang Xueyan abruptly ended her live stream and urged Gao Yu to do the same. Once outside, the room was left with only Jiang Xueyan and Gao Yu. Is there anything I, your esteemed member, cannot hear? Tell me, how much would it take for me to listen? Speak up. Jiang Xueyan got straight to the point. Is your illness related to those 2 Koreans? Gao Yu nodded. That day I ate the fruit she offered, and that night, my throat felt uncomfortable. Even now, my voice hasn't fully recovered. Her voice sounded like a broken arrow, hoarse and unpleasant. I didn't expect them to be so malicious. It's all my fault. Enough. Don't blame yourself. Gao Yu steadied her emotions. Feeling anxious as the performance approached, how is your songwriting coming along? If you're still lacking ideas, we can brainstorm together. You shouldn't bear all the pressure alone. I've finished. 3 heads are better than 1. Let us all contribute. What did you just say? Jiang Xueyan smiled at her. Enunciating clearly, I said, I have completed both songs. Gao Yu stared in disbelief. Really? Is that true? Jiang Xueyan handed her headphones. Listen for yourself. Once the headphones were on, dynamic music flooded Gao Yu's senses. The more she listened, the brighter her eyes sparkled. What do you think? Gao Yu was already beyond excited, grasping Jiang Xueyan's hand. Yanjia, you are my forever sister. Her voice, already akin to a duck's quack, became even more animated, making Jiang Xueyan feel enveloped by a flock of ducks. Jiang Xueyan's songs surpassed those of the other groups. They were invigorating and captivating. Gao Yu could almost envision how explosive these 2 songs would be on the performance stage. Your team should perform this one. It's less challenging. Just put on a good show and push her down from her debut position. It would be more satisfying than hitting her. Gao Yu nodded vigorously. Thank you, Yanjia. Oh, Jiang Xueyan is truly wonderful. The audience in the live stream remained oblivious to their conversation, only noticing that Gao Yu's smile was more pronounced after resuming the stream. Jiang Xueyan organized all her original drafts, and just past 4 o'clock, she gleefully thought she could clock off early. These past 2 days, she had neglected her financial backer. Chapter 19. Clearer than clear broth. Recently, Rongheng appeared quite busy, spending all day in his study, leaving only nighttime for their encounters. They had shared several nights together, more mundane than clear broth, devoid of any flavor. Rongheng claimed he did not fancy men. Yet, could he truly remain indifferent to such a sultry creature as herself? He hardly took care of himself, either. Every morning, he would be so abrupt. The wretched capitalist, offering nothing but appearances. Still in a meeting. Come to the company and wait for me. Rongheng wanted her to come to the company. Jiang Xueyan's imagination immediately conjured images of high heels, a form-fitting skirt, sheer black stockings, and a desk.
Ah.
Miss Jiang, are you all right? It seems you have a nosebleed. The driver's words disrupted Jiang Xueyan's thoughts, and she instinctively touched her nose, finding it indeed stained red. It's probably just the heat, she muttered, hastily using a tissue to stem the flow, silently cursing her own weakness. Once she was wealthy, no man would be out of her reach. 8 a day, she would never compromise. Crossed out, she needed to stop thinking these thoughts. Heaven forbid she spoke them aloud in her sleep and made Rongheng aware. I love Rongheng. Rongheng loves me. I love Rongheng. Repeating this mantra 1,000 times, she arrived at the towering Rong Corporation headquarters, an impressive skyscraper alongside an expansive commercial district, grand and magnificent. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, even this small piece of land is worth billions. It is truly extravagant. She donned sunglasses and a mask, her casual white dress starkly contrasting with the high-end elites coming and going around her. Excuse me, madam, do you have an appointment? Inquired the receptionist. Her polite smile tinged with distance. It seems not, Jiang Xueyan replied, bewildered. Did Rongheng not mention needing an appointment? Are you Miss Jiang? The receptionist suddenly asked. Jiang Xueyan paused, her hand hovering over her phone as she was about to message Rongheng.
Yes.
The receptionist's smile transformed into one of warmth, her tone gentler. Miss Jiang, please come this way. I will escort you to the elevator. Such treatment was unexpected. Passers-by watched in astonishment as the receptionist led Jiang Xueyan to the private elevator reserved for the CEO. Those on the top floor witnessed Jiang Xueyan being received by Ji Lin in Rongheng's office. The internal communication platform erupted with excitement. A woman has entered President Rong's office. Although her face is obscured by sunglasses and a mask, her fair skin and impressive figure are evident. Is she President Rong's romantic interest? No, I suspect she might be his sister. It's hard to imagine someone so formidable having a girlfriend. By the way, she's wearing high heels. What? She's wearing high heels to meet Rongheng? That takes courage. I admire her. Can the secretarial department provide real-time updates? I'm curious whether she'll be dismissed by President Rong for wearing high heels. Everyone at the Rong Corporation knows that Rongheng values tranquility. The company guidelines explicitly advise against wearing noisy high heels, yet last year's newly hired secretary disregarded the warning. Clad in a short skirt that revealed her curves and towering in 8-centimeter heels, she was reassigned to a branch office after stepping into the office first with her left foot. She's gone in. President Rong has finished his meeting. President Rong has entered. By the way, does President Rong even have a sister? 3 minutes have passed, and she hasn't been thrown out. She must be his little treasure. All right, in 10 seconds, I need to know everything about this sister. The receptionist inside discreetly chimed in. I only know her surname is Jiang. Surname Jiang. Which wealthy family in Shanghai has a daughter with that surname? Unbeknownst to Jiang Xueyan, the gossip group was buzzing. Once she entered Rongheng's office, she spotted her manager, Lin Qingqing. Qingjie? Jiang Xueyan quickly removed her hat and mask, greeting her sincerely. Lin Qingqing, 32 years old, appeared quite different from the assertive manager Jiang Xueyan remembered. She looked petite and gentle. Xueyan, please sit down. Her complexion was exceptionally clear, suggesting an untouched natural beauty, which Lin Qingqing noted approvingly. Weren't you still in France? My schedule has concluded. By the way, I heard that your previous song, By the Shores of Lake Baikal, was an original? The studio is preparing to help you package and release a single. What do you think? Jiang Xueyan was utterly clueless about releasing songs. Qingjie, you decide. I trust your judgment. Also, I have 2 more songs. Lin Qingqing assumed they were songs Jiang Xueyan had written previously. Are they in a similar style? They could form an album. Jiang Xueyan shook her head. These are songs I wrote recently. Lin Qingqing realized, you mean the performance pieces you composed during the camp?
Yes.
2 songs in 3 days. Who but a musical genius could achieve that? Even if Jiang Xueyan's originals were not exceptional, Lin Qingqing was already prepared to provide her with 2 original pieces for the stage. Did you bring them? I'd love to hear them. Jiang Xueyan lifted her gaze and met Rong Heng's deep-set eyes. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, his shirt collar casually opened, revealing an alluring collarbone. Upon seeing Rong Heng, she couldn't help but feel a rush of desire. His broad shoulders and slim waist showcased a well-defined physique, muscular beneath his attire, with enticing abdominal muscles. Her gaze was unrestrained, and it was impossible for Rong Heng to overlook it. He gestured slightly, beckoning her closer. Lin Qingqing, not quite catching what Rong Heng had said, was startled as something flew past her and landed near Rong Heng. President Rong, I miss you. Rong Heng lowered his head, his tousled hair casting a shadow over his eyes, deepening their mystery. Wipe your drool before speaking. Indeed, a few droplets had landed on his suit sleeve. Oh, my apologies. Jiang Xueyan swiftly apologized, yet her embrace around Rong Heng showed no signs of retreating. Lin Qingqing was dumbfounded. Her newly signed artist seemed to exhibit an unsettling eagerness. Ji Lin remained unfazed, accustomed to such scenarios. President Rong, I've written new songs. Would you like to listen? Having known Rong Heng for over 20 years, Lin Qingqing instinctively wanted to intervene, knowing he never listened to music. Yet, to her surprise, he nodded, sure. Though it was merely a brief acknowledgement, to Lin Qingqing, it felt like a seismic event. In mere minutes, her expectations were repeatedly surpassed. She cast a pleading glance at Ji Lin, questioning whether Jiang Xueyan was indeed winning over Rong Heng. Was he perhaps too indulgent with her? Chapter 20, Vigil for the Deceased 5,000, Morning Fee 2,000. Initially, Lin Qingqing was astonished by Rong Heng's demeanor towards Jiang Xueyan. However, once Jiang Xueyan began playing her self-composed songs, Lin Qingqing's attention shifted entirely to the lyrics and melody. After playing both songs, Lin Qingqing's gaze towards Jiang Xueyan burned with enthusiasm, even more than Jiang Xueyan's admiration for Rong Heng. These are outstanding. Both songs should be released as singles. They will undoubtedly sell well. In comparison, the songs Lin Qingqing had previously purchased paled in comparison. We've struck gold. Jiang Xueyan is a prodigious talent. President Rome, what do you think? Are they enjoyable? Due to his tinnitus, he had not heard any music in 28 years. However, this did not impede his appreciation for it. Not bad. Jiang Xueyan beamed, hee, as long as you like it, I'll sing for you every night. Lin Qingqing felt awkward. Could the youth of today really speak so freely? Rong Heng understood Lin Qingqing's misinterpretation, but chose not to elaborate. Ji Lin cleared his throat, shifting the focus. Miss Jiang, you previously mentioned wanting to purchase the acquisition plan for Xinhua. It's ready for your review. Jiang Xueyan couldn't decipher the documents, but the projected amount of 10 billion left her heart aching. If Xinhua were to face a scandal, would it affect its market value? Are you suggesting that Xinhua might have engaged in bribery with the production team? Jiang Xueyan nodded. Not just that, Xinhua's hottest artist right now is Yu Weiwan, and I have compromising information on her. Lin Qingqing pondered, coincidentally, I also have dirt on Xinhua. Xinhua suspected Jiang Xueyan was Lu Zheng's new flame and thought to use a drinking party to set her up. That girl had the audacity to strip and dance provocatively on the table. Lu Zheng, being lecherous, has fallen into traps from industry insiders numerous times. After Lin Qingqing's repeated warnings, he finally recorded a compromising video. There's also the matter of Lin Lidong's detention if he spills anything. Xinhua will be in for a world of trouble. Ji Lin nodded. All right, I will handle these matters. Miss Jiang, focus on preparing for your competition. Jiang Xueyan hesitated for a moment before asking Lin Qingqing, Qingjia, I feel Yu Weiwan is rather vindictive. What if she seeks revenge on me? Don't worry. I'll arrange for a bodyguard starting tomorrow. Thank you, Qingjia. By the way, my parents are in the city. Will they be affected? Jiang Xueyan's parents were not particularly tech-savvy and were oblivious to online happenings. After Yu Weiwan's phone call to her mother, she felt a lingering sense of worry. Don't worry, I'll have someone keep an eye on them. Oh, it's great to have a backing. Lin Qingqing had other matters to attend to and excused herself after a brief chat. Jiang Xueyan clutched her growling stomach. President Rong, when do you finish work? Are you hungry? She nodded like a chick pecking for grains. Let us go. The normal closing time at Rong's company is precisely 6 o'clock in the evening. However, Rong Heng, a workaholic, typically leaves only after 7. Yet today, at 5:45, he departed early. The allure of the enigmatic Miss Jiang is truly captivating. It has driven me to a frenzy. At the financial center, in a private room on the top floor, which offers a splendid view of the cityscape, Jiang Xueyan waved her hand dismissively. Mr. Rong, order whatever you wish. I'm treating today. The man merely glanced at her, casually selecting a couple of dishes. Is that all? It's hardly sufficient, Jiang Xueyan stated bluntly, as her appetite had been growing day by day. She took the menu, noticing with surprise that there were no prices listed. With 900,000 in her account, how exorbitant could a meal possibly be? She continued to order, even requesting 2 bottles of wine, which was notably potent. The attendant glanced at Rong Hang, and upon seeing no objection, took the menu. The private room was expansive, and there seemed to be an entire galaxy separating Jiang Xueyan from Rong Hang. She naturally rose and seated herself beside him. Mr. Rong, allow me to share my thoughts. After acquiring Xinhua, within 3 years, the profits will double. By then, you won't need to work. You could spend your days at home. And I'll earn money to support you. Her tone was sweetly naive, inadvertently laced with a coaxing quality. Rong Hang remained unfazed.
Oh?
You truly possess filial piety. Jiang Xueyan's eyes sparkled with mirth. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, Mr. Rong. Beyond work, do you not have any hobbies or interests? In her experience, he was the most monotonous man she had ever encountered. Even her father, who was not particularly adept with technology, would engage in card games or boastful banter with friends. Yet, Rong Hang appeared to have no social engagements. Returning home merely meant changing locations to continue working.
No.
After a moment's thought, Jiang Xueyan suggested, "May I borrow your phone?" Rong Hang, with calm eyes, handed it to her. As she took it from his hand, her ring finger inadvertently brushed against his broad palm. His phone, much like his WeChat, was impeccably tidy. Jiang Xueyan skillfully downloaded Weibo, registered and followed herself, then downloaded a streaming platform to follow her own channel. As Rong Hang scrolled through Weibo, a video quickly popped up, one created by Jiang Xueyan's fans, showcasing a colorful cover with a distinctly rural soundtrack. Thunder. This immense skill brings the heavens crashing down with the golden hammer. Jiang Xueyan was depicted devouring food in a cafeteria without any semblance of decorum. Don't watch that, she hurriedly swiped away only for the next video to feature a familiar voice. How much do I cost for a night?
Well.
You've come to the right person. 5,000 for the vigil, 2,000 for the morning, and at most until dawn. We also handle funerals and provide a swona for burial services, with a discount if booked together. We have connections with crematories. Cremation is 3,000, with discounts for larger groups. How many did you lose in your family? Rong Hang's gaze, imbued with deeper meaning, fell upon her. I had no idea you possessed such talents. Jiang Xueyan felt a shiver run down her spine. This was a recording of her live stream confronting trolls. Repurposed by her fans as promotional material? Ahem, it was all in jest. I usually maintain a high standard of conduct. Perhaps Mr. Rong should refrain from watching. It's not good for your eyes to stare at your phone. Let us focus on our meal. The attendant arrived with the dishes, alleviating Jiang Xueyan's embarrassment. The table was filled to the brim with food she had ordered. Mr. Rong, please, she said, her smile charming as she placed a piece of beef in his bowl. Pouring him a full glass of wine. With a bold pat on her chest, she declared, Mr. Rong, I'll drink to you. You do as you wish. Jiang Xueyan downed her drink in one go. The wine was not overly strong, with a distinct flavor of peach. Was it fruit wine? It didn't irritate her throat at all, and was surprisingly delightful. Rong Hang was typically reticent during meals, so Jiang Xueyan busied herself with eating and drinking, until a pair of chubby hands landed on Rong Hang's shoulder, prompting him to glance at their owner. Jiang Xueyan's cheeks flushed, her eyes misty. I love Rong Hang. Rong Hang loves me. Chapter 21. Submit a petition. Exterminate the 9 clans. She only remembered waking up to find her side of the bed cold. Inquiring with the housekeeper, she learned that Rong Hang had left for work early in the morning. It suddenly dawned on her that she might have forcefully kissed Rong Hang. This was disastrous. What should she do? Last night, she had been intoxicated, leaning against Rong Hang's embrace, tugging at his tie to bring him down to her level. Then, she found Rong Hang's neck irresistibly alluring and couldn't help but take a sip. He had pushed her away mercilessly. Yet, like a persistent adhesive, she clung to him, shamelessly declaring her love for him while aiming for his lips. Truly, it was madness. Let the world come to an end. Jiang Xueyan trembled as she typed, Pure-hearted goody gang, Mr. Rong, did you rise so early today for morning court? Pure-hearted goody gang. Although I may have overstepped, there is no need for you to submit a petition for my execution, is there? Jiang Xueyan, let Lin Qingqing arrange for your brain to be examined. Such a man is devoid of abstraction. Pure-hearted goody gang, Mr. Rong, even amidst your busy schedule, you still remember to inquire about my health. What a kind soul. Last night's expenses totaled 700,000. Please settle the bill. 700,000? Did they feast on gold last night? Jiang Xueyan arrived at training, where both teams had gathered in the dance studio. Upon her arrival, the previously boisterous girls quieted down. Sister Xueyan, please let us hear your new song. We've been asking Gao Yu for the entire night, but she wouldn't divulge anything. Sure. To maintain an air of mystery, she instructed the director to mute the audio of the practice room livestream, leaving the audience only with visuals. Jiang Xueyan is letting me listen. Did she really write it? Look at their expressions. Something significant must be unfolding. So exciting, there are still 17 days until the performance. After the two songs concluded, the girls of the team erupted with excitement, encircling Jiang Xueyan. Sister Yan, you're incredible. I'm so moved. This song is exceptional. I used to think you were unapproachable. They had deeply grasped the essence of Jiang Xueyan's previous words. Rumors are not always true, and it is through genuine interaction that one understands how rare Jiang Xueyan's character is in the entertainment industry. She truly possesses talent and lacks ulterior motives. Her equitable distribution of opportunities allowed every girl a chance to shine. With her presence, the team felt fortified, ready to show those Korean girls that even if the sky crumbles at the outset, the girls from Huagua never yield. A lengthy letter of defection, exceeding 10,000 words, quietly trended online. The summary indicated that Yuelan was two-faced, having repeatedly hinted for fans to spend money on luxury gifts, inciting them to attack Jiang Xueyan online. Numerous foul misogynistic remarks surfaced, asserting that women should remain at home, birthing children for men, and that successful men ought to have multiple wives. The lengthy letter also suggested suspicions that Yuelan was gay, as a fan had captured a glimpse of his phone screen featuring a blue icon during an offline event. The author of the defection letter was one of Yuelan's most devoted fans, known for her significant financial contributions and often leading fans in promotional efforts. Upon her letter's release, Yuelan's super topic erupted in chaos. In comparison to an unattainable idol, the devoted fan who accompanied them during offline events seemed far more reliable. Yuelan defection. Yuelan's remarks are utterly disgusting. During a previous offline event, he flaunted a Dior bag gifted by fans on Weibo, while tossing ordinary toy figurines into the trash. I remember the blue icon. The dedicated fan had previously claimed it was someone else. Yet it appears the evidence was already substantial. So Zhang Cheng's crush on him is genuine? Are they both? Shouldn't such misogynistic remarks warrant a ban? The whole thing is collapsing. How could I ever support such a person? Damn it, Yuelan, you can go to hell. Yuelan even endorses sanitary pads, profiting off women's advantages while engaging in such behavior? What wrong have we, Jiang Xueyan, committed to incur such hatred from Yuelan? He previously made a solemn vow on Weibo, claiming ignorance. Therefore, was Jiang Xueyan's assertion about his involvement in illicit activities also true? The news of Yuewan's downfall swiftly followed, becoming a sensational headline. An increasing number of individuals began to expose various claims, such as Yuewan's diva behavior and the actions of his fans. Additionally, some started to delve into Yuewan's history in the industry. The song counterattack was so beautifully crafted that it led me to hold him in high esteem. However, upon reflection, the songs he produced afterward were utterly dreadful. Is it possible that he did not write them himself? Shortly after the comment was posted, Jiang Xueyan bestowed a like upon it. Oh my, Jiang Xueyan has arrived. What does this mean? Was counterattack truly not written by Yuewan? Dear Snow Ink Baby, could we perhaps discuss the possibility of changing your nickname? It frightens me to behold it. It must be Jiang Xueyan who is behind this. Su Feng found himself in a state of utter turmoil, following Yuewan's derogatory remarks about women. The previously signed brand partners inundated him with calls, demanding contract rescission and compensation. Do not be overly anxious. We will manage the public relations aspect. The entire public relations team of the company is diligently addressing the situation surrounding Yuewan. First, we will refute the rumors regarding the tampering of chat records. Secondly, we will expose the malicious intent behind the accusations that a prominent fan's lesser-known account is following other male celebrities to instigate slander. 2 waves of statements will be issued. Some of Yuewan's most devoted fans began to defend him, citing examples such as reading fan letters at his birthday celebration and providing financial support to underprivileged students. However, it was not long before the whistleblowing fan released recordings to vindicate their claims, which included a voice message from Yuewan. Jiang Xueyan also took to Weibo, sharing a screenshot of the manuscript for her creation counterattack and the chat records of presenting it as a birthday gift to Yuewan. The evidence of the derogatory remarks against women is irrefutable. The fans' assertions are equally substantiated. Yuewan rose to fame by appropriating another song, only to turn around and betray Jiang Xueyan, an act that is undeniably treacherous. The public relations statement has become mere scrap paper, as the brand has officially announced the termination of their collaboration. Yu Weiwan has collapsed, utterly and completely desolate. All the funds in his bank accounts have been frozen by the company as compensation for the brand's breach of contract. In the lounge, Yu Weiwan stared blankly at the Weibo post issued by Jiang Xueyan. She truly did it. She had always been obsequious by his side, seemingly devoid of temper. Ever since the last incident, it was as if she had transformed into a different person, disregarding their past connection and solely intent on his ruin. It was akin to losing control over something once molded in his hands, and it had bitten him fiercely in return. Yu Weiwan, consumed by rage, distorted his face and swept everything off the vanity onto the ground, producing a cacophony of terrifying sounds. Wretched woman. Despicable creature. I will make you pay. Chapter 22. Am I someone who loves eating pastries? Feng Jia, where are the people I asked you to arrange before? Jiang Xueyan is most concerned about her parents. Su Feng remained silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Yu Weiwan, in a fit of anger, was oblivious to any irregularities. Sister Feng, you are my only hope at this moment. I still have 200,000 in my account. I must ensure this matter is resolved properly. In the conference room of Xinhua Company, two imposing officers stood before Su Feng. The voice of Yu Weiwan emanated from the receiver, and Su Feng's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. Hiring a hitman, irrefutable evidence. What initially pertained only to illicit transactions had now escalated into a criminal case. Su Feng was taken away for interrogation, while Yu Weiwan was apprehended. Was there truly an involvement in a criminal case? It's merely a collapse. Surely this individual does not intend to step into the sewing machine. The sole genuine source of entertainment gossip, Jiang Xueyan, has taken notice. Reflecting on the posts from her previous account, there are unsettling implications of illicit activities. Could it be that Jiang Xueyan was sold by Yu Weiwan? Thus, he has been subjected to constant scorn. The affection for Jiang Xueyan is palpable. Had I been in her position, my mental state would have been even more tumultuous given the company and colleagues she endures. Xiaoyu's revelation of the scandal involving the higher-ups at Chengliang has caused a significant decline in stock prices. At this very moment, the most anxious individual is the director of Show 101, Qin Gang. The successive troubles faced by Lin Lidong, Xiaoyu, and Yu Weiwan clearly indicate the presence of a powerful force orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Qin Gang is alarmed. What formidable entity has Jiang Xueyan allied herself with? Is it the esteemed actor Lu? No, such a decisive course of action does not align with Lu Zheng's character. Qin Gang sensed the precariousness of the situation and hastily distanced himself from Yu Weiwan. As for Jiang Xueyan, there appeared to be a student among her acquaintances with whom she shared a relatively amicable relationship, a potential asset to exploit. With the plummeting stock price of Xinhua, the leading partners, witnessing Su Feng's arrest, feared being implicated and sought to swiftly divest from the perilous liability that Xinhua had become, retreating abroad to evade scrutiny. This circumstance presented an opportunity for Ji Lin. How much? Jiang Xueyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, a few melons could cause Xiaoyu to evaporate 600 million. In the future, if I take a liking to any company, I shall inquire into the private proclivities of its leadership. Perhaps sensing Jiang Xueyan's thoughts, Ji Lin added. This time, we had the perfect timing and circumstances coinciding with the national rectification. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so effortless. Implicitly, he suggested that such a colossal opportunity might not arise again. Jiang Xueyan's eyes brimmed with regret, yet she understood the importance of temperance. As Rong Heng entered the vehicle, Jiang Xueyan prudently closed her mouth, stealing a glance at the expression of the lightly offended party. He appeared, surprisingly unperturbed. Last time, when he had been touched inappropriately, he had not reacted with anger either. His temperament was rather accommodating. Rong, if Xiaoyu becomes the leader, would you allow me to take on the role of general manager? What do you think? She possesses no innate talent for business. Professional matters ought to be handled by professionals. If she could secure a wealthy benefactor to provide financial backing, there would be no fear of a broken cash flow or the company falling into bankruptcy under her management. Song Rang is the unfortunate soul chosen by Jiang Xueyan. You merely need to oversee from behind the scenes while I pursue endorsements to generate profit. How does that sound? Jiang Xueyan, am I someone who truly loves to indulge in pastries? Rong Heng cast a casual glance at her, his deep-set eyes glimmering with playful mockery. There is nothing more awkward than having one's grand illusions dismantled by the very person they concern. Jiang Xueyan deftly shifted the conversation. Mr. Rong, we are so close now. Why do you still address me by my full name?
It truly saddens me.
Her tone was laced with a melancholic yearning, her tearful gaze seemingly accusing him of being a heartless scoundrel. In the front row, Ji Lin rubbed his forehead. Miss Jiang is at it again. Such a thespian. Performing her drama at will. Unfazed, Rong Heng maintained his composure, his voice low and alluring. Then what would you prefer me to call you? The darling sweetheart, my beloved. All of these endearing terms escape her lips in a sweet, delicate manner, sending shivers down Ji Lin's spine. Through the rear-view mirror, Ji Lin observes Rong Heng's expression. Secretly amused, coaxing Rong Heng to utter such words is more challenging than taking his life. Would the esteemed president truly resort to such overly sentimental appellations? Ji Lin maintained a facade of calmness, yet was secretly prepared with his phone to record. In the spacious back seat, Jiang Xueyan met Rong Heng's gaze with a smile, their eyes locking in a shadowy exchange. In the next moment, she found herself lifted effortlessly by the man, settling onto his thigh. Her upper body nearly sprawled against his chest. The muscles in his legs were solid and powerful, the thin fabric of his clothing unable to conceal the astonishing heat radiating from him. A crisp, alluring fragrance enveloped Jiang Xueyan as it filled her senses, causing her to stiffen for a brief moment. The man's low voice resonated above her, sounding like a warning yet tinged with seduction. Not behaving? Are you not afraid of punishment? I initially thought that this would temper her behavior. However, unexpectedly, after uttering these words, the woman in my arms suddenly brightened her eyes. Is it true? Jiang Xueyan was inherently beautiful, with clear, shimmering eyes that sparkled like water, and her luscious red lips were full and resplendent. The delicate blush at the tips of her ears crept towards the corners of her eyes, resembling an enchanting little temptress. Rong Heng's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to contain the rising heat within him, his voice cold as he commanded, "Get down."
No.
It was he who had her seated on his lap, and it was also he who wished her to dismount. Did he truly have to sacrifice his own dignity simply because he said so? Do you truly believe that I would refrain from taking action against you? Rong Heng's eyes were dark and deep, concealing a tumultuous undercurrent beneath the surface. His gaze burned intensely, almost tangible, causing Jiang Xueyan's face to inexplicably flush. Not backing down. Rong Heng smirked, displaying a certain audacity. With a sharp sound, Jiang Xueyan's watery eyes instantly turned crimson, brimming with tears, an ache coursing through her. The man chuckled softly. He had exerted no force, yet still patted her back in a comforting gesture. I've agreed to handle the company's matters. Ji Lin was left dumbfounded, witnessing Jiang Xueyan's feigned tears, while Rong Heng eagerly stepped in to take over her heart's desire. It was only a matter of time before Jiang Xueyan climbed atop Rong Zhong's head, wielding power, leaving him anxious for her safety. Your uncle dotes on you. Jiang Xueyan's phone rang. It was Lin Qingqing. Hello, Qingjie. What did you say? Her voice cracked slightly, catching Rong Heng's attention. All right, I'll be there shortly. Which police station? Chapter 23. The 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, each strike resonating. Upon her arrival, Lin Qingqing was already inside. Just cooperate with the police for the statement. It shouldn't take long. Qingjie, I want to see him. Jiang Xueyan clenched her teeth, only learning in the car that Yu Weilan had been arrested for attempted murder for hire. How deeply must Yu Weilan loathe her to concoct such a vile scheme? She had previously worried about Yu Weilan causing trouble, hence asking Qingjie to arrange for someone to watch over her. Qingjie's contacts discovered another group lurking near the Jiang residence. Upon inquiry, it was revealed they were indeed hired by Yu Weilan. The police apprehended Yu Weilan during a conversation with Su Feng. Now, the chain of evidence was complete, leading to the arrest of Su Feng and Yu Weilan for attempted murder for hire. The thought sent a shiver down Jiang Xueyan's spine. Had she been a tad careless, the consequences would have been dire. Thanks to her connection with Rong Heng, she soon found herself face-to-face with the disheveled Yu Weilan, who appeared somewhat defeated. Seated across from him at a table, Jiang Xueyan met his gaze, which was filled with disdain and loathing. Your backer is truly remarkable, he scoffed. Jiang Xueyan regarded the handcuffed Yu Weilan with a hint of mischief. With a swift motion, she struck him. The sound echoed sharply as his face turned away from the blow. You hit me, he exclaimed. Jiang Xueyan raised an eyebrow, her irritation palpable. I simply wanted to. Yu Weilan turned to the police officer present, exclaiming, she hit me. The officers, feigning ignorance, remained steadfastly focused on the wall. Her strikes, fierce and unrestrained, soon left Yu Weilan looking like a bruised mess. From beneath swollen eyelids, he glared at her. Jiang Xueyan, weren't you always infatuated with me? You used to follow my every command like a lovesick puppy. What have I done to deserve this? The company forced me to sleep with an old man. I had no choice. I'm exhausted, Jiang Xueyan said, leaning back in her chair, coldly observing his desperate pleas. What brings the most regret? Accusations? No. It's the sense of loss. She leaned closer, her beautiful face magnifying in Yu Weilan's view. Do you know? I used to adore you. I once considered retreating into the shadows to write songs for you if you remained mediocre in the industry. I bought XINU, and Lin Qingqing is my agent. Had you not colluded with them against me, I would have utilized all my resources to elevate you. Don't underestimate it. Even a small domestic boy band would be within reach, let alone a top-tier Asian group. Yu Weilan, all of this was within your grasp. Yet, I never imagined your hatred could run so deep, even threatening my parents. I am profoundly disappointed in you. The pain in Yu Weilan's cheeks faded as Jiang Xueyan's words pierced his heart. He longed for fame, dreaming of being celebrated across the land. Had Jiang Xueyan been willing to persuade her influential backer to support him, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Xueyan, I realize my mistakes. It's all Su Feng and the company's coercion. They threatened to shelve me if I resisted. I had no choice. He pleaded, his tone dropping to a whisper, humility seeping through. I've always liked you. I never intended to harm you or your parents. Xueyan, could you let your backer help me? I know I've erred. Jiang Xueyan observed his pitiful demeanor with a cold smirk. He had taken the bait. Leaning closer, she looked at him with a hint of resignation. Weilan, there are no second chances in life. You've broken the law, no one can assist you. If you must place blame, direct it at the company. Yu Weilan watched helplessly as Jiang Xueyan's silhouette faded from view, cradling his head as tears streamed down his swollen face. He bore no grudge against Jiang Xueyan, at most. It was jealousy, never reaching a fatal level. All of this was Su Feng's manipulation, instilling hatred for Jiang Xueyan within him. It was her fault, the wretched woman. Yu Weilan could never hold himself accountable. In his mind, he was blameless, a victim of circumstance. Jiang Xueyan stepped outside, feeling nauseated at the thought of lingering any longer. She would ensure that the pure and innocent Yu Weilan was well taken care of. With just 14 days until the first public performance, Jiang Xueyan ranked first in popularity among the trainees on Weibo, successfully securing a commercial shooting opportunity. Alongside her were Pei Jie and another Korean girl. As she arrived, the production vehicle was just departing. Through the car window, she caught a glimpse of two figures in the back seat. Due to the confidentiality agreement with the advertisers, there were no accompanying staff during this outdoor shoot. Jiang Xueyan pulled out her phone. Hello, director. I've been left at the entrance. The wind is quite strong here. I'd like to post something on Weibo to cool off. The director, having pulled an all-nighter reviewing footage, was caught off guard by her request. Jiang Xueyan, don't act impulsively. I'll send someone right away. Half an hour later, Jiang Xueyan arrived promptly at the ad shoot. The person in charge from the advertising side was fuming but ceased his tirade upon her arrival. However, his demeanor towards her was far from warm. They were shooting a gum commercial. The person assigned to Jiang Xueyan's group was known for a short temper and offered no words of encouragement, merely instructing her to memorize her lines. She glanced at her script and noted the enthusiastic crew surrounding Pei Jie, realizing she was once again being treated as expendable. When filming began, the criticism commenced. Whether it was berating Jiang Xueyan for her positioning or personal attacks, the surrounding crew turned a blind eye. Given the presence of cameras, any display of displeasure or anger from Jiang Xueyan would be captured, potentially used against her. Typical artists would silently endure such injustices, but not Jiang Xueyan. She pulled out her phone, capturing footage of the crew member berating her. Caught an exceptionally arrogant photographer. How thrilling. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xueyan's actions caught him off guard, and he quickly donned a mask, warning, I advise you not to post that. Otherwise, I'll sue for invasion of privacy. Having worked in the industry for 10 years, he had never encountered such an uncooperative artist. I'm done filming. Chapter 24. The Pure Hatred Warriors. March forward. The man discarded his equipment and left the shoot. Green Tip, a major company, was not something Jiang Xueyan, a mere trainee, could boldly confront. In less than 30 minutes, the production was halted, leaving the onlookers shaking their heads, lamenting the squandered opportunity they had fought to secure. The advertising manager quickly noticed the commotion and rushed over. After listening, she scrutinized Jiang Xueyan from head to toe. If you don't want to shoot, we can find someone else. We certainly aren't short of you. It was merely an advertisement. And Jiang Xueyan genuinely didn't care much at this point. The manager thought that threatening to replace her would intimidate her, but little did she know. Jiang stood there with an air of nonchalance. Are you sure you want to replace me? The onlookers turned their gazes toward Jiang Xueyan, their eyes filled with mockery and sarcasm. Suddenly, a bombshell revelation emerged on Weibo. A rumor circulated that a certain contestant from a talent show had been kicked out of a commercial shoot. Online personas were solidly constructed, yet they proved utterly inadequate in the face of genuine capital. A contestant? I can only think of Jiang Xueyan. It must be her. Her Weibo was buzzing last week, making her eligible for advertisements. Did she really get kicked out? What was the reason? I suspect Jiang Xueyan has overmarketed herself, and people find her repulsive, establishing a genuine star persona, but in reality, she lacks decorum and manners. Most of Jiang Xueyan's fanbase consisted of casual followers who had never encountered such widespread criticism. Even her fan forums were being overrun. Some seasoned fans began organizing a counter-campaign against the negativity. Until now, Jiang Xueyan had been fighting alone. But now they decided to unite to protect her. Indeed, Jiang Xueyan was the most innocent party in this situation. They couldn't fathom why there was such hostility directed at her. Back off, sisters. Let me handle this. The fervent defenders of Jiang Xueyan, like seasoned warriors, unleashed their wrath upon the naysayers. Jiang Xueyan herself was rather eccentric, and her fans were even more so. It was as if they had been injected with adrenaline, fervently promoting Jiang Xueyan on trending topics. Typically, fans would share posters, motivational quotes, and recommendations for new works, but Jiang Xueyan's fans were different. They showcased her memes and compilation videos. Standing tall, she gives the world the finger. Do you think the world revolves around you, expecting deference at every turn? The pure haters are here, and everyone else is trash. This group was utterly captivating. Their speed in typing was remarkable, and their insults were fierce. The trolls and haters stood no chance against Jiang Xueyan's fan legion. Some even found themselves joining the ranks of her supporters mid-argument. Jiang Xueyan's quotes are truly effective. My back no longer aches, my legs feel invigorated, and I am completely refreshed. Fighting late into the night is exhilarating. Don't forget to support our Snow Yen. Let's elevate her to prominence and see who dares to bully her. Alright, the pure haters are back for another round. Let's march forth. Jiang Xueyan's fans grew increasingly united, their numbers swelling, and the fan forum became more active than ever. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueyan was in a sunlit room practicing dance with Wen Yumuo. She ran through the choreography for Crazy and Frenzy. Wen Yumuo raised an eyebrow. Did you write both of these songs? Indeed. When Yumuo cleared her throat, her expression somewhat awkward, her voice barely above a whisper, write one for me too. Huh. Jiang Xueyan genuinely didn't hear her. When Yumuo's words were too faint. I said, write one for me too. When Yumuo decided to be forthright, dropping the pretense and directly asking Jiang Xueyan, fully aware of her notoriously bad temper. How much do you want? Name your price. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueyan perked up, extending 5 fingers. 5 million? Fine, I'll need it next month. Will that work? Yes, that's fine. In truth, she had aimed for 500,000. Earning a net profit of 450,000 made Jiang Xueyan beam with delight, even smiling through the corrections she received for her dance moves. This amused Wen Yumuo greatly. After finishing their practice, Jiang Xueyan received a call from Lin Qingqing. Did you offend someone in the camp?
Well,
I probably have a few enemies, Jiang Xueyan replied nonchalantly. I suspect that your advertisement was sabotaged. Someone may be working behind the scenes. The camp is a joint venture with Korea, and many investors are from influential families. Be cautious not to be undermined, Lin warned. For a chance at debut, they will tear each other apart. Jiang Xueyan nodded. Understood. I will be careful. Gaoyu was a prime example. Thankfully, she had only fallen ill and was recovering. Had those two Koreans pushed any further, they could have jeopardized Gaoyu's entire career. Initially, Jiang Xueyan thought Pei Zhir would not intervene. But given the advertiser's poor attitude towards her, she couldn't help but suspect Pei was involved. Jiang Xueyan pulled out a small notebook and silently jotted down her thoughts. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the first performance rehearsal. Jiang Xueyan's group and Gaoyu's had been shrouded in mystery from songwriting to rehearsal, garnering both curiosity and skepticism. Finally, when they showcased their choreography on stage, all the staff members watching were left astounded. Is the quality of this song truly something that can be written in just 3 days? The choreography is extraordinary. How can it be so synchronized and dynamic? Some staff members, upon witnessing the performance, quickly slipped away to the restroom to spread the word. Backstage, upon receiving the news, Choi Ji-won was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Jiang Xueyan and Gaoyu's group seem promising. We cannot allow them to outshine us during tomorrow's performance. What should we do? Poison them? No, we've already used that tactic before. Should we approach Pei Jier? Choi Ji-won halted her. No, we must use Pei Jier sparingly. We need a backup plan. She lowered her voice and conspired with Jiang Xueyan. That evening, after rehearsal, Jiang Xueyan and some members of Gao Yu's team were cornered at their dormitory door. We need to talk. The two Huagua girls were taken to a small room devoid of cameras, exchanging nervous glances that spoke volumes. Chapter 25. Who the hell provoked this living ancestor? I've done my research on you. You hail from an obscure company with no significant background. I offer you two choices. Either you underperform on stage tomorrow, and I'll pay you each 1 million, or the threat was blatant and unapologetic. The girls' faces turned pale, clearly intimidated. Be smart and accept the money. After a few moments of hesitation, they ultimately agreed. Choi Ji-won was pleased with their compliance, transferring 100,000 into each of their accounts on the spot. Sister Xueyan, you were spot on. They really approached us, offering us 1 million each. Goodness, I've never seen so much money in my life. Jiang Xueyan finally took a moment to check the group chat. I worked hard to write a song for 500,000, yet they think they can earn 1 million just by sabotaging a performance? The duck neck in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. They were still discussing how to handle the 20,000. Jiang Xueyan quietly typed, "Keep it for yourselves." By the way, do we have any evidence recorded? The Huagua girls had learned well from Jiang Xueyan. They had discreetly pressed the recording button while being cornered. The audio was sent to the group chat, and Jiang Xueyan saved it. 2 hours before the performance the next day, the production team released all the song information for the upcoming show. The most attention-grabbing was, of course, Jiang Xueyan and Gao Yu's group. Weibo had already begun to generate buzz, and major voting platforms started polling for the best song of the performance. The names of Jiang Xueyan and Gao Yu's songs are quite peculiar. One is called Crazy, and the other Frenzy. I've never heard these songs. Are they truly original? Written in just 3 days? How can such hastily produced songs compete with Pei Jier? Korean contestants are simply on another level in this talent show. I hope their performance isn't a complete disaster. That would be utterly humiliating. Has the one singing Doom forgotten how many times they've been proven wrong before? Meanwhile, in the backstage makeup room, all the girls were waiting for their styling. As the other teams were gradually completing their makeup and preparing to familiarize themselves with the backstage process, Jiang Xueyan's group had yet to begin. It was undoubtedly the two South Koreans causing the delay. If they continued to linger, they would surely run out of time, and the contestants' mental states would be adversely affected. What could Xueyan do? The makeup artist persistently claimed to be busy, while the younger girls were eager to take matters into their own hands. Jiang Xueyan tapped her finger on the table, conceiving a clever plan, her lips curling into a sly smile. The director, overwhelmed with work, scratched his head upon receiving a call. Who had dared to provoke this livewire? Following a call from the director's team, the previously delayed makeup artists hastily completed their tasks. The younger girls felt guilty, exclaiming how busy they were but promising to make them look stunning. Jiang Xueyan's smile held a hint of mischief as she warned, if it turns out poorly, I might just have to file a complaint. The makeup artist's smile faltered momentarily. Would Jiang Xueyan resort to posting about this on Weibo to avoid blame? It was certainly within her character. Rest assured, we will make you look beautiful, the artist replied, albeit with a stiff smile. Once the makeup was completed, the contestants arrived backstage, with less than 30 minutes until the official performance. Upon their timely arrival, Choi Ji-won scoffed. Jiang Xueyan's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Choi Ji-won and Song Xia. As she passed by them with a bottle of mineral water, the bottle inexplicably burst, dousing the two from head to toe. The smoky eye makeup around their eyes ran down their faces. Choi Ji-won, unable to suppress her temper, screamed, "You little brat." Jiang Xueyan feigned panic, tears welling in her eyes as she stammered, "I'm so sorry. I don't know why it broke." Her red-rimmed eyes appeared innocent, evoking sympathy. The cameras captured this scene perfectly. Did Choi Ji-won just curse? She looked terrifying. It scared me. Wouldn't you be angry if someone ruined your hour-long makeup session? But Jiang Xueyan didn't do it on purpose. The camera clearly showed the bottle breaking on its own. If anyone's to blame, it's just Choi Ji-won's bad luck. What kind of fans does Jiang Xueyan have? Cultists? Their ability to twist the truth is top-notch. What else could they expect? Should Jiang Xueyan bow down to her? With the performance imminent and her makeup ruined, Choi Ji-won glared at Jiang Xueyan, filled with fury. You did this on purpose. I won't let you get away with it. Jiang Xueyan, resembling a frightened little rabbit, looked up with her reddened eyes. I truly didn't mean to, Choi. She appeared on the verge of tears. Although aware that Jiang Xueyan was not typically so delicate, the sight of such an enchanting beauty in distress was hard to bear. In the financial center of the metropolis, a man's phone displayed a live broadcast, capturing the moment Jiang Xueyan tearfully apologized. Rong Heng hesitated, then called Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing, who hadn't received a call from him in ages, was bewildered. After watching for so long, there must be a reason Jiang Xueyan spilled her water. I'll take a side. Oh no, Xueyan, don't cry. The pure-hearted warrior will retaliate, and soon she'll take the stage by storm. Oh my god, this is just a misunderstanding. What did our Xueyan do to deserve such fury? Choi Jiwan, you must apologize to Xueyan right now. Insanity, pure insanity. Jiang Xueyan's fans have gone mad. In front of the camera, Jiang Xueyan dutifully offered a tissue, appearing sincerely apologetic, yet when the camera was off, she discreetly extended her middle finger at Choi Jiwan and Song Xuya. The two vile characters felt like rats in a gutter, exposed and ashamed. Choi Jiwan, seething with rage, wished to tear Jiang Xueyan apart for such humiliation. Song Xuya, though equally agitated, retained her composure, reminding Choi Jiwan of the live broadcast. With the commotion escalating, her golden hair, styled into two braids, fell flamboyantly at her sides, her makeup striking yet playful. As if commanding attention the moment she arrived, the room fell silent. Hurry and change your outfits and makeup. Let the director's team rearrange the performance order. Pei Zhi'er did not even glance at Jiang Xueyan as she directed Choi Jiwan to leave. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Xueyan was escorted to the back row. Well done. That was exhilarating, Xueyan. The girls whispered, but Gaoyu reminded them to be quiet, as they were still live-streaming. If Choi Jiwan's methods were underhanded, Jiang Xueyan's were undeniably bold. You think you can bully me on camera? In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Xueyan and Pei Zhi'er locked eyes from across the room, an unspoken tension lingering between them. Jiang Xueyan smiled slightly, but the warmth did not reach her eyes as she averted her gaze. She had done her research. Pei Zhi'er was the daughter of a top Korean conglomerate. For now, she wished to avoid trouble with Rong Heng, knowing that in time, she too would grow and wield power over her own fate. Despite her resolution, the frustrations endured during the advertisement shoot lingered. Jiang Xueyan lifted her skirt and stepped outside. Where are you going? The show is about to start. Just getting some fresh air. In the first-floor restroom, as the performance drew near, Pei Zhi'er stood before the mirror touching up her makeup. Just as she capped her lipstick, she caught sight of a giant teddy bear glaring at her from behind in the reflection. Is there a problem? Pei Zhi'er questioned, puzzled by the peculiar outfit of the staff member. She hadn't heard of any performances featuring a dancing teddy bear. Before she could finish her sentence, the teddy bear charged at her. Siba, Zalala, a nonsensical shout. Pei Zhi'er panicked, momentarily forgetting how to react. The bear's fists were thick and heavy. After several hits, she fell to the ground, clutching her head and screaming. The spots where she had been struck throbbed painfully as she scrambled to her feet and rushed out. The corridor was eerily empty. A staff member, surprised by her frantic expression, asked, "Did you see anyone leave the restroom just now?" The staff member shook their head. "No." "Is something wrong?" Pei Zhi'er's face paled. There were no cameras near the restroom, and it seemed the bear would remain elusive. After adjusting her outfit, she entered the studio, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Jiang Xueyan's position. Jiang Xueyan was donned in an elaborate stage dress, playfully interacting with those nearby. Her limited Korean made it unlikely she could have changed so quickly. If it wasn't Jiang Xueyan, who else could it be? A fan? Pei Zhi'er diverted her gaze, lost in thought, as the emotions surrounding her first performance became muddled by two unexpected incidents. The first performance officially commenced. The makeup appeared fine at first glance, but under the glaring spotlight, the caked foundation around their noses was glaringly obvious. The two were utterly furious, wishing they could peel Jiang Xueyan's skin off right there. They could only console themselves with the thought that Jiang Xueyan was basking in her glory, but they were certain her team had already been bribed. Just the thought of the two Chinese contestants embarrassing themselves during the live broadcast brought a smile to Choi Jiwan's face. The host, dressed splendidly, introduced the judges and the event's flow. As the camera swept across the room, Jiang Xueyan spotted a fan sign illuminating her name. According to the draw order, she and Gaoyu's group would be the last to perform. They leisurely observed the formal performances of the earlier groups, particularly noting the remarkable progress of several participants from their class. Is this a celestial duel? They are already dancing to Winyuma's drowning. It's utterly captivating. Far better than the adjacent group. Why choose at all? Each of them dances exceptionally well. Compared to the Korean girls, our contestants seem to lack a certain flair. Crucially, there are hardly any Chinese contestants who stand out. They either play background roles or participate in group performances, making it nearly impossible to shine. I am genuinely concerned about Jiang Xueyan and her original piece. How can it compete with these popular songs? The competition is incredibly unfair. As the halfway mark approached, Xueyu led her team in performance. Their chosen piece was a sweet, upbeat song that had recently gained popularity in the country. Xueyu, please excel. I remained in their practice room's live stream, feeling reassured by their stability. As the familiar melody began, Xueyu performed admirably, her pitch and expressions perfectly in sync. However, backstage, Jiang Xueyan noticed someone on stage slacking off and narrowed her eyes. The other contestants also took note, whispering among themselves. What on earth is Huey doing? Is she really colliding with Xueyu? Unbelievable. We were counting on you to turn the tide, and instead, you've dropped the ball. I'm not watching anymore. It's too disheartening. I might as well support the Korean girls. At least they have the skills. The domestic scene is hopeless. I fail to understand why we are collaborating, isn't that just inviting ridicule upon ourselves? On stage, she was knocked to the side by a teammate. Her face pale with shock, clearly unprepared for Hiyue's sudden proximity. In her panic, her remaining teammates also faltered. As the music concluded, the audience murmured in disappointment, some even resorting to harsh criticism. Xueyu burst into tears, a month of hard work ruined by a mere collision.
Why?
Why did this happen? Hiyue bit her lip, remaining silent. When Yuma was as sharp as ever, while the two Korean mentors shook their heads in utter disappointment. Wu Jie stepped in to mediate, advising them not to be overly anxious and to learn from this experience. The other girls wept. There would be no next time, as elimination would follow the performance. Due to Hiyue's blunder, those ranked lower would surely become stepping stones for their exit. Their group, anticipated as the first of the all-Chinese team, had suffered a significant mishap. Afterwards, Xueyu was left in a daze, her tears dried, leaving traces on her face. Cui Jiwan did not hide her smirk, casting venomous glances towards Jiang Xueyan. The next to perform was Pei Zhi's group, and the remaining three teams prepared. After some time adjustments, Pei Zhi had managed to calm her nerves. She would not allow the previous incident of Jiang Xueyan stealing first place to repeat itself. Throughout the month, they had practiced tirelessly, never allowing themselves to slacken. Pei Zhi's group had drawn a song from last year's popular K-pop group, which had taken Korea by storm upon its release. Following the Chinese team's performance, they had the perfect timing and setting. As expected, Pei Zhi ignited the audience's enthusiasm with her performance. Pei Zhi is incredible, a natural blonde idol. This cover and stage are absolutely phenomenal. Who else can compare? I've said it before, watching girl groups is best done with Korean ones. The domestic scene simply doesn't measure up. Please don't let all the debut spots go to the Korean girls. After Pei Zhi, the teams of Cui Jiwan and Song Shea performed as well. Following the brilliance of Pei Zhi, their performance was decent, but not particularly striking. The most criticized aspect was the makeup of Cui Jiwan and Song Shea. While their fellow teammates sported elegant matte finishes, they appeared as if they had emerged from an oil vat, shiny and uneven. Even fans who initially liked them began to lose patience. Next, Gaoyu's group was invited to present their original piece, Madness. Did Jiang Xueyan write this in 3 days? Haha, I'm ready to see the joke unfold. To be precise, it was 1.5 days. Ugh, I don't want to watch. I'm already exhausted. Chapter 27. Mother asked why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. The naysayers hadn't even exited the live stream yet. Wait, why does this sound somewhat pleasant? As the lights dimmed, the girls appeared in bright yellow skirts, radiating vitality, with conspicuous little dolls swaying at their hips in rhythm with their movements. The lyrics and music were simple, but the catchy chorus was infectious, making it easy to sing along after just one listen. The sisters moved sharply and gracefully on stage, showcasing impressive visual appeal. The rotation allowed each contestant a moment to shine on the big screen. Gaoyu's thick black hair was styled into a bun, with wavy strands framing her face, adding an adorable touch to her dance. During the repetitive parts, the contestants faced sideways, swaying their little dolls in time with the music. All attention was drawn to the dolls, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed that each doll was a miniature version of the contestants themselves. What a thoughtful detail. I see so many sisters in this dance. Gaoyu is so cute. With such a good song, Jiang Xueyan gave it to Gaoyu's group? Now I'm curious about her group's performance. Oh no, I can't get the image of 8 sisters shaking their hips out of my head. So catchy, so enjoyable. I love it. This stage is incredibly creative. Although the dance isn't complex, it's genuinely joyful and infectious. Where are the haters? Why aren't they speaking up? After the entire performance, there was no sign of anyone from the opposing team causing trouble on stage, leaving Cui Zhuan visibly green with envy. Those detestable Chinese. She had been outsmarted. Gao Yu's group delivered an exceptionally high-quality performance, their sweet style sweeping through the audience, who erupted in cheers, clearly uplifted by it. Wu Jia at the judging panel could hardly contain his delight, eagerly picking up the microphone to express his approval. Wen Yuma, while not grinning as broadly as Wu Jia, had an expression that was markedly improved from before. This group's performance exceeded all expectations, prompting Korean mentor Park Hyun-ya to purse her lips. While there was little room for critique in terms of lyrics and music, she hoped to see more complexity in their choreography next time. As Park Hyun-ya spoke,
When Yuma shot her a glance.
simple choreography? For a song like this, overly intricate dance moves would be superfluous. As a veteran of over 10 years, Park Hyun-ya surely understood this. Her remarks seemed like an attempt to nitpick, trying to defend the Korean teams. When Yuma smirked disdainfully, if Jiang Xueyan's group were to perform, she would like to see what points Park could raise. As Gao Yu exited the stage, she saw Jiang Xueyan's group waiting backstage, rallying to cheer them on. They must dazzle the audience, showcasing their strength to those who underestimated the Chinese team. This was Jiang Xueyan's second public performance, and unlike her previous mindset of fighting to the death in the survival show, she now surveyed her teammates, who were encouraging one another. There were no hidden agendas, no competition for the spotlight. They shared a common goal, their eyes filled with a thirst for victory. On the top floor of the Rong residence, Rong Heng postponed an online meeting, the tablet displaying Jiang Xueyan's personal live stream. Switching to a different account, she found that it too had been banned. Damn it. Couldn't they refrain from trolling? She had run out of accounts. Oh, woe is me. She had simply sought to be left in peace. The large screen displayed the title of the opening song, Mad, followed by an intense drumbeat. Jiang Xueyan appeared center stage, clad in a silver and gold halter top, with an open back revealing exotic tattoos on her fair skin. Today's makeup was a stark contrast to her usual fresh appearance. With bold eyeliner, dark lipstick, and a rebellious gaze, the opening lines exude an air of cool confidence. Is that Jiang Xueyan? Oh my, that killer gaze is insane. Jiang Xueyan, please face me with your shy yet yearning demeanor. Not only Jiang Xueyan, but the entire group dons sleek black ensembles adorned with metallic accessories. A stark contrast to the glamorous styles of previous groups. Their icy stares and commanding presence evoke a captivating androgyny. The choreography brims with bold innovation, each member showcasing a distinctive style. Red lips and black hair dance freely to the pulsating beat at center stage, radiating a wild, liberating atmosphere that captivates the audience. During the song's climax, the group performs in unison, their movements a perfect blend of sensuality and fierce coolness, mesmerizing all. Engrossed in work and studies, they seldom have the opportunity to express themselves so exuberantly. Jiang Xueyan's stage presence unearths the deepest suppressed restlessness, igniting a desire to dance unrestrained to the music. As the performance concludes, the audience remains immersed in the electrifying music, craving more. Oh no, so sexy and cool, I might be falling for them. You all should debut. My wallet says it's ready. Mom asks why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. Jiang Xueyan is so impressive. I'm completely smitten. Heartfelt admiration for such a remarkable talent hidden until now. Jiang Xueyan truly deserves this. Once a pure-hearted warrior. Now I'm an avid fan of Jiang Xueyan. Wu Jia had never heard the complete version before, so as the performance concludes, the camera captures his enraptured expression. Lost in the moment. It's enchanting. This song possesses an undeniable attitude. Was already extraordinary, but I never expected the existence of crazy. It showcases the standards and prowess of the younger generation. In terms of songwriting, I have a friend who wishes to collaborate with you. Wu Jia gazes at Jiang Xueyan with admiration, openly expressing his appreciation. Oh my god, I have a friend. Who wouldn't love such an outstanding creator? Jiang Xueyan's song not only features impressive lyrics and composition but also boasts remarkable choreography with high-difficulty moves and seamless stage transitions. A true display of skill that is astonishing. Even those who are often critical of her find no fault. Park Hyun-ya's expressions fluctuate, and her compliments seem too hot to voice. However, having received payment, she cannot be entirely negative. She must search for flaws in the other contestants instead. Unfortunately, their rehearsals were too flawless. Park Hyenya offered a few lukewarm comments, her demeanor contrasting sharply with the jubilant Wu Jie beside her. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but it seems like Park Hyenya doesn't particularly favor the Huagua team. Her critique of Gao Yu's group felt a bit off. Isn't at the fans of Jiang Xueyan who are being unreasonable? Park Hyenya praised her during the initial stage performance. Does the whole world have it out for Jiang Xueyan? I'm done. Stop with the conspiracy theories. This ISNTA survival show. Chapter 28. Who is it? A pig-like whale escapes. After all 10 groups have performed, the top 5 teams, totaling 40 individuals, advance to the next round, while the bottom 5 teams face elimination, resulting in 20 contestants being cut based on their online rankings. All 80 contestants stand at center stage, awaiting the voting results in silence. Despite having performed flawlessly, Gao Yu still feels a flicker of anxiety. Compared to the debuting seniors from the Korean team, her group lacks popularity and heat. What if the audience has preconceived notions and dislikes their performance? Gao Yu frets, her face slick with nervous sweat. Jiang Xueyan notices her unease and squeezes Gao Yu's hand, reassuring her not to worry. Don't you believe in yourself, or in me? Who would boast so much? Gao Yu can't help but chuckle. The distraction seems to alleviate her anxiety. Their interaction, oblivious to the world around them, is captured by the live stream. I think I've stumbled upon something special. The cool tattooed sister paired with the sweet, adorable neighbor girl. Ah. The host receives the results and gazes around the room, slightly astonished. Wow, the outcome is truly shocking. The mentors also focus intently on the rankings, clearly intrigued. The quality of tonight's performance is simply exceptional. Aside from the errors from Xu Yu's group, the rest can be described as divine contests. Particularly, Pei Ji and the last 2 groups ignited the stage. The backstage director smiles with satisfaction as the live viewership continues to soar. In the dialogue mic, the host is urged not to keep the audience in suspense. Orange, receiving the cue, announces, "All right, I will now reveal the 5th place of this performance, which is 4th place. 3rd place goes to Pei Ji's group. 2nd place to Gao Yu's group. Let's South congratulate the 1st place, Jiang Xueyan's group, for their spectacular performance of Crazy, truly deserving of the top spot." What is going on? Pei Ji in 3rd place? My goddess Pei has such high overseas popularity. Not only has she never placed 1st, but she's now dropped to 3rd. Fans in China are bewildered. And viewers in Korea watching the live stream are equally disappointed, flooding social media with complaints and allegations of foul play. I don't understand what you're questioning. And Crazy are undoubtedly superior to Pei Ji's in terms of melody and stage presence. It's shameful for you Pei fans to admit that Jiang Xueyan is better. Anyone with eyes can see that this ranking is beyond reproach. A month ago, an obscure figure, now triumphantly outshining the popular Korean contestant Pei Ji on stage. It's well known that Huagua has always lagged behind Korea in the idol and survival show domain. Yet Jiang Xueyan, like a dark horse, delivered a resounding slap to the thriving Korean scene. The national discourse surrounding this dramatic contrast quickly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo. Even overseas platforms were inundated with fans from the camp. The discussions about Jiang Xueyan's Crazy, Gao Yu's, and Pei Ji's led to Crazy amassing over 100 million views on YouTube within a week. Following closely, garnered 80 million views, while reached a mere 40 million. On the performance stage, upon hearing the results, both Jiang Xueyan and Gao Yu's groups burst into tears, joyfully embracing one another. From the announcement of the performance tasks to now, 30 days have passed. They have not enjoyed a single full night of sleep, practicing tirelessly in the studio. Whenever fatigue struck, they would snatch a few moments of rest in the dance room. When hunger struck, they rushed to the cafeteria for a quick meal. They also faced provocations and ridicule from online trolls in the live stream. Under such immense pressure, they consumed more than ever, yet still lost a staggering 15 pounds. It has been exhausting. Even the toughest laborers endured such strain. Alas, they succeeded in their performance. All the pain, suffering, and effort culminated in a fulfilling reward. The audience erupted in applause, showering them with flowers and cheers. This joy is indescribable. They simply want to cry, to weep uncontrollably, embracing each other in a frenzy of tears. The entire stage echoes with their sobs. The honesty of these girls is striking. In their emotional outpouring, they completely disregard any semblance of composure captured on camera. The big screen displays their tear-streaked faces, each one uniquely unflattering. Haha, I can't stop laughing. I'm sorry, they look so ridiculous crying. I want to laugh so badly. Who is it that cried out like a pig, such a loud wail? As when Yuma observed the tightly embraced girls at the center of the stage, a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of her mouth. How fortunate it is to have comrades to fight alongside. The other judges were visibly moved by the scene, their eyes betraying a hint of nostalgia. In the dim light on the other side, Pei Jie, who had secured only third place, furrowed her brow, her teammates silent and trembling beside her. Pei Jie gazed at Jiang Xueyan, who was surrounded by admirers, her emotions a complex mix of envy and jealousy. The team led by Cui Ziyuan and Song Shuya had not made it into the top 5, facing elimination, and the expressions of the others were far from cheerful. Had I known the results would be like this, I would have chosen a different group. Her teammates looked aggrieved and furious. Cui Ziyuan wore a cold expression, secretly squeezing her teammate's flesh in a dark corner where the camera couldn't capture. Hey, Siba, do you understand the rules? Who do you think you are to teach me a lesson? The teammate winced in pain, unable to break free, tears welling in her eyes. Oh my. It seems Cui Ziyuan's group didn't make it to the top 5. I saw one of the girls crying terribly. That's the nature of talent shows. They are cruel and realistic. My heart aches. Xiyu seems to be crying too. Shuyu's group was truly outrageous. I can't forget Hiyue's mysterious positioning. As the rankings were finally announced, the host, as the focal point of the event, handed the microphone to Jiang Xueyan. Chapter 29. I am quite fierce.
So bear with me.
At this moment, having risen from the third to last position in the theme song evaluation to securing first place in the performance, do you have anything to say? Jiang Xueyan took the microphone and scanned her surroundings. What would a typical female idol say in such a setting? Thanking her fans. Expressing gratitude to her family? With a smile in her eyes, Jiang Xueyan appeared ready to deliver a speech, yet her words were surprising. I have quite the temper. So bear with me. When I'm in a bad mood, I like to randomly pick someone to target, without giving any gifts, just for fun.
So,
let us see if some rats in the gutter dare to stir up trouble again. What does she mean by having a temper? Isn't this just a kindergarten bus? I adore her defiant attitude. I'm a devoted fan now. Who is she referring to as the rats in the gutter? The audience erupted into applause at Jiang Xueyan's remarks. She was so impressive. What's wrong with having a bit of a temper? Her song at Lake Baikal had become a sensation among the middle-aged demographic. Her tracks Mad and Crazy dominated the trending charts. Such an exceptional songwriter deserved to be pampered. The success of the performance had left those who had doubted her pre-competition utterly speechless. Pei Jie had repeatedly lost to Jiang Xueyan. Soon, the overall rankings were revealed. Jiang Xueyan, unsurprisingly, claimed the top spot among all contestants, with Pei Jie close behind. Gao Yu moved up from 10th to 6th place. Notably, the performers from their respective groups had generally seen significant improvements in their rankings due to this performance. Regrettably, Xiyu, originally ranked 9th, had dropped to 17th. 15th and 16th were occupied by Cui Ziyuan and Song Shuya, whose ranks had also slipped. Many from Xiyu's team fell beyond the 60th position and faced elimination. Jiang Xueyan noticed Xiyu sobbing alone at the stairway, her demeanor far from well. Though they were not close, Jiang Xueyan hesitated and chose not to approach her. With the performance concluded, the contestants were granted a 5-day break. It was perhaps better for them not to be around, as they would not meet again. Gao Yu requested a change of dormitory and planned to move into a larger room with 14 beds, filled with familiar faces. The younger girls in the original dormitory, seeing Gao Yu's intention to move, decided to join her. The two Koreans clearly seemed untrustworthy, with ulterior motives. Gao Yu's mysterious illness in the past surely held secrets. Staying in that dormitory could be perilous. Laughing and chatting, the group wheeled their luggage to the new dormitory. Upon entering, Jiang Xueyan and Gao Yu were met with excited screams from the contestants. Yen Shun. Are you moving in here? Indeed, Jiang Xueyan had acquired a new nickname, Yen Shun, which the others eagerly embraced despite her attempts to decline it. Surprisingly, Jiang Xueyan enjoyed an unexpected popularity among her peers, even though she hardly engaged in casual conversation outside of training and meals. As she settled in, nearly all the contestants surrounded her, chattering incessantly. Yen Shun. Try this rabbit head I brought from my hometown. It's incredibly delicious. By the way, I also have some sour and spicy noodles freshly made. Would you like some? Yen Shun, have a taste of my cherries. Are you taking the lower bunk? I'll give my bed to you. The younger girls clustered around Jiang Xueyan, with some even hugging her arm and shaking it enthusiastically. It was overwhelmingly warm. Jiang Xueyan had never experienced such attention and found it difficult to cope. her mouth stuffed with an array of snacks. Only two individuals remained apart, the taciturn Xu Yu and the troublemaker He Yue, who had caused chaos during the performance. He Yue, ranked 58th, had narrowly avoided elimination. Everyone was aware of her underhanded tactics for financial gain. It was no surprise she was ostracized. Jiang Xueyan was not foolish enough to begin hurling insults upon her arrival. Surrounded by adoration, she remained grounded, graciously accepting the kindness and treating everyone to milk tea before discreetly departing. Pei Zhi'er, as the daughter of an investor, resided in a luxurious single room, as her dormitory mate had not moved in. Behind the thin curtain, her expression was inscrutable. Cui Ziyuan and Song Shuya exchanged glances, ready to be straightforward.
Beiya.
Let us collaborate. Pei Zhi'er hesitated momentarily, her gaze sharp. Collaborate on what? That Jiang Xueyan is utterly detestable. Not only did she drench us, but she also insulted us fiercely behind our backs. She consistently outperforms you for first place. There must be something suspicious about it. She has a close relationship with the director and frequently reports us. Such a person is a disgrace to the talent show industry, and only you can take her down. The fury in Cui Ziyuan's eyes overflowed at the mention of Jiang Xueyan. Pei Zhi'er remained composed, only her eyes betraying a flicker of interest when discussing the rankings. What do you want me to do? Hearing a glimmer of hope, Cui Ziyuan and Song Shuya exchanged excited looks. Could you make her withdraw from the competition? Or ensure she never steps on stage again? Cui Ziyuan's thoughts were malicious. How wonderful it would be to completely ruin Jiang Xueyan. She had already learned that Jiang Xueyan gained popularity recently by engaging in online disputes. In Pei Zhi'er's presence, Jiang Xueyan seemed insignificant. If Pei Zhi'er were to take decisive action against her, Jiang Xueyan would vanish from the industry by tomorrow. The excitement in Song Shuyuan and Cui Ziyuan's eyes was unmistakable. Pei Zhi'er closed her tablet, her lips curling into a cold smile. The duo's demeanor reminded her of her own experience as a trainee, where she had been covertly sabotaged by a senior in the same group. Despite her displeasure at Jiang Xueyan surpassing her for first place, Cui Ziyuan was unaware that she had tread on Pei Zhi'er's sensitive ground. Noticing Pei Zhi'er's inscrutable expression, Cui Ziyuan couldn't help but fan the flames. We share a dorm with Jiang Xueyan. She never stays overnight, always picked up by luxury cars. It's infuriating to be dominated by someone like her. Pei Zhi'er nodded slightly. Since you both find it unbearable, why don't you two withdraw from the competition? Cui Ziyuan looked up in shock at Pei Zhi'er. Song Shuya mirrored her astonishment. What did you just say? Pei Zhi'er rose to her feet, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, enhancing her resemblance to a Barbie doll. Do not presume I am oblivious to the schemes you have contrived under my name. Jiang Xueyan's words ring true. You are but rats in a stinking gutter. Chapter 30. Strike her? Absolutely not. She would weep. Yet it is Pei Zhi'er who hurls insults at them, the cherished princess of a top-tier financial conglomerate. To offend her and her family is to forfeit any chance of survival. They are acutely aware of the weight of their actions. Indeed, we are the rats in the gutter. Yes, we have been excessively envious, and we apologize. We did not intend to exploit your name. We were simply at our wits' end. Pei Zhi'er's gaze turned sharp as she slapped the table, still lying at this juncture. She had long since uncovered the truth of the matter. It was clear that Cui Jiwen, emboldened by her seniority, harbored resentment. Not only did she covertly undermine Gao Yu, but she also conspired with advertisers to create obstacles, masquerading as her ally. Initially, Pei Zhi'er had chosen to overlook their transgressions out of solidarity as fellow Koreans. Yet, to her astonishment, they had grown increasingly brazen, even resorting to despicable tactics to sway the public performance stage. These two fools even contemplated using her to take down Jiang Xueyan. Pei Zhi'er could hardly be bothered to cast them a glance. Upon witnessing Pei Zhi'er's displeasure, Cui Jiwen fell silent, sensing trouble. Pei Zhi'er was a tempestuous figure, and she might very well compel them to withdraw from the competition. Their faces displayed desperation, with Song Shuya nearly kneeling before Pei Zhi'er. We realize our mistakes and will never dare again. Please do not force us to withdraw. We beg of you, senior. If there was one commendable quality of Cui Jiwen and Song Shuya, it was their ability to be both pliable and resilient. Before Pei Zhi'er, they allowed her to mold them without a hint of resistance. A vacation had arrived. A full 5 days of respite. Jiang Xueyan's face lit up with joy. Overwhelmed with elation. What talent? One might ask. Jiang Xueyan's progress was solely the product of relentless effort. Throughout the past month, she had not idled. Were it not for her concern for Ronghang's rest, she would have preferred to toil through the night. Recently, Rong Heng appeared perpetually busy, to be precise. He had never been anything but occupied. The two had spent an entire month under the same blanket, merely sleeping. The Rong Heng-themed pillow had become increasingly familiar to her. Initially, he would firmly push her away, but eventually, he merely half-heartedly nudged her, permitting her to cling to him without resistance. On this night, with the moon shining brightly among sparse stars, Jiang Xueyan had already completed her evening routine and lay on the soft bed. Upon emerging from the shower, Rong Heng had a towel loosely draped around his waist, his sculpted physique rendering Jiang Xueyan parched. "Mr. Rong, may I assist you in drying your hair?" she offered eagerly. Seizing the hairdryer from his grasp and pressing him onto the sofa, Jiang Xueyan perched behind Rong Heng, her warm thighs pressed against his lower back.
Oh.
"Your muscles are quite firm." The warm air blew over her hand as it brushed against Rong Heng's damp hair. The first sensation was one of smoothness, not the slickness of inadequately rinsed shampoo. Rong Heng's body tensed slightly, since the age of 6. No one had ever treated him with such intimacy. His expression remained impassive, yet his back discreetly stiffened. "On vacation?" "Yes, but Mr. Rong, how did you know I was on leave?" Rong Heng paused, momentarily speechless, as Jiang Xueyan continued, "I knew you cared about me. Hee. Her narcissism was as unwavering as ever. Rong Heng absent-mindedly twirled his index finger, a faint smile flickering across his lips. The mention of vacation ignited Jiang Xueyan's excitement. "I already have a plan. I'll visit the company in a couple of days, then accompany you for 3 days. What do you think?" The man hesitated, his voice devoid of emotion. "I have matters to attend to this week." "Overtime? Personal affairs."
Ah.
Those 2 cold words carried no intent to elaborate. Afterward, Jiang Xueyan fell silent. A long, drawn-out silence enveloped them. With no mirror in front of the sofa, Rong Heng could not see Jiang Xueyan's expression. Could it be that Rong Heng thought he could not accompany her and thus felt guilty? Rong Heng was susceptible to this kind of manipulation. Jiang Xueyan seemed to grasp this and, adopting a theatrical tone, added, "Mr. Rong, I desire nothing but to express my inexplicable sadness. You need not concern yourself with me. A simple nap will suffice." Fully committed to her act, Jiang Xueyan burrowed into the blankets, concealing her face. The sound of Rong Heng's footsteps halted beside the bed. Jiang Xueyan perked up her ears, only able to hear his steady breathing. Why was he silent? Could he not soothe her? Jiang Xueyan tugged at the blankets, just in time to see Rong Heng dialing a number on his phone. "Jilin, purchase an additional ticket to Kyoto."
Wait.
"No need for that. I've played too much." She had no desire to go to Kyoto. Jiang Xueyan leaped up, wrapping her arms around Rong Heng's waist. "Mr. Rong, it wouldn't be suitable for me to go. I am quite sensible. Following you would only cause you trouble." On the other end of the line, Jilin had evidently overheard Jiang Xueyan's words. "So, Mr. Rong?"
Cancel it for now.
"Understood." After hanging up, Rong Heng grasped Jiang Xueyan's chin. Her face was petite, resting in his palm like a delicate porcelain doll. "Feeling quite down?" Rong Heng's tone held a hint of mockery. Being as astute as he was, he clearly sensed Jiang Xueyan's subtle intentions. Jiang Xueyan shut her eyes, adopting a demeanor of indifference. This exasperated Rong Heng, who felt an itch in his teeth. Strike her? Absolutely not. She would weep. He lightly patted her back, letting the matter slide without further ado. The two lay in bed, the lights extinguished. Jiang Xueyan edged closer, her voice small. "Mr. Rong, I adore little skirts. May I bring one?" Rong Heng, how audacious. Chapter 31. My tongue may be sharp, but I am not inherently wicked. The acquisition of the entertainment company has been thoroughly completed. Most shareholders have withdrawn their investments, leaving XINU a mere shell of its former self. The stars with wealthy backers have long since prepared to make their exit. A glaring red Porsche was parked outside the gates of XINU. It was utterly exasperating. On such a hot day, one had to make a special trip to terminate their contract. Jiang Xueyan, having just concluded a meeting on the top floor, encountered Yang Xu as she exited the elevator. Yang Xu stood still, sizing up Jiang Xueyan from head to toe. Clad in ordinary attire, lacking any flair, it seemed that the esteemed actor Liu had not lavished her with much affection. Yang Xu was unaware that Jiang Xueyan had assumed control of XINU and still believed she was there to negotiate a contract like herself. "Jiang Xueyan, I've heard you've been quite the sensation lately. Aren't you afraid of falling harder the higher you climb?" In the past, Yang Xu would have feared Jiang Xueyan exposing her, but now she had secured a prominent director in the television industry as her benefactor, even without debuting. She had already reserved a leading role. Her benefactor was no ordinary individual. Not only was he a reputable director, but he also had connections with the broadcasting authorities. If Jiang Xueyan were to spill her secrets, the news would be silenced before it could even spread. Recently, Yang Shu had been enjoying considerable favor from her benefactor. This time, the penalty for contract termination was entirely covered by him. Jiang Xueyan, however, paid no heed to Yang Shu's provocations. The penalty for Yang Shu's breach of contract was a staggering 8 million. How could one consider this a provocation? It was clearly the god of wealth bestowing favors. Noticing Jiang Xueyan's indifference, Yang Shu assumed Jiang Xueyan was intimidated and grew increasingly aggressive. What brings you to the company? Unable to pay the penalty. Are you preparing to beg your father and grandmother? The miserly Lu certainly wouldn't offer you much assistance. How about this? Tonight, I'll introduce you to an investor. Yang Shu's voice was not particularly quiet, perhaps intending to humiliate Jiang Xueyan, eager for everyone nearby to hear. Sure enough, those still in the office began to murmur among themselves. What is Yang Shu up to? Doesn't she know that President Jiang has purchased Xianyu? Daring to confront General Jiang directly, she risked the consequences of his disapproval regarding her contract termination. Should he refuse her request, he could easily choose to cast her aside. Yang Shu, previously arrogant and dismissive, finally encountered a formidable challenge. Dressed in elegant 8-centimeter heels, Jiang Xueyan stood before Yang Shu, towering over her with an air of authority. Her gaze was indifferent, surveying Yang Shu from a height that emphasized her superiority. I tend to speak rather harshly, but I possess an inherently wicked nature, she remarked coolly. We previously agreed upon a penalty of 8 million, correct? Given my pleasant disposition today, let us adhere to the contract, and you shall compensate me 12 million instead. Shall you pay by card or in cash? Her voice was soft and almost gentle, yet her words swiftly left Yang Shu bewildered. Initially, Yang Shu burst into laughter, as if hearing a ludicrous joke. Jiang Xueyan, be mindful of your surroundings. Haha, what does my compensation have to do with you? What authority do you have to demand more? Hilarious. Out of the corner of her eye, Yang Shu noticed the staff around her whispering and stifling laughs. Her amusement began to fade as confusion set in. How could Jiang Xueyan be here, especially at the top floor? The individuals behind her resembled former shareholders. And the company's vice president stood at the back, clearly aligned with Jiang Xueyan. What was happening? Yang Shu's expression visibly stiffened. A competent-looking middle-aged man adorned with black glasses emerged behind Jiang Xueyan. General Jiang, you have a meeting in 30 minutes. Would you like me to arrange lunch for you? Yang Shu's lips moved silently. General Jiang? Is Jiang Xueyan truly soaring to new heights? No, that was implausible. How could the notoriously frugal Lu Yingdi possibly support Jiang Xueyan in acquiring Xianyu? Even a prominent director could not simply purchase a company. Conflicting emotions surged within Yang Shu, leaving her feeling utterly wretched. Why did Jiang Xueyan possess such fortuitous luck? She was dazzling on stage while simultaneously charming men into backing her endeavors. Jealousy and resentment enveloped Yang Shu's mind as Jiang Xueyan smiled brightly. Miss Yang? 12 million should be a trifling sum for you. Don't forget to transfer it punctually. A mere 12 million? Yang Shu's lips quivered with suppressed rage. Her hands itched to strike Jiang Xueyan, but she refrained, aware of the support Jiang Xueyan had behind her. After savoring Yang Shu's exquisite expression of anger and helplessness, Jiang Xueyan departed contentedly. She had long claimed to be a femme fatale, yet some remained foolish enough to test her resilience.
Now,
She had managed to secure an additional 4 million. Although she was the nominal head of the company, the true power lay with the Rong family. Rong Heng had kept his word, organizing a team of industry elites to devise strategies for her. After a morning meeting, Jiang Xueyan felt mentally drained. Xianyu appeared to be a substantial company, yet under her stewardship, it was nothing more than a hollow shell, plagued by losses. Should it fail to turn a profit within 3 years, bankruptcy would ensue. Breathe deeply. There was good news, however. Her personal studio was officially established, complete with a legal team, personal assistant, business liaison, photography crew, and agent, costing her a whopping 200,000 monthly in salaries. Maintaining such a team was exorbitantly expensive. Jiang Xueyan was eager to expand Xianyu into a prosperous venture. Apart from the artists she had terminated contracts with, over 100 remained, most of whom were unknown graduates or seasoned individuals lacking progress. Just as the money she had received began to warm in her hands, it was swiftly allocated for training the artists in vocal performance, acting, and dance. None could be omitted. Everyone was expected to rise to the occasion. The lazy and unmotivated artists who had languished at the company for an entire year were left flabbergasted. Chapter 32. May I call you husband? I believe your future wife would address you in the same way. In a plaza near the financial city, Jiang Xueyan donned a hat and mask after being recognized by several fans. A taxi stopped before her, and Yilan, shielding her face with a fisherman's hat, approached excitedly. Xueyan, it's been ages. Indeed. How have you been at 101? Jiang Xueyan inquired. Yilan nodded. I'm doing quite well. She affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Xueyan's. Shall we head inside to talk? Let us eat first. Of course. What would you like today? It's on me. They settled into a private room at a hot pot restaurant, which boasted a vintage decor and classical furnishings. Yilan glanced at the menu, feeling a bit reserved. Xueyan, you order. Jiang Xueyan took the menu and inquired about dietary restrictions before selecting a few signature dishes along with other classic hot pot offerings. Once the waiter departed, Yilan gasped, this is so expensive. It must cost over 1,000 for this meal, right?
Yilan.
Having graduated from a music academy and signed with Le Tai Entertainment, remained an unnoticed presence within the company, and her financial situation was not particularly favorable. Jiang Xueyan reassured her, I insist on treating you this time. The two girls often indulged in gossip during their time together, discussing topics such as the director's frantic attempts to mitigate the impact of Yu Weiwan and how another talented girl had been bullied by Yang Shu. Jiang Xueyan, perceptive as ever, asked, did Yang Shu bully you again? Yilan vehemently denied it. No, it was someone else. Her overreaction suggested otherwise. Jiang Xueyan, having previously confronted Yang Shu, recognized the animosity she harbored towards Yilan, whom Yang Shu had targeted. Would you consider withdrawing from the competition? Or perhaps signing with my company? You have your own company now? Yilan was taken aback by the revelation. Yes, I have acquired XINU. Jiang Xueyan spoke candidly. Congratulations. But my penalty for breach of contract is quite high. It's better if I don't. Yilan's demeanor shifted, resembling a wilted flower devoid of vitality. Jiang Xueyan bit her lip, recalling that Yilan was her only friend in the entertainment industry. On her first day at 101, she had fallen ill with a high fever, her mind clouded and vision blurred. It was Yilan who had brought her to the infirmary and cared for her throughout the night. Jiang Xueyan held this gratitude close to her heart. She would only extend her help to someone she cherished. Lan, did you ask me out to discuss something? Yilan lowered her head, obscuring her expression from Jiang Xueyan. Her voice was heavy. Xueyan, it's nothing. After a pause, she added, due to the mentor's issues, the performance has been postponed. Our group is ranked quite low, and the arranger has given us a song that, if performed, will surely result in backlash. Yilan's group had been assigned a song originally dedicated to honoring a deceased figure in the Hong Kong music scene but had been altered into a love song. It was already unpopular, and singing such a piece would undoubtedly provoke the ire of fans. Are you only allowed to sing the selected song? Jiang Xueyan suddenly interjected. Yilan hesitated. Not necessarily. Original songs are permitted as well. I have a song that would be quite suitable. Would you like it? Jiang Xueyan had composed 3 original pieces during her training, each more outstanding than the last. Yilan hesitated. That might not be appropriate. It's too valuable. Jiang Xueyan leaned closer, the fragrant scent of gardenia perfume wafting from her, enveloping Yilan in warmth. Lan, we are friends. Years later, Yilan would always remember the tender and resolute gaze Jiang Xueyan had bestowed upon her in that moment, stirring feelings of guilt within her. She felt unworthy of Jiang Xueyan's unwavering sincerity. Their conversation was interrupted as the waiter brought their dishes. Yilan quickly regained her composure and shifted topics. By the way, the artist rankings have been updated today. The comprehensive ranking of Chinese artists evaluates their online influence, commercial value, and artistic achievements, serving as an authoritative list released by official sources. Despite the fact that Jiang Xueyan had previously faced some negative publicity, her name remains conspicuously absent from this ranking. Glancing at the time, Jiang Xueyan noted that there were still a few minutes to go. At this moment, her fans in the super topic were already brimming with anticipation. Hurry and refresh. This time, our Yan Jie must make it to the list. Getting on the list should be a certainty. Yan Jie, soar high. As the clock struck 6, the official data was released promptly. Jiang Xueyan's fans swiftly occupied the front rows. Where is my Yan Jie? How could she not be here? First tier, absent. Second tier, absent. Third tier. Found it. In the third tier, which consists of 500 names, Jiang Xueyan ranked in the lower half. Other fans. Noticing the commotion from Yan's supporters, couldn't he help but scoff. Just a mere third tier, and they're making such a fuss. Who is Jiang Xueyan? Never heard of her. Yet they're trying to claim the front row. A nobody, unworthy of attention. Just as the Yen fans were reveling in the joy of making it onto the list, a cold splash of reality hit them. Pure hate warrior number 1. If anyone keeps babbling, I swear I'll blow up the entire planet. Pure hate warrior no. 2. What is wrong with being a nobody? Have you eaten at my house? Drank my water? Pure hate warrior number 3. You are not human, nor are you human. You are human. Pure hate warrior number 4. If you can't stand it, jumping off a building now could save you 70 years of hardship. It is well known that Jiang Xueyan's fans can effortlessly switch between two emotional states. When happy, they are pure love supporters, only offering compliments. When unhappy, they transform into pure hate warriors, armed with 3-meter-long keyboards, ready to engage in battle. They fiercely retaliated, leaving the disparaging commenters utterly lost. Although Jiang Xueyan was merely a third-tier artist, her fans exhibited combativeness rivaling that of second-tier supporters. Yilan shook her head, observing, "Your fans are quite fierce. At least half as strong as mine." Truly self-absorbed. With a smile, Yilan raised her glass. "Xueyan, congratulations. You've successfully made the list. May your path ahead be filled with flowers." Jiang Xueyan sipped a few drinks, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. "Let us walk this flower-laden path together. We shall become famous throughout the land." Concurrently, as the artist rankings were announced, all music platforms online updated their hottest songs list. Jiang Xueyan's 3 songs prominently featured. It was initially assumed that By the Baikal Lake, being somewhat niche, would not fare well. Yet it astonishingly secured a spot within the top 10 among a sea of popular music. Fever and Mad were also within the top 20 and steadily climbing. Jiang Xueyan even heard her songs playing in the airport terminal and discreetly pulled down her hat. "Jiang Xueyan, you have truly made it." Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Rong Hang. "Have you boarded the plane?" "Pure Desire Guidigang. I'm at the boarding gate." "Pure Desire Guidigang. President Rong, I miss you." Even through the phone, Rong Hang could envision her sweet, soft tone, causing a smile to dance at the corners of his lips. "The department store in the city has been transferred to you. You can check it out when you're free." Pure Desire Guidigang. Pure Desire Guidigang. President Rong, can I call you husband? I see your future wife does the same. Chapter 33, Counting the Zeros in My Bank Account. Rong Heng stared at Jiang Xueyan's message, the word husband standing out. He curled his fingertips and let out a barely audible chuckle before typing a response. "You need not call me husband. Just remember that paternal love is like a mountain." Jiang Xueyan raised an eyebrow, recalling how he previously forbade her from calling him dad, yet now seemed eager to claim her as his obedient daughter. The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Pure Desire Guidigang. A good woman aspires far and wide, never voicing her struggles. The little bear emoji she sent appeared pitiful, a perfect replica of Jiang Xueyan herself. Rong Hang was suddenly reminded of that night when she lay on his lap, her eyes glistening with tears, and felt his heart soften. "Pure Desire Guidigang. I'm boarding now. Goodbye, President Rong." Rong Hang paused his typing, deleting the message he was composing. "Okay." This was Jiang Xueyan's first time in first class. The seat was luxuriously soft, the space around her ample, and the flight attendants stood by, offering gentle words of service. This is what financial power brings. Her parents had never flown before. She wished they could experience this as well. The flight from Magic City to the capital lasted nearly 3 hours. After a burst of excitement, Jiang Xueyan pulled out her tablet. She still needed to write the song promised to Wenyuma. Her Team-S contract was expiring this year, and they planned to part ways for solo careers. This song would serve as Wenyuma's debut solo track. The group was at the pinnacle of popularity across Asia, but since the beginning of the year, entertainment reporters had revealed ongoing disputes within the team, including one member's public display of dissent during a concert, solidifying rumors of discord. When discussing the song, Wenyuma made only one request, an English song. Jiang Xueyan speculated that Wenyuma aimed to break into the international market. Once she immersed herself in the creative process, she became lost in her own thoughts. It wasn't until the plane landed and began taxiing that she awoke from her reverie. Upon disembarking, Jiang Xueyan immediately called Ms.
Lu.
"Mom, I'll be home in an hour. Please prepare the ribs for me. Have you told Dad not to go to work? I have money now. Be careful on the road. There's no rush. Call when you're close, and I'll have your dad pick you up." Jiang Xueyan obediently replied, "Okay, Mom." The Jiang family resided in an old, remote area on the outskirts, where they had purchased an electric scooter for convenience. Jiang Xueyan intended to surprise her parents by quietly entering the house, but overheard them sighing deeply in the kitchen. Xueyan never shares her troubles, her father, Jiang Xueyan, lamented. That colleague called earlier, and I couldn't shake off the worry. I had to ask around to find out that our Xueyan was being insulted so harshly outside. Jiang Xueyan sighed again. It's my fault for being useless, losing my job, and causing you both to suffer. Ms. Lu Suhua efficiently washed the dishes. Those people have the audacity to criticize our daughter, using such harsh words. They're right. If you lose your job, just find another. I refuse to believe we can't make ends meet with our own hands and feet. Jiang Xueyan nodded, still feeling despondent. It's all my fault. If I hadn't fallen ill, the family wouldn't be in such a predicament. To cover those medical expenses, I pushed my daughter into the chaotic entertainment industry. He felt a surge of guilt at the thought. By the way, our little one should be arriving soon. Why hasn't she called yet? Hearing her parents' murmurs, Jiang Xueyan realized they were already aware of the online turmoil. It seemed her father had even lost his job due to her conflicts with people at work. She quickly adjusted her expression, pretending not to have heard anything, and retreated to the front door.
Dad. Mom.
I forgot my keys. Please open the door for me.
Oh.
Always so forgetful. Old Jiang, go open the door for her. I can't leave the stove. Jiang Xueyan opened the door, instinctively taking his daughter as suitcase.
Wow.
This is heavy. You didn't even ask your dad to pick you up.
Hee.
Jiang Xueyan smiled, offering no explanation, just as she set down her luggage. She grabbed a gray canvas bag from the house. Dad, could you take me to the street for a moment? Dinner will be ready soon. Where are you going?
Oh.
It'll be quick. Jiang Xueyan led her father on the electric scooter to the nearby bank ATM. Dad, come help me count how many zeros there are. Fortunately, it was mealtime and there was no one around. Otherwise, Jiang Xueyan's display would surely invite ridicule. As her father approached, he began scolding her. You should play less on your phone. Look, your eyesight is already poor. While Jiang Xueyan grumbled, he walked over to the machine. Upon seeing the displayed number, he paused. Then carefully counted again to confirm it was correct, left speechless. Am I the one with poor eyesight? He leaned closer to the screen, counting each digit, and after ensuring he hadn't made a mistake, he exclaimed, Little one, did the bank make an error? The money cannot be withdrawn. One would be apprehended. Jiang Xueyan pressed her forehead. Dad, this is my earnings. What? Jiang's father was utterly stunned by the substantial sum, his words trailing off. Jiang Xueyan withdrew 200,000, placing it into a canvas bag. She had intended to take more, but the machine lacked sufficient funds. The simple bag bulged with its contents. Jiang's father swallowed hard, repeatedly confirming, Is this truly money you earned from songwriting? Jiang Xueyan nodded, Of course. She showcased a video from her Weibo where she had won first place in a performance, along with her credits on music platforms as proof, which finally convinced her father. Well done, my little darling, you've become a big star. A middle-aged man passing by overheard and scrutinized Jiang Xueyan, mocking her. A sickly child. Is this your daughter, who entertains men?
He scoffed.
My son graduated from a reputable university, earns 8,000 a month. I advised him against buying a phone, but he insisted on gifting me one. Now that's what I call success.
Ha.
Your daughter is a loose woman, carrying a shabby bag, and dares to claim she's a star. Hilarious. Jiang Xueyan clenched his fists, pointing at the middle-aged man. Say that again. A bespectacled man behind the middle-aged man stepped forward, coldly admonishing Jiang's father. What if I do? Don't point at my dad. The bespectacled man appeared to be in his late 20s, with thinning hair and a stout build, but his ferocity was evident in his tone. Jiang Xueyan was infuriated. It was one thing to insult him, but to demean his daughter in front of her was unacceptable. He charged forward, intent on confronting the two men. Jiang Xueyan grasped his arm. Dad, you have a heart condition. You mustn't get angry. Leave this to me. Little darling. Step back. I will seek justice for you today. Dad, trust me, I have a plan. Chapter 34. Trending on Weibo. Calming her furious father, Jiang Xueyan turned her icy gaze toward the troublesome duo. She had not felt such anger in a long time. This middle-aged man had bullied her father too often. His son was dutiful, was he? Jiang Xueyan sneered. What has your son ever bought you? Her eyes fell on the middle-aged man's phone, which he frequently flaunted.
Oh.
Is that last year's model? How much was it? 1,500. A nearby Huawei authorized store owner watched the spectacle unfold. Sir, what is the most expensive phone in your store? The middle-aged man scoffed. Everyone knows the Jiang family is financially struggling. A sickly child has spent all their savings. They can't even scrape together a few thousand. He was awaiting the moment to be proven wrong. Huawei's top model is 16,950. Interested? The crowd gasped. A phone costing nearly 10,000? Jiang Xueyan remained unfazed. I want 3. The middle-aged man's dismissive expression did not wane. You little girl, don't you fear your own bravado will backfire? The arguing attracted an increasing number of onlookers. The middle-aged man began to spread rumors, claiming the Jiang family was destitute, and that Jiang Xueyan was merely trying to show off by purchasing luxury phones. Uninformed bystanders began to murmur, cautioning against vanity and materialism. Jiang Xueyan listened quietly. Their words bore no weight on her. Soon, the store owner produced 3 brand-new phones. Jiang Xueyan pulled out 3 bundles of cash from her inconspicuous canvas bag. Sir, please count it. The crowd fell silent. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. She truly had 30,000. Uncle, that lady was right. One should not be envious. I bought my dad a new phone. Don't pressure your son. I see him going to work every day, already balding. Earning money isn't easy. Money should be spent wisely, not squandered for momentary pride. The middle-aged man seethed with anger. In this day and age, who can afford a phone? Jiang Xueyan shrugged. If you can afford it, then buy one. Sir, this baldy also seems interested. The middle-aged man, who had inherited his baldness, detested being mocked about his hair. Jiang Xueyan's remark ignited his fury. The phone store owner, holding the new phones, called out, Who wants one? All eyes turned to the balding man, who was now under the public scrutiny. If he didn't buy, he would lose face.
I'll buy.
The middle-aged man huffed, signaling his son behind him. The bespectacled man frowned, clearly reluctant. That was 10,000. Not just 2 or 300. He himself didn't use a $10,000 phone. So, why buy one for his father? What are you waiting for? Pay up. With everyone watching, the father and son felt trapped. The bespectacled man begrudgingly parted with the money. The balding man, with the new phone in hand, smashed it to the ground. Amidst the uproar, he provocatively shouted, It's just a worthless phone. What else there to brag about? Who can afford one? The bespectacled man shuddered at the sight of the broken phone. It was worth 10,000. Jiang Xueyan, satisfied with the chaos she had incited, smiled. Indeed, it's just a phone. How much filial piety can it truly represent? Jiang Xueyan scanned her surroundings, spotting a 4S store. Hey, owner, what is your top model? The scene had taken a turn. The 4S store owner pointed with a grin. There, the Wenjia 9, our latest arrival, priced at 56,000 with financing available. Initially, he hadn't expected this young girl to make a purchase, as tens of thousands for a car seemed too extravagant for a child's whim. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Xueyan calmly replied, Full payment, I'll take it. She smoothly handed over her bank card, completing the transaction. The crowd gasped. This young girl, seemingly demure, was shockingly affluent, spending tens of thousands without a flicker of hesitation. The balding man, witnessing the entire transaction, felt his face flush with a mix of envy and embarrassment. Seizing the moment while the staff printed the contract, Jiang Xueyan glanced at the balding father and son. Uncle, let your son get one too. This car is quite nice. It should suit you. The bespectacled man's face darkened instantly, perhaps from his inability to afford it. He was visibly shaken. No wonder they say you're a drinking companion. It's all filthy money from men. Isn't it? And you dare to flaunt it? Jiang's father, overhearing, erupted with rage. If you utter another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Jiang Xueyan calmly pulled out her phone, recording the bespectacled man's insults. According to the Civil Code of the People's Republic of China, publicly insulting, defaming, or belittling others infringes on my right to reputation, and I have the right to pursue legal action against you. Under Article 42 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, openly insulting others or fabricating facts to slander them can result in up to 5 days of detention or a fine of up to 500. Do we need to visit the police station? Her words flowed with clarity and conviction. The crowd continued to swell as the situation escalated, and the bespectacled man finally showed signs of retreat, pulling his son to leave. What is this nonsense about reputation rights? I don't understand. If my son leaves, don't pay attention to this crazy woman. Just then, 2 police officers in uniform approached from across the street. Who called the police? I did. They publicly insulted and defamed me. I have evidence on my phone, and the owner of the nearby phone store can testify for me. Jiang Xueyan removed her mask, revealing her exquisite features. After confirming the veracity of Jiang Xueyan's claims, the police detained the father and son, who attempted to flee. Jiang Xueyan shook her head. I'm sorry, but I do not accept any reconciliation. Please take them away. The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Jiang Xueyan. You ungrateful wretch. I'm your elder. Is it wrong to speak a few words? You think you can intimidate anyone with your legal threats? Jiang Xueyan spread her hands in a gesture of innocence, her face reflecting a sense of grievance. Officer, look, they dare to insult me right in front of you. Please, apprehend them. In truth, she could have easily engaged in a public altercation. With her eloquence, not only could she handle this father and son duo, but even their ancestors could be reduced to mere echoes of defeat. Chapter 35. The Chatter of Two Grown Men. Jiang Xueyan's politeness was not a reflection of her character, but rather a result of her recent ascent to a newfound status. Ahem.
Ms.
Jiang had developed a slight sense of idol persona. Publicly berating others resembled the behavior of a shrew, and she preferred to unleash her frustrations within the confines of her live streams, chuckling to herself. Mr. Jiang, her father, wholeheartedly supported her. Officer, they have been terribly oppressive. We shall not settle this quietly. If a record must be made, we can proceed immediately. The middle-aged man attempted to hurl insults, only to be escorted away by two officers, one on each side. Jiang Xueyan and her father prepared to follow. An onlooker, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, Xueyan, your child has achieved so much, buying a car in full cash. What exactly does she do for a living? At this, Mr. Jiang straightened his clothes, pride gleaming in his eyes. My daughter is a star now, earning money by writing songs. A star? The crowd scrutinized Jiang Xueyan, and indeed, this beautiful young lady exuded star potential. The onlooker became even more enthusiastic, brandishing her phone to ask Jiang Xueyan about her songs, showering her with compliments on her accomplishments. Mr. Jiang basked in the attention, his demeanor radiant. His daughter was thriving. What a proud moment. Upon arriving at the police station, they spent 10 minutes giving their statements, firmly reiterating their refusal to settle, before departing. Inside the station, two officers sat across from the balding father and son. You two grown men. Why do you speak so loosely? Do you even know who that young lady is? You dare provoke her? With millions of followers, a single word from them could drown you in ridicule, and yet you slander her. The father and son exchanged bewildered glances. Millions of followers?
How could that be?
Aside from her striking appearance, they had heard nothing of her talents. They had prematurely judged Jiang Xueyan, assuming her character to be dubious. The bespectacled man, now flustered, pleaded, Officer, can we negotiate? I'm willing to compensate. I cannot be detained. I have work tomorrow. If I am detained, I have a criminal record? My child's future will be jeopardized. Only now, after facing consequences, did he realize the gravity of his actions. The officers restrained their urge to roll their eyes. Did you consider these implications when you were spreading rumors about her? The middle-aged man seemed to grasp the severity of the situation, his arrogance dissipating as he softened his tone. Officer, we merely repeated what we heard. We only said a couple of things, surely. It doesn't warrant attention? Can't you show some leniency? My son has just secured a job. If he is detained, he risks being dismissed. Seeing the officer's firm stance, the father felt hopeless. Who would have thought that a few careless words would land them in this predicament? The father and son bickered back and forth, each deflecting blame, until they ultimately ended up in a physical altercation within the police station, earning themselves a 5-day detention experience. Of course, the Jiang family remained oblivious to the happenings at the police station. A brand new car parked outside their door. Lu Suhua, hearing the vehicle, peeked out and rushed over as her daughter exited the driver's seat. Why have you two been out for so long? The food is getting cold. Whose car is this? Mr. Jiang joyfully emerged from the passenger seat, unable to take his eyes off the new vehicle. This car was bought by our little darling. Jiang Xueyan nodded. Yes, I bought this car for Dad. Lu Suhua's expression shifted, her voice sharp. Where did this money come from? Jiang Xueyan, are you such a beautiful girl? The entertainment industry is rife with challenges. What if a wealthy young man takes notice and discards you after some fun? Your life could be ruined. Jiang Xueyan spent half an hour explaining, eventually convincing Lu Suhua that her earnings were legitimate. Mom, I told you before, the owner of my new agency is very kind. Look, I already have 5 million followers. I will earn even more money, and you and Dad have to work so hard. She placed a thick stack of 170,000 yuan in cash on the table. However, Lu Suhua did not appear particularly jubilant. Little darling, you are so understanding. As parents, we feel helpless. We just want you to be healthy and happy. Everyone else only cares about your success. Only parents care about how exhausted you may feel. An inexplicable emotion surged within Jiang Xueyan, causing her eyes to mist. She bit her lip to suppress her tears and embraced her mother. Mom, you're wonderful. The atmosphere turned slightly heavy. Mr. Jiang approached and playfully ruffled Jiang Xueyan's hair. You're all grown up, yet still crying in your mother's arms. You Haven-T lifted a finger. Go help with the dishes. Jiang Xueyan buried her face deeper into Lu Suhua's embrace, playfully complaining, Mom, that hit me. Look at him. Lu Suhua shot Mr. Jiang a stern look. Why are you being rough? You're not allowed to eat lunch. Mr. Jiang, feeling wronged and too timid to argue with Lu Suhua, muttered under his breath, little cotton-padded jacket has a draft. What a snitch. After dinner, Jiang Xueyan retreated to her room. Her parents remained in the living room, each downloading Weibo to follow her, even discussing giving her votes for rankings. Our little darling speaks so well. Those keyboard warriors deserve to be scolded. Look at how well our darling dances. Had she started young, she might have become a dancer. Just look at how beautiful she is. The mentors always praise her. In the living room, her parents' voices continued to chatter, critiquing videos for an extended period. As a child on the fringes of society, Jiang Xueyan smiled quietly, immersing herself in the creation of a new song. The computer at her family home was too outdated, taking ages to import audio tracks. Thus, Jiang Xueyan ordered a new laptop and, upon its arrival, she swiftly completed the initial production of her new song. She sent it directly to Wenyuma via WeChat. So fast? Perhaps having listened to the song, Jiang Xueyan watched the chat interface as Wenyuma's typing indicators flickered intermittently for several minutes. Was it dissatisfaction? The lengthy message seemed to suggest he was about to reprimand her. The next moment, new messages popped up. My ears are pregnant. Damn that Heartjoy Entertainment for wasting talent. Is it too late to poach you from your uncle now? Chapter 36. The little one grows randomly. This was the first time Jiang Xueyan witnessed Wenyuma typing so much. It was clear he was pleased. Satisfied? Boss, how about a little extra bonus? Wenyuma generously transferred 1 million yuan to Jiang Xueyan's bank account. Keep me in mind for more good songs. We can negotiate the price. Thank you, boss. After exiting the chat, she noticed Rong Hang's name and clicked in. The message history had paused at noon. It seemed he had matters to attend to. So, Jiang Xueyan decided against messaging him. After a restful night, Lu Suhua came to rouse Jiang Xueyan early the next morning to buy groceries. Mom, I'm a star now. Have you ever seen a celebrity haggling at the market? Unable to argue with Lu Suhua, Jiang Xueyan reluctantly dressed and donned a mask before heading out. The shiny new car contrasted starkly against the dilapidated walls.
Mom,
let us buy a new house after we finish shopping. This place is too small and old. I can hear the neighbors arguing. Lu Suhua had long wished to move, and upon hearing this, she merely patted Jiang Xueyan's arm. Little darling, we need to save money. Jiang Xueyan refrained from telling her parents about the incident with Yu Weiwan sending someone to monitor her. She clung to Lu Suhua's arm, playfully coaxing. I'm becoming more famous. We might have stalkers soon. It's best to find a safer place. This reasoning persuaded Lu Suhua. All right, we'll bring your father along. Unbeknownst to you, your father has been boasting about the song you wrote since early this morning. And now nearly all the neighbors are aware that a star has emerged from our family. Jiang Xueyan's lips curled into a proud smile, a rare expression of joy since his illness. Little Guai, your aunt and the others are asking if they can dance to your song at the square dance. What? Jiang Xueyan was taken aback. Her song, suitable for square dancing? Beijing Lake does not align with square dance rhythms. Could Mad or Crazy be danced to? Jiang Xueyan imagined a group of elderly folks wildly dancing in an open square, and it seemed utterly absurd. Maybe I should write a new one. I think that's a splendid idea. Write a song that your mother can dance to at the square. Last night, she mentioned that only Beijing Lake is pleasant, while the other two are quite chaotic. Lu Suhua playfully slapped Zhang's father's back. What nonsense. When did I say Little Guai's songs were bad? Zhang's father, still smiling after the playful hit, agreed, yes, it must have been my mistake. Jiang Xueyan drove her parents to a nearby sales office. Although it was in the suburbs, the air quality was excellent, and a villa community had been developed there 2 years prior, with an average price of around 1,000 per square meter. The sales staff did not overlook Zhang's parents' modest attire, especially with that luxurious Wenjia parked out front. The house viewing, decision-making, and payment processes were completed in under 2 hours. The new home boasted 300 square meters and a small garden, though it was only in a basic finish, requiring them to purchase their own furniture. Jiang Xueyan transferred another million to her parents' account, leaving the renovation supervision to them. On the way home, Lu Suhua couldn't stop gushing about the beautiful new house. It's stunning, absolutely stunning. Jiang Xueyan was uncertain how to inform her parents that she also owned a shopping mall. The mall that Rongheng gifted her was in the city center, the most bustling area, with an annual turnover of at least 400 to 500 million. This was no ordinary mall. It was her joyful sanctuary. Jiang Xueyan planned to visit it alone first, fearing her parents might be overwhelmed. At Rongsher Financial Plaza, on the second floor, the sales associates from Chanel and Hermes were gossiping. Brother Liao said our mall has a new owner and that they will be coming for an inspection soon. I haven't noticed anyone who looks like they're here to inspect, one remarked. They might dress poorly. You all be careful. Don't let them catch you favoring wealth over poverty. They laughed together. When Jiang Xueyan entered wearing sunglasses, they failed to recognize her. Having rarely shopped in luxury stores before, her previous attire was all from Taobao. Now, equipped with a supplementary card from Rongheng and royalties from her studio's song releases, she could no longer be considered just a casual observer. The sales associates continued their chatter, oblivious to the fact that the new owner was leisurely browsing in their midst. Jiang Xueyan pointed to several handbags she had been eyeing. Could I take a look at these? Upon hearing her voice, a rather impatient sales associate approached, speaking rapidly. Hello. Madam, do you have our membership? Jiang Xueyan shook her head. No. How do I become a member? The associate scrutinized her, noting her unknown sunglasses brand and her simple attire, save for a phone of modest value. He presumed she was merely browsing, and his demeanor turned even more dismissive. Sorry, but the items you've chosen are currently out of stock. Perhaps you could check elsewhere. Out of stock? Are those display models on the rack? Jiang Xueyan feigned understanding. Could you show me what's on the rack? Before she could finish her sentence, the associate suddenly became overly enthusiastic, greeting her with exaggerated warmth. Sister Mengmeng, you're here. We've been waiting for you. He retrieved the crocodile leather handbag Jiang Xueyan had admired and handed it to another girl, overly attentive. Jiang Xueyan pursed her lips, crossing her arms. So, it wasn't that they were out of stock. Rather, she was deemed unworthy of purchasing. The girl noticed Jiang Xueyan and sneered. How does your store allow anyone to wander in? The associate smiled. Not everyone is as young and accomplished as you. Jiang Xueyan felt relieved to be wearing sunglasses, preventing recognition. She tapped the counter, producing a crisp sound that drew the attention of both the girl and the associate. What are you doing? If you're not buying, then leave. I wondered why it stopped raining. Turns out you've left me speechless. You think you're something special just because you've splashed a bit of seawater on yourself? Selling luxury goods while trying to project superiority. She turned to the associate. Are you alright, brother? The associate was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before Jiang Xueyan targeted the girl again. And you? No amount of high-end clothing can mask the stench of spiritual poverty lingering about you. You may have a random appearance, but your judgment is as shallow as your character. Is that Botox making your face stiff, or are you just flaunting it? Chapter 37. Poor wretch? Nonsense. A true wealthy lady. The girl, a borderline internet celebrity, was accustomed to being adored online, where men would flock to spend money on her with a mere pout. Humiliated publicly by Jiang Xueyan, the girl's face turned sour, her expression a mixture of shock and anger. Other sales associates quickly approached, sensing the commotion. One is a customer, and the other is a broke loudmouth. They naturally sided with the girl. One polite associate insisted on escorting Jiang Xueyan out, warning that if she did not leave, security would be called. The internet celebrity demanded an apology. She insulted me. I won't leave until I receive an apology. Jiang Xueyan's smile was icy as she responded, apologize? In your dreams. The previously indifferent associate, now sensing the crowd's strength, grew bolder, rolling his eyes. A jealous, money-grubbing girl. What a misfortune. Everyone stood with the internet celebrity, directing their scorn at Jiang Xueyan. Adjusting her sunglasses, she dialed a number. Hello, I'm on the second floor of the mall. Could you come here? After a brief exchange, she hung up. Oh, calling for backup? The internet celebrity sneered. What difference does it make to bring another pauper? Together, they wouldn't even be worth one of my shoes, which cost 30,000. Since freeing herself from constraints, Jiang Xueyan felt liberated everywhere. If there were a test for lack of integrity, she would undoubtedly score full marks. She spoke lightly, her tone laced with genuine curiosity. May I ask, did you fail your entrance exam and become a junior high student instead? After a moment of struggle, the girl managed a retort. You really lack manners. Jiang Xueyan, unperturbed, replied, one must exhibit decorum towards people of merit, but not to dogs. The internet celebrity was seething with rage. The associate, equally irate, pushed Jiang Xueyan lightly. Behind her sunglasses, Jiang Xueyan's eyes sparkled with mischief. She had been seeking an excuse to unleash her pent-up frustration. The associate's gentle shove sent Jiang Xueyan reeling back several steps, feigning surprise. You hit me. Her voice betrayed an excitement she could hardly contain, her right hand clenched into a fist to her side. To onlookers, it appeared as if Jiang Xueyan's light taps on the associate's abdomen were harmless, yet the associate collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Drenched in cold sweat and paling in color, the internet celebrity's lips trembled in disbelief. What a performance! An Oscar-worthy act. Only Jiang Xueyan and the associate knew the true force behind her strike. Are you trying to provoke me? Jiang Xueyan feigned innocence. Amidst the chaos, the mall's manager, accompanied by a cadre of sharply dressed executives, approached with an air of authority. Recognizing their status, someone shouted, It's the manager. Stand straight, be mindful of your image. The manager was the direct overseer of the mall, typically only seen during annual meetings or grand celebrations. A few individuals privy to insider information couldn't help but wonder if the rumored new mall owner was present. Scanning the surroundings, they found no one who fit the description of this new proprietor. Could it be that sunglasses-wearing, wealth-hating woman? Surely not. Upon closer inspection, although her attire was somewhat unadorned, the fabric exuded quality that rivaled high-end brands. She stood tall with perfect posture, indicating that she likely took great care of her physical demeanor. Could it be? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the manager approached the wealth-hating woman and bowed respectfully. Miss Jiang, you have finally arrived. His demeanor was exceedingly humble. The nearby attendant, witnessing such deference from the seemingly exalted manager towards a customer he had previously looked down upon, was left aghast. A pauper? Nonsense. She was evidently a wealthy matron. It was as if the entire mall belonged to her. The attendant's heart sank. On this sweltering summer day, the floor beneath him felt colder than a frozen cavern. Ignoring his discomfort, he gathered himself and stood at attention. The store fell into a hushed silence. The manager's piercing gaze swept across the room, his voice authoritative as he inquired, What has happened? The store manager rushed in, having received word of the situation. Manager, we have prepared a lounge for our esteemed guest. Perhaps we could discuss matters there? The manager maintained a professional smile, his honest gaze fixed on Jiang Xueyan. The internet celebrity, unable to bear the collective focus on Jiang Xueyan, protested. What is this? A living person stands before you, and this woman insults me. Where are your security personnel? Remove her at once. A pauper like her has no business here. I spend over 500,000 annually in your store to earn my membership. She wouldn't make that much in 10 years. Her shrill voice cut through the air, starkly out of place. The manager's expression grew increasingly frigid. Miss, it seems you may not have traveled abroad and are unaware that Miss Jiang is wearing a handcrafted, seasonal ensemble from a 2024 Italian designer. The brooch alone is valued at 500,000. Your open disrespect towards our mall's owner is unacceptable. Please exit immediately. You are now blacklisted from all venues under the wrong name. The internet celebrity stood in shock. An Italian designer? A brooch worth 500,000? The mall's owner? Each statement struck her like a heavy blow. Security stepped forward to escort the outraged celebrity from the premises. Meanwhile, the attendant, who had harbored a glimmer of hope, felt his heart plummet as he realized he had offended an extraordinary individual. He cursed his own arrogance and the ignorance that had led him to look down upon others. Regret was now futile. His face turned pale, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Desperation set in as he clung to the possibility that the manager might speak favorably on his behalf, hoping for some semblance of a future in this industry. After grasping the situation, the manager and higher-ups wore expressions of anger. They had anticipated the new owner's inspection. Yet this group had managed to create a debacle that would inevitably reach the new owner. It was unclear whether to label them foolish or simply unfortunate. Fire them. All of them. Managing a mall requires a certain finesse. Rong Heng had once remarked that one cannot be too accommodating, otherwise, one risks being treated like a soft target. Jiang Xueyan pondered this wisdom, recognizing its merit. With all senior management present, if she allowed herself to be bullied by a mere employee, it would set a poor precedent. As the store manager approached with a conciliatory smile and the others looked on anxiously, Jiang Xueyan coolly replied, I'm tired. Let us discuss this another day. The manager's polite smile faltered as she realized Jiang Xueyan was dissatisfied. The higher-ups recognized that this new owner was not as easily swayed as she might appear. One individual stepped forward, saying, "Miss Jiang, we have recently developed an observation deck on the top floor that is not yet open to the public. Would you care to visit?" With everyone watching expectantly, Jiang Xueyan took a full 10 seconds before nodding her assent. At that moment, it was palpable that the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. The higher-ups encircled Jiang Xueyan, escorting her to the top floor like moths drawn to a flame. Once the store manager and others departed, they chastised the attendant harshly before dismissing him, leaving the rest of the staff visibly shaken. The top floor offered a breathtaking view, with large windows revealing a massive digital display. The man, brimming with flattery, proclaimed, "This entire floor is yours," featuring a tea lounge and a multimedia fitness room. In the dressing room, you will find an entire wall filled with unopened luxury bags, Chanel, Hermes, and countless other brands. "This is a gift for you, as well as an apology," he added. Jiang Xueyan, shielding her amusement behind her sunglasses, thought, so many bags. Even limited editions. Besides the bags, there was even a jewelry storage room brimming with necklaces, rings, and earrings. Among the treasures was a box filled with hefty gold bars. Compared to the understated luxury of the Rong household, this ostentatious display suited her far better. "Rong, I miss you. This time, I'm serious." In distant Kyoto, Rong Hung raised an eyebrow at the message on his screen. When was it ever not serious? "Pictures, please," she insisted. "I want to carry a different bag, every day." "Rong, how can I live without you?" Rong Hung was the quintessential devoted partner. He was affluent, and even if Jiang Xueyan spent every day of the year shopping, she would hardly exhaust his wealth. He was genuinely generous. If she were to message him saying she was bored and suggested they spend his money together, he likely wouldn't even bat an eye. In a traditional courtyard in Kyoto, the ancient architecture had been meticulously restored, maintaining its original charm, with each piece of decor exuding a sense of history, akin to a museum exhibit. The elderly patriarch held a commanding presence, his sharp gaze surveying the room. At a deep-carved mahogany round table, the expressions of those gathered varied. Rong Zhongxiang had 4 sons. The eldest, Rong Qima, aged 44, was the father of Wenyumo, residing abroad to oversee foreign trade. The second son, Rong Qingyan, had pursued a career in politics, navigating the complexities of governance for decades, and was now a prominent figure in Kyoto. Rong Hung was the third son, sharing the same father but different mothers with his siblings. Today was the patriarch's birthday, and the family had gathered around the table. After only a few bites, the elder erupted in anger. Rong Hung, clad in a black shirt, sat composed in a purple sandalwood chair, his demeanor cool and detached, clearly unperturbed by the elder's words. He set down his chopsticks. The elder felt his authority undermined. "Stand still," he ordered. "Everyone is hungry. Let us eat." The youngest, Rongyu, frowned, questioning, "What is wrong with you all?" The elder's behavior is one thing, but this younger generation lacks manners and upbringing. To dismiss one's own father with such disdain, how utterly unpleasant. If that is the case, then do not bear the burdens of the Rong family. Allow the Rong name to be relinquished. You may then take whatever surname you desire. Rongyu felt a profound sense of injustice. Merely a bastard child, yet how dare he occupy such a lofty position? And to behave so arrogantly before the elder Rong? Who does he think he is? Rongyu's words were harsh, undoubtedly tearing down a veil of shame, and silence enveloped the room. Rong Heng blinked slowly, his tone frigidly indifferent, declaring that someone like him was unworthy to provoke him. With a long stride, he departed with purpose, his coat tails sharp, his expression stern. The table of onlookers exchanged glances, stunned. The eldest sister-in-law finally regained her composure, exhaling deeply, lamenting, Why must you bring up such sensitive matters? Rules? Family upbringing?" These 4 words struck a nerve with Rong Heng. Rong Zhongxiang, seated, felt the deepening lines on his face as he surveyed Rongyu's defiant expression. A month of confinement for merely voicing a complaint? Rongyu's pupils constricted. "Father, I am your son. He is merely a bastard. Where lies the issue in my words? He disregards his elders, and I call him out for his lack of decorum. What is wrong with that? He has fallen ill, and his mother has forsaken him. Am I to be blamed for striking at his vulnerabilities?" Rong Zhongxiang was nearly driven to fury by his younger son's words. Short-sighted. Narrow-minded. After 8 years of training with foreign forces, it appeared he had made no progress whatsoever. Had he known He would have ensured his son served in the military back home, for even a mere toe of Rong Hang surpassed him. Closing his eyes, Jiang Xueyan waved his hand. And the loyal butler swiftly understood, promptly having Rong Yu escorted away. Rong Yu, relying on his foreign military experience and skills, attempted to resist but was swiftly subdued by trained bodyguards, becoming as docile as a quail. Rong Qima and Rong Qingyan exchanged knowing glances. Rong Hang had long since shed the image of a vulnerable child, fretting over daily sustenance. Rong Yu was simply too young. Chapter 39. Mr. Rong's Little Darling? A family banquet concluded on a sour note. Rong Hang strode forth with urgency, the atmosphere behind him steeped in decay and gloom. He yearned to escape this loathsome place. The crackling of electricity began to resonate from all directions. His ears dulled to the normalcy around him. The cacophony intensified, akin to tumultuous ocean waves, engulfed by a tempest. He felt like a small wooden sailboat upon the sea, tossed by turbulent currents, blinded by the gales, at times nearly submerged beneath the waves. It was akin to drowning, breath escaping him. Darkness encroached upon his vision. Rong Hang recognized that he was succumbing to his ailment. "Mr. Rong? Are you all right?" The driver, noting Rong Hang's pallid complexion and the cold sweat on his brow, immediately dialed his physician, Wang Jin. "I'm in the Magic City. It'll take 4 hours to reach. Mr. Rong is having an episode. If it worsens, we may have to resort to sedatives to alleviate his suffering." Rong Hang gripped his phone tightly, refusing to allow anyone to touch him. It was only when his complexion turned ashen that the driver remembered to make the call. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueyan, engrossed in the air-conditioned comfort of a shopping mall, indulging in a manicure, was bewildered upon receiving the call. What happened to Mr. Rong? What could I possibly do? Kyoto? Very well. Reluctantly, Jiang Xueyan halted her manicure, grabbed her favorite handbag, and hurried to the airport. 3 hours later, upon disembarking, she was greeted by an aide dispatched by Ji Lin. When she arrived at a mansion more opulent than the ancient castle in the Magic City, her jaw dropped in astonishment. It was astonishingly grand, surpassing even the People's Park in scale. The estate was eerily tranquil. In the master bedroom on the first floor, the curtains were tightly drawn, shrouding the room in darkness. Jiang Xueyan wondered, "Is Mr. Romanal? Why is the room so dim?" Without hesitation, she pressed the wall switch. The blinding light flickered on, revealing a scene of chaos. Shattered porcelain scattered across the floor, disheveled sheets, and flecks of blood. In the corner, a shadow curled up. Alarm surged within her. She cautiously maneuvered around the sharp debris, calling out, "Mr. Rong?" Taking a few tentative steps, she repeated, "Mr. Rong?" A sudden jolt of fear shot through her as she caught sight of Rong Hang, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast. Her heart raced, and she instinctively stepped back. It seemed that her movements had triggered something in him. Rong Hang rose, his dark eyes locking onto her figure.
"Ah!"
she gasped, only to be forcibly drawn into his embrace, the air thick with the chilling scent of his cologne.
"Ugh."
She winced as her nose was crushed against him, struggling to breathe. "Please, not so tight." Rong Hang, eyes closed, clung to her with an almost obsessive fervor, wishing to keep her forever within his grasp. Her presence felt like a divine gift, transforming his world devoid of dampness and chaos into one of tranquility. The silence was so profound that only their breaths could be heard. "Jiang Xueyan." His voice was hoarse. "I can provide you with anything you desire." Her muffled response came from his chest. "Let me go." Finally, Jiang Xueyan found a moment to catch her breath. Her nose red and tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, evoking sympathy. Rong Hang's heart stirred. Before he could fully comprehend, his fingertips brushed away her tears. "Do not cry." She sniffled, wondering why Rong Hang seemed so unusual today. Before she could process her thoughts, he once again enveloped her in his embrace, the coolness of his hold giving way to warmth. His steady breaths brushed against her hair as he drifted into slumber. Jiang Xueyan realized. Perhaps she had become Rong Hang's little darling? The agreement had merely mentioned sleeping, and during their first encounter, he had intended for her to sleep on the floor. Thus, the sleep stipulated in their agreement was indeed pure slumber. Was it possible that Rong Hang suffered from a sleep disorder or some psychological ailment? His compliance with her presence during sleep could be attributed to her ability to soothe him. The more she pondered, the more she felt she had unraveled the truth. The formidable leader of the Rong family, reduced to hiding in a shadowy room, curling into himself during episodes of distress. Conflicted emotions swirled within her. Jiang Xueyan furrowed her brow, inexplicably feeling a pang of sympathy for Rong Hang. Rong Hang awoke naturally, bathed in sunlight. The pristine white curtains were drawn aside. allowing the breathtaking hues of the sunset to cascade into the room, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Jiang Xueyan, I'm here. Approaching with a glass vase in hand. Jiang Xueyan noticed the remnants of her manicure, and Rong Heng's gaze momentarily faltered. Mr. Rong, are you well? He appeared to have returned to his usual self. A stark contrast to the wild-eyed figure from before. Rong Heng offered no further explanation. Jiang Xueyan pursed her lips, acknowledging that everyone harbors secrets. Rong Heng likely wished to keep his ailment private. My apologies for disrupting your break. His voice remained gravelly as he rose from the bed, his gaze seemingly brushing past Jiang Xueyan's face with casual indifference. He was acutely aware of how frightening his episodes could be. What expression would Jiang Xueyan wear? Fear, trepidation, or perhaps disgust? He scrutinized her face, not allowing any flicker of emotion to escape his notice. Jiang Xueyan's face was pale, her eyes clear and bright, glistening with moisture, reflecting his figure. Mr. Rong, what could possibly be more important than your well-being? Jiang Xueyan, ever the sycophant, was quick to flatter. Rong Heng gazed at her intently, his eyes holding an inscrutable depth that she could not decipher. Suddenly, he smiled. His elongated eyes narrowed, and his handsome features came alive with warmth. Very well. Jiang Xueyan, unable to contain her reaction, covered her flushed cheeks. Mr. Rong, has anyone ever told you that your smile resembles that of a charming fox? Appeared to be in high spirits, responding ambiguously to her inquiry. Is this the house you purchased in Kyoto? It is quite grand and imposing. Why is the garden at the back so barren? It seems ideal for planting. She chattered incessantly, reminiscing about the vast rose garden that once flourished outside the window. In his childhood memories, his mother often tended to the blooming roses in their estate. Mr. Rong, didn't you promise to bring me a gift the next time we met? She spread her immaculate palm, eagerly asking, where's my present? In Chapter 40, Jiang Xueyan questioned, what have you been secretly looking at? Unfazed, she reached out to Rong Heng for her gift, her demeanor effortlessly natural. Rong Heng bent down and retrieved a delicate wooden box from the safe at the bedside. It gleamed, and if her eyes did not deceive her, it appeared to be adorned with diamonds. What treasure could possibly warrant such lavish embellishments? Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer, awaiting the unveiling. The box, lined with smooth black silk, revealed 2 pink pearl earrings that shimmered delicately at the center, accompanied by a matching necklace. It was a complete set of jewelry. The pendants oval-shaped, resembling pearls yet exuding a brilliance far surpassing ordinary ones, with unique patterns gracing their surfaces. Pink pearls? No, they are conch pearls. Rong Heng clarified as he gently adorned Jiang Xueyan with the earrings and necklace. His rough fingers inadvertently brushed against her delicate earlobe, the soft texture causing a momentary pause in his actions. Jiang Xueyan averted her gaze, seemingly oblivious to his unusual hesitation. Her fingertips felt inexplicably sensitive, prompting Rong Heng to slow his movements, somewhat unaccustomed to such a peculiar sensation. Jiang Xueyan, unaware of his discomfort, examined herself in a small mirror. Conch pearls? I had never heard of them before, but they are indeed beautiful, she remarked, the soft pink hues complementing her fair complexion. She took out her phone and researched. Conch pearls, originally known as conch beads, are harvested from the Caribbean Sea, produced naturally without human intervention and in limited quantities each year, making them exceedingly rare. The set she wore, in deep pink, radiated vibrancy. Mr. Rong, could this possibly be a new release? Indeed, he replied. Jiang Xueyan silently calculated the figures displayed on her screen, astonished to discover that the set was nearly 8 million. What? This isn't just jewelry. It could buy a house. Do you like it? Rong Heng inquired. Jiang Xueyan nodded vigorously, her affection evident. Yes, I adore it. Well, as long as you like it, he replied. The young woman tugged at the hem of his shirt. Mr. Rong, could you perhaps record a video stating that this is a voluntary gift from you? Rong Heng raised an eyebrow, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Jiang Xueyan, what on earth have you been watching? The 5-day holiday had come to an end, and discussions in 2 WeChat groups were fervent. Rumor circulated that Pei Zhi'er had hired a renowned dance instructor along with a professional songwriting team. I know. They arrived on the 2nd day of the holiday. I saw them at the base entrance. Is it the arrangement team that won a Grammy this year? Yes. As people began tagging Jiang Xueyan in the group, she remained unperturbed. It's all right, we have Yan Shun. What did Yan Shun do during the 5-day break? Did she secretly practice without us? Suddenly, Jiang Xueyan was tagged. Pure and innocent Guidi gang. Emojis, snow, sweet girl rules the world. Gao Yu. Understood, go have fun. The group shifted the conversation to other topics while Gao Yu privately messaged Jiang Xueyan. Pure and innocent Guodigang. Gao Yu, I have a reliable tip, 90 accurate. The second performance may be cancelled. Gao Yu, if they need to select team members, Yan Jia, please choose me, okay? Jiang Xueyan agreed. Shortly after this discussion, Lin Qingqing called. Just received news. The competition format has changed. The second performance stage is cancelled, replaced by an online evaluation based on video views and voting results from China and Korea. If any manipulation or fraudulent votes are detected, disqualification will ensue. In terms of marketing, the studio plans to invest $2 million upfront. Jiang Xueyan's personal studio was currently affiliated with Xinhua Entertainment, and all expenditures were reported back to the parent company. How much? $2 million? Sister Qing, why don't you just kill me? I have no money, just my life. $2 million was equivalent to a quarter of Rong Hang's gift. Lin Qingqing found the situation amusing, never expecting Jiang Xueyan to be so frugal. Are you sure you don't want to market yourself? I know several major companies that spend over $2 million on marketing, especially those in Korea. Given the current era of traffic supremacy, not marketing is a significant disadvantage. Jiang Xueyan nodded. Sister Qing, I've made my decision. Lin Qingqing seemed to sigh. All right. The live stream on all platforms commenced. Grandma, wake up and watch. The show you've been waiting for is finally airing. For 5 whole days. Even the production team, Donkey, didn't dare to rest this long. Let us congratulate Jiang Xueyan on becoming a third-tier artist. Is it true that the second performance has been cancelled? As the barrage of comments surged, host Jizzy appeared on screen. I believe many of you are already aware of the updates regarding the competition format. I am here to announce the detailed rules for the second performance. From today until the 31st of this month, participants will form teams based on the popularity rankings and are required to release their songs within 5 days. On the 31st, we will eliminate the bottom 20 contestants. Please compete fairly and justly. The current competition format is becoming increasingly exciting. Isn't this essentially saying that the fans with the most votes will easily win? With Pei's over 10 million fans, how can we compete? Each person can only vote once per day, and there is no option for paid voting. This is truly bold. No matter. I'll vote for Jiang Xueyan without thinking. As the new format was announced, discussions erupted. Contestants displayed a range of emotions, some elated, others concerned. Jiang Xueyan, already aware of the format, remained indifferent. After the host announced the disbandment, the golden-haired Pei stepped in front of Jiang Xueyan. In front of everyone, she slowly spoke in Chinese. Jiang Xueyan, shall we make a bet? This time, the loser will withdraw from the competition. Do you dare to accept? Is Pei declaring war? There must be a trick. Pei has excellent resources and is a predetermined favorite. Snow Yan, don't agree to her. In Chapter 41, the stage for the talent show was set amidst a lively atmosphere. Korean music production masters are in Huagui. Snow Yan, I acknowledge your strength. But we simply cannot compete with the royal faction. Pei company is adept at packaging and marketing. If Jiang Xueyan agrees, she is bound to lose. Nearby, Song Shuyu and Cui Ziyuan held their breath, fully aware of the industry heavyweights Pei had enlisted. Not even a well-known singer from Huagui Yuan might stand a chance. They closely watched Jiang Xueyan's lips, fearful of missing a single word. The camera focused on Jiang Xueyan's exquisite face, her lips tinted with a subtle shade of pink.
All right.
In the distance, Cui Ziyuan and Song Shuyu nearly burst into laughter, thinking her foolish. She won 2 rounds. Does she really think Pei is on her level? Snow Yan, you're mistaken. Jiang Xueyan has indeed become too complacent. Winning 2 rounds has made her forget her place. What if she cannot win against others and ends up leaving the competition in disgrace?
Ha!
Jiang Xueyan, you do not merely represent yourself. You embody the spirit of Huagua. Before making decisions, could you not contemplate the potential consequences, lest your failures reflect upon all your sisters? The moral high ground is being wielded here. If you are so adept at weighing pros and cons, why did you not seize first place in the public performance? To the critics who cast aspersions, take a moment to reflect on your own shortcomings before passing judgment on others. Unlike the chaotic atmosphere prevalent online, Pei observed Jiang Xueyan's unwavering resolve. A fleeting glimmer of admiration shining in her light brown eyes. I will surely defeat you, she declared. Jiang Xueyan nodded in encouragement. The rules dictated that the top 6 would serve as team leaders to select their members, and as the captain, she could not align herself with Jiang Xueyan. Yenshin. My company just called. They're preparing to invest 1 million in my marketing. I've even heard of some companies spending 2 million. How much is your company allocating for marketing? None, came the response.
What?
Not only Gao Yu was taken aback, but the younger members of Jiang Xueyan's team were equally astonished. Even their lesser-known company was willing to invest in promotion for this competition, yet Jiang Xueyan's company was not. Yenshin, Haven TU severed ties with that incompetent company, Xinhua. They are so miserly. They won to even part with a small sum. How cheap. Stop criticizing. The frugal owner Jiang Xueyan is almost in tears. Maintaining a company is costly.
I see.
We must save where we can and spend wisely. It was only after Jiang Xueyan concluded her conversation with friends that she noticed Yu, who had been quietly waiting nearby. Hello, Jiang Xueyan. Would you consider choosing me as your teammate? Yu, with her cool demeanor and tall stature, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Without the backing of a prominent company, she understood that her path to success would require double the effort, yet she did not anticipate that her meticulously prepared stage would be marred by an unforeseen obstacle. She yearned for an opportunity to prove herself. Before speaking, Yu had mentally prepared herself. She was aware of her unfamiliarity with Jiang Xueyan, and thus a rejection would be entirely reasonable. To her astonishment, Jiang Xueyan readily accepted her offer. Stunned, Yu stammered, I can team up with you. Before she could finish her sentence, a soft, warm hand rested on her shoulder. Yu, I have a song that needs choreography. Would you help me with it? Jiang Xueyan was proficient in songwriting, but she acknowledged her weaknesses in dance. Under the rigorous training of Wen Yuma, she had mastered some basic routines, but when it came to choreography, her skills were akin to that of a child. Professional tasks should be entrusted to those with expertise. Jiang Xueyan had long observed Yu's performances, noting her solid foundational skills and unique creative flair in choreography. Most importantly, Yu's contract with her previous company was nearing its conclusion. Those in the know understood the implications. The frugal owner Jiang Xueyan would never engage in futile endeavors. Thus, Yu found herself unwittingly drawn into Jiang Xueyan's team, embarking on a journey she had not anticipated. Years later, the renowned dancing king Yu would often recount her experience of being effortlessly recruited by Jiang Xueyan during interviews. As the groups were assigned, Jiang Xueyan convened a small meeting with her team. This time, she did not shy away from the cameras. Every detail of the meeting was broadcasted. Her inquiries prompted deep contemplation among the participants. According to the live data from the camp, each episode garnered approximately 1.5 billion views, suggesting a potential audience of at least 20 million, comprising fans of the contestants and casual onlookers. Yet, their collective worth would hardly exceed 8 million. Other teams had already begun to contact choreography and composition teams, leaving the younger members puzzled as to why Jiang Xueyan continued to pose seemingly nonsensical questions. Are you aware of the vast community of square dance enthusiasts in Huagua? A staggering market of 300 million exists. It is still dance. Why should square dance be dismissed? I must have misheard. What are you doing, Jiang Xueyan? Square dance? We asked for creativity, not for you to turn everyone into dancers of the same style. Performing square dance on a talent show stage? Unprecedented. Upon learning that Jiang Xueyan intended to perform a square dance, the directors felt a wave of despair. If she truly attempted to exploit the rules with a square dance performance, the audience's reception was uncertain, and gaining approval from the higher-ups would be a formidable challenge. This was no trivial matter. The pressure on the directors was immense. They promptly sought confirmation from Jiang Xueyan, and upon receiving her steadfast affirmation, they were left in a state of disbelief. Jiang Xueyan remained oblivious to the external controversies surrounding her choice of performance. I do not have absolute confidence in this square dance performance. If you are unwilling, you may withdraw. The girls exchanged solemn glances. Song choice was paramount in a talent show. Had they been given the option to choose, they would have opted for something more appealing to the youth. Yet, Jiang Xueyan, a formidable dark horse in the competition, was leading the charge. Without hesitation, she declared, I will not withdraw. I believe in you. The other members echoed her sentiments. Their resolve solidified. They would not retreat. They were committed. Opportunities to dance on stage were abundant, but to partake in a square dance was a rare chance. They would follow Jiang Xueyan into the fray, without question. I don't know what's igniting this fervor. If my words offend, I shall take my leave. A voice chimed in, withdrawing their support. Is Jiang Xueyan being too autocratic? Why must everyone comply with her wishes? What gives her the right to dance square dance? Laughable. Those upstairs clearly do not grasp the essence of teamwork. Should you choose to leave, then do so. No one is forcing you to stay. Another critic masquerading as a fan. We are warriors who do not shy away from our criticisms. Jiang Xueyan, no objections. Team members, no objections. Netizens, objections abound. The live chat was a flurry of activity, with everyone engrossed in the unfolding events. Jiang Xueyan directly played her newly composed song in the live stream, titled The Most Dazzling National Style. In the meeting room of Pei Zhi's group, the revered Korean lyricist and composer, Aizen, sat at the helm. I have a suitable song for this competition, one that I have devoted as much energy to as my previous Grammy-winning piece, titled Gibberish. This composition has been in the works for quite some time, with over 5 million invested in its lyrics, recording, and choreography production. It is not merely a well-crafted catchy dance tune, but also a deeply meaningful Korean ballad. I am confident it will resonate with the majority and effortlessly secure a victory on a modest talent stage. With no pretense or hesitation, he played the song within the meeting room. I longed to dance along with the music. I yearned to indulge and liberate myself. The trainees listened intently, their admiration evident in their eyes. This song exuded a magical allure, leaving them longing for more even after it concluded. The lyrics conveyed the poignant tale of two lovers forced apart by parental disapproval, yet their hearts remained entwined, endlessly yearning for one another. A heart-wrenching farewell, imbued with beauty and charged with emotion. Teacher, if you can write, please create more. This should secure our position. It's so beautiful, I was brought to tears. I cannot imagine how explosive it would be if they collectively performed this dance. I've long felt disdain for that Jiang Xueyan. The teacher is directly challenging them. A group of square dance aunties cannot possibly compare to these vibrant young ladies. I must sneak a peek at what song they are using for their square dance. Confident that victory was assured, Pei's fans eagerly entered Jiang Xueyan's live stream. The resonant and righteous melody floated through the air. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless mountains, flowers are blooming. The female voice is robust and powerful, with lyrics that evoke vivid imagery. Upon hearing it, one can almost envision the vast landscapes of the motherland, with its rolling green mountains and flowing waters. The atmosphere is grand, instilling a profound sense of national stability and personal pride. This song possesses a certain charm. Listening further, the lyrics resonate. You are the most beautiful cloud on the horizon. Let me capture you with my heart. The melody of the most dazzling national style sings softly, sweeping away all the dust of life. Why is this tune so infectious? Her lips seem to lose control, subtly joining in the singing, while her head nods uncontrollably in rhythm. Oh, this song is addictive. Only upon finishing the song does this hypnotic state lift. What was the name of that song again? Alas, it escapes my memory completely. The barrage of comments in the live stream has turned into a flurry of excitement, filling the screen with a multitude of ahs. Did you just tell me this is a square dance song? It summoned my mother, who asked me what the song is called so she could download it. Indeed. My grandmother has also come over, insisting she wants to share it with her friends tonight. Jiang Xueyan. I must inform you that you need to upload this to the music platform immediately, or I fear for my life. The comments are not the only ones in a frenzy. The contestants are equally captivated. This song is delightful, yet it carries a distinct folk essence. It is indeed fitting to describe it as a square dance tune. But how should we choreograph our dance? Traditional style? Given the simplicity of the lyrics and melody, shouldn't our dance be more complex? Jiang Xueyan shakes her head, insisting that simplicity is key. The more energetic, the better. The song has been nearly finalized, and the subsequent steps are of utmost importance. Xue will take charge of the dance, while everyone else will contribute ideas for the shooting. Unbeknownst to her, the audience, entranced by this divine melody, finds nowhere else to go. Upon entering other contestants' live streams and hearing subpar songs, their interest wanes instantly. They rush to Weibo, searching for recordings of Jiang Xueyan's live performance. The vast horizon is my love. That resonates. Before long, the song inexplicably gains a surge of popularity. Every new listener is held captive for 3.5 minutes. Jiang Xueyan's square dance anthem climbs the trending searches once more. The onlookers, intrigued by the competition format, initially share similar thoughts. A talent show featuring square dance music? Ridiculous. Yet after listening, they exclaim, the most dazzling national style deserves recognition. Forget the square dance label. It should take the world stage. The director, initially distressed and losing hair over the backstage chaos, receives encouraging news. His aches and pains dissipate, and he feels invigorated enough to ascend 20 flights of stairs. Quickly, inquire about Jiang Xueyan's filming progress. Urge them on. The filming, aside from a few initial hesitations from the younger contestants, progresses surprisingly smoothly. Xueyan indeed lives up to expectations, creating a dance with excellent fitness benefits. By the 5th day, 6 groups of contestants upload their songs simultaneously. Pei Zhi's marketing strategy is aggressive, causing her video views to skyrocket. While Jiang Xueyan's the most dazzling national style, lacking sufficient promotion, struggles to gain traction despite trending. Days pass, and Pei Zhi maintains a firm grip on the top spot, while Jiang Xueyan's song gradually climbs. Jiang's parents, attentively following the live broadcasts, have already shared the song within their community during the evening square dance gathering. The elderly, upon hearing the tune, feel invigorated. Oh, this song is delightful. The sound is loud enough for us to hear every lyric. Yes, my daughter wrote this song. She is competing. If you enjoy it, remember to ask your son to vote for her. Of course, we will vote. Su Meng is the fan leader for Cui Zhiyuan in the country, but this time, their performance is rather mediocre, landing them lower in rankings. She urges fans in the group to remember to vote and boost views. Meng, help your mother vote for the most dazzling national style. What did you say? Normally stern and disapproving of her daughter's phone use, her mother now insists on voting for Jiang Xueyan. Hurry, vote for Jiang Xueyan. Our most dazzling national style cannot lose to the Koreans. Jiang Xueyan is, after all, Cui Zhiyuan's fierce rival. During the last public performance, she even drenched Cui Zhiyuan in water. As a devoted fan, how could she possibly vote for her adversary? With a sigh, Su Meng reluctantly logs into her mother's account and selects Jiang Xueyan's song.
Done.
Now, get your father, grandparents, and everyone else on board. Our entire community is voting. As the square dance leader, I cannot lose to them. Similar scenes unfold across households nationwide. On the 4th day of the second round of competition, Pei Zhi ranks first with 380 votes, Gao Yu's group comes in third with 180, Jiang Xueyan is fourth with 120, and Cui Zhiyuan's group is fifth with 80. By the 10th day of the second round, Pei Zhi remains first with 880 votes, while Jiang Xueyan climbs to second with 876, Gao Yu's group is third with 620, and Cui Zhiyuan's group is fourth with 442. As the competition progresses, various companies ramp up their marketing efforts, extracting every bit of engagement from users. TikTok sees a surge in purchases. Fueled by financial power, contestants see their numbers soar, yet none can match Jiang Xueyan's astonishing increase. On the 11th day of the second round, at 10 a.m., data is released. Due to overwhelming traffic, the page loads slowly, revealing results frame by frame. Everyone holds their breath. First place with 224 votes is Jiang Xueyan. Pei Zhi follows in second with only 1,000. What is going on? Jiang Xueyan has surpassed Pei Zhi. The difference is a staggering 200,000 votes. The data continues to be released. Third is Gao Yu with 705 votes, followed by all other groups below 700,000, with slow increments and minimal gaps between them. This vote count far exceeds expectations, likely due to the extensive marketing efforts attracting bystanders. However, Jiang Xueyan's rise is astonishing, nearly 400,000 votes. How did that happen? Many fans of Pei Zhi begin to tag the competition's official account on Weibo, questioning the fairness of the process. You claimed fairness and justice. Haven't you noticed the flood of votes? 100,000 votes overnight, and without any marketing? This is unacceptable. We demand a fair and just stage for the talent show. They express disbelief that someone of Jiang Xueyan's low stature could garner such a following. The song, deemed outdated and starkly contrasting with those of other contestants, should not have achieved such high votes. The officials remain unperturbed, steadfast as a rock. If there were issues with the voting, they would have been detected long ago. Is it so difficult for fans in the domestic entertainment industry to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Jiang Xueyan's song, though not trendy or fashionable, resonates with the middle-aged and elderly demographic. Recently, the platform has seen a surge in new account registrations, all of which have been casting votes for Jiang Xueyan, boosting the platform's new user rate by 60, and it continues to grow at an alarming pace. The platform has profited immensely, clutching the fame of Jiang Xueyan. How could they possibly offend her for the sake of a few fans? Upon learning that she had been surpassed, Pei Zhi's expression was one of disbelief. To her knowledge, Jiang Xueyan's works had received no promotion whatsoever. Could it be that her creations had truly reached such heights of excellence? With a complex and indescribable sentiment, Pei Zhi clicked on Jiang Xueyan's video. At the outset, Vibrant members appeared in succession, adorned in eye-catching outfits and exaggerated styles, causing Pei Zhi'er to furrow her brow. She persevered, continuing to watch. The song, the most dazzling national style, was performed by a powerful female voice, accompanied by extremely simple dance moves, radiating vitality throughout the video. As she watched, Pei Zhi'er began to discern certain nuances. Objectively speaking, Jiang Xueyan's production was rather ordinary. The characters appeared chaotic, and the dance moves were monotonous. Yet, inexplicably, it possessed a memorable quality, particularly the sisters in their eccentric attire, increasingly captivating her gaze. Their vibrant and energetic outfits were a striking contrast to their usual stage presence. The song exuded a positive and uplifting aura, effortlessly emanating confidence that resonated with every viewer. This tune was indeed addictive. However, Pei Zhi'er could not fathom how it could overshadow her own work so completely. It was merely a catchy tune. How could it surpass her creation? Surely, the marketing had not been executed adequately. This group of Huagua individuals must not have grasped the story behind her work. They needed to invest more. The marketing must not cease. Yet, when the data emerged the following day, it once again struck the faces of all involved with the Korean group. First place went to Jiang Xueyan with a value of 18.42 million, followed by Pei Zhi'er at 10.98 million and Gao Yu at 9.09 million.
What?
Jiang Xueyan had far surpassed Pei Zhi'er's group by a staggering 8 million. The combined value of all members from the neighboring Show 101 was less than Jiang Xueyan's alone. The growth rate of Pei Zhi'er's group was steadily declining, while Jiang Xueyan's votes soared ahead, leaving them in the dust. Critics erupted in outrage. One particular sister's fervent voting was nothing short of rampant. "What are you doing, Ing? Are you not investigating this?" The beleaguered fans of Jiang Xueyan responded. "What are you talking about, vote fraud?
Who do you look down upon? If it comes to that,
perhaps you should check what those elderly folks dancing in the square are listening to." Apologies, but our Yenbao has become a sensation. Some of Jiang Xueyan's fans promptly shared the charts from major music platforms, revealing that the most dazzling national style topped the rankings. It may be rustic, but that does not hinder its popularity. Upon seeing the data, their eyes burned with disbelief. How could it be? He was a Grammy-winning composer, and his painstakingly crafted masterpiece had been bested by a mere catchy tune from a newcomer. Add more to the marketing budget. Pei Zhi'er tapped the table, her voice cold. "No need to add more. We have lost." Her tone was laced with complex emotions, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Everyone was aware of how much Pei Zhi'er valued the second round, having invested heavily to recruit Ajan. Yet, the outcome was a dismal defeat. They had anticipated her fury, given the rumors of the temperamental heiress. However, they witnessed Pei Zhi'er calmly halt the additional marketing plans, her gaze sharp and unlike her usual demeanor. "We did not lose in vain. Jiang Xueyan knows how to strike a chord. Is it not about innovation and attracting new viewers? The production team is not foolish. With such a prominent figure, how could they not invest in marketing? Once they do, it only becomes more challenging to compete. No matter how much money is thrown in, it would be futile." Pei Zhi'er conceded her defeat gracefully. "Well done, Jiang Xueyan. You have successfully captured my attention." Nearby, Pei Zhi'er's assistant stepped forward. "Sister, are you really going to withdraw from the competition?" Chapter 44. Jiang Xueyan, the shrewd businesswoman. The song The Most Dazzling National Style became a sensation across the nation, its familiar melody echoing in streets and neighborhoods. The middle-aged and elderly populations discovered for the first time that there was such a competition. They were unaware of the intricacies of girl groups, but they knew that Jiang Xueyan, the creator of the most dazzling national style, must secure first place. Oh, is it a competition against the Koreans? All Huagua sisters must not lose to them. Vote, vote, vote. Never underestimate the influence of the middle-aged and elderly demographics. They rallied passionately, outpacing younger voters in their fervor. Korean netizens, not to be outdone, rallied their families and friends to vote for their chosen idols. However, their efforts yielded minimal results. After toiling to gather votes, they saw a meager increase of 50,000, only to discover that the Huagua participants had surged by at least 500,000. Was this some sort of cheat? What's the point of voting? We cannot win. Let us just lie down. Some Koreans could not help but vent their frustrations online. This is embarrassing for Pei Zhi'er. She has brought disgrace upon Koreans. South Korea is a powerhouse in talent shows. How can we explain this disastrous performance to our investors? The audience scratched their heads in confusion. Were Korean investors truly that petty? If their contestants were underperforming, would they withdraw their support? And what of Pei Zhi'er? Was she truly withdrawing from a competition? It seemed she was already in Korea. Could it be true? Had Pei Zhi'er really decided to withdraw? The production team was the first to receive news of Pei Zhi'er's withdrawal, soon followed by the withdrawal of the largest investors. The director awoke to a calamity. These girl group creators have such volatile tempers. They gamble big and play hard. Pei Zhi'er's withdrawal was minor compared to the implications of losing financial backers. Jiang Xueyan, too, had dealt a severe blow. Look, she has chosen not to play anymore. While the director was troubled, the search for new sponsors had to continue. The Korean investors, behaving irrationally, withdrew their support and warned other companies against investing. In this state of despair, the instigator, Jiang Xueyan, arrived backstage with her team. Director, may we discuss? The director, wearing a hat and sporting a scruffy beard, extinguished his cigarette upon seeing them enter. What now? His fear of Jiang Xueyan was palpable. She smiled, her beauty overshadowed by a shrewd glint in her eyes. Director, I believe you are in need of funds? The director's irritation flared. What do you want to say? Jiang Xueyan calmly raised her chin as a team member presented a contract. Please take a look. The director frowned as he opened the first page. An investment proposal? How much can you possibly invest? 10 or 80,000. Are you trying to fool a child? He lazily flipped to the last page, only to halt in surprise at the figure. 30 million? The company listed was Huaxia Entertainment, which he had never heard of. Jiang Xueyan, can you make decisions on this matter? Of course. Her assistant added, Miss Jiang is our general manager. The director was taken aback.
Oh.
So you have money and have been pretending to be poor all along? Can we finally discuss a collaboration? With a serious demeanor, he shifted into a professional mindset. Jiang Xueyan's investment was not a charitable act. Rather, she was there to claim her share. Seizing this rare opportunity, she was determined to reap the rewards. However, the director's excitement faded within 2 minutes. Jiang Xueyan, you cunning businesswoman. This is unacceptable. We have never operated on such terms before. How can you demand such a substantial profit? Sister, I implore you, leave me a little something. Before the meeting, the director appeared somewhat dejected. Yet, he still retained a semblance of spirit. However, after the meeting concluded, his hair stood on end, reminiscent of a vagabond stripped of vitality. On Weibo, fans referred to Jiang Xueyan as a celestial angel, prompting the director to roll his eyes dramatically, clearly seeing her as a devilish figure, a ruthless capitalist whose very name could rouse one from slumber. Alas, the program team announced Pei Zhi'er's withdrawal from the competition. The other Korean contestants, lacking Pei Zhi'er's resources and confidence, could only remain in the camp. Jiang Xueyan evidently became the favored candidate of the camp, receiving significantly more camera time and interaction. The photographer, summoned to apologize to Jiang Xueyan, found her engrossed in preparations for the third public performance and declined the meeting request. Moreover, as an investor in the camp, she dismissed smaller advertisers like Green Tip from sponsorship. Not long after, Jilin approached Jiang Xueyan with a potential collaboration involving an advertisement. He promptly sent over the details, a connection in the Asia-Pacific region with the prestigious Royal Pearl brand, a pinnacle in the realm of pearls. Typically, pearls appeal more to middle-aged or elderly demographics, making the combination of girl groups and pearls rather incongruous. However, upon seeing the advertising price, Jiang Xueyan regained her enthusiasm. Merely an advertisement, it was imperative to secure it. She requested Qing Jie to contact a professional advertising production team while searching for suitable candidates within the camp. The advertisement shoot, though uncertain in selection, included Xu Yu and Gao Yu, both novices in advertisement filming, leaving them bewildered. Fortunately, the photography team arranged by Qing Jie proved reliable, and despite some hiccups, the final product turned out commendably. A week later, Jiang Xueyan previewed the completed footage. Indeed, it was no exaggeration. Her visage was stunningly beautiful. Chapter 45, a reward in the form of a legal notice. The second round of the competition concluded with Pei Zhi'er's withdrawal, resulting in the elimination of another 20 contestants, leaving only 40 remaining. The third public performance would directly eliminate 25 contestants, narrowing down to 6 members from the final 15 for the ultimate competition. On the surface, Cui Jiwan and Song Shaya appeared to be behaving themselves, with no disturbances in the camp, which remained harmonious. Meanwhile, the long-silent Survival 101 finally stirred into action. After suppressing negative public sentiment, the second round of performances was officially broadcasted nationwide. As the audience awaited the third episode of the camp's public performance, They also tuned into Survival 101 out of boredom. It was rather dull, save for slight buzz around Yang Xu, who sang adequately. Suddenly, who was this? The song was rather delightful. Love Emergency, composed by Jiang Xueyan. The melody resonated with the sunset leaves and the sound of a horn announcing love's urgency. The singer's voice was exquisitely soft, and during the climax, fragments of light burst forth like countless stars, dazzlingly radiant. Oh my, this stage. This song is lovely. Is it an original? I couldn't find it on the music platform. What was the lead dancer's name again? Yilan? No, you've missed the point. How could Jiang Xueyan's song be here? Is it a namesake? Upon completing the song, Survival 101 promptly changed the live broadcast title to Jiang Xueyan's new work, Come Listen. One must concede that Jiang Xueyan's popularity in the variety show circuit was quite high, drawing in many curious viewers. The ratings for Survival 101 skyrocketed. Quick, check Yilan's Weibo. She has a photo with Jiang Xueyan. Are they good friends? Let's support her. Fans of Yen, act swiftly. This girl's rank is too low. She might be eliminated. Most of Jiang Xueyan's fanbase comprised intrigued bystanders who had previously assisted in elevating Gao Yu, allowing her to secure the 6th position for debut. This time, upon seeing Yilan's low rank, they speculated on her close relationship with Jiang Xueyan and began to rally support for Jiang Xueyan's friend once more. However, seasoned fans quickly sensed something amiss. Focus on your own, will you? Where did this Yilan come from? Have you forgotten how Jiang Xueyan was bullied by Survival 101 before? Why give them any heat? Is Survival 101 openly using Jiang Xueyan's name for clout? Did she consent to this? Riding on her coattails? Reported. The news spread swiftly, leading Jiang Xueyan's assistant, Zhu Tian, to contact her urgently. Zhu Tian, with her egg-shaped face, amiable demeanor, and meticulous nature, was highly regarded by Jiang Xueyan.
Yan.
How well do you know Yilan? Screenshots. Jiang Xueyan had just finished reviewing the advertisement footage when she saw the WeChat messages. Yes, it's nothing to worry about. That song was a gift to her. Yilan is free to sing it. However, Survival 101 cannot exploit her name for publicity. Jiang Xueyan delineated her boundaries clearly. I'll reward Survival 101 with a legal notice. Understood, I'll take care of it. Zhu Tian noted, amused by the legal department's daily gaming escapades. Jiang Xueyan, concerned her fans might lash out at Yilan for riding on her fame, decided to like Yilan's Weibo post from her main account. Naturally, Yilan's agency would seize such a marketing opportunity, purchasing numerous articles highlighting Yilan's close ties to Jiang Xueyan. Jiang Xueyan liked her post. You should interact with her, urged her agent, but Yilan frowned, gripping her phone tightly. She felt guilty for posting that Weibo update. To continue engaging with Jiang Xueyan in the comment section felt disingenuous. Why are you hesitating? Don't forget, you have a 500,000 breach of contract fine. Even if you don't post, the company has the right to use your account. The agent's voice was insistent on the other end of the line. Yilan hung up, realizing that Jiang Xueyan had gifted her such a beautiful song, and she could not let her down. After seeing the messages, Jiang Xueyan chose to divert the topic. I watched your stable performance, Lanjia. You were remarkable. Receiving the notification, Jiang Xueyan noted that if fake Yilan had commented on her post, if she didn't interact, only Yilan would face ridicule. She needed to find an opportunity to bring Yilan into her agency. With a kind heart and firm professionalism, Yilan maintained clarity amidst temptation, a quality far superior to most in the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, the camp was fervently preparing for the 3rd public performance. Given the high-end nature of the event, it was understandable that the brand representatives would overlook a few fledgling newcomers. However, not long after, Lin Qingqing sent a message. Your advertisement actually passed initial review but was intercepted by a certain popular star.
Who? Xin Lan.
Jiang Xueyan recalled the name. Having debuted as a child star, Xian Lan remained relatively obscure until last year when her role in a historical drama catapulted her to stardom. I have no grievances with her, do I?
Indeed.
There were no personal issues. One was a leading actress in the film industry, while the other was a minor figure in the idol scene. They were worlds apart. Why had she inexplicably intercepted their submitted advertisement sample? I'm not sure. The sample has been resubmitted, and we'll know the results by next week at the latest. Jiang Xueyan briefly acknowledged the matter before swiftly dismissing it from her mind. It was not until a week before the public performance that Lin Qingqing unexpectedly sent a message stating that the head of the Huagua district wished to meet them. Not only them, but it was rumored that Xian Lan had also been invited. In light of the involvement of advertising sponsors, the company generously granted a day off. The three young women rose early to prepare their looks and change into evening gowns. Jiang Xueyan even adorned herself with the exquisite conch pearl necklace worth 7 million yuan, a gesture to convey her respect for the brand. As the evening approached, a chauffeur-driven vehicle transported the three girls to a grand hotel, coincidentally arriving just as Xian Lan's car pulled up ahead. Chapter 46. Indeed, it was somewhat beneath the surface. Xian Lan alighted from her vehicle, resplendent in a white long-sleeve dress, complemented by a pearl necklace from Yumikoto, exuding an air of affluence. Accompanying her were at least 10 staff members responsible for styling, photography, and various tasks, bustling around her with evident professionalism. In contrast, Jiang Xueyan, Gao Yu, and their assistant numbered only 4. Gao Yu was visibly anxious, her legs trembling. "I've never attended such a gala before. Will I embarrass you?" Xu Yu was equally nervous, though her reserved nature lent her an air of composure, despite the occasional flicker of unease in her eyes. Jiang Xueyan reassured them, "We are merely newcomers. If we succeed, it will be a significant gain for us." One couldn't deny the merit in her words. After all, whether one hides or reveals oneself, the outcome remains the same. "Let's do this." A surge of determination ignited within her as boundless energy coursed through her. The trio supported each other, opened the car door, and descended in turn. Compared to the illuminated presence of Xian Lan, they appeared somewhat lackluster. Xian Lan noticed the three emerging from the vehicle and discreetly rolled her eyes. What kind of discernment does Yumikoto possess, allowing newcomers to attend such an event? Hadn't her assistant been instructed to eliminate those individuals? Her assistant, already accustomed to Xian Lan's private grievances, reassured her, "I've heard that the dark operations were reported by an intern, so their spots were released. Do not worry. In terms of experience and influence, they cannot compare to you. They are likely just here to make an appearance." Despite her dissatisfaction, Xian Lan feigned a smile as she entered the banquet hall. Upon seeing her, the event's host greeted her with a courteous smile but was quickly summoned away after a few exchanged pleasantries. Xian Lan had no choice but to take her seat. Surveying the room, she recognized most of the attendees, though they were primarily lesser-known figures with no significant following, completely lacking any chance against her. Xian Lan understood that the selection of advertising representatives was merely a facade. What they truly sought was a brand ambassador. This realization left her feeling somewhat resentful. Though she had gained popularity and fans through a hit drama, she had only secured short-term endorsements from mass-market brands. In contrast, her contemporaries had established partnerships with luxury brands, leading to her being ridiculed. Upon learning of the recruitment, she eagerly submitted her costly advertisement. Little did she know, Yumikoto was indulging in extravagant affairs and inviting so many to the banquet. Among all present, only she possessed the caliber to represent Yumikoto. Shaking her glass, she pondered whether Yumikoto intended to suppress her endorsement fee.
How amusing.
The position of brand ambassador could only belong to her. As she contemplated, the trio of unremarkable newcomers made their entrance in the center of the banquet hall. The one in the middle had particularly fair skin, her hair styled into a bun that accentuated her slender neck. The delicate conch pearls, illuminated by the crystal chandeliers, appeared even more radiant, rendering the girl strikingly captivating. Xiao Linshan, the head of Yumikoto's Huagua district, approached with an affable smile. "You must be the contestants from the company, right? We have viewed your advertisement. It is incredibly creative." The background music and timing received applause from our advertising team. Initially expecting Xiao Linshan to be aloof, the girls were taken aback by his warmth. They exchanged relieved glances, and Gao Yu, feeling at ease, effortlessly complimented, "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Qiao. It's the quality of Yumikoto's products that allows for such results." Xiao Linshan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for excessive modesty. I genuinely appreciate your advertisement. By the way, Miss Jiang, that set you're wearing is our new product, correct? There's only one in Huaxia, and it seems you purchased it." Feeling the weight of their gazes, Gao Yu and Xu Yu turned their attention to Jiang Xueyan's neck, realizing the necklace was indeed extraordinary. A Yumikoto piece. "It must be quite expensive," Gao Yu remarked. Jiang Xueyan, under their scrutiny, replied with a slight parting of her lovely lips, "It's beautiful, and I adore it. I usually hesitate to wear it. To be honest, I wish to pass it down as a family heirloom." 7 million yuan. Worth more than many heirlooms. Xiao Linshan, taken aback by such a description, chuckled. "An heirloom? Haha, Miss Jiang certainly knows how to articulate." His genuine amusement lit up his eyes. "You truly have a sense of humor, Miss Jiang. Should new products be released, you are always welcome to come and view them." After the pleasantries, they took their seats, coincidentally situated directly across from Xian Lan. It was evident that Xian Lan was displeased. What status did she hold, and what status did they possess? Was it fitting for them to share a table? As this was a commercial event, paparazzi were not permitted, and Xian Lan felt no need to conceal her disdain. Taking a sip of water, she exchanged a knowing glance with her assistant. Although Jiang Xueyan was engaged in conversation with Xu Yu and Gao Yu, her peripheral vision remained keenly aware of Xian Lan's movements. With keen observation, she discerned the subtle exchanges between Xian Lan and her assistant. Before long, several individuals resembling waitstaff approached with expressions of apology, bowing deeply. "We are terribly sorry, but there was an error with your seating arrangement. Would you kindly move to another table?" Their demeanor was sincere, their tone unusually humble. Gao Yu, feeling sympathetic, genuinely believed there had been a mistake and was about to rise when Jiang Xueyan grasped her arm. With a polite smile, Jiang Xueyan inquired, "Are you staff members?" Without hesitation, they affirmed. Jiang Xueyan nodded sagely. "Do you remember your staff numbers?" The waitstaff's faces paled momentarily, but they quickly regained composure, repeatedly apologizing. "We sincerely apologize. It was our mistake. Please, we implore you not to report us. We could lose our jobs." It was clear that the fault lay with the staff. Yet their subservient pleas made it seem as though Jiang Xueyan would be accused of oppressing the vulnerable. Was this truly the strategy that Xian Lan had devised? How utterly beneath the surface. Chapter 47. Starting from frame 0, editing her tragic backstory in half a second. If this situation escalated, while the staff might be taken away, whether it would implicate Xian Lan remained uncertain, yet Jiang Xueyan and her companions would undoubtedly become the center of attention. It was imperative not to escalate matters. Xian Lan likely wished to avoid any commotion as well. Jiang Xueyan recognized this and chose not to rise. Instead, she whispered to the staff, "You know who I am,
Don't you?
infamous for my lack of decorum. I know who sent you." The staff's resolve began to waver. Jiang Xueyan continued, "As for money, I have plenty. Whatever they offer you, I'll double it." A mix of coercion and temptation, it was unlikely anyone would remain unmoved. The staff member nodded slightly and discreetly retreated, their exit so swift that no one else noticed the commotion. Xian Lan pursed her lips, exchanging glances with her manager. Before they could converse, darkness enveloped her vision, accompanied by a refreshing floral fragrance. Raising her head, she met a pair of eyes that seemed to dance between amusement and mockery.
Senior Xian.
"It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Jiang Xueyan appeared as an eager admirer, while Gao Yu and she watched intently, fearing for her well-being. Xian Lan cast a polite, yet distant glance at Jiang Xueyan, nodding slightly without any intention of engaging in conversation. Most other stars would have taken the hint and left upon receiving such cold treatment, but Jiang Xueyan was not one to shy away. She boldly took a seat next to Xian Lan and inquired, "Sister Lan, what grievance do you hold against our advertisement?" Xian Lan, a consummate actress, maintained her composure, replying,
Who are you?
"I have no idea what you're talking about." Jiang Xueyan, undeterred, retorted, "It matters not if Sister Lan denies it. We both know the truth." Xian Lan's manager sensed something amiss and attempted to approach, only to be intercepted by Gao Yu and Xu Yu. Thus, only Jiang Xueyan and Xian Lan remained at the table. Jiang Xueyan was known for her forthrightness and audacity. She would even dare to confront a princess from a wealthy family. Xian Lan, however, was a different story. The manager observed Jiang Xueyan whispering something to Xian Lan, leading to an expression of utter despair on Xian Lan's face. "What did you say, Yan Jia?" The manager pressed, bewildered by the change in Xian Lan's demeanor. With her eyes cast down, Xian Lan's frustration simmered, her nails digging into her palms. Jiang Xueyan lowered her voice, stating, "I initiated with a zero-frame edit of her tragic backstory, followed by a friendly inquiry about her family, nothing more." Gao Yu and Xu Yu's expression stiffened at the gravity of Jiang Xueyan's words. To be insulted to such an extent and merely refer to it as nothing more was astounding. Xian Lan's complexion shifted from green to white, then darkened further. Gao Yu and Xu Yu exchanged glances, their tense anxiety dissipating completely. Xian Lan's murderous glare was palpable, oblivious to the presence of others. Initially, her objection to the advertisement stemmed from a high-ranking official's interest in Jiang Xueyan's project. However, after this encounter, Xian Lan genuinely loathed Jiang Xueyan, a naive white lotus. Clenching her fists silently, Xian Lan whispered to her manager. At 8 o'clock sharp, the banquet commenced, with numerous stars and influencers in attendance. each boasting a higher status than them. Gao Yu promptly cut into her steak, declaring, "Let us eat. We have no stake in this." The food was indeed delectable, with tender meat and delightful mousse cake that Jiang Xueyan eagerly indulged in, exclaiming her delight. Xianlong, unable to tolerate the ruckus, moved to a different seat, feeling a sense of relief as she distanced herself from the peculiar trio. Xiao Linshan stood in the spotlight, raising her glass and delivering polite platitudes of gratitude for their presence. The audience listened intently, eager to absorb every significant detail. One disadvantage of such commercial gatherings was the expectation to consume alcohol. After a round of toasts, the trio retreated to a quieter area. They observed Xianlong navigating the venue in her ill-fitting white dress, which did little to flatter her figure, drawing attention to her short, thick neck due to an oversized pearl necklace, a calamity in fashion. As they engaged in hushed gossip, a server approached, addressing them, "Miss Jiang, Miss Gao, Miss Xu, Mr. Xiao has requested your presence in the upstairs lounge." Noticing Xiao Linshan was absent, she cautioned, "Do you think this could be a ploy by Xianlong? Be cautious." Jiang Xueyan glanced at the server's name tag, noting its legitimacy. She shook her head, confident that Xianlong would not employ the same tactic a second time. Guided by the server, they soon arrived on the well-lit second floor, where the lounge was filled with both men and women in professional attire, including Xiao Linshan. Gao Yu and Xu felt a wave of relief wash over them, but it quickly turned into anxiety at the thought of why they were being summoned. Xiao Linshan, sensing their apprehension, offered a reassuring smile. "There's no need to be nervous. We simply wish to ask you a few questions. Consider it a casual chat." Despite her words, the trio felt a tinge of unease sitting opposite a dozen serious executives. A short-haired, competent woman initiated the questioning. "What type of jewelry do you typically wear?" Gao Yu replied honestly, "Earrings and necklaces, I suppose." Xu Yu added, "Bracelets and rings." Jiang Xueyan quipped, "Gold, silver, whatever is valuable. Wherever there is space, I wear it." The questioning continued. "What are your primary sources for acquiring jewelry? Online shopping? Malls?" Gao Yu answered, "Taobao." Xu said, "Sometimes we visit physical stores." Jiang Xueyan remarked, "Well, gifts from others count, don't they?" Previously, she rarely adorned herself with jewelry, often opting for inexpensive bulk purchases or simple hair ties. However, ever since Rong Heng gifted her a piece from a mall, she had been dreaming of the sparkling jewels displayed prominently on the top floor. She had fond memories of the exquisite conch pearls he had given her. Most of her jewelry was indeed received as gifts, thus not entirely a falsehood. The questioning continued. "What led you to pursue an advertisement for Yumu Ben? Were you familiar with the brand prior?" Having prepared thoroughly, they answered effortlessly. "Miss Jiang, why don't you share your thoughts?" The atmosphere shifted, reminiscent of a classroom where a teacher calls on students. Jiang Xueyan paused and noted. "The pearls are lustrous and obviously expensive." There was an unspoken sentiment she refrained from expressing. They were also perfect for serving drinks. Her candidness left Gao Yu exasperated, as she thought it overly blunt. Gao Yu and Xu Yu exchanged incredulous looks, unaware that executives encountered numerous celebrities daily, each skilled in the art of conversation, rarely divulging their thoughts so plainly. The common perception of prestigious brands is that they exude understated luxury, dismissing marketing as beneath them. Yet, this is a fallacy. Who would complain about earning less? Without marketing, how would anyone recognize a brand? The strategies may differ, targeting various demographics. In recent years, the company aimed to expand into younger markets. Jiang Xueyan and her companion's advertisement was both elegant and aligned with the brand's ethos, effectively showcasing the product. Upon viewing the innovative advertisement sample, the advertising team was invigorated. After a brief conversation, the executives asked the trio to wait nearby. Before long, the same probing female executive approached Jiang Xueyan. "Miss Jiang, I would like to inquire, if our company is interested in purchasing the rights to your advertisement, what would your asking price be?" The mention of buying rights sparked Gao Yu's interest, pondering its potential value. However, Jiang Xueyan furrowed her brow slightly, realizing her true desire was for Yumu Ben to invest in the project. Simply selling the rights would allow the company to freely create their own version of the advertisement, including its creative elements and background music. With a glimmer of amusement in her dark, bright eyes, Jiang Xueyan replied, "I'm afraid we are not selling the rights." Her voice was soft yet firm, seemingly delicate but resolute. Since the commencement of their advertising project, they harbored a singular ambition to secure investment from Yumabone. Merely acquiring the copyright would not suffice to forge a partnership with Yumabone, so they resolved to take a bold risk, hoping to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The senior executive was taken aback, evidently unprepared for Jiang Xueyan's outright refusal. In her eyes, securing the copyright for Jiang Xueyan's advertisement was already a significant honor, especially given their precarious standing. She shrugged and smiled helplessly, conceding, "Well, I actually like you all." It was clear that the negotiation had faltered. Gao Yu and Shi could not conceal their disappointment as the three bid farewell to the client, supporting each other as they exited. Jiang Xueyan continued to reassure them, saying, "It's all right. We've done remarkably well. There are other sponsors to consider." Gao Yu nodded, realizing that Jiang Xueyan was likely the most affected by the rejection. Given her deep investment in every aspect of the project, from the advertisement-esque filming to the background music and the gala. Unsure of how to console her, Gao Yu gently patted Jiang Xueyan's back. "Once we form a group, major brands will certainly clamor to collaborate with us. Haha, by then, our value will undoubtedly soar. Perhaps I could even buy a house in my hometown's small county." The trio chuckled quietly as they rounded a corner in the hallway, only to be interrupted by approaching footsteps. "Ladies, please hold on." It was Qiao Linshan, who had personally pursued them. In the corridor, the man smiled warmly, stating, "Aside from acquiring the copyright, we also have another collaboration proposal. Would you be willing to consider it?" The offer was for a 3-month short-term endorsement, an annual copyright for the advertisement, plus an investment from Ning. Some products could also be lent for your presentation. Are these terms satisfactory to you? Gao Yu opened her mouth, instinctively glancing at Jiang Xueyan. With such transparency in the negotiations, there was no need for bargaining. The girl smiled radiantly, exclaiming, "This is indeed what we've been seeking. Let us collaborate joyfully." After the gala, the senior executive approached Qiao Linshan, expressing concern over assigning the endorsement to these inexperienced young women. Their credentials are too shallow, not in line with the brand's established image. Qiao Linshan produced a lighter, the flickering orange flame illuminating his dark eyes. "Do you know who purchased that conch pearl? A top-tier buyer?" The executive ventured cautiously. Qiao Linshan swallowed hard and uttered a single word, "Rong." "The Rong family? It must be someone significant," she mused. Realization dawned on her, and she understood why Jiang Xueyan had swiftly risen from obscurity to a third-tier celebrity. The executive regarded Jiang Xueyan with newfound respect, recognizing that her benefactor was more formidable than anyone else's in the industry. With a single word from that person, top-tier endorsement resources would be at her disposal. Many renowned actresses had been rebuffed in their advances towards that individual, while an obscure Jiang Xueyan had struck gold.
How enviable.
Inside the luxury van, Xian Lan yanked at the tight necklace around her neck, scattering pearls across the floor. Her eyes were filled with malice. "Have you uncovered everything about that Jiang Xueyan? What is her true background?" The manager, unfazed, instructed her assistant, "Make sure to gather those pearls. We need to return them to the brand." She scrolled through her phone, handing the findings to Xian Lan. "Here, take a look." The brief page contained scant information.
Xin Lan scan it, scopfing.
So she's just riding the coattails of that film emperor. Huh? I thought she had a more impressive benefactor. The manager, seasoned in the industry, shook her head. "I don't think it's that simple. Pay attention to Lin Lidong and Xinyue's outcomes. Be cautious." Xian Lan chuckled coldly. "What do I have to fear? I have no benefactor. Everything I possess is earned through my own efforts. Sister, you have no idea what she says about me. She even insulted me by calling me a swollen bun." Chapter 49, New song release in the vibrant entertainment industry. Xian Lan's appearance was rather ordinary. She had a tendency to gain weight easily, and her cravings made it impossible for her to slim down. With a broad face and thick waist, she had become an easy target for her rivals' jibes. Although she outwardly appeared carefree, she was deeply concerned about her looks. Jiang Xueyan's insults cut deeply, striking at Xian Lan's vulnerabilities. That despicable little mutt. How dare she be so arrogant? Xian Lan was determined to retaliate against Jiang Xueyan, just as she had done to other lesser stars. Despite her manager's warnings, Xian Lan couldn't suppress her fury. It was easy to ruin a female celebrity's reputation. One merely needed to spread a scandal. Yet, she was not one to act impulsively. Jiang Xueyan was no fool, and her plan had to be flawlessly executed. She simply needed to wait for Jiang Xueyan to lower her guard. At that moment, she would strike decisively, tarnishing Jiang Xueyan's name irreparably. The thought brought a slow smile to Xian Lan's lips. "I need to visit the clinic. My cheeks are getting chubby. I must get facial slimming injections before I join the set. As for the endorsement, I'll leave that to you, sister." As Xian Lan exited the car, her assistant diligently scoured the cramped corners of the vehicle for the scattered pearls. After nearly half an hour, she finally retrieved the last one wedged between the seats. The assistant hurriedly presented the necklace to the manager, only to be criticized for her slow search, all while ignoring the fact that the young girl had scraped her knee and was bleeding. Both the manager and Xueyan resided in the most luxurious hotel, while the assistant had to take a late-night taxi to a more affordable apartment. If Xueyan had any last-minute requests, the assistant had to be at her beck and call. Huddled in the back seat, the assistant silently wept, reflecting on how her admiration for Xueyan had led her to become an assistant. Why, then, did her idol wear two faces in public and private? Jie, where did you go earlier? After leaving the banquet, Jiang Xueyan had mysteriously vanished. Jiang Xueyan waved the recording pen in her hand, a sly smile dancing on her lips like a mischievous fox. I went to gather evidence. Money has its advantages. Once the cash was exchanged, the servers revealed everything. One must be cautious. While one should not harbor malicious intentions, one must always be vigilant. That Xueyan seems narrow-minded. I'd better keep some evidence on hand, just in case things heat up on Weibo. Securing this short-term endorsement was a small victory for Jiang Xueyan. She turned to her companions. Ladies, I'm feeling generous. Let us treat ourselves to a sumptuous meal. It's on me. The food at the gala had been delectable, but the portions were woefully inadequate. Xu had long been hungry and nodded in agreement. The three made their way to the nearest hot pot restaurant, feasting heartily and indulging in a bit of alcohol. Xu, who appeared demure and gentle, transformed into a lively spirit upon drinking, her demeanor contrasting sharply with her usual reticence. She clung to Jiang Xueyan, her gratitude spilling over.
I'm so sorry, Jie.
I truly appreciate you. You're like my reborn parents. Did you know? I secretly followed your fan club with a secondary account, Jie. I admire you so much. Her words tumbled out in a disjointed stream, and she soon lost track of her thoughts. After spending so much time together, Xuyu's admiration for Jiang Xueyan had reached new heights. Jiang Xueyan was genuinely remarkable. She could easily have taken on the luxury endorsements all by herself, yet she chose to include both her and Gao Yu. What more could one ask for from a benefactor? She had never voiced her admiration aloud, as she was not one for excessive words. In a sudden and earnest confession, she spoke as if, were she a man, she would propose to Jiang Xueyan in the next moment. This left Gao Yu and Jiang Xueyan in a state of bemusement. Gao Yu even jested, Sister Yan, if it comes to that, why not just give in? But concede? Jiang Xueyan, being a woman who loves men, knows that while hairstyles can change, one's sexual orientation cannot. She has yet to savor the virtues of a man as splendid as Rong Heng. The results of the second public performance of the talent show 101 were announced. Yilan surged from the bottom ranks to the top 10, particularly after her song Love Emergency solidified her standing in the fan community, with her Weibo followers steadily increasing. Her management company, tasting the sweetness of success, often engaged with Jiang Xueyan on Weibo. Over time, some began to perceive Jiang Xueyan as somewhat aloof. Negative sentiments began to circulate, suggesting that Jiang Xueyan only associated with those who were popular, dismissing Yilan for her lack of heat, and so forth. Among these, there were those from Yilan's management company fanning the flames, along with Jiang Xueyan's detractors seeking to capitalize on the situation. Yet, Jiang Xueyan's fans were not pleased. Since the principal party had not spoken out, they refrained from attacking Yilan. However, those cloaked in anonymity were relentless. Jiang Xueyan's ardent supporters, fierce warriors of disdain, left no room for their foes. They seized every opportunity to retaliate against the black fans, who, feeling cornered, began to vent their frustrations on Weibo, accusing Jiang Xueyan's fans of incessant insults and moral decay. Pure warriors of hatred number 1. If you seek scorn, we shall oblige. This is an act of virtue. Pure warriors of hatred number 2. Confucianism. Take up. Buddhism. Let go. Taoism. Take down. Pure warriors of hatred number 3. Boo-hoo if I scold you. Could it be that I am your retribution? These warriors internalized Taoist philosophy, aligning remarkably with the contemporary youthful spirit. The usual fan circle disputes, characterized by mutual familial insults, escalated to a level of unprecedented amusement and wit. Their remarks even caught the attention of some marketing accounts on Douyin, garnering hundreds of thousands of likes and comments, causing Jiang Xueyan's fans to enjoy a sudden burst of popularity. Amidst the cacophony of fan disputes, Wenyuma quietly announced her solo debut and released a new song.
Solo?
Why would Wenyuma betray her team? My goodness, weren't the four of them doing splendidly together? It is indeed a pity. If she didn't leave the group and ventured into the Western market, she might become even more famous. The domestic singing and dancing market pales in comparison to that abroad. She is merely too young and impetuous. Many fans struggling to accept the disbandment began to mock Wanyuma. The comments in the fan community were largely similar, filled with aggressive slurs. Unfazed, Wanyuma even found time to promote her new song on Weibo. An English song? Chapter 50. The Anthem of Graveyard Revelry. Previously, Wanyuma had always been the face of dance, and the public's impression of her singing was rather shallow. However, could any girl group song surpass Drowning? This is not mere fan exaggeration. This masterpiece could not be replicated in the next decade. With a mindset of curiosity, they clicked on the new song link. A melancholic female voice resonated, accompanied by unexpected lyrics. The white shirt now stained with blood on my nose, while you tread cautiously on your tiptoes, crawling around me as if no one knows. You are so sinful. The prelude bore a dark rock style, and the haunting female voice was oddly captivating, reminiscent of madness. Uncertain, they decided to listen again. As the lyrics unfolded, I am indeed the antagonist of the story. Accompanied by an exceptionally bizarre yet addictive melody, the song reached its climax. Bass, drums, and vocals merged seamlessly, creating an exquisite harmony. The song's echo was nearly imperceptible. Wearing headphones made it feel as though the female voice was whispering intimately into the listener's ears. Such explosive music. It truly embodied the essence of revelry at a graveyard. Moreover, the lyrics ensnared listeners' minds, rendering them almost foolish. When doing homework, never listen to this song, or you'll find yourself like me, accomplishing nothing in 2 hours. Feeling quite grand. I adore this kind of lethargy, yet I can't help but shake my leg. Humanity is fragmented, the soul capricious, and behavior bizarrely distorted. Wanyuma, how can you be so versatile? This song is so dismal, yet you sing it so enticingly. Sister, may I be your devoted follower? This song has truly caused my brain to shrink. Those who initially scoffed found themselves numb upon listening. They simply could not betray their conscience by claiming the song was unappealing. At most, they remarked that it was unconventional, unlike typical girl group songs. Most songs in the domestic scene are sentimental. Even rock songs often carry motivational lyrics. In contrast, Wanyuma's piece was both bleak and dispiriting. Yet it compelled listeners to become enthralled. Who penned the song? It is astonishingly brilliant. The lyricist and composer's name prominently displayed was Jiang Xueyan. What on earth? Why is Jiang Xueyan everywhere? Is this the style of Jiang Xueyan's music? From By the Lake Baikal to Mad to Crazy, the range is vast. Has this sister never encountered a creative block? I advise you not to look. Do not go. I just finished watching. Heed my words. Don't be reckless. The more people warned against it, the more others were inclined to investigate. One would expect Wanyuma, with her dance background, to showcase her skills. Yet the one clad in baggy pants and a hoodie with frizzy green hair, was that truly Wanyuma? They asked her to dance, not to let loose. Her level of madness rivaled that of the most dazzling national style. It made my scalp tingle. Heavy metal rock paired with addictive rhythms. I must save this as a tribute. Sister Yuma, are you portraying your beautiful state of mind with that lovely face? You are truly a century ahead of me. Singing the most melancholic yet impressive songs. Is that it? With the release of her new song, there was no fear of criticism, only concern over lacking popularity. This was Wanyuma's first attempt at such a style, and the song's quality was indisputable. The question remained whether the domestic audience could embrace such dark rock music. Fortunately, shortly after the song's release, comments soared to 999, predominantly filled with praise from passers-by and various humorous critiques. Walking to the cafeteria while listening to this song felt like I was about to acquire the cafeteria. With headphones on, hands in pockets, and a cap on, who could be cooler than me? Fans flocked to music platforms, gearing up to occupy the front row with prepared remarks, only to find the comments section inundated with fervent praise. Team fans, eager to mock, could only grasp at trivial points to critique, quickly drowned by the wave of positive feedback. Seeing the favorable reception domestically bolstered Wanyuma's confidence as she confirmed with her team, and her new song was launched globally. She enjoyed considerable popularity in Asia. After the release, she faced a barrage of skepticism, yet once those critics listened to the new song, all doubt dissipated. Why does the songwriter's name seem so familiar? Is it the one who wrote Mad and Crazy? Mad is so captivating and hard-hitting. This song, too, is both cunning and cool, merging two styles that are utterly engaging. I want to support this. They must be a formidable songwriter in Huagua. As recommendations for Wanyuma's new song began to circulate, This avant-garde and mesmerizing piece quickly spread to Europe and America. On the first day of its release, it topped domestic trending searches, ranking in the top 20 on music platforms, with 3 million plays online. By the second day, it climbed to 6th place in rankings, amassing 10 million plays online. On the third day following the release of the new song, it soared to the second rank in the music library, just behind the immensely popular Most Dazzling National Style. With an astonishing 50 million plays on foreign platforms, the terrifying rate of increase in plays left Wonyuma utterly astonished. Had it not been for the impossibility of artificially inflating the play count, she might have suspected foul play. Upon delving deeper into foreign platforms, she discovered that the song had been covered by several YouTube creators whose sharp and quirky style resonated profoundly with the eccentric spirit of their audience. It was as if these creators had found their soulmates, leading them to imitate the song, resulting in an explosive surge in its play count. Watching the numbers climb by hundreds of thousands with each refresh felt surreal to Wonyuma. It is worth noting that Submerged had only reached a maximum of 100 million plays on foreign platforms, and that was achieved after 3 months of relentless marketing. Yet, without even beginning her promotional efforts, her new song had amassed 50 million plays in just 3 days, and the number was still rising. Wonyuma, trembling with excitement, sent a WeChat message to Jiang Xueyan. Jiang Xueyan, wake up. It's a hit. The new song is on fire. Here's a screenshot. Why aren't you responding? Jiang Xueyan was busy practicing a dance for the upcoming third performance, and by the time she saw Wonyuma's message, 2 hours had already passed.
What do you mean it's on fire?
Jiang Xueyan replied, looking rather bewildered. She had never been active on foreign platforms, so she was unsure of what constituted a high play count. Jiang Xueyan's calm demeanor only served to highlight Wonyuma's excitement. After a moment's pause, Wonyuma typed furiously, could you at least change your WeChat name? I swear I'll expose you on Weibo. Was Jiang Xueyan's WeChat name truly that unappealing? It seemed to have been unchanged for ages. After pondering for 2 seconds, Jiang Xueyan decisively altered her name. The escapee monkey from Waguashan. Is 50 million plays impressive? Upon seeing Jiang Xueyan's newly adopted WeChat name, Wonyuma felt a shiver run down her spine. The escapee monkey from Waguashan? She quickly took a screenshot of Jiang Xueyan's nickname and sent it to her uncle. Uncle, your taste is quite unique. Is there something wrong? A popular female artist bearing the WeChat name the escapee monkey from Waguashan certainly raised eyebrows. Wasn't this an indication of a potential mental health crisis? The stern uncle from her memories seemed utterly incompatible with the whimsical Jiang Xueyan. Was it possible that her uncle had a penchant for such eccentricity? The thought of her uncle possibly adopting a similarly absurd WeChat name in the future made her shudder. For instance, names like I Digga in the Northeast, Pure-Hearted Little Turkey, or Fallen Tua Shengzi came to mind. The mere thought sent chills down her spine, and she shook her head, trying to dispel the goosebumps that had formed. The escapee monkey from Waguashan. The play count has now reached 70 million. Here's a screenshot. When Wonyuma glanced at the updated figure, and indeed, it had risen to 70 million. At this rate, wouldn't it surpass 100 million by tomorrow morning? The excitement of potentially achieving such a milestone in merely 4 days left Wonyuma in a daze. The escapee monkey, isn't right, Sister Yen. If there are similar songs, cough, if there are any, keep them for me. Do you think they're as common as cabbage? If I say there are, there are. I've transferred 1 million to you. Next time there's a new song, feel free to name your price. Jiang Xueyan received a bank notification, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with delight. Well said, well said. Generous boss. After their chat, Jiang Xueyan found a moment to log in. She had previously registered with a basic account and had posted a brief glimpse into her dance practice routine, but had not paid it much attention since. With the third performance approaching, she aimed to outshine Cui Ziyuan and Song Shua. Ever since Pei Zhi withdrew from the competition, both Cui Ziyuan and Song Shua had become more subdued. However, Jiang Xueyan felt a nagging unease as she remembered that these two were not to be underestimated. After all, they had not yet faced the consequences of their previous schemes against Gao Yu. It would be best to eliminate them during the third performance. Currently, there were 40 contestants remaining, with Cui Ziyuan ranked 18th and Song Shua 19th. The third performance would see 25 contestants eliminated, and those two would surely devise every possible strategy to secure their positions. Unfortunately for them, their plans would not come to fruition. Their actions had been rather discreet, with the remittances originating overseas, making it impossible to trace back to them. However, they had grossly underestimated Jiang Xueyan, who had already warned her fellow contestants and recorded audio evidence. 3 days before the third performance, several notable entertainment journalists began to leak information. For instance, one contestant who seemed fine the day before had to be rushed to the hospital the next day. They even had to switch dorms. Not to mention the absurdity of the stage positioning. The previously leaked rehearsal footage had looked flawless, yet the live performance was a different story altogether. Did no one ponder the reasons behind it? The internet was rife, with spectators eager for gossip. Of course, it's the camp. Gao Yu must be the victim, right? The competition in the audition scene is notoriously chaotic. It's predictable there would be drama. I watched the live stream when Gao Yu fell ill. Had it not been for Jiang Xueyan's protest to the director, she would have been captain. Weren't he Gao Yu and Cui Ziyuan roommates? That's quite unsettling. Are you genuinely believing the marketing accounts? They're fabricating stories. Cui Ziyuan and Song Shua are the real victims. Didn't you see Jiang Xueyan drenching them during the live stream, ruining their makeup and being mocked for oily skin? Clearly, it was Jiang Xueyan who was bullying them. She was sobbing, and it was obvious she was putting on an act. With only 4 debut spots available, the camaraderie between Jiang Xueyan and Gao Yu is merely a fade for the audience. Do you genuinely believe Jiang Xueyan is a decent person? Are you seriously convinced that pure hate warriors don't scroll through Weibo? I wonder which anti-fan is spewing nonsense here. Jiang Xueyan's fanbase was remarkably fierce, particularly her pure hate warriors, who were notorious across the fandom. Passers-by were in stitches, realizing that only Jiang Xueyan seemed capable of silencing her detractors in the entertainment industry. So, are you implying that Mixue was bribed to behave that way? What would be the benefit? The Chinese team was struggling against the Korean team in the early stages. What do you mean there's no benefit? If the Chinese team performed poorly, wouldn't all the debut spots go to the Koreans? Based on the above, I boldly speculate, is it possible that the Korean team has infiltrated each group with someone like Mixue? And Jiang Xueyan discovered it, which is why she publicly humiliated those 2 girls before the performance, intentionally acting weak to irritate them, right? You up there should try your hand at storytelling. It was just an accident. Do you really believe this nonsense? Instead of asking the gossip monger, why not directly question Mixue on Weibo? Mixue had barely scraped through to the second round with a lackluster performance, but her reputation and popularity plummeted swiftly. She was eliminated in the second round. She had accepted a transfer of 100,000 yuan from Cui Ziyuan, a sum that was neither excessively large nor particularly small. After completing her nose job, little remained. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Mixue believed she had developed a thick skin, but when she received a notification from Weibo, she clicked on it without a second thought. The comment section was flooded with people. Come clean. Did you accept money? You better confess. Not speaking? Out with you.
Ah.
Indeed, she has accepted payment, so what? No matter how foolish she may be, she would never be foolish enough to disclose the fact of receiving money. Mixue was on the verge of closing her Weibo account, preferring not to see nor be troubled. Suddenly, a message notification popped up on WeChat. Upon opening it, she was greeted by an unfamiliar avatar with a simple note. Let's discuss business. A strange warmth enveloped her heart, and inexplicably, she accepted the friend request. The other party wasted no time. I know you received money from Cui Ziyuan. I will pay you to reveal the truth. Are you in? Mixue's guard immediately went up. This WeChat account was pristine, devoid of any posts. Could it possibly be a paparazzo fishing for information?
Who are you?
Rest assured, I am not a paparazzo. After this assurance, the other party swiftly sent a screenshot. When Mixue opened it, a chill ran down her spine as she felt an overwhelming sense of unease towards a stranger. The information sent included everything about her, from her childhood breakfast preferences to her recent cosmetic surgery plans, all meticulously documented. Such a person was not someone she could afford to offend. Yet, neither did she wish to antagonize Cui Ziyuan. I cannot disclose that. Her tone softened. 300,000.
Deal.
Mixue feared the other party might retract their offer, unbeknownst to her that they had already discerned her mindset. The dossier revealed her insatiable greed and yearning for fame. Once she had enhanced her chin, she could seek a role in a film from the assistant director. A girl group? That was merely her starting point. In the entertainment industry, reciting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 daily to earn 208 was her ultimate goal. The deposit arrived promptly. The other party coldly typed a few sentences. Do not post on Weibo for now. Wait until the timing is right. Cui Ziyuan may reach out to you. Accept her money. Of course, you could also choose to go against me, provided you have the audacity. With just a few terse remarks, the other party quelled Mixue's lively thoughts. There were reasons behind her betrayal of Cui Ziyuan. After all, Cui Ziyuan was Korean, even if she had a benefactor. They could not reach out to her from such a distance. However, this person on WeChat was different. Their tone was commanding, unmistakably local. It was best not to provoke them too severely. Yue settled down, waiting for the heat to ferment. Having just completed a rehearsal for a performance, her company was swamped with work. Previously, Xian had terminated contracts with several artists, leaving most of those remaining with little public presence. The most popular within the company was Jiang Xueyan. Was this even reasonable? For half a month, Jiang Xueyan had tasked her team with recruitment, ultimately overseeing the final selection alongside a few discerning agents. Today was the final interview, with approximately 30 artists shortlisted. By the time Jiang Xueyan arrived, the large conference room was already filled to capacity. Upon seeing Jiang Xueyan, the agents and executives stood in deference, while the remaining artists awaited signing fell silent, some daring to steal quick glances at Jiang Xueyan. She wore a sleeveless pink top paired with loose black cargo pants that accentuated her long, firm legs. Most striking was the silver chain around her slender waist, which shimmered against her radiant skin as if dusted with fine glitter. Her complexion was even more luminous in person than on television. Many young artists swallowed hard, particularly the younger girls, their bright eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xueyan. Such a visage was magnificent. Could they perhaps reserve a chance to be her in the next life? It seemed Jiang Xueyan noticed their gazes, walking calmly to the center of the room. Feel free to be at ease. After all, you are professionals. Though she said this, the executives knew better than to presume they could overshadow Jiang Xueyan. Clearing their throats, they instructed all artists to take their seats and began calling names from the list in order. The conference room was vast, and those in the audience could not hear the conversations between the selected artists and the interviewers, but they could see the artists' performances. Jiang Xueyan did not overestimate her abilities. She was not a professional. While other interviewers asked standard questions about talents, educational background, and career aspirations, Jiang Xueyan's inquiries were quite different. You're quite handsome. If a wealthy and attractive fan pursued you, would you sleep with them? What is your sexual orientation? Male, female, or bisexual? On the topic of taxes, you have no objections to paying them, correct? Do you have a history of trolling online? Please disclose any potential scandals. Jiang Xueyan's smile was warm and inviting, resembling a little angel. Yet when she ceased to smile, her gaze resembled that of Rong Hang, dark, emotionless eyes that made one feel uneasy, as if they might inadvertently reveal their innermost thoughts. After interviewing 10 artists in succession, several agents remained less than satisfied. Some lacked the requisite physical attributes and did not resonate well with the audience. Then they called upon a young man. Xiao Rong, appearing to be in his early 20s, stood at nearly 6'3", dressed in fresh athletic attire that radiated youthful vigor. Several agents' eyes brightened. After posing a series of questions, including requests for a physical display and dance demonstration, the executives nodded in approval, clearly impressed. This young man had an excellent appearance, slender yet not emaciated, exuding a sunny disposition. Moreover, his high educational background was advantageous for establishing a persona. Is there anything else to add? One agent inquired. Xiao Rong immediately turned his gaze to Jiang Xueyan, smiling. I am single and have never been in a relationship. I have no scandals and refrain from making inappropriate comments on forums or other public platforms. I am career-oriented and do not engage with fans. He almost preemptively answered Jiang Xueyan's forthcoming questions. Jiang Xueyan raised her gaze from Xiao Rong's resume. Quick reflexes are essential for artists. Let me test you. Yet the child misbehaved, rolling on the ground, refusing to leave. What do you say? If this continues, Mommy will be angry. The grandmother then rushed in to intervene from behind. Xiao Rong's confident smile froze on his face. What kind of question is this? Next question. Young man, it's my turn now. After a moment, Xiao Rong pondered. Did you manage to calm the child down? Next question. During the holidays, a couple bids farewell at the train station, only to realize that they're being watched by those nearby. A nearby lady could not help but comment. Young man, your turn. Xiao Rong bit his lip, glancing at the other interviewers, who were equally perplexed by Jiang Xueyan's line of questioning. Jiang Xueyan scribbled on her paper. Well, Xiao Rong displayed some thinking ability, albeit limited. Overall, he showed promise. He could be signed. However, after joining, he would require training to enhance his responsiveness. After all, he would frequently face seasoned entertainment reporters. If he were caught off guard by a few words, the initial investment from the agency might go to waste. Alright, next. After interviewing Xiao Rong, he seemed reluctant to leave. He sat before Jiang Xueyan, his clear gaze unflinchingly meeting hers. Not only Xiao Rong, But even the other interviewers were curious about the answers. They had attempted to respond themselves, but found little originality. Jiang Xueyan hardly paused, answering immediately. First question. The grandmother runs over. The grandmother runs back. Second question. Young man, it's my turn. Her succinct responses rang clear
To the ears of the audience.
They felt like thunderclaps, shattering their rationality. The grandmother runs over. The grandmother runs back? What on earth does that mean? And the second question, after the couple's kiss. The lady remarks, It's my turn.
What?
Excuse me, who are you? Are you alright? If not, you might as well eat some dried plums. Was that a response any normal person could give? Jiang Xueyan glanced over the astonished expressions of the crowd, a slight smile playing on her lips. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Xiao Rong tugged at the corners of his stiff mouth, harboring dissent yet hesitant to voice it. The other interviewers savored the nuances of the situation. Surprisingly, there was indeed substance to the discourse, and it appeared devoid of logical fallacies. The interview persisted. The original poster was an agent from Jiang Xueyan's company, lacking a substantial following. Initially, it served merely as a record of life, but to their astonishment, the post was highlighted by the moderator and gained traction in real time. Incredible. The question setter is brilliant, and the responder even more so. Someone save me. My head is about to burst from laughter. Who understands the helplessness of sneaking a peek at your phone during class and stumbling upon this? As the post garnered more attention, some began to deviate from the topic in the comments section. You promised to accompany your girlfriend shopping tomorrow, but tonight you arranged to game all night with your friends. Without a nap, going shopping with your girlfriend could potentially lead to disaster. After much contemplation, you ultimately decided to choose Li Bai. Going shopping with your girlfriend might lead to disaster, but not going would certainly result in disaster. Let's see Li go. Ha ha ha. The comment section is going to make me die of laughter. How do you all catch on to the jokes so well? My name is Li. Let's see Li go. He wants to go. After marriage, while watching television with your husband and in-laws, you desire watermelon and command your husband to slice it. He replies, all right, and rushes to comply. Your mother-in-law comments, he truly listens to you.
You.
If only you could be so obedient too. Ha ha ha, you've really taken control. Haven to you? Are you all trying to make me laugh to death because you want to inherit my gaming titles? Sharing half of the cheese with you. Good afternoon, sister. Here are some carefully curated absurdities from all over. Feel free to peruse during your leisure. Wishing you joy in life. As the post's popularity soared, it surprisingly made it to the trending list on Weibo. The square was filled with netizens laughing uproariously. The creator of this series was undoubtedly a genius. And many netizens traced back to the original poster's Weibo account, discovering a group photo. The person in it appeared increasingly familiar.
Wait.
Jiang Xueyan.
Goodness.
The friend mentioned by the poster must be her. It made sense that such a whimsical creation could only come from Jiang Xueyan. I can't imagine how hilarious Jiang Xueyan would be if she participated in a variety show. I've always sensed the comedic talent in Jiang Xueyan, who remembers her crying like a pig during the last performance. Ha ha ha. With Jiang Xueyan in the entertainment industry, it will never be dull. Talented and witty, truly adored. Alongside the trending topics were related revelations, with Mixue also making headlines on Weibo. Cui Ziyuan and her team naturally took note of the unfavorable information. Promptly, the team contacted Mixue, urging her to remain silent. A blend of coercion and inducement ensued. Reflecting on Jiang Xueyan's words, Mixue did not refuse the monetary offer. The Koreans were pleased with her compliance, even thinking that among the 3 Chinese individuals, Mixue was the most cooperative. Not only did she excellently execute the task of sabotaging the performance, but she also managed to stay mum amidst the online harassment. Mixue, when can I post on Weibo? Mixue, Cui Ziyuan's team has contacted me. Unnamed. Soon. I will inform you when you can post. 2 days before the performance, a suspected former teammate of Cui Ziyuan revealed bruises on her waist, accusing the camp of bullying within her team. As soon as the news broke, it quickly linked back to the recent gossip post from the paparazzi. It is in the nature of netizens to indulge in gossip. They gathered and followed the clues to find Cui Ziyuan. Fans were also growing anxious. Some devoted fans frantically messaged their beloved sister. Is what they're saying online true? I don't believe it. My sister has worked her way up from obscurity and would never act that way, right? Cui Ziyuan's team reacted swiftly, and not long after, her account released a statement. Cui Ziyuan, I have not done these things. Perhaps I have offended someone, and I apologize for worrying those who admire me. Her statement was brief, but laden with insinuation. The implication was clear. She was innocent and had been wronged. The injured teammate could not provide evidence. as their actions had been discreet, avoiding the cameras. The remaining allegations were mere hearsay, and the only one who could testify, Yue, had been silenced. The team decided to capitalize on the situation, using the opportunity to garner sympathy and elevate their rankings. After some consideration, she posted a video on Weibo. Chapter 54. Did it really turn around so fluidly? In the video, Cui Ziyuan appeared with reddened eyes, dressed in loose clothing, and with minimal makeup. Oh my, why does she look so haggard? My heart aches for sister. It's all their nonsense. The paparazzi didn't name names, so why implicate you? Is the former teammate just trying to ride the wave of popularity? If they had evidence, they would have released it by now. How could such a gentle sister possibly bully anyone? Sister, who did you offend? Cui Ziyuan ignored the barrage of comments, just having applied eye drops. Feeling the urgency to finish her performance quickly. Apologies, my condition hasn't been great these past few days. Since arriving at the camp, the pressure has been immense, affecting my eating and sleeping. I just wanted to take a moment to apologize to my fans and have a chat. I know there have been some unfavorable rumors about me recently, but those who know me should understand that I am not that kind of person. I adhere to the competition rules and respect every contestant. Those unfounded rumors should be taken lightly. She rubbed her eyes, allowing a hint of desolation to surface for the camera. With the third public performance approaching, she was mentally prepared for the negative rumors if she didn't advance. So be it. She missed home. After pursuing my dreams for so many years, perhaps it was time to awaken from this dream. Ah, no way. You are so popular. Are you really considering leaving the industry after this? What has the camp done to you? So, releasing dirt before the third performance was intentional? That's disgusting. Sister, please tell us, who did you offend? Is it that three-letter name? The one who splashed water on you? Sister, we can't bear to see you leave. Please don't retire. We will definitely help you vote to safety. Before the netizens could react, the live stream was abruptly terminated. Oh dear, these eye drops are too irritating. Cui Ziyuan turned off her phone, her expression sour and defeated. A stark contrast to her demeanor before the camera. She logged into her secondary account to gauge her fans' reactions. Indeed, they were all stirred up. Votes were being cast vigorously. Some even lashed out at the injured contestant, bombarding the comments section with questions. Sympathy for Cui Ziyuan. The terms camp members bullying began to trend. Cui Ziyuan's video and live declaration evoked pity from some netizens, as the young girl cried heart-wrenchingly, expressing a desire to retreat from the industry and return to her mother. Clearly, she had been severely bullied. Cui Ziyuan's fans edited a video of Jiang Xueyan splashing water, preserving only the latter half, making it appear as though Jiang Xueyan was intentionally instigating trouble. So Jiang Xueyan is the one bullying? I just became a fan. Is she about to collapse? Jiang Xueyan is forever blacklisted. She and her fan club are truly a cancer in the industry. Stop talking. Her fans will catch wind of this soon. I'm just a passerby. ISNT, that screenshot a misunderstanding? Jiang Xueyan apologized on the spot, and Cui Ziyuan even cursed at her back then. How can they twist the truth like this? Not a teacher, so why is everything being tied back to our Xueyan? If one were to say it, Cui Ziyuan's fans were indeed clever. Jiang Xueyan was a walking magnet for attention. Whenever the name Jiang Xueyan is mentioned, it inevitably trends at the top of search lists. Even Cui Ziyuan has begun to gain followers. Noticing the online buzz, a smile deepens at the corners of Cui Ziyuan's mouth. Isn't Jiang Xueyan quite formidable? She intends to rise to prominence by siphoning off Jiang Xueyan's influence. As the discussion surrounding this matter intensifies, reaching tens of thousands, Jiang Xueyan's team promptly contacts Yue. Unnamed, the time has come. Go ahead and post. Shortly afterward, the online spectators suddenly encounter a Weibo post from Yue. I sincerely apologize for violating professional ethics. Regarding the first performance, I am sorry to Shu Yu and to each of my teammates. The day before the performance, Cui Ziyuan and Song Shia privately dragged me into a small room and coerced me into sabotaging the performance on stage. I apologize, for I was too timid to offend them and, due to family circumstances that required financial assistance, I acquiesced to their demands. Here are the records of the transactions, as well as the chat logs of their attempts to silence me with further payments. Cui Ziyuan, do you think the netizens are fools? Cui Ziyuan, come forward and speak. Don't think I am unaware of your attempts to bribe Jiang Xueyan and those in Gao Yu's team, though you were unsuccessful. Meanwhile, Cui Ziyuan, blissfully unaware, enjoys a relaxing bath. What? Is this reversal really happening? Did she truly take the netizens for fools? Wait, Did Cui Ziyuan really try to bribe people in Jiang Xueyan and Gaoyu's teams? Shortly after Hiyue's Weibo post, the two contestants who netted 200,000 also spoke out. Hold on, can that transaction record be fabricated? It's all overseas, and we can't discern if it's really Cui Ziyuan. Whom should I trust? Cui Ziyuan, as acting is so convincing. Her eyes are so red. But why would Cui Ziyuan do this? I can't comprehend. What grudge could she possibly have to casually produce such a sum, and she still plays the victim? I choose to believe my sister. They are intentionally blackening her name. Yinny, please say something. When Cui Ziyuan emerged from the bathroom, her phone in hand, she glanced at the trending topics on Weibo, and it felt as if the sky had fallen. Hiyue, she actually accepted money without fulfilling her end of the bargain. With her hair still dripping, she struggled to navigate her phone, the screen smeared with water. Fearing that she might be implicated, Jiang Xueyan snatched the phone away, saying, "Let me help you edit this. You need to get dressed first. This matter cannot be acknowledged. They have no evidence. A transaction record does not substantiate anything. They have executed their strategy with precision." After Jiang Xueyan typed out a response for Cui Ziyuan to review, it was translated into Chinese and posted on Weibo. If you want me to withdraw from the competition, just say so. There is no need to fabricate scandalous material to slander me. Such defiance. Could it be that Jiang Xueyan orchestrated this to divert attention? Chapter 55. Wait, I can't think. My mind is a jumbled mess. In ordinary circumstances, the pure haters would have rushed in to annihilate them. However, at this moment, they all quietly munch on popcorn. After all, Jiang Xueyan's assistant had previously issued a warning in the fan discussions to keep a low profile. The fans instinctively sensed that this drama would have further developments. Cui Ziyuan denied the allegations of bribery and bullying. As the entry surfaced, it soared to the top of the trending list. Observing the surge in popularity, Jiang Xueyan sensed something was amiss. Did the company purchase traffic for you? After taking a moment to recover, Cui Ziyuan mustered her strength. What are people saying online? Jiang Xueyan monitored the sentiments from both nations' fans, noting that most appeared to support her. Are you certain there's no loose end? They don't have evidence, right? No evidence. The malice in Cui Ziyuan's eyes deepened, her tone chilling. If they dare to bite back, I will ensure they face dire consequences. Jiang Xueyan urged her to restrain herself, cautioning against impulsiveness in the midst of so many onlookers. Since so many are focused on this issue, consider it free publicity for you. Let us address it after the performance. Our ranking is quite low. We should concentrate on the competition. Attempting to shift the blame onto Jiang Xueyan is unrealistic and will not affect her ranking. It is wiser to target others. Just as they prepared to contact their team to execute their plan, Cui Ziyuan opened her phone to see a glaring red entry followed by an explosive announcement. Cui Ziyuan's slap in the face. The recording evidence of Cui Ziyuan and Jiang Xueyan's bullying is confirmed. Jiang Xueyan was taken aback. A recording? Either way, tomorrow when we perform, I will compensate each of you with 1 million for dragging you down. Their voices were unmistakable, even their breaths clear. Cui Ziyuan also heard the audio, her expression momentarily frozen in shock. When was this recorded? Why hadn't she sensed anything? Amidst the astonishment came panic. It's over. This is solid proof. They had secretly hidden the evidence. Initially withholding it, they waited for her to let her guard down before revealing it publicly, thus thoroughly exposing her deceit. Their previous firm denials and staged tears before the cameras became a well-known farce. Oh no! Cui Ziyuan swept all the cosmetics off her desk in a fit of rage. Damn it. The online community erupted in mockery. The netizens were not particularly concerned with the truth. They were most upset about being deceived, feeling like pawns in Cui Ziyuan's game. She tearfully played the victim on camera. Meanwhile, those who had genuinely come to her defense, commenting and sharing with heartfelt sincerity, only to discover they had been used. The backlash of public opinion is formidable. Moreover, Cui Ziyuan had driven herself into a corner. The netizens, in their fury, questioned, accused, mocked, complained, and blocked her in an unrelenting wave. How can you shamelessly buy your way into trending topics about sympathy for Cui Ziyuan? Did you see that girl with bruises all over her abdomen? How could another girl do that? Viperous woman, get out of Huagua. What a despicable act. No wonder Jiang Xueyan splashed water on her. If I were Jiang Xueyan, I'd scatter her ashes. In the midst of the chaos, Hiyue sent out a Weibo post. Why do I receive 100,000 while they get 1 million?
Cui Ziyuan.
Ha ha ha, Hiyue's Weibo is absolutely brilliant. No, sis, Are you here to entertain us?
Yuan.
My sister is asking you why the double standards? And you, Song Xueya, don't think you can hide easily. Cui Ziyuan's team seemed to have only just realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to retract the trending topics to mitigate the fallout. However, they discovered that the trending topics were impossible to remove. The people of Huagua have an insatiable appetite for gossip. The discussion surged past 500,000. Even Hiyue gained over 500,000 followers. Following this incident, the organization was compelled to issue a statement revoking the competition qualifications of Cui Ziyuan and Song Xueya. The online community rejoiced. Cui Ziyuan and Song Xueya resembled defeated roosters. Their star paths ruined. Cui Ziyuan silently recited the names of those who had wronged her. Hatred growing like wild weeds. The finals would take place in South Korea. On her home turf, she would certainly exact a bloody lesson upon them. At the Rong family estate, the elder had gone to the mountains for a summer retreat. The residence was left with only servants and the confined Rong Yu. The man scrolled through the information on his phone, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The elder took pride in Rong Hang, oblivious to the fact that Rong Hang was a man ensnared by indulgence. Not only had he engaged with entertainers from the industry, but he had also gifted his own mall to that woman. Grasping the car keys, he jumped from the second floor. Did the elder truly believe he could confine him here? Flower Fruit Mountain S. Escaped Mother Monkey. President Rong, are you coming to the third public performance? Flower Fruit Mountain S. Escaped Mother Monkey. I have a ticket for you. After being promoted to the position of camp investor, Jiang Xueyan acquired the exclusive right to use a room that offered an unobstructed view of the entire stage. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed for complete visibility from the inside to the outside while ensuring privacy, making it an ideal setting for someone of Rong Hang's distinguished stature. Having just concluded a meeting, Rong Hang rubbed his temples, troubled by recent challenges in the foreign trade sector of the Rong Corporation. His phone vibrated. At this hour, the only person likely to message him was Jiang Xueyan. The coldness that lingered in his eyes softened slightly, replaced by an involuntary warmth. Okay,
Why so cold?
if my brother is unwilling to speak with me, then I shall remain silent. Rong Hang instinctively typed a question mark, but quickly deleted it. Nothing.
Nothing? Is that so?
You're being rather terse, President Rong. Have you stopped loving me? Rong Hang held his phone, maintaining the same posture, motionless for quite some time. Jiang Xueyan absent-mindedly tapped into the conversation. Nothing.
Nothing?
Is it a matter of being terse or of no longer loving me? Jiang Xueyan paused, staring at the 2 words he had sent. She typed and deleted repeatedly, her usual playful banter now feeling like hot coals on her tongue. Minutes later, she sent, "Send me the location." Jiang Xueyan hesitated before erasing her previous message. Location shared. Setting her phone down, she sat in the corner of the dance studio, her mood inexplicably low. She pulled her hat down low, concealing all emotions from view. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Rong Hang? In their profession, falling for a benefactor was strictly taboo. Despite Rong Hang's allure, his wealth, good looks, and gentleness, was it truly so wrong to be fond of him? Who could resist a handsome cash dispenser? As for Rong Hang's potential disapproval, she was his precious little one. Surely, he wouldn't wish to cast her aside. He had even provided her with a supplementary card, and the shopping mall was under her name. Even if he were to discard her, she would still emerge as a bona fide affluent woman. Jiang Xueyan had always been daring and decisive. She would simply claim him for herself. Having resolved this within herself, she opened her phone to search for beautiful dresses, indulging in impulsive shopping, and satisfied, she laid her phone to rest. Rong Hang, still with his screen active, caught sight of the notification regarding her expenditure. Your account ending in 7641 has completed a Mate1 payment transaction of 21,549 renminbi at an adult novelty shop. Balance remaining. The amount and timing of this expenditure concerned him. Jiang Xueyan. That evening at 8 p.m., the third live performance of the camp was broadcasted online. Jiang Xueyan's team was the final group to take the stage, and she donned a pink, shimmering princess dress, the fluffy hem accentuating her long, delicate legs.
Ah!
Xueyan looks stunning today. My heart is melting. Is it true that the more pink you wear, the harsher you can be? What performance will our darling showcase tonight? Online chatter buzzed, inadvertently elevating the camp's profile. As the live stream commenced, viewership skyrocketed to a staggering 90 million. Jiang Xueyan's entrance garnered peak ratings, the attention on the stage exceeding 100 million. The value was unmatched, placing them firmly at the top. Members of Jiang Xueyan's team included other high-profile competitors, Gao Yu, Xu Yu, and other talented girls from Huagua. Initially, only 3 contestants from Huagua made it into the top 10, but by the third performance, the standings had shifted in favor of Huagua, with only 3 contestants from Korea remaining in the top ranks. The audience was thrilled, especially those older viewers who, unable to comprehend Korean, naturally favored their own. The performance concluded splendidly, with tears shed by those eliminated. Only 15 contestants remained, facing the impending finals with the challenge of narrowing down from 15 to 6. Jiang Xueyan held Gao Yu's left hand and Xu Yu's right, both girls weeping like children. Xueyan, why aren't you crying? Sister Yan, join us in our tears. We are good sisters.
Ah,
Sister Yan, did you see my light board down there?
so shiny.
Jiang Xueyan felt the weight of their tears soaking her shoulders, grimacing as she implored, could you two please mute yourselves while you speak? Your sobs are being broadcasted.
Ha ha ha.
My ship is real. Xu Yu is the mother, Sister Yan is the father, and Gao Yu is the baby. What a happy family. All 3 of you should debut together. We would love to see it. As the live stream ended, Jiang Xueyan had no time to change her clothes and hurriedly grabbed her small bag, dashing toward the back door. President Rong, I'm at the back door, but I don't see the car. A bodyguard in black approached, bowing slightly. Miss Jiang, please. Where's Xiaohei? Is he off today? The bodyguard appeared unfamiliar. The man in black remained stoic, maintaining his bow. Jiang Xueyan thought little of it and headed toward the shadowy vehicle. A McLaren? ISNT President Rong usually in a Rolls-Royce? As she neared the car, she halted a few meters away. Without hesitation, she opened Rong Hang's WeChat and initiated a voice call. Beep beep. After 2 tones, a deep voice answered, providing her with a sense of calm. What is it? Darling, where are you? I'm at the back door, help. Before she could finish, a tall man descended from the McLaren, snatching her Huawei phone and smashing it against the ground. This is it. A real villain. In a split second, Jiang Xueyan instinctively took off running.
Ah.
Darling, come quickly to save your precious little one. As she dashed, she mentally reviewed who she might have offended recently. Choi Ji-won? Pei Xier? Who could it be?
Xin Lan?
How much animosity could one bear? Having barely sprinted 100 meters, she felt a rough grip on her hair from behind.
Ah.
Her hair was already sparse, carefully tended to, and this brute had yanked out a substantial handful. How dare you? In a fit of rage, she retaliated. The assailant was a burly man standing nearly 2 meters tall. Knowing when to concede was wise, she decided to endure. She had already called her benefactor, and her support would soon arrive. A mocking voice from a man nearby, thin as a twig, taunted her. Look at you so frail. You can run, but let us see how far you can go. Rong Yu, cigarette in mouth, forcefully held Jiang Xueyan, attempting to shove her into the car. If Rong Hang arrived, things would turn dire for him. In the dark, Jiang Xueyan could not discern the man's features, only a vague silhouette illuminated by distant light. She must not get into the car. She needed to stall for Rong Hang. Jiang Xueyan decided to delay him by saying, Hey, your zipper is down. Rong Yu paused, glancing down, only to realize his pants had no zipper today. With a deep inhale of smoke, he clicked his tongue. Gripping Jiang Xueyan's chin with force, he growled. Delaying for time, are we? Waiting for that fool Rong Hang to come to your rescue? Let me tell you, even if he arrives, he won't save you.
Zong Hang?
This man was targeting Rong Hang? His audacity suggested he thought himself invincible, as if the wealthiest man in Huagua had been replaced. Rong Hang? I do not know him. What is happening? Have you arrested the wrong person? Rong Yu's expression exhibited a hint of impatience. Stop pretending. How could I not recognize someone? Jiang Xueyan frowned. Who exactly are you trying to capture? I am Cui Jiwen, Samaida. Oh, I miss my mother, Samaida. Inside the house, my mother is making fried chicken. It is delicious. Samaida. Although I struggle with a few words, mastering the essence of Korean intonation makes it all manageable. Rong Yu remained skeptical, primarily because the information he had gathered indicated that Jiang Xueyan did not possess a particularly high level of education and was not fluent in Korean. Could this fluent speaker truly be the wrong target? No, he must not be swayed by this woman. The truth of whether they had indeed apprehended the wrong individual would soon reveal itself once they illuminated the inside of the vehicle. The bodyguard approached, intending to force Jiang Xueyan into the trunk. No, no, no. I want to go in. Help. Husband, save me. Shouting was futile. Jiang Xueyan unleashed a loud cry. She had consumed 3 bowls of rice in preparation for the performance that evening, so she was brimming with energy.
Help me.
Recently, she had learned bel canto, and her voice possessed remarkable projection and range. Rongyu was caught off guard. He had never anticipated that a glamorous little star could shout so piercingly. His ears rang, and his head buzzed with noise. Even the bodyguard winced in pain, covering his ears with one hand while attempting to silence Jiang Xueyan with the other. However, before he could reach her, he was suddenly flung away by an immense force. Rongheng? Just as Rongyu turned his head, he was met with a punch to the face. The newcomer's strength was fierce and heavy, laced with a chilling intent to kill.
Bang.
Rongyu's head collided with the car, igniting his fury. You dare hit me? Sickly runt. In the past, the frail Rongheng had often been bullied by him. After all these years, he had been preoccupied with managing the company and likely had not found time to train. Now, he could only resort to ambushing him. Rongyu wiped the injury on his cheekbone, a smirk appearing on his lips as he flexed his fists, eager to send the heir of the Rong family sprawling. He tossed Jiang Xueyan into Rongheng's arms. Are you alright? Rongheng caught Jiang Xueyan effortlessly. I'm fine. Yet, upon hearing Rongheng's gentle voice, Jiang Xueyan felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Whoa, husband, it hurts. Rongyu thought, what? His ears haven't he complained, and she's whining? Alright. I knew these two were acquainted. Rongyu let out a cold snort, sickly runt. Utterly pathetic.
You need so many people just to fight.
Unbeknownst to him, nearly 100 well-trained bodyguards stood behind Rongheng, creating a stark contrast to the pitiful sight of Rongyu and a single bulky companion. Jiang Xueyan felt secure upon seeing the array of people behind her, revitalized as if reborn. Sickly runt? Who are you talking about? She regarded Rongyu with disdain, appearing as if she had just stepped out of a nurturing environment, yet here he was, smoking and fighting like a fool. Thinking he could act tough for a couple of days at work, Rongyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Who's acting tough? Jiang Xueyan straightened, emboldened by Rongheng's presence, and flexed her fingers. Rongyu watched as Jiang Xueyan's palm approached him.
Ha.
So slow, have you not eaten? He could effortlessly raise a hand to block her attack, even retaliate with a slap. As her hand drew near, he felt the breeze from her palm. Confidently, he raised his hand. But wait, why couldn't he lift it? Smack. A resounding slap landed on Rongyu's left cheek, the heat of pain radiating through him, leaving half his face numb.
Ah!
Although she was the one who struck, she was the one who cried out. Jiang Xueyan covered her hand, nestling close to Rongheng, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Husband, his skin is so thick, it hurts so much. Her voice was sweetly plaintive, tinged with a hint of artifice. Melting hearts around her, Rongheng tenderly brushed her hair back, taking her small hand and blowing gently on it, yet his expression darkened with every passing moment. Go rest over there. Unbeknownst to them, the bodyguards had inexplicably arranged a soft, comfortable sofa nearby, with a table adored with cocktails, milk tea, and snacks. There were even twinkling star lights around the sofa. Jiang Xueyan dove into the plush cushions, feeling utterly at ease. She took a refreshing sip of green tea with jasmine, a delightful relief from the heat. Meanwhile, Rongheng began to shed his clothing. Chapter 58. It seems he's the one with an issue now. He loosened his troublesome tie and unfastened his taut cuffs. Jiang Xueyan flitted to his side. Husband, let me help you with your clothes. Are you going to fight him? Go, husband. Normally, such a call would draw a reprimand, yet today, Rongheng appeared oblivious to her words, merely gesturing for her to step back. Jiang Xueyan complied, settling comfortably on the sofa, watching the two engage in their brawl without a hint of worry for Rongheng. After all, they shared the same bed every night. She was well aware of his muscular build. Go, Mr. Rong. Bring that scoundrel down. Perhaps her eager gaze was too fervent, for when Rongyu was released, his bloodshot eyes quickly zeroed in on her. A mere entertainment industry trash dares to strike my face? Not even my father has done that. Rongheng, standing beside her, continued to protect Jiang Xueyan. Rongyu, filled with humiliation, gritted his teeth, disregarding the bodyguards surrounding Rongheng, and charged forward. Rongheng commanded his men to stand down, engaging Rongyu directly. As a child, he had been frail and ridiculed as the sickly runt. No one knew that during those years abroad, he had spent every night in underground boxing matches, a place rife with blood and violence. If you couldn't fight, you faced a fate of being torn apart. In just 3 moves, Rongyu found himself grasped by the throat, immobilized. How is this possible? I've fought in the military. I can't lose to a sickly runt. Wow, Husband, you're amazing. From a distance, a sweet voice chimed in, fueling the fire. Unwilling to concede, Rongyu launched another attack, only to be met with a punch to his abdomen from Rongheng, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Rongheng effortlessly held Rongyu's wrist, executing a forceful shoulder throw. Rongyu crashed to the ground.
Wow.
Husband, you look so cool beating that dog. As Rongyu lay on the concrete floor, the last thing he heard before losing consciousness was Jiang Xueyan's voice. Beating a dog?
Huh.
Rongheng, can't you control your woman? She truly knows how to push someone S buttons. Jiang Xueyan rushed forward, inadvertently stepping on the man's hand. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Her small gesture was undeniably endearing. Rongheng's previously somber mood lightened imperceptibly. Are you alright? Jiang Xueyan shook her head honestly. It seems he's the one with an issue now. The unidentified body on the ground appeared to be in dire condition. Rongheng took Jiang Xueyan's hand, casually stating, just a couple of broken ribs, he won't die. Jiang Xueyan nodded, regretting not having stepped harder on him earlier. Back in the familiar confines of the Rolls-Royce, Jiang Xueyan nestled close to Rongheng. Mr. Rong, did you see my performance? Was it good? I'm sorry for my earlier question. It won't happen again. Rongyu had targeted him, putting Jiang Xueyan in danger. Are you scared? In the cramped back seat, they were pressed closely together, the warmth of their bodies seeping through the thin fabric of their clothes. Jiang Xueyan's lips pressed together, her bright eyes sparkling as she thought. As long as I knew you would come, I wasn't afraid. Her earlobes were delicately rounded, the tips resembling the translucent pink of hawthorn, exuding an air of fragility. Rongheng gazed at the soft flesh, an inexplicable itch awakening in his fingertips. He curled them slightly, suppressing the unfamiliar and undeniable tide of desire within him. Do not be afraid, I am here, his voice emerged, deep and husky. Jiang Xueyan nodded, pondering if she could inquire about the person from earlier. She was curious whether her harsh words would exacerbate the conflict between Rongheng and that individual. Their conversation suggested a long-standing acquaintance, perhaps a scion of a prominent family? If the younger one were to provoke the elder, what then? He is my half-brother. Do not concern yourself with him. I will sever all his cards. Had Rongyu possessed a bit more money and summoned the bodyguard tonight, Jiang Xueyan might have been whisked away. Unfortunately, following their last quarrel, Rongheng had cut off his funds, leaving him with a few thousand out of consideration for their father. Well, if he pays for his medical expenses tonight, he should still have a few tens left. Jiang Xueyan suddenly understood. He was Rongheng's brother, a fact she had not previously heard, suggesting a rather indifferent relationship. In large families, emotional bonds often grow tenuous. Those who understand, understand. Their conversation had barely commenced when they arrived at the secluded orchid garden. The doctor had been waiting and meticulously examined Jiang Xueyan's injuries. Miss Jiang, you have only sustained minor abrasions. Avoid water and ensure you rest adequately. At last, Rongheng felt a measure of relief. Turning around, however, he found Jiang Xueyan had vanished. The missing Jiang Xueyan stood before the butler, wearing an awkward yet polite smile. I have a few takeout orders. The butler, concealing a smile, replied, Miss, they have already been delivered to your room. Jiang Xueyan, swallowing her embarrassment, responded, Thank you. The merchant assured me of confidentiality in the delivery, she thought, painfully aware of the butler's knowing gaze. As she opened the door, her eyes widened in horror. No. Put that package down. Alas, she was too late. Jiang Xueyan watched helplessly as Rongheng retrieved a maid's outfit from the black packaging. What is this? His voice betrayed no emotion. The scanty fabric of the dress dangled from his sturdy fingers, exuding an air of salaciousness. Jiang Xueyan composed herself and confidently claimed the garment. This is my new nightwear. And what about this? He asked, pulling out a pink nurse's outfit, complete with white fishnet stockings. Also nightwear, her voice faltered. She caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a black bodycon skirt and a sailor uniform within the package. Jiang Xueyan could hardly bear to meet Rongheng's gaze. Feeling the weight of her embarrassment. Oh, how she wished for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Her original plan had been to discreetly don the little dress at night and roll into his embrace, teasingly inviting his touch. Yet, before her fantasy could unfurl, it was quashed by Rongheng's unexpected intervention. Who allowed you to rummage through my belongings? Don't you know a woman's bag should not be trifled with? Anger flared within her, prompting her to play the victim. You. How rude. A light laugh escaped Rongheng, tinged with a hint of allure. I apologize. That was my fault. If you like it, wear it, but be careful not to catch a chill. Jiang Xueyan looked up, puzzled, His eyes were clear, devoid of mockery, suggesting he genuinely believed it to be sleepwear. A wave of relief washed over her, her spirits visibly lifting. Then I shall truly wear it. Later that night, at 11 o'clock, Jiang Xueyan had just finished her shower and spritzed herself with perfume. It seemed Rong Hang was still in his study. After some deliberation, she opted for her regular pajamas instead. A soft knock followed.
Come in.
Rong Hang sat at his desk, his posture impeccably straight, the top button of his shirt loosened to reveal a hint of his bronze chest. The thin fabric of his shirt failed to conceal his well-defined physique, accentuating his strong, athletic waist. Jiang Xueyan's gaze roamed unabashedly over him. Is there something you need? He asked, wearing blue light blocking glasses that softened his normally sharp features. How much longer will you be working, Mr. Ong? A little while longer. Usually, she would ask a couple of casual questions before departing, but today felt different. After her inquiry, she lingered in the doorway. Rong Hang removed his glasses. Why haven't you changed into your new pajamas? His gaze was piercing, concealing a hint of teasing. Jiang Xueyan hesitated, her voice barely a whisper. I'll change in a moment. Before long, a voice emerged from his computer, Assistant G. Mr. Ong, shall we continue with the meeting? Then you should focus on your work, Mr. Ong. Remember to rest early tonight. Rong Hang rose, his towering height casting a shadow over the room. He approached her, his handsome face, familiar yet always striking, provoking a flutter in her heart. If you feel tired, sleep without waiting for me. I will be quite busy for a while. The company's matters are rather complicated and cannot be resolved quickly. Disappointment washed over Jiang Xueyan. She had hoped for a goodnight kiss. Mr. Rong, do you know? I have trouble sleeping every night. I long to sleep beside you. When I sleep with you, I fall asleep quickly and sleep soundly. Rong Hang was taken aback. Trouble sleeping? Who is it that sleeps soundly on his bed every night? He suppressed a smile, masking his amusement. Jiang Xueyan nodded earnestly. When you're not here, I feel so cold, like being in the Arctic. I can't sleep. Mr. Rong, do you think I'm ill? He pondered her words, intrigued by her audacity. And then, what if I touched you there? Her bright, innocent eyes met his, tinged with caution. Rong Hang froze, astonished, a hint of crimson creeping beneath his collar. Before he could react, her small hand reached towards his pants.
Oh.
You didn't put your wallet in your pocket? The air thickened with tension. Rong Hang chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. What do you need a wallet for? He was prepared to end the meeting prematurely, if she could not articulate her reasoning. Ready to discipline the disobedient little cat at home. You know, there are only two things that can ignite a woman's passion. One is a man like you, Mr. Rong. The other, of course, is money. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. You're still young. Why not give me all your money, and then go earn more? As the topic shifted to finances, her enthusiasm was palpable, reminiscent of the foolish cat in the cartoons he recalled. The irritation he felt was swiftly dissipated by her playful banter, leaving him amused yet exasperated. Greedy little thing, he remarked lightly. And Jiang Xueyan was promptly escorted out of the study. Let him off this time. I can't believe he won't go to bed tonight. Jiang Xueyan changed into her sleepwear, a black maid outfit. The delicate straps and completely hollowed back barely concealed her thighs, while a white lace trim adorned her chest. Complete with a charming bow, who could resist such allure? TSK, TSK. It seems Rong Hang will be working late again. Jiang Xueyan lay on the bed, engrossed in her phone. She had added quite a number of contacts on WeChat, including former classmates, teachers, colleagues from Mixue, several contestants from the 101 and camp programs, as well as personnel from her studio. Taking this opportunity, she decided to organize her friends list. It was essential to separate her personal and work WeChat accounts. As a boss, she felt the weight of her image, regularly posting abstract musings on her moments, leaving others perplexed about her persona. After some contemplation, Jiang Xueyan resolved to create a new WeChat account, transferring all relevant work contacts to this new profile. Just as she completed this task, Xiao Rong, a newly signed artist at the company, initiated a chat with her. Lan Shanha, Xiao Rong. Yan Jia, are you still awake at this late hour? Money Hunter, Jiang Xueyan. Is there something you need? Lan Shanha, I watched the show tonight. You were incredible, Yan Jia. Jiang Xueyan found it quite perplexing. Among the 10 newly signed artists, only Xiao Rong dared to disturb her at such an hour. He continued typing. Lan Shanha, other companies want to sign me, but I prefer to be where you are as I am your fan. Lan Shanha, I apologize for messaging you so much at this hour. I must be bothering you. Lan Shanha, I promise I won't do this again. Lan Shanha, Yan Jia, keep going. I will work hard and earn money for the company.
Lan Sheng, du lu xiao ki che ding emozi.
Jiang Xueyan scratched her head. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a freshly graduated male student, youthful and somewhat naive. Wait, wasn't he actually 2 years older than her? Money Hunter. One. On the other end, Xiao Rong was taken aback by the single-character response.
A one?
How aloof. Nevertheless, he was determined to demonstrate his worth to Jiang Xueyan through hard work. Chapter 60. Working at the electronics factory. With a moment to spare, Jiang Xueyan engaged in a conversation with some mid-level executives at the company about enhancing various skills, from business acumen to physical fitness. The results were evident. Some individuals began to show signs of vitality, no longer resembling lethargic fish, languishing in their roles. Huaxia Entertainment, formerly known as XINU, suffered from previous scandals that caused all partnerships to dissolve. The current dilemma was that while there were many artists, there were few opportunities for them to work. Money Hunter. Is reducing pay not an option? Old Lin, even free labor is hard to come by. The industry is saturated with talent. The entertainment world is exceedingly pragmatic. Every year, thousands of qualified newcomers emerge. Those without connections are left waiting for opportunities, only to find new talent the following year. Day after day, they endure the hardships of the industry. Money Hunter. Spend a little to grease the wheels, get into a production team. Regardless of the role, just get in there. Money Hunter. Ensure the production team is reputable. I won't tolerate any under-the-table dealings, understood? Old Lin. Understood. Old Lin, our budget might be tight. We will focus on the first batch of people for now. Money Hunter. Please send me the profiles of those who meet the criteria. Old Lin document. Jiang Xueyan opened the document, which contained 3 individuals. Wang Wanqing, 19, had signed with XINU 3 years prior, appearing in a few productions, but only in minor roles. Su Maoshi, 27, was known for playing antagonists, possessing a fierce appearance, but lacking significant fame, and had garnered a fair share of negative attention. At first glance, all 3 seemed promising. However, for Yunyan, relying solely on her work to gain popularity was not a swift endeavor. A mindset fixated on romance could be detrimental. The man who had once led her to abandon her acting career had long since vanished without a trace. The greatest fear for an actor is being typecast. Like Su Maoshi, who, after years of portraying villains, was forever seen as the bad guy, he was doomed to only receive similar roles, trapped in a vicious cycle. It would be wiser to participate in variety shows to redefine public perception. National policy encourages the affluent to uplift the less fortunate. Similarly, Huaxia Entertainment's strategy was to utilize limited resources to elevate a few individuals, thereby creating a favorable reputation before introducing new talent. Having concluded her work pleasantly, Jiang Xueyan felt drowsy, her eyelids heavy. Was Rong Heng still not out? It was nearly 1 o'clock. Who was she dressing for? If he didn't appear in half an hour, she would go to sleep. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xueyan lay sprawled on her bed, fast asleep. In the study, Rong Heng pressed his forehead, deciding to postpone the remaining matters until tomorrow. He concluded the meeting and stepped out of the study. He could see through Jiang Xueyan's subtle thoughts. She merely wanted to indulge in some playful banter with him. He had expected her to wait for him to sleep after her prolonged antics, yet she was sound asleep. Her slender, graceful legs lay exposed, pressing against the blanket. The deep gray sheets contrasted sharply with her fair skin. Rong Heng glanced over but quickly turned his head away, tightening his jaw. He closed his eyes. Yet the image lingered vividly in his mind. With a swift motion, he turned off the light and approached the bed. Once his thoughts settled, he climbed in, his hand brushing against the warm, soft space beside him. Rong Heng sat rigid for nearly 10 minutes, then placed a pillow on the floor. His right hand grazed Jiang Xueyan's fingertips as he lay on the cold ground, gradually closing his eyes. In the morning, Jiang Xueyan awoke beautifully refreshed. What happened? Did I really work so hard that I pulled an all-nighter? She hurriedly washed up and went downstairs, where Rong Heng sat quietly at the dining table, enjoying breakfast.
Oh.
Why are you using your left hand to hold the spoon today? Rong Heng avoided her gaze, his tone casual as he continued to eat. Perhaps unused to using his left hand, Rong Heng's movements were notably slow, spilling some millet porridge onto the table. Jiang Xueyan glanced at his right hand resting by his side. What happened to your hand? Do you need me to call a doctor? Rong Heng shot her a glance, his expression icy. Observing his awkward movements, Jiang Xueyan couldn't help but offer. Should I help you? Was it her imagination? Or had his eating pace quickened slightly after her suggestion? No need. He was shaking like he had Parkinson's disease and still refused assistance. Such male chauvinism. Wait a moment. Could it be that Rong Heng got into a fight with that guy yesterday and injured his hand? And now he felt embarrassed to admit it? Jiang Xueyan pieced together the truth. After all, it was because of her that Rong Heng had been provoked into a fight. Admittedly, the sight of him fighting was incredibly handsome. His robust muscles, rebellious gaze, and palpable sexual tension were captivating. As Rong Heng ate, he sensed a shift in Jiang Xueyan's gaze toward him. He had only managed to fall asleep at 4 in the morning, and upon waking, his right hand had completely lost sensation. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xueyan, the root cause of all this was her, as she slept soundly in bed. After breakfast, Rong Heng promptly left for work. The butler stood in the hall, watching him depart. Rong Heng paused momentarily, reflecting on the matter from yesterday. The butler smiled, asking, "Did you leave anything behind?" "Not a thing," Rong Heng replied, his tone laced with irritation, catching a glimpse of the butler's overly cheerful expression. "What are you smiling about? Do you want to wear them?" "Butler, hee-hee." "Butler, not hee-hee." "Rong Heng, you're going to be late for work. Hurry up and leave." At the hospital, early in the morning, a servant from the old residence brought a pot of bone soup to visit Rongyu. Rongyu lay pale upon the hospital bed, having been brought there by Rong Heng, who had not even covered the medical expenses. Such audacity. After settling the hospitalization and surgical fees last night, Rongyu was left with merely a few dozen yuan in his pocket. "You have arrived. Did the old master summon you?" The servant wore a troubled expression. "Young master. It was not the old master who called for me, but President Rong. He has cut off your card, and during your treatment, I am the only one authorized to bring you meals. By the way, President Rong has arranged a job for you, with all your accommodation and meals included. Once you recover, you may commence work." Rongyu cursed under his breath. "Cut off my card? Who does he think he is?" He pulled out his phone to call the old master. Beep, beep. The old master did not answer. He tried again, only to find himself blocked. Rongyu licked his dry lips and asked, "What sort of job has Rong Heng arranged for me? Am I to serve as a vice president at the company?" The servant's head lowered even further. "You are to work at the electronics factory, tightening screws, with a wage of 100 a day." Chapter 61. The advertisement aired, and 3 women were driving everyone mad. There were 6 debut positions in total. The finals would be held on the 20th of this month at the largest performance center in Korea. According to the competition rules, the contestants who had secured their debut positions would be announced on the night of the finals. As of today, the top 6 rankings were Jiang Xueyan, Jin Yozhen, Gao Yu, Shu Yu, Su Nang, and Wen Xiaomin. After the departure of the popular Korean contestants, only Jin Yozhen maintained a substantial level of popularity. The remaining 2 were closely pursued by the later entrants from Huagua, with data fluctuating daily. Without reaching the final moment, the rankings remained uncertain. However, Jiang Xueyan's South first place was solid, as steadfast as an old dog. Jin Yozhen's position was unshakable. She had attempted various methods to bolster her standing, such as having friends in the industry promote her, but to little avail. Jiang Xueyan was simply extraordinary. In terms of creativity, stage innovation, and fan engagement, she was unmatched. What was most remarkable about Jiang Xueyan was her ability to achieve viral fame through unconventional avenues. For instance, a bizarre trend involving a grandmother running about had unexpectedly turned into an internet sensation thanks to her. The entire camp buzzed with excitement, leading to a meteoric rise in Jiang Xueyan's popularity. Jin Yozhen begrudgingly accepted her fate as the perennial runner-up. Suddenly, Gao Yu surged forth, climbing from the 10th position to 3rd. The momentum was fierce, and her scores were closing in on Jin Yozhen's. With a pained expression, Jin Yozhen pondered who had labeled the Huacan joint camp as a novice village. It was clearly a battleground. She resolved to rally her former friends for promotion, otherwise, it would be too humiliating to be outperformed by rookies. Jin Yozhen would soon realize that enlisting her friends would be futile, as Jiang Xueyan and Gao Yu's advertisement had officially launched. Initially, it was promoted across major online platforms. The 3 girls donned minimalist silk slip dresses, showcasing their graceful necklines, adorned with exquisite pearl jewelry. The elegance and grandeur were palpable. Wow, this opening screen is stunning. Who are these 3 girls? They are so beautiful. Even in black and white, they exude such beauty. Their gazes are captivating. Pearls look so exquisite on young people, truly luxurious. This is an advertisement for Yumi Benyuan. These 3 are contestants from the camp. Quick, go watch Yumi Benyuan's advertisement. Ah, these 3 women are phenomenal. Viewers promptly searched for Yumi Benyuan's official Weibo account, where they discovered the grand advertisement. Shadows danced in interplay, highlighting the girls' exquisite features, with pearls around their necks shining flawlessly. The superior composition paired with their vibrant visages was a match made in heaven. Yet, what captivated the audience most was the advertisement's background music, simple and lively, accompanying a relentless beat that evoked an overwhelming sense of urgency. With every beat, there was a change of attire. Each outfit and piece of jewelry seamlessly suited the scene, elevating the beauty to new heights. The overall quality of the advertisement soared. Wow, this is incredible. My love. I am dying to know how much the pearls around her neck cost. I want a matching set. So sophisticated, so stylish, I'm blown away. Stop the car. She pressed the Rolls-Royce horn discreetly, lowered the window, bit into a rose, struck a pose, donned her sunglasses, and started playing the most flamboyant ethnic music. Hello. My wife. Here are roses for our wedding. Wait, Yumi Benyuin, when did your advertisement style change? Last season. Wasn't he at the usual formula? This advertisement is so cool. I want to buy something. I can't take it anymore. Let us hit them all. The advertisement quickly climbed the trending topics on Weibo. After all, it was rare for a transformation sequence to be included in an advertisement, creating quite a stir in the advertising industry. Within a matter of seconds, the advertisement had gone viral. Not only on Weibo but also on Douyin, marketing accounts were sharing the advertisement. Beauty influencers seized the opportunity, mimicking the transformation in their videos. Yumi Benyuin had no intention of halting this. It was a golden promotional opportunity. Within just 2 days, the advertisement video exploded in popularity. Douyin's viewership soared, reaching 10 million, then 20 million, 30 million, and finally 50 million. Nearly every user scrolling through Douyin encountered related videos. Corresponding topics remained highly trending, and Yumi Benyuin's Baidu and WeChat indices skyrocketed. They sold out. Manager, all 300 warehouses are out of stock. Over 500 stores are pressing for supplies. Manager, we hit our 6-month sales target in less than a month. The sales department was ecstatic, inundated with phone calls. Meanwhile, Xiao Linshan from the president's office was praised by headquarters. Of course, the current success was attributable to the team's dedicated filming and marketing efforts. But Xiao Linshan understood that without the transformative concept, the marketing results would not have been as stellar. Jiang Xueyan, he was quite pleased with. Perhaps deep collaboration could be on the horizon. Seeing the advertisement's remarkable impact, Yumi Benyuin's headquarters decided to launch the video globally. Look at the image in my comments. This is Times Square in New York. Our Jiang Xueyan has made it. She's on the big screen. Oh my, that face is stunning. These 3 sisters have gone international. Who's feeling proud? I want to say. How did Jiang Xueyan secure the Yumi Benyuin endorsement? Is she famous? For those just connecting to the internet in the village, I suggest you pay your internet bill first. If Jiang Xueyan isn't famous, who is? Are you unfamiliar with the real deal? Previous Yumi Benyuin ambassadors or celebrities had at least exploded in popularity. Jiang Xueyan and her companions' endorsements seem dubious. I can't help but speculate about the transactions behind the scenes. Indeed, some should refrain from being overly resentful. The moment someone achieves a modicum of success, they fabricate rumors. I'm thoroughly fed up. The trolls were relentless. They understood that Jiang Xueyan's fans were formidable. But who could blame them? Considering the hefty investments made by the newcomers? They were professional trolls. It would be unethical not to fulfill their employer's wishes. They simply lack strength. Why do they deserve endorsements? I just checked. The head of Yumi Benyuin in the Chinese region is a 50-year-old man. You understand. Yumi Benyuin really played their cards poorly. I admit the advertisement quality is exceptional, but they chose the wrong people. In the entertainment industry, one can easily find individuals with a better reputation than Jiang Xueyan. I believe there is some truth to this statement. After all, Yumiko is a high-end luxury brand, and even the most popular young stars struggle to associate with it. Let alone Jiang Xueyan, who is merely a third-tier celebrity. Has all the evidence been gathered? The head of the legal department nodded in acknowledgement. It is time for these keyboard warriors and professional detractors to witness the prowess of lawyer Xia. Charge forth. Jiang Xueyan observed as her bald lawyer's breath grew heavier, and a gleam ignited in his bright eyes. She silently took a step back. What is happening? Is he transforming? The lawyer internally chanted, "Pure hatred warrior. Go to battle." Chapter 62. Detractors, your father is here. He then utilized his studio's legal account to release a lengthy 10,000-word statement, accompanied by documentation of the defamatory accounts. In essence, the message was clear. Are you ready, detractors? Your father has arrived. Tremble. The detractors realized the situation was turning dire. They merely sought to salvage their reputations and had no desire to face legal repercussions. They wished to delete their comments. Alas, deleting comments would be futile, as Lawyer Xie had already gathered evidence. One by one, the detractors were tagged by Lawyer Xie on Weibo. As the list of tagged individuals grew, they began to feel a sense of calm. After all, the law does not punish the multitude. With so many people posting, did Jiang Xueyan Studio truly intend to sue each one? Would they be able to keep up with such a process?
Who knows when a verdict would be reached?
Lawyer Xie seemed to be able to read the detractors' thoughts. His second Weibo post detailed the outcome of the previous lawsuit against the detractors, from evidence collection to judgment, which only took 2 months. Ha ha ha, well done, Lawyer Xie. In the domestic entertainment industry, Jiang Xueyan Studio stands alone, truly getting the job done. The remaining fans eagerly tagged their respective idol studios. Learn from them. What a useless studio, not even as competent as a small-time celebrity studio. The tagged studios responded with confusion. Is the legal team so inexpensive? Is it that they do not wish to support us? The detractors fell silent, unable to muster laughter. The steel plate of the domestic entertainment industry has already been established, and that is Jiang Xueyan. She has always been sharp-tongued, and her legion of fans is even more formidable, now bolstered by a lawyer who is fired up for battle. This is it. From now on, they would not accept any offers, regardless of the pay. Meanwhile, Xianlan, witnessing the remarkable advertising effectiveness of Yumiko, had been in a foul mood for 2 consecutive days on set. While filming a scene with a supporting actor, she spotted a familiar face among the onlookers. A glint flashed in her eyes as she approached the director, suggesting they swap out the actor. Swap actors? This was a fight scene, and the director had insisted on realism. Changing actors at the last minute was impractical. Xianlan, with a sweet demeanor, coaxed director, "I'm not feeling well today. Let us change the actor. It might expedite the process and 1T hinder your schedule." With the lead actress speaking up, the director had little choice. "Who do you want to swap with?" Xianlan scanned the crowd and finally pointed to a girl.
Her.
The girl, unaware of the sudden change, was quickly ushered to the dressing room to change and apply makeup. While she was getting ready, the crew informed her about the role she was to play, a villain who would be struck by the lead actress. She was advised to be mentally prepared and not to dodge or use the space to her advantage. Wang Wanqing nodded, feeling quite pleased. This role offered ample lines and was a great opportunity to be seen. As for being hit, it was normal for actors to endure such moments. Professional actors understood the nuances. During a fight scene, they would use skill to make it appear impactful while ensuring it was not painful. Wang Wanqing did not dwell on this and focused on memorizing her lines while getting ready. Before filming commenced, Xianlan approached her to offer a few encouraging words, advising her not to feel nervous. The surrounding crew nodded in agreement, praising Xianlan for her kindness and dedication. Wang Wanqing smiled brightly. "Sister Xianlan, I'm your fan. Could you please sign an autograph for me later?" Xianlan smiled back. "We're about to shoot. Let us hold off on talking for now." Wang Wanqing obediently complied, quickly transitioning into her acting mindset. Soon, the official filming began amidst the mist by the Nine Heavens fairy pool. Several fairies donned in colorful flowing gowns carried bamboo baskets, one of whom, tall and strikingly beautiful, was Wang Wanqing. In the lens, her face appeared delicate and flawless, without a single pore visible. The director nodded discreetly. It must be said, this young lady was quite photogenic. On the opposite side of the pool, Xianlan, having just regained her divine identity, emerged in a flowing white gown with wide sleeves, her expression cold and stern. The two groups collided, and Wang Wanqing, adhering to the script, coldly mocked Xianlan. "You are merely the lowest, most despicable weed." Before she could finish her sentence, Xianlan's palm struck her directly.
"Ah!"
Wang Wanqing exclaimed, momentarily caught off guard.
"Cut."
The director glared at the monitor, noting that the slap had come too early, interrupting her lines.
"Xin Lan Fei Gan in Gozan."
"Oh dear, I must have misremembered. Is that all right?" She feigned concern. Wang Wanqing shook her head. "It's fine." Although Xianlan's slap had been quite forceful, causing Wang Wanqing's left cheek to feel numb and warm, she prioritized the filming and adjusted her demeanor to continue. "You are nothing but the lowest, most despicable fairy, shamelessly clinging to the divine lord. Who do you think you are?" This was the normal exchange in their dialogue, and the camera panned to capture Xianlan's close-up. Xianlan's expression suddenly turned icy, radiating a chilling aura. She raised her hand and delivered another solid slap to Wang Wanqing's face. The sound was deafening, causing the microphone to crackle. Those outside the scene began to sense something amiss. Was it really necessary to hit that hard? Wang Wanqing's face was turned to the side, the decorative tassels in her hair striking her face, causing a burning sensation. Was Xianlan doing this on purpose? In an instant, Wang Wanqing forgot her lines. Where are the lines? Can we proceed? If not, get lost. Both had made mistakes, yet when Xianlan faltered, everyone pretended not to notice. Wang Wanqing, however, faced a barrage of criticism. She didn't even have time to check her injuries. Wiping her tears, she quickly re-entered the scene. Across from her, Xianlan wore a shallow smile. Sister, why couldn't you catch your lines? Now you have to suffer. Chapter 63. I will count to 3. The sound engineer adjusted the microphone, and Xianlan's voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Wang Wanqing's complexion turned pale. She was certain Xianlan had acted with intent, yet she had never wronged her. Why was this happening? Wang Wanqing struggled to understand, her confidence plummeting. She could not keep up with Xianlan's lines and continued to endure slaps, receiving over 20 in total. Her face swelled, the makeup unable to disguise the marks, before they finally ceased. After more than 20 takes, the director clicked his tongue in irritation, reaching the peak of his patience. How could he not see Xianlan's deliberate targeting? One was the leading actress, while the other was merely a background character. It was obvious which one he would favor. Damn it, can't we shoot this properly? Crying. What nonsense is this? Get her out of here. Kick her out of the production. If you can't act, what are you doing here? The director's temper flared as he shouted into the loudspeaker, his booming voice echoing throughout the set. Many gathered around, yet none spoke up for Wang Wanqing. Their expressions were complex, a mix of pity, indifference, and mockery. Wang Wanqing dared not lift her head. The director's merciless words pierced her heart like a thorn, inflicting a deeper pain than the slap on her face. She felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Boundless malice engulfed her like a tangible force. Old Lin Yanjia is in trouble. Old Lin Wang Wanqing has been blacklisted by the crew and is hospitalized due to disfigurement. Jiang Xueyan, who had just finished her tasks, sat up in shock upon reading this news. Money Hunter, what is going on? Old Lin, it seems she has been targeted. Lin Xiangnan, the general manager, had sent Wang Wanqing to the Ruju crew. To think that such a calamity would befall her within just a few days was unexpected. The details soon reached Lin Xiangnan. Xianlan from the crew had unreasonably tormented her, striking Wang Wanqing for nearly half an hour before a crowd of dozens. The director, a fool, not only failed to intervene but added insult to injury. At just 19, Wang Wanqing was at a vulnerable age. After removing her makeup, her left cheek was a swollen bruise, marred by the absence of unblemished skin. Lin Xiangnan sent Jiang Xueyan photos of her injuries, the shocking images tugging at her heartstrings. Xianlan had never engaged in any connections with others. Jiang Xueyan could roughly guess the reason behind Wang Wanqing's targeting. It was merely a consequence of the advertisement release for Yumyuban. Xianlan had vented her frustrations on the hapless Wang Wanqing. Fully aware of her affiliation with Jiang Xueyan's company, Jiang Xueyan, possessing a rebellious spirit and a protective nature, found it unbearable. After investing so much in nurturing talent, finally selecting a promising candidate, only for her to be assaulted and expelled within days? It was intolerable. Jiang Xueyan used her private WeChat to contact Xiao Linshan, Hua Guoshan's escaped mother monkey. Xiao, could you provide the surveillance footage from the banquet? Xiao, video 4. Xiao, Miss Jiang, keep this confidential. The video is something you stumbled upon. Hua Guoshan's escaped mother monkey. Understood. Hua Guoshan's escaped mother monkey. It mysteriously appeared on my phone. Conversing with intelligent individuals was refreshing. Jiang Xueyan opened the video, which captured the moments at the banquet when they sat at the same table as Xianlan. The footage revealed Xianlan's disdainful disregard for Jiang Xueyan's overtures. Xianlan whispered to her agent, and a waiter appeared to shoo Jiang Xueyan and her companions away. Each detail was recorded with clarity. She compiled and compressed the video along with evidence purchased from the waiter, forwarding it via email to both Xianlan and her agent. What was this? She had no incriminating evidence to fear. 5 minutes later, Xianlan's phone was bombarded by her own agent's calls. Did you receive the email? You'd better open it and see what's inside. Annoyed, she clicked on the email, which contained 3 items: Wang Wanqing's medical report, a video, and an audio recording. Initially indifferent upon seeing the photos, Xianlan scoffed, thinking, what? Huaxiao Entertainment wants to defend a mere extra? Until she played the video and audio. When was the audio recorded? The recording featured her agent conversing with the waiter. Coupled with the video, it became all too clear. Xian Lan's complexion paled. Who is this nameless individual? Jiang Xueyan's associate? With 5 minutes remaining until 3 o'clock, the message came. She demands that you apologize to Wang Wanqing. Impossible. The thought of apologizing to an obscure extra was absurd. Unnamed. Are you certain? Unnamed. Screenshot. Upon viewing the screenshot, Xian Lan's breath hitched. It was the Weibo editing page, and the contents mirrored what was in the email. Unnamed. 3. Unnamed. 2. Blue is melancholy. Wait.
No.
Blue is melancholy. We can negotiate. I can pay you 3 times what Jiang Xueyan offers. Her greatest concern was the potential damage to her reputation within the industry. She hoped no negative news would leak. Grinding her teeth, Xian Lan instructed her agent to contact this individual again. Unnamed. My request is simple, a face-to-face apology. Unnamed. If you cannot do that, we can meet on Weibo. Damn it. Meet on Weibo was a frequent threat. Did Weibo belong to her? Xian Lan suppressed her anger, feeling more humiliated than ever. Blue is melancholy. Are you a professional detective hired by Jiang Xueyan? Blue is melancholy. How much does she pay you monthly? I can offer you triple. Unnamed. 3. Unnamed. 2. Damn it. Blue is melancholy. Stop counting down. I'll go, alright? Xian Lan clenched her latest model phone tightly, as if she could crush it. Anyone unaware would think this anonymous individual was a savage, threatening to count down to 3. Was she afraid? It was merely an apology. She would treat it as a performance. Unnamed. At 5 o'clock, I expect to see you in room 304 at Tomato Hospital. Blue is melancholy. I have a scene at 5. Unnamed. 3. Blue is melancholy. Fine, okay, I'll go. Chapter 64. Is the eternal iceberg in love? After sending the message, Jiang Xueyan began to pack her belongings. Gao Yu peeked in, Sister Yen. You're leaving so early. Where are you off to? There's a stray dog causing trouble. It chewed up my fortune cat. I'm going to fix it. Don't think too much about me. Gao Yu scratched his head. Shouldn't you call the dog-catching squad for that? Hey, when did you get a cat? The greatest hassle of newfound fame is the constant recognition wherever one goes. On this sweltering day, Jiang Xueyan donned a hat and mask, revealing only her eyes. As soon as she exited the camp, the heat made her sweat profusely. By the time her assistant arrived to pick her up, 10 minutes had passed. She longed for a car. Jiang Xueyan glanced at her balance. All right, never mind. She pulled out her phone. Huaguoshan's escaped mother monkey, Rongzong, with so many cars in your underground garage. Could you lend me one? Rongheng's underground garage was absurdly vast, filled with various limited edition luxury cars gathering dust. Ironically, the most cherished was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. To let so many top-tier vehicles sit idle was a sheer waste. When he received the message, Rongheng felt a faint discomfort in his right arm. He picked up his phone with his left hand and read Jiang Xueyan's message. Finding it inconvenient to type, he sent a voice message. Choose one yourself. His voice was perfectly deep, stirring one's heart. Huaguoshan's escaped mother monkey. Which one is the most expensive? The Lamborghini on the 3rd floor. Huaguoshan's escaped mother monkey. All right, thank you, boss. Rongheng, known for his icy demeanor in the industry, was a formidable figure with a temperament as changeable as the weather and a distinct disinterest in women. Xiao Yunrui, observing the soft expression on this man, found it hard to reconcile him with his previous impressions of Rongheng. Are you in love? He said definitively. Rongheng set down his phone and raised his eyes slightly, his gaze cold and indifferent. Is there something you need? When he did not smile, his features were sharp, and his emotions were utterly detached. Xiao Yunrui seemed oblivious to the pressure emanating from Rongheng, casually shifting to a more comfortable position. That Lamborghini of yours. It wouldn't be, would it? Rongheng remained noncommittal. It must be. The vehicle, valued at 2.5 billion, was a unique model globally and not for sale. Rongheng offered it without a blink. Xiao Yunrui slowly smiled. I'm beginning to grow curious about your little golden canary. Are you idle?
Oh.
So, you're already protective? Xiao Yunrui shook his head, understanding that for a 28-year-old who had never been in love, finding someone special would naturally lead him to cherish them deeply. However, my dear brother, allow me to remind you that with women, it is best to indulge in playful flirtations rather than take it too seriously. Rongheng lowered his brows and focused intently on the documents before him, deliberately ignoring the other party's words. Very well, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yunrui exited the Rong family estate and immediately dialed his assistant. Please investigate who the woman beside Rongheng is. She is his biological sister, renowned within the industry as a wealthy beauty, rivaling even the top stars in the entertainment realm. Xiao was eager to ascertain what sort of woman could capture Wong Hang's heart. In room 304 of the Tomato Hospital, Jiang Xueyan had arrived at the private ward early. A bodyguard stood vigil at the door, while Lin Xiangnan kept company with Wang Wanqing inside. Assistant Zhu Tian accompanied Jiang Xueyan into the room, where floral arrangements and fruit baskets crowded the cabinet beside the bed. Wang Wanqing lay flat on the bed, her eyes closed, unwilling to utter a word. Lin Xiangnan, surprised to see Jiang Xueyan, remarked, "President Jiang, what brings you here personally? We can handle these matters." He had just informed Wanqing that once she recovered, they would transition her to a better production team. Upon hearing Jiang Xueyan's name, Wang Wanqing's eyelids fluttered, and she sat up. Her face was still swollen, smeared with an unpleasant medicinal ointment. "President Jiang," the girl spoke, her voice hoarse and timid, a stark contrast to the confident and sunny demeanor captured in her photos. Wang Wanqing had just learned from Lin Xiangnan that Jiang Xueyan was her direct superior. Moreover, the entirety of Huaxia Mutual Entertainment belonged to Jiang Xueyan. If Xian Lan could be so arrogant, what of Jiang Xueyan? She seemed to have a notoriously bad temper online, leaving Wang Wanqing feeling apprehensive. In truth, when she first sustained her injuries, her immediate instinct was to inform her family. Yet, her own mother could only respond with, "Why are others not targeted, but only you? It must be that you did something wrong. You were merely slapped a couple of times, just endure it." Now she had lost her job and her means of income. Your brother is about to enter his final year of high school. You must gather his college tuition no matter what. Listening to her mother's harsh words over the phone on a sweltering summer day felt like being plunged into an icy abyss. Wang Wanqing said nothing and hung up. Perhaps she was indeed at fault. Maybe she had inadvertently provoked Xian Lan. Unable to contain her emotions, tears streamed down her face, pooling onto the pristine sheets, leaving damp spots in their wake. A gentle voice broke the silence. "You are so beautiful, even when you cry. My taste is rather discerning. Are you tired of crying? Would you like a peach?" At some point, Jiang Xueyan had peeled an entire peach, slicing off a piece and offering it to the young girl. The sweet, inviting aroma of the peach wafted through the air, an essence of summer, reminiscent of a warm hearth that dispelled the chill surrounding her. Is this truly a boss who personally peels fruit for her employee? Lin Xiangnan observed her dazed expression. Aren't you the one who loves peaches the most? It's right here in front of you, and yet you remain in a stupor. Wang Wanqing snapped out of her reverie, cautiously taking a bite of the peach. Jiang Xueyan showed no sign of displeasure, allowing her to relax. Noticing the girl's unease, Jiang Xueyan refrained from saying much more. Xian Lan will come to apologize shortly. If you choose not to forgive her, then do not.
What? Huh?
Chapter 65. Stop, please don't hit. Two voices exclaimed, one from Wang Wanqing and the other from Lin Xiangnan, both surprised to the point of breaking their tones. Sister Yan, you are quite formidable. Lin Xiangnan's eyes widened. After all, this was Xian Lan. Wang Wanqing could scarcely believe that Xian Lan would come to her door to apologize. This was a scenario she would never have dared to dream of. Before Jiang Xueyan could elaborate, a knock echoed at the door. Zhu Tian, closest to it, peered through the window and saw a figure clad in heavy attire standing outside, accompanied by another woman. Sister Yan, it seems Xian Lan has arrived. The tall bodyguard opened the door, allowing Xian Lan and her assistant to stride in with airs of superiority. Upon spotting Jiang Xueyan, Xian Lan sneered. Ah, so it is you, the sly and underhanded one. Jiang Xueyan casually brushed aside her disheveled hair and replied nonchalantly, Firstly, you are late. Secondly, you are here to apologize, are you not? Why the arrogance? Xian Lan quickly grasped Jiang Xueyan's words as an insult to her appearance. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand to strike. Wang Wanqing instinctively shielded her face, gasping in shock. However, that forceful slap was intercepted by a slender wrist. Jiang Xueyan stood up, gripping Xian Lan's arm with one hand and delivering a swift slap to Xian Lan's left cheek with the other. The sound echoed loudly. Xian Lan's sunglasses flew off her face. Jiang Xueyan's movements were so swift that even Xian Lan's assistant failed to react in time.
Xin Lan,
who had never been struck before, was consumed by rage. How dare Jiang Xueyan lay a hand on her? The slap shattered her composure, and the notion of an apology became irrelevant. She was a superstar, and such indignities were intolerable. Casting aside her troublesome handbag, Xian Lan lunged at Jiang Xueyan, exclaiming, I will tear you apart.
Jiang Xueyan scooped deep typhoon, towering over Xin Lan.
Recently, she had devoted considerable effort to physical training for her dance performances, making it effortless to subdue someone as insignificant as Xian Lan. Despite Xian Lan's fury, the disparity in strength was evident. As they grappled, Jiang Xueyan easily overpowered Xian Lan, landing several blows without sustaining any harm herself. The assistant attempted to intervene, but Zhu Tian swiftly restrained her, shouting, "Do not move, do not move." Lin Xiangnan stood agape, while Wang Wanqing, witnessing the escalating altercation, scrambled from her bed in fright. The battle intensified, with Jiang Xueyan pinning Xian Lan to the bed, delivering slap after slap. Xian Lan's cries echoed like those of a distressed animal. "I will kill you, Jiang Xueyan." Jiang Xueyan paused to catch her breath before continuing her assault. Initially, Xian Lan could retaliate, but soon she could only weakly shield her head. Jiang Xueyan was careful to strike only where the pain receptors were dense, ensuring no visible harm was done. As for the marks on Xian Lan's face, those were merely the result of her overacting and the playful scuffles she had engaged in with her assistant at the hotel. Xian Lan's petite assistant, tightly held by Zhu Tian, was rendered helpless, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Please stop, please stop." Wang Wanqing and Lin Xiangnan, recovering from their shock, began to urge, "Sister Yan, that's enough." Just as Jiang Xueyan grew weary and descended from Xian Lan, she adjusted her attire. As Xian Lan lowered her hands from her face, Wang Wanqing could not suppress a laugh. Xian Lan's visage was a kaleidoscope of colors, particularly around her eyes, which were obscured by dark shadows. Whether from makeup or bruising was uncertain. Chapter 66. In the entertainment industry, how much is your confidence truly worth? It was clear that Xian Lan's appearance bore little resemblance to that of a top star. The petite assistant, witnessing Xian Lan's disheveled state, was thrown into a panic. Xian Lan herself, however, remained remarkably subdued, aware of Jiang Xueyan's clenched fists beside her. How outrageous! You are also a public figure. Are you not afraid of being exposed for your actions? Having been humiliated, Xian Lan recognized that no good would come from pressing her case with Jiang Xueyan. And so she relented, stating, "You have struck, I shall take my leave, and let us consider the matter of video and audio recording settled. If you dare to expose me, I wouldn't hesitate to reveal your violent tendencies." Regardless of who initiated the conflict, it remains a scandal. If Jiang Xueyan were wise enough, she would acquiesce to my demands. Escalating this matter serves no one's interests. Jiang Xueyan maintained her composure and offered an apology. Xian Lan furrowed her brow, admonishing her not to take advantage of the situation, especially since I have been so severely harmed. "Apologize." Jiang Xueyan showed no signs of yielding. Xian Lan shot a cold glare at her, wishing she could tear her apart. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. "Can't you hear me? I said apologize." Slowly, she rolled up her sleeves, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. Xian Lan cautiously stepped back, a glimmer of trepidation in her eyes. "Fine. Let us treat this as a performance." Xian Lan opened her mouth, speaking rapidly, yet not directing her words towards Wang Wanqing.
I am sorry.
This apology was lacking in sincerity, utterly perfunctory, and painfully obvious. "Tsk." Xian Lan paused, inhaled deeply to steady her emotions, then turned to face Wang Wanqing. "I apologize for striking you on set. My own emotions led me to target you deliberately, and I am sorry. It will not happen again." Jiang Xueyan remained silent. Xian Lan's tone softened, but after she spoke, Wang Wanqing kept her head down, lost in thought. "Perhaps you should propose a condition, and we can resolve this matter." Silence ensued. Lin Xiangnan cast a concerned glance at Wang Wanqing, who merely shook her head. Her voice was calm, yet firm. "You humiliated me in front of so many people, and you think this light apology suffices? I admire you and have feelings for you. Yet you have trampled all over my affections. Xian Lan, your acting is truly remarkable." By the end of her statement, Wang Wanqing's voice trembled, her tears threatening to spill. She fought to hold back her tears, unwilling to appear weak before Xian Lan. "You have shattered my confidence, and I do not wish to forgive you." Xian Lan's apology was forced. She was reluctant and shocked that this minor supporting actress dared to assert herself. In the entertainment industry, how much is your confidence worth? With such fragility, how do you expect to thrive? Your company has invested so much in you. Do you truly deserve it? Everyone has faced their share of struggles, myself included. Do you think I've never been dismissed by seniors? Who do you think you are? You refuse to accept my apology. Let me ask you, what value do you possess? Were it not for Jiang Xueyan backing you, Would I even bother to apologize?
Ha.
Though her words were not particularly harsh, they starkly revealed a harsh reality. Jiang Xueyan raised her gaze, asking if they could speak like rational beings. She is only 19. Do you think she shares your age and experience, you old hag? Xian Lan, stung by the insult, felt momentarily silenced. She knew that in terms of eloquence, she could never outmatch Jiang Xueyan, let alone engage in physical confrontation. Her face burned, and she wondered if something had gone awry with her Botox. Xian Lan had no time to engage Jiang Xueyan any further. She retrieved a bank card from her small bag. Here are 200,000. Consider it my contribution for your medical expenses. Xian Lan, accompanied by her assistant, stormed out. Why didn't you help me just now? Did you merely watch as I was struck? The frustration she had bottled up in the hospital was unleashed upon her assistant. The assistant trembled, her voice filled with regret. I'm so sorry, Sister Xian Lan, I was. You need not explain. It's simply that you failed to do your job. I will deduct 1,000 from your salary this month. This assistant earned only 6,000 a month, and had to manage her own meals and lodging while being at her beck and call. Xian Lan was ruthless with her staff. Any mistake or failure to meet her expectations resulted in a deduction of 1,000, with no cap on the amount. Often, by the end of the month, they would find themselves in debt to her. The assistant had contemplated resigning, but having signed a contract, she faced hefty penalties for leaving before a year. Thus, she endured. Xian Lan's manager learned of her assault immediately and rushed over in a panic. Oh my goodness, how can you film tomorrow? That wretched person. How could they strike you so hard? Xian Lan applied an ice pack to her face, equally furious. Jiang Xueyan was her greatest adversary in the industry. While other actresses might engage in resource battles through blackmail or smear campaigns, any entanglement with Jiang Xueyan devolved into primal brawls. She always excelled in her domain, overpowering everyone with sheer talent. Don't worry about me. I have a plan to deal with her. She remains utterly oblivious. Xian Lan was confident. She had invested considerable effort and was certain she could bring Jiang Xueyan down. Just wait and see. After concluding this topic, her manager cast her a knowing look. Your assistant is in tears. What transpired? Xian Lan ignored him, expressing her frustration. When I was attacked by Jiang Xueyan, she merely stood by, watching the spectacle. I was lenient to only deduct 1,000 from her wages, you know? The manager advised her gently, though he understood the unspoken implications.
Ha.
Do you think I don't know her? She lacks the courage to betray me. Rest assured, I know my limits. In the hospital, after Xian Lan stormed out, only a few remained. Wang Wanqing kept her head bowed in silence, her slender neck appearing fragile enough to snap with a mere touch. Lin Xiangnan expressed concern. Wanqing, don't take Xian Lan's words to heart. Consider them mere ramblings. You know she speaks nonsense. Wang Wanqing shook her head, wiping away her unshed tears. Her determination unwavering. No, she spoke the truth. I do not deserve the support my company has provided. Even my own mother views me as a burden, believing I am at fault. Yet, only President Jiang and Brother Xiangnan stand by me, encouraging me. I am determined to become the best actress. I will reach the top tier. I refuse to rest. Brother Xiangnan, please arrange for me to join the set, whether in a prominent role or as a corpse. I am willing to do it. The young girl's stark black and white eyes radiated tenacity, akin to resilient weeds thriving under a harsh winter sun. Poor yet unyielding. She possessed an extraordinary vitality. If Jiang Xueyan's previous actions were merely to protect her own, at this moment, she sincerely regarded Wang Wanqing with newfound respect. Ambition is never a vice in the entertainment industry. Did Rong Heng mention that the Lamborghini on the third basement level is for her? She must see what her dream car looks like. There was only one car in the basement, housed in a fully enclosed garage, tended to weekly by a specialist. As the silver-gray cover was lifted, Jiang Xueyan gasped in awe. The exaggerated yet smooth gray and black lines exuded a strong sense of design, while the entirely black body was complemented by a massive wing and sharply angled red-black taillights, exuding an incredible coolness. Is this a race car? The butler smiled, saying, "Isn't this car stunning?" Jiang Xueyan nodded vigorously. However, the ground clearance is too low. It could easily scrape on the road. How much does this car cost? A vehicle this striking, I've hardly ever seen one outside.
25.
25 million? Goodness, is this the world of the wealthy? So expensive. The butler chuckled and shook his head. It costs 5 billion. Jiang Xueyan was left speechless. She was aware of Rong Heng's wealth. But the sensation of being unexpectedly confronted with such extravagance was indescribable. If she were to damage such an expensive car, the pain would be unbearable. Perhaps I should consider another option. Is there something more affordable, around 100,000? A car in that price range would not even qualify for Rong Heng's garage. Upon hearing this, the butler nodded, of course, just wait a moment. Shortly after, car dealerships near the bustling metropolis had brought all vehicles priced below 500,000 to the vicinity of the villa. Jiang Xueyan did not need to step outside. Her tablet was filled with information on various car models. She casually selected one that caught her eye. I'll take this one. Very well, Mississippi. This vehicle, along with that Lamborghini, has been delivered to your residence.
Oh.
The speed of the service was astonishing. And the Lamborghini, worth $2.5 billion. Rong Heng is so generous. I could just cry. Having held her driver's license for almost 2 years, she had seldom had the chance to drive. But her previous experience had rekindled her desire. Jiang Xueyan eagerly drove her newly acquired BMW to the open-air parking lot behind the castle to practice. Hee. This little car is both beautiful and practical. Hee, the Lamborghini is more for show. I absolutely adore this. Today is such a happy day. Rong Heng called the butler.
How is she?
Is she satisfied? Chapter 67. It's all good, all good. The old butler watched the little car darting around the yard with a smile of contentment. It had been a long time since he had seen the young ladies so joyful. Hearing this, Rong Heng merely responded with a nonchalant though typically composed. He was still a man filled with youthful vigor. Jiang Xueyan, dressed in a revealing outfit, was a sight to behold, igniting a tumult of desire within him. He had disposed of her provocative attire without her consent. Perhaps the car was his way of compensating her. Ever since the advertisement for Yumi Benyuan was released, sales across the Greater China region had steadily increased. Furthermore, Yumi Benyuan sponsored the camp, ensuring their advertisements frequently appeared during live broadcasts. Other sponsors, witnessing such effective advertising, felt envious. TSK, had I known back then, I should have agreed to sponsor when the camp was begging for assistance. Now, approaching them would be akin to reaching for the stars. Who would have thought that after the financial backing of Pei Zhi'er was withdrawn, Jiang Xueyan would rise to prominence, shouldering the banner of recruitment. Regret was futile. The advertisement had brought immense exposure to Jiang Xueyan, Gao Yu, and Xu Yu, significantly increasing their marketability. Last night, Gao Yu surpassed the second-ranked Korean contestant, Jin Yojin, by a substantial margin. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the rankings for Huagua artists were updated. Looking forward to Xiao Yuyui's new drama. Our top-tier star Yuji is simply the best. Rising young actor Xian Lan is currently filming the new drama Like Pearls, hoping for everyone's support. Xian Lan should surpass Xiao Yuyui and claim the third spot, right? With such a stir this month, Jiang Xueyan must at least be at the second-tier level. I believe Jiang Xueyan absolutely deserves a first-tier position. Her talent is unparalleled, the first female group in the country, outshining Korean contestants. Apart from Wenyuma, she is the strongest, right? Who are you all discussing? Jiang Xueyan? Honestly, I've never even heard that name. Not knowing is fine. Soon you'll hear it every day. Damn this broken network, it never refreshes when it should. Finally, it's here. The rankings for first-tier artists showed little change. Xiao Yuyui had a drama airing, maintaining her steady position in third among first-tier artists, with Xian Lan closely following. Haha, don't come near us, next one. Some Lan truly loves to ride coattails. Can you stay away from our Yui? What is that talentless flowery star so arrogant about? Once Xian Lan's drama airs, you'll see what a true top-tier breakout star looks like. Why is my Yan Jia still in the third tier? In the previous artist rankings, Jiang Xueyan was positioned in the lower mid-tier of the third tier. However, upon this update, she had ascended directly into the top 10 of the third tier, ranking 8th. In just a month, she had risen from the lower mid-tier to the top 10, an extraordinary phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Her fanbase was vast and diverse, and her songs were widely acclaimed, giving the impression of her being a first-tier artist. Why have some fans quieted down? Once the rankings are out, they become honest. Those unaware would think she's a top-tier superstar. Upon closer inspection, she's merely a third-tier minor star. Her fans love to argue.
Don't even mention it.
They only dared to murmur a few sarcastic comments in the threads, not even brave enough to mention her name. Pure hate warriors thrived in their niche. Everyone, do not panic. Our Yanjia is just an obscure minor star. The rankings will stabilize and rise. Do not pay too much attention to them. Jie has surpassed so many established stars in just a month. It's truly remarkable, an entertainment miracle. Additionally, our rankings only account for domestic popularity. Jie is quite formidable overseas. That song had already swept across the entire European and American markets, becoming a household name. Fans often heard it on the streets and were frequently approached by others asking if they recognized the song's creator. When will Wanyama come to the United States for a concert? Such a phenomenal song was indeed penned by a fellow compatriot, fostering a growing sense of pride among fans. However, since Huagua's charts did not account for international data, Jiang Xueyan's immense popularity did not translate into significant recognition. It's all good, all good, all good. Next month, Jie will surely break into the second tier. The finals are coming soon, Xueyan. Go forth and bring glory to the nation, representing us against the little pickles. In the days leading up to the finals, the fans of other rising stars were puzzled as to why Jiang Xueyan's supporters seemed so exuberant, brimming with unyielding energy. 2 days before the finals, all production teams and contestants were required to travel to Korea. A week prior, Jiang Xueyan had already arranged her visa and necessary documents. This time, she would be staying for about 3 days. Yilan arrived at the airport to see her off, rushing in just in time before boarding. Sorry, Xueyan. The traffic was unbearable. Yilan gasped for breath, relieved to have made it. Jiang Xueyan patted her back, helping her catch her breath. You should have taken it easy. There's still time. Yes, I just wanted to see you. Here, take this red envelope. May fortune be with you, and I hope your journey goes smoothly. The style of Korea, as evident from the Olympics, was intense. Thus, Yilan genuinely worried about Jiang Xueyan's circumstances. They exchanged a few casual remarks. The airport was crowded, and both wore hats and masks, rendering them less conspicuous. Until a flash of a camera went off. Yilan's expression changed slightly as she glanced in the direction of the camera. It was someone from her company. A flicker of anger crossed Yilan's face. They likely intended to capture a photo of her with Jiang Xueyan to circulate a narrative of sisterly affection. Yilan nudged Jiang Xueyan. Hurry inside. You might miss your flight. Jiang Xueyan raised her hand to adjust her oversized sunglasses. Do you know that paparazzi? Chapter 68. Everyone, stay still. I have a bomb in my bag. Yilan's expression turned somewhat awkward. They were hired by my company. What's your penalty for breach of contract? Xueyan. I don't want to owe you anything. Just tell me. I can help if possible. Previously, my penalty was 5 million, but after signing a supplementary agreement, if I switch to a similar company within 3 years, I do need to compensate 10 million. Jiang Xueyan clicked her tongue. What a terrible company. Send me the agreement when you can. I'll have a professional lawyer review it. If it's unlawful, all of it is void. Yilan nodded. Thank you, Xueyan. Please don't worry about me. I'm doing fine. I just don't want to drag you down. You should hurry inside. Jiang Xueyan glanced at the filming direction, exchanged a few words with Yilan, and then departed. Yilan let out a deep sigh. After exiting the airport, she took a taxi to the nearest riverside. Beneath the bridge flowed a tumultuous river, its muddy waves surging forward. The longer she gazed, the more she felt an impulse to leap into the water. Leaning against the railing, she felt immense pressure. There are 3 types of people in the entertainment industry. The first category consists of fortunate individuals like Jiang Xueyan, who possess exceptional talent, work diligently, maintain good relationships, and have the backing of powerful capital. The third type is akin to herself, someone who is mediocre, laboring tirelessly with fervor, yet regardless of the effort expended, remains stagnant. She lacked both a touch of luck and a degree of talent. No matter how tirelessly she pursued her ambitions day and night, she could not keep pace with Jiang Xueyan's progress. Back when they were both in 101, they supported one another. But now, Jiang Xueyan had already ascended to the status of a third-tier artist. While she had merely tasted brief fame from a song Jiang Xueyan had gifted her, only to fade back into obscurity, to say she felt jealousy would be somewhat accurate. Yet more profoundly, Yilan grappled with self-doubt and denial. She felt like a clumsy bird, forever unable to soar high. Was she truly suited for the entertainment industry? The pressure of competition grew increasingly overwhelming, with her agency relentlessly urging her to ride on Jiang Xueyan's coattails to profit from her success. They even tracked and photographed her interactions with Jiang Xueyan without her consent. Yilan felt exhausted. She dared not confront the agency directly. In her silent rebellion, she could only stand alone by the bridge, gazing at the river view. Beep beep. Her phone rang incessantly. Hello? Where have you been? There's a product endorsement shoot. Hurry over. Yet her feet felt heavy, as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. A flight from Magic City to Seoul takes less than 3 hours. Soon, the plane landed. Jiang Xueyan, Gao Yushu, and Shi moved together. Jiang Xueyan's assistant, Zhu Tian, accompanied them, proficient in Korean, serving as Jiang Xueyan's translator. After retrieving their luggage and reaching the exit, they encountered a throng of excited young girls, likely in their teens or early 20s, brandishing signs. Gao Yu inhaled deeply. Could they be our fans? Here to welcome us? Xu Yu shook her head. If it weren't for her knowledge of the treatment of Chinese nationals in South Korea, she might have believed it. There are still numerous posts by Koreans online cursing the competition's unfairness and bias against Chinese participants. If asked who the most disliked female idol among Korean competitors was, Jiang Xueyan would surely rank second, with no one daring to claim the top spot. Zhu Tian stepped forward to clarify, "We must have coincidentally crossed paths with a Korean artist. There are fans here to greet him." She pointed to a name on the sign that read Park Eun-joon, apparently a popular male star in Korea. An idol-turned-actor, he had appeared in dramas and variety shows. Known for his sharp tongue and unrelenting critiques of female guests, it seemed he was also from a wealthy family, thus attracting a legion of female fans. As she quietly discussed this gossip, a sudden surge of people surged from behind, and the fans ahead erupted in frenzied screams.
Appa.
Sarangi, Park Eun-joon. I want to have your babies. In front of them stood fervent fans, while a team of bodyguards closed in from behind. A flamboyantly dressed man, resembling a flamboyant peacock, approached, surrounded by security. The guards, mistaking Jiang Xueyan and her companions for fans, impatiently pushed them aside. Move aside, you pests. Disgusting. Don't block the way. For Jiang Xueyan, who had hastily learned some Korean curses, these words were strangely familiar. Don't push us. We are not fans. Zhu Tian shouted in translation. Noticing the commotion, the production team quickly intervened. Yet the guards continued to roughly shove them aside, seemingly oblivious to Zhu Tian's protests. The airport pathway was clearly spacious. Why must they push through the trio? With their considerable luggage, they were jostled back and forth, causing one suitcase to topple and get trampled. The worst off was Zhu Tian, who was shoved to the ground. Jiang Xueyan steadied the swaying Gao Yu and Xu Yu, and, seeing Zhu Tian fall, her expression turned icy. Everyone freeze. I have a bomb in my bag. Move again, and I will blow you all up. Her voice rang out, piercing and commanding. Everyone heard her distinctly. A somewhat halting Korean declaration about a bomb sent a wave of shock through the crowd. The atmosphere in the airport shifted to one of heightened alert. The fans ceased their screams, and even the bodyguards froze. The flamboyant peacock halted his phone activities, glancing around, and spotted Jiang Xueyan clutching a bag. Hey, are you the one claiming to have a bomb? Gao Yu and Xu Yu were left speechless. A bomb? Where did that come from? Jiang Xueyan stepped forward, her bag bulging with unknown contents. If it truly were a bomb, who would dare approach? The bodyguards, paid to protect, were not about to risk their lives. Jiang Xueyan playfully slapped her boarding pass against Park Eun-joon's face. Feeling mighty, are we? Didn't your mother teach you to say sorry if you bump into someone? She spoke in Chinese, which Park Eun-joon could not comprehend. However, he had never been targeted so directly before, and his expression soured immediately. Apologize. Zhu Tian, standing behind Jiang Xueyan, quietly translated. She has a bomb. Who would dare defy her? Park Eun-joon, his face twisted in displeasure, muttered, Sorry, I didn't notice when I bumped into you. His voice came out grudgingly, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. Jiang Xueyan smiled satisfactorily, waved her sleeve, and prepared to leave. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. At that moment, airport staff arrived, asking, Where's the bomb? Where is it? Chapter 69. There are those who, when standing upright, feel a surge of confidence. Upon seeing a flock of security personnel approaching, the panicked fans and Park Eun-joon felt a slight sense of relief.
Quick.
Restrain her. She has a bomb. Jiang Xueyan surveyed the surroundings, holding her bag tightly. The security personnel, having heard the crowd's warnings, appeared grave, as if facing a formidable foe. Miss, please calm down. If you have any requests, you may voice them. Please refrain from any drastic actions. Jiang Xueyan tilted her head, leisurely unzipping her backpack. The crowd fell silent, holding their breath, slowly retreating. Eyes widened in terror. The security personnel hesitated to approach, fearing that proximity could lead to disaster. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Jiang Xueyan retrieved a deck of playing cards. Wild card. She dramatically flashed the top 2 oversized cards, striking them against Park Eun-joon's ashen face. The man, realizing he had been the subject of jest, shifted from fear to fury. He commanded his bodyguards, "Grab her." "What are you doing? We were just discussing cards, right? You must have misunderstood. Under the broad daylight, is there a need to apprehend someone?" Even if the deputy director encountered trouble, he would never allow Jiang Xueyan to be captured right under his nose. The airport authorities lacked the authority to detain anyone. Jiang Xueyan confidently departed in full view of Park Eun-jun's predatory gaze. 3 minutes later, Park Eun-jun posted a status update. Park Eun-jun encountered a lunatic at the airport. Thought she was someone impressive. Asked within the circle, but found no record of her, just a nobody. Not only did she disrespect her seniors, but she also acted like a diva.
Trash.
Park Eun-jun, a wealthy heir, regularly shared confrontational posts, gradually attracting a legion of fans who relished gossip. "I was at the airport. That lunatic claimed she had a bomb, only to pull out a pair of wongs. Seriously? She must have escaped from a mental institution. Can someone uncover who Eun-jun Oppa is talking about? I'm so curious." Here, I found out. This woman is named Jiang Xueyan from Huagua, a contestant in this year's competition. I remember her. She was the one who overshadowed Pei Zhi'er twice, right? Wow, this woman is so arrogant. Let us take her down. Let her know how formidable the artists of the Republic of Korea are. It's astonishing that Pei Zhi'er hasn't dealt with her. Not just Pei Zhi'er. Even Kim Eugene can't compete with her. Ladies, let us quickly vote for Kim Eugene. We cannot tolerate that woman. Clearly, Park Eun-jun was aware of Jiang Xueyan's identity as a contestant. He shared a promotional post for the top 10 Korean contestants and openly mocked Jiang Xueyan by name. He had numerous friends in the Korean entertainment industry who also voiced their support. Lim Xiaoli. Indeed, it's utterly embarrassing. Kang Yuner, support you, Eun-jun Oppa. The current generation has no respect for their seniors. As the saying goes, 3 people can create a tiger. Jiang Xueyan's reputation in Korea was already poor. And with the embellishments from these individuals, her standing in the eyes of the Korean public plummeted. Even some Korean netizens who had previously been captivated by her songs fell silent at this moment. Anyone daring to speak a kind word about Jiang Xueyan became a target for online condemnation. The uproar was deafening. Jiang Xueyan remained unfazed. Zhu Tian, however, took note and felt a twinge of indignation upon seeing Jiang Xueyan being mercilessly vilified. Those Koreans were distorting the truth online. The netizens were truly oblivious, completely unaware of the actual circumstances, yet they joined in the cursing. Jiang Xueyan had not authenticated her account on social media, hence the Koreans were unaware that the global sensation was indeed the Jiang Xueyan participating in the competition. Sister Yen, just authenticate your account and slap them in the face. Jiang Xueyan shook her head, finding it beneath her. If one were to pretend, they should do it grandly. She waved her Huawei 60, which had been violently thrown yet remained unscathed. The screen prominently displayed her chat with Won Yuma. Received the Grammy notification, has won. The Grammy Awards are the pinnacle of global music accolades, initiated by the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences in 1958. They are akin to the Oscars in film, the Emmys in television, and the Tonys in theater, collectively known as the 4 major entertainment awards in America, representing immense prestige. The most significant Grammy Awards comprise 4 categories: Best Album, Best Production, Best New Artist, and Best Song. With just one song, secured 3 major awards, just a step away from achieving a Grand Slam with the Best Album Award. Won Yuma. The news hasn't been publicly announced yet, but the invitation has officially been sent. Escapee from Flower Fruit Mountain, when will it be announced? The day after tomorrow at 9 p.m. Coincidentally, it aligns with the finals night of Jiang Xueyan. If one is to pretend, one must do it grandly. Didn't the Koreans look down on her? Didn't they claim she lacked talent? Let them roll out the red carpet. Jiang Xueyan registered as a contestant. I am your father. Most people's confidence requires some form of support, such as beauty or exceptional singing and dancing skills. However, some individuals possess confidence independent of any support. Today, they stand tall and proud, accompanied by images. Park Eun-jun's concert gif of an ant rolling her eyes. Park Eun-jun's idol drama gif with distorted features. Gao Yu and Shi quickly registered and shared Jiang Xueyan's post. Gao Yu, ugly boys, don't ride the coattails. Shi Yu, mediocre men, go away. Soon after, Park Eun-jun's fans caught wind of the situation and flocked to Jiang Xueyan's post, infuriated by her audacity to speak ill of their beloved idol. How dare they criticize their Park Eun-jun, even if his eyes were slightly smaller. A smaller eye signifies loyalty. The gif from Park Eun-jun's concert was intentionally shared by haters. It wasn't that Park Eun-jun sang poorly. Moreover, his performance in the idol drama was understandable, after all. He was primarily a singer, not a professional actor, and merely delivering his lines clearly was commendable. These individuals from Huaguo were utterly unaware of their own insignificance. They openly insulted their seniors upon arrival. Very well, they wouldn't stop until they were driven offline. That would be their defeat. Korean netizens rallied, flooding Jiang Xueyan's comment section with thousands of disparaging remarks. Yet, Jiang Xueyan was evidently unfazed. She couldn't comprehend Korean. But that didn't impede her from utilizing translation software to retort. Little Kimchi 1. Jiang Xueyan, get lost. Jiang Xueyan, did you eat feces today? Why is your mouth so foul? Little Kimchi 2. Ignorant little brat. Korea isn't even as large as our province. How high can the sky be? How thick can the earth be? Little Kimchi 3. You foul-mouthed. Upon checking the profile, the gender was male, pinching fingers. Little Kimchi 3. Ah, it's infuriating. Foul-mouthed. Defenseless boy, move along next. Little Kimchi 4. Ill-mannered scum. No Korean will welcome you. Just wait for the day of the performance to be met with boos. Is it that serious? What does the United Nations say? Serious face. Jiang Xueyan single-handedly battled the masses with eloquence. In just a few exchanges, she left the Korean trolls dumbfounded. Typically, when they insult their own country's artists online, the targeted stars seldom retaliated and often ended up in tears, apologizing on video. It was the first time witnessing someone so delicate yet fierce in their retorts, as Jiang Xueyan's finger-pinching expression broke down the defenses of the Korean men watching. Moreover, her responses to Park Eun-jun's posts infuriated him to the point of frantically deleting his own eye-roll gifs and distorted features gifs. In the realm of verbal sparring, Jiang Xueyan surpassed mere parental levels. She was of ancestral caliber, a supreme champion. She dominated the Korean trolls. None could match her prowess. While others busied themselves packing and rehearsing, Jiang Xueyan remained engrossed in her phone. Her comment section overflowed with over 10,000 comments, with nearly 1,000 being her own retorts. That night, Jiang Xueyan achieved legendary status in Korea, owing to her unparalleled verbal combat skills. Some netizens who could bypass barriers personally witnessed the verbal showdown and remarked, Jiang Xueyan is still too restrained in the domestic entertainment scene. In the fan group of Jiang Xueyan, messages flew. Sisters, hurry to check it out. Our Yenjia is shining again. Haha, her insults are so hilarious. Some people walk upright and think they're bursting with confidence. How astute. My goodness. During a break in a meeting, Rong Heng opened Weibo. Previously, Jiang Xueyan had registered an account on his phone and followed her Weibo and fan group. With some free time, he developed a habit of browsing through Jiang Xueyan's fan group. Initially, it was merely a curiosity about the fandom, but as he scrolled, his phone accumulated a plethora of Jiang Xueyan's viral images. Before he knew it, he became the top spender in the fan group, purchasing materials and voting fervently. Strangely, he also gained many fans. Brother, are you online? Look, our Xueyan baby has made a name for herself, cursing Koreans without repeating a single line. Korea is such a small place, yet they dare to question whether Jiang Xueyan knows her place? Who doesn't he know? I'm dying of laughter. As Rong Heng entered the fan group, he was immediately bombarded with screenshots of Jiang Xueyan's insults. It had only been a few hours apart. How exciting it must be on her side. Ever since the incident with Rong Yu, Rong Heng had stationed numerous bodyguards around Jiang Xueyan, all discreetly. She was well aware of this. Exiting Weibo, Rong Heng called the bodyguards assigned to Jiang Xueyan. After listening to the report, the furrow in his brow slightly eased. After all, she was abroad, and sometimes, a long reach was unavoidable. After some contemplation, he messaged Jilin, move all meetings to tomorrow. Are you sure? If we reschedule, the meetings will run all night until 4 or 5. Yes, advance them. Book me a flight to Seoul for the afternoon after tomorrow. Understood. Finally, Jilin understood why Rong Heng suddenly wanted to reschedule. The domineering CEO, immersed in love, was determined to finish his work overnight. TSK. Miss Jiang truly possesses boundless charm. Meanwhile, in Korea, after scolding Korean netizens, Jiang Xueyan delightfully turned off her phone. She even calmly danced a little. After finishing her live stream, Jiang Xueyan emerged from a refreshing bath. It was already 11 at night. She felt a twinge of longing for Rong Heng. Having shared a bed every night, being alone felt somewhat unfamiliar. She had originally purchased clothes to entice Rong Heng, but the next day, the cleaning lady mistook them for trash and discarded them. Her plans for seduction were thus thwarted. She wondered what he was doing at that moment. Flower Fruit Mountain S escaped mother monkey. Rongzong, are you there? It's late. Shall we discuss topics suitable for adults? Rongheng paused slightly at the words that popped up on his phone. What do you wish to say? Be serious. What's unserious about it? The adult topic I want to discuss is whether you finished your work. Where did your mind wander off to? Rongheng pressed his fingertips slightly, yet a smile crept upon his lips. Jiang Xueyan. He silently repeated her name, chuckling softly. Yes. What's up? Have you completed your work? So early?
Can I call you?
Within a minute, Rongheng's call came through. Hello? His voice remained deep and alluring, inexplicably stirring feelings in the stillness of the night. Jiang Xueyan perched on her toes. Darling, today I encountered a big fool who insisted he was the most handsome in the universe. I ended up arguing with him. He has no idea that in Huagua, there is a man named Rongheng, who is the true universe's number one. Chapter 71. The faucet fluctuated between cold and hot. Clearly, someone was sharing the hot water heater. She spoke these lies without batting an eye. Had Rongheng not seen Weibo, he might have actually believed her. On the other end of the call, Jiang Xueyan continued, that silly guy, living quite well in Korea. Couldn't he hold his own in an argument, and went to complain. So I ended up cursing him and all his fans. Rongheng lowered his gaze. Long eyelashes, shielding a fleeting amusement. So impressive? Jiang Xueyan nodded, realizing he couldn't see her. She gave a few random affirmations. Through the receiver. Her tone held an unintentional adorableness, like a beautiful little fox, flaunting her fluffy tail. Rongheng's eyes sparkled with deepening mirth. Good luck in the finals the day after tomorrow. You can count on me, Rongzong. I won't let you down. Watch my new song and see me handle this bunch of little Koreans. Jiang Xueyan held great confidence in her new song, lying on her bed, listening to Rongheng's soft breaths. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Rongzong, if you miss me too much tonight, you can hug my little pillow. As Rongheng's beloved, she was off to battle, leaving him to sleep alone for a few nights. He was an adult. Surely he could cope, right? Rongheng, He was so dedicated, still maintaining his secrets. Jiang Xueyan understood. As a domineering CEO, he often kept his little quirks under wraps.
Can you sleep at night?
If not, feel free to call me. I'll keep you company. Rongheng slightly pursed his lips, a faint laugh escaping his throat. Jiang Xueyan seemed to misunderstand the situation. There was a prolonged silence on Rongheng's end, and she thought perhaps she had touched a sensitive nerve. Well, actually, it's me who can't sleep. Without you by my side, I feel empty inside. Rongzong, I've only been gone a day, and I can't stop thinking about you. She hastily recited flirty lines she had found online. Rongheng narrowed his eyes, his tone unexpectedly serious. Jiang Xueyan, you seem quite adept at these sweet nothings. Jiang Xueyan straightened. Rongzong, what are you implying? You might think I'm just using cheesy lines from the internet to charm you, but I know full well that these words come from the depths of my heart. Rongheng scoffed, flattery. Yet, his expression softened visibly. Rongzong, I'm quite tired and wish to rest. Can we keep talking on the phone as we sleep? Jiang Xueyan yawned several times on her side. The man glanced at the time. It was nearing midnight. He replied, sleep now. Good night, Rongzong. See you in my dreams. The sounds on the other end gradually quieted, leaving only the rhythmic sound of Jiang Xueyan's breathing. Not a word of her playful banter did he believe. She had undoubtedly said similar things to other men, such as Yu Weilon. Rongheng still vividly recalled how Yu Weilon eagerly called Jiang Xueyan by her nickname over the phone. Little cutie, wasn't he it? Did Yu Weilon deserve to call her that? That night, Yu Weilon had been inadvertently trampled by her dorm mates while on the way to the restroom, suffering bruises for several days until they faded. Jiang Xueyan remained blissfully unaware of this. All she knew was that as the morning sun filtered into the hotel room, she awoke just in time. The WeChat call with Rongheng was still connected. Did he really not hang up all night? Now it was 8 in the morning. His work hours. Jiang Xueyan placed her phone to her ear, still able to hear the faint rustle of papers on his end. Not hanging up, huh?
Zonghang.
Sweet talker. Her heart fluttered as if a kitten's paw was scratching it, sending a delightful tingling sensation throughout her being. Rongzong. He picked up the phone. His tone casual. You're awake? I have things to attend to. I'll hang up first. Before Jiang Xueyan could respond, Rongheng decisively ended the call. Jiang Xueyan tilted her head. Who told him to be so indifferent to his beloved? So eager to hang up? All right, deduct 30 points. The faucet fluctuates between hot and cold. Surely someone is sharing the water heater. Escapee mother monkey from Huagua, Jiang Xueyan. Your uncle has a dog outside. Wen Yuma, eyes gleaming, come with me? I am quite wealthy too. Escapee mother monkey from Waguashan, can you casually gift me a shopping mall?
Goodbye.
Did your uncle really gift you a mall? Being generous is a man's best enhancement. Escapee mother monkey from Waguashan. But he is so unpredictable with me. He has always been cold to me. He has never shown warmth. You should be content. Escapee mother monkey from Waguashan. Can you share a little insider information? What was your uncle's first love like? Uncle has never had a relationship. Escapee mother monkey from Waguashan. Although the internet claims Rong Hang is not interested in women, he is already 28 years old. It is quite normal to have had 1 or 2 girlfriends. When Yuma actually says he has never dated, uncle had a difficult childhood. I heard it from my father. Later, he went to the United States for his studies, washing dishes and serving food to earn his living expenses. I heard he even participated in underground boxing before eventually taking over the Rong family business. Aside from his closer relationships with Ji Lin and Xiaoyan, I have never heard of him having a girlfriend. Grandpa always thought he was gay and often reprimanded his assistants. The only female around him is you. Don't take advantage of him and then play innocent. Jiang Xueyan stared at the long string of messages sent by Wen Yuma on her phone, her fingertips lingering on the screen for quite a while. Such secrets of the elite are beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Did Rong Hang really endure such hardship in the past? Remembering how Rongyu had boasted in front of Rong Hang that day, Jiang Xueyan felt a surge of anger. Surely, Rong Hang must have been bullied by Rongyu when he was young. If only she had pressed harder on him that day. Just as Rongyu was led into the electronics factory, he sneezed 3 times.
Who scolded me?
After some thought, Jiang Xueyan decided to send a WeChat message to Rong Hang. Escapee mother monkey from Waguashan, President Rong, hugs. Don't cry, you still have me. Just finishing a small portion of his work, Rong Hang picked up his phone, and upon reading the content, his eyebrows slightly raised. The Korean environment is not suitable. Did you get stunned the moment you arrived? Escapee mother monkey from Waguashan, President Rong. Once I become a global sensation, I will make those who bullied you kneel before you every day to pay their respects. Rong Hang rubbed his forehead, nearly laughing out loud. Focus on the competition and refrain from overthinking. Chapter 72. The one thing he fears the least is trouble. In the heart of Seoul, Choi Jae-won received a call from Song Shea. You've arrived in Korea? Which hotel are you staying at? Humph, she should learn the consequences of offending us. Hanging up the phone, Choi Jae-won adjusted the neckline of her tight black dress in front of the bathroom mirror, revealing her ample cleavage. She pushed open the bathroom door, her face already adorned with a flattering smile. The president, a man over 60, approached her in a suit and wrapped his arm around her. Little temptress. Choi Jae-won smiled sweetly, but took out her phone, flipping to a photo of Jiang Xueyan. President, did you know? There's a beautiful actress from Huagua who fits your type perfectly. Don't be fooled by her innocent looks. She is quite something behind the scenes. President Zhao's murky eyes swept over the photo of Jiang Xueyan, and they brightened slightly. Choi Jae-won noticed the gleam in the old man's eyes, realizing he had taken a liking to her. A cold snicker echoed in her heart, harboring resentment. This person could pose a bit of a problem, as she is a competitor in the contest. President Zhao frowned slightly. After all, he was a man of power and influence. Trouble? He feared nothing more than trouble. The day before the finals. Since the finale would be broadcast live, a rehearsal of the process was needed a day in advance. Jiang Xueyan's votes were over 2 million, far surpassing the second-place contestant, Gao Yu, securing a decisive victory. Contestants who were on good terms with her congratulated her in advance. Jiang Xueyan merely smiled politely. She had no intention of taking shortcuts. To secure a position, one must rely on stage prowess. The finals would be a solo competition. The voting results would account for 80 from 1,000 on-site audience members and 10,000 online public judges, while 4 judge mentors would each contribute 5. Upon learning that Jiang Xueyan intended to forego the guaranteed debut spot, Gao Yu could not help but urge her. Sister Yen, this is Korea's main stage. The 1,000 on-site audience members will surely not give you high scores. I've heard that the online judges are split evenly between Koreans and Huagua participants.
Are you certain you want to take such a risk?
Gao Yu already knew the answer even before she posed the question. From her observations, Jiang Xueyan had never been one to shy away or conform to conventions. Though her exterior appeared petite and delicate, her interior was as resilient as a rose blooming on the battlefield, flourishing even more vibrantly amidst the rain, snow, and harsh winds. Sister Yen, I support you. The performance pieces of all contestants were kept confidential. Even Gao Yu was unaware of what Jiang Xueyan would perform. However, Based on her previous performances, it was certain they would not disappoint. The hotel they were staying in was approximately half an hour from the recording studio. With the competition looming, they were cautious about their meals and outings. Gao Yu had a hearty meal, clutching her stomach. Thankfully, the recent training had been intense. Otherwise, with her eating habits, she would inevitably become a plump figure. This could not be entirely blamed on her, for Jiang Xueyan's eating style was simply too alluring. Unable to resist, she wished to take another bite. Gao Yu, holding her taut stomach, approached the window and glanced down. The hotel was near the roadside, and they were staying on the 4th floor, providing a clear view of the expansive 2 main roads below. Oh! She seemed to have discovered something, speaking in surprise. She leaned in. What's the matter? Did you see a handsome guy? Gao Yu shook her head, her expression somewhat perplexed. I just feel like those cars downstairs look a bit familiar. Perhaps it's just my imagination. Just then, Jiang Xueyan, who was tidying up the meal containers, paused, stopping her work to stand by the window, using the curtains to shield her body. Gao Yu, which car are you referring to? Seeing Jiang Xueyan's serious demeanor, Gao Yu mimicked her, hiding behind the curtain and pointed at several black cars. I saw these cars when I left this morning. I thought I glimpsed them again when leaving the recording hall. It struck me as odd. Could they be from the production team? Tomorrow is the finals. Any slight disturbance could raise Jiang Xueyan's alarm. She did not want Gao Yu and Xu Yu to worry. I'll make a call to inquire. You need not fret. Keep your phones handy and avoid acting alone. Gao Yu, having been through hardships herself, understood the underlying meaning in Jiang Xueyan's words.
All right.
After Gao Yu and Xu Yu departed, Jiang Xueyan quickly contacted the bodyguard Rong Hang had assigned to her. Understood, Miss Jiang. I will promptly send someone down to investigate. Approximately 30 minutes later, those individuals indeed posed a threat and had already been apprehended. They revealed some information, but it was of little consequence. The individuals were fans of Park Eun-jun. Having learned that you were staying in this hotel, they intended to cause a ruckus. Some dead mice and red ink were recovered from their vehicles. Nothing but petty mischief. Jiang Xueyan finally felt relieved.
Thank you all the same.
Just as the bodyguard prepared to leave, Jiang Xueyan suddenly called out to him. I've seen those tracking devices in dramas. Could you procure one for me? Tracking devices are not uncommon. The bodyguard soon brought in the most advanced compact one, disguised as a hairpin. This device is not merely a locator. It conceals a compact pinhole camera within. With a gentle tap, recording initiates, and it boasts a battery life of 24 hours. In case of danger, a double tap will send a distress signal. A triple tap will allow us to receive real-time messages and video from your location. Jiang Xueyan was overjoyed. This was splendid. She expressed her gratitude to the bodyguard and affixed the hairpin in her hair for a trial. Externally, it appeared to be an ordinary hairpin, concealing its high-tech essence. Jiang Xueyan felt an immediate sense of security. It indeed reaffirmed the reliability of Rong Hang's financial acumen. While money may not be omnipotent, a lack of it is undeniably crippling. Jiang Xueyan indulged in a delightful rest. By midday the following day, they were required to head to the recording hall for makeup and preparation for the evening's finals. Zhu Tian remained steadfastly by Jiang Xueyan's side, never straying. Xu Yu and Gao Yu adhered to Jiang Xueyan's directives, the 4 of them tightly knit together like a bundle of rice cakes. The program's vehicle arrived. The door swung open, revealing only 2 seats remaining. The front passenger seat and the back seat were occupied by 2 familiar contestants from Huagua. Come on in, let's go together. They beckoned. Xu Yu glanced at Jiang Xueyan. You 2 head in first, Zhu Tian, and I will wait for the next one. Gao Yu surveyed the bustling surroundings, noting the multitude of staff present, deeming it relatively safe before she linked arms with Xu Yu and boarded the vehicle. Sister Yan, we will wait for you in the recording hall.
All right.
However, after nearly an hour of waiting in the recording hall, Jiang Xueyan had yet to arrive. Could it be that no matter the traffic, it wouldn't take this long? Gao Yu seized the hurried deputy director, inquiring, Director, why hasn't Jiang Xueyan arrived yet? The deputy director's expression shifted, but he maintained a stern demeanor. It is not your concern. Focus on your rehearsal for the finals. Gao Yu sensed something amiss. The staff appeared unusually tense. Xu Yu, having just exited the restroom, hurried over with grim news. I overheard them saying that Sister Yan and Zhu Tian are missing. Chapter 73, dining exclusively on kimchi from the small ingredients section. In the restroom stall, Xu Yu had fortuitously overheard the staff discussing a contestant's disappearance. To her shock, it was Jiang Xueyan. Gao Yu's complexion paled as she retrieved her phone to call Jiang Xueyan, only to find it unreachable. Yu attempted to dial Jiang Xueyan as well, but the line was perpetually busy. With less than a few hours remaining until the live finals, it was evident that Jiang Xueyan had been abducted. It must have been those obsessed fans, or perhaps Pei Zhi'er. Regardless, we ought to report this to the authorities immediately. Gao Yu and Xu Yu set aside their tasks and approached the deputy director. We are aware of Jiang Xueyan's disappearance. Director, how long do you intend to keep this from us? Have you contacted the police? The deputy director regarded the two fierce contestants before him, their expressions menacing. He sighed. We have reported it, but the surveillance in that area has been tampered with, leaving us without leads. You should concentrate on the competition. Gao Yu frowned. Our primary concern isn't about the competition. We are worried for her safety. Gao Yu, typically amiable and smiling, now wore a stern face, her words resolute. She could hardly bear to think of what fate might befall Jiang Xueyan should she fall into the wrong hands. They had all heard of the sordid affairs within the Korean entertainment industry. Who could Jiang Xueyan have offended? Gao Yu mused. There are far too many to count. Just in Korea alone, there are several. Choi Ji-won, Song Shuya, Park In-jun, and Pei Zhi'er. Each of them wields considerable influence. It was no wonder that the police in Korea were dragging their feet. The director's team was under immense pressure. Both the director and deputy director were visibly distressed, their hair turning gray as they frantically contacted every connection they could muster. Jiang Xueyan must not come to harm. At the vicinity of a hotel in Seoul, a large truck was unloading goods, inadvertently obstructing the bodyguard's line of sight. Once the truck departed, Jiang Xueyan and Zhu Tian had vanished. Their phones were unreachable. Fortunately, Jiang Xueyan had the locator from the previous night with her. The device blinked 3 times, indicating that Jiang Xueyan had activated screen sharing. Her location fluctuated, leading them out of the city and into the suburbs. Without her consent, the bodyguards could only follow at a distance and report back to Ronghang. Ronghang was engaged in a final meeting, but upon receiving the news, he disregarded the executives present. He tucked his phone into his pocket and coolly announced the meeting's adjournment before hastily departing. His flight was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 hours remained. Time was running out. Ronghang's expression darkened, a chilling resolve evident in his eyes. Ji Lin, arrange for a private jet. Ronghang's demeanor was terrifyingly cold, hastening Ji Lin's actions. Complete the flight route application within 30 minutes. A sleek black and white helicopter landed on the rooftop helipad of the Rong Corporation. Once Ronghang and Ji Lin were seated, the helicopter took off. Ji Lin discreetly observed Ronghang's expression. He appeared furious, reminiscent of a previous occasion when a crucial project was compromised by a leak, nullifying 3 months of effort. Now, Jiang Xueyan was kidnapped. According to the bodyguards, Jiang Xueyan had deliberately instructed them to remain passive. Thus, her current situation must, at the very least, be secure. Ronghang's expression was that of someone mourning a great loss. Ji Lin couldn't help but think that there was undoubtedly something more between them, considering how quickly he had become so invested within a mere 3 months of acquaintance. Those foolish individuals in Korea, with their misguided notions, surely didn't comprehend the gravity of their actions. How dare they provoke Ronghang, a formidable force, while those conglomerates in Korea were still living in their gilded cages. This was akin to courting disaster. Ji Lin silently mourned for them.
Ba.
Jiang Xueyan was acutely aware of her abduction. She and Zhu Tian had been thrust into a van. In the chaos, Jiang Xueyan managed to tap her hairpin 3 times, activating real-time screen sharing. Zhu Tian, pale with fright, screamed for help, only to have the assailant stuff a wad of newspaper into her mouth. Jiang Xueyan refrained from struggling. She remained silent, sitting quietly. Several masked assailants scrutinized her, verifying their target against the photos on their phones. They bound her hands and feet with tape and wrapped her mouth. Jiang Xueyan's eyes darkened. The assailants were indeed cautious. Due to the language barrier, she could not buy time through conversation. However, she was aware that Ronghang's people were always nearby. After a moment of panic, she steadied herself. Ronghang would not abandon her. Jiang Xueyan silently bolstered her courage, pondering who had orchestrated this abduction. After considerable thought, she narrowed it down to 3 suspects: the cunning and vengeful Choi Ji-won, the purely malicious and petty Park In-jun, and the powerful yet spoiled Pei Zhi'er. Among these, Choi Ji-won seemed the most plausible culprit. If Pei Zhi'er had intended to harm her, she would have acted long ago. As for Park In-jun, she appeared to thrive on online harassment, and their recent conflict only added to the suspicion. Today, she was abducted. Park In-jun appears to be the prime suspect. Yet it seems unlikely that he is the culprit. The focus of suspicion has shifted to Choi Ji-won. With this realization, Jiang Xueyan reclined against the cushion, allowing her entire body to relax, even taking a moment to gaze out at the dilapidated streets of Seoul. Brother, look at that woman. She must be unfamiliar with big cities. Even after being kidnapped, she is still observing our nation's streets. I've always said that South Korea is the most developed country in all of Asia. Just a girl from a remote village, she remarked. 3 South Korean men were loudly conversing in Korean in front of Jiang Xueyan. Zhu Tian, who understood Korean, widened her eyes and glared at them, her almond-shaped eyes seemingly capable of speech.
Bah.
Only able to eat in the small condiment area. Which country is truly the backwater here? Jiang Xueyan's live feed was concurrently transmitted to Rong Hang's phone. He observed the flickering streets on her side and could hear the men's taunting remarks from the car. Rong Hang tightened his palm slightly, the veins on his hand visibly bulging, throbbing with the flow of blood. He retrieved an obscure code from his contacts and dialed it. Chapter 74. In this lifetime. Have you ever fought for someone with all your might? It is well known that the chaebols in South Korea wield immense power, to the extent that even the government is helpless against them, often relying on them for sustenance. However, it is evident that there exists an even higher authority above the chaebols. The country of kimchi is established upon the military bases of the United States, and its market serves as a mere cash register for Europe and America. Despite the chaebols' glamorous facade, they are, in reality, controlled by Wall Street and snared by capital. Rong Hang's phone call sent ripples through several top chaebols in South Korea. Within a short hour, the entire upper crust of Korean society was aware that a mysterious tycoon's mistress had gone missing. The 4 major families frantically interrogated their heirs to ascertain if they had gotten into any trouble. The uproar was deafening, unsettling everyone. Pei Zhi'er was no exception. Her father called her 3 times to confirm whether she had kidnapped a Chinese national.
What?
Am I crazy? I'm busy having them write me new songs. Who has the time to kidnap someone? Pei Zhi'er exclaimed. You cannot afford to offend this person. If you do, you must hand them over obediently. If they trace it back to you, I cannot protect you. Pei Zhi'er finally caught on to a hint of the situation. Are you saying someone was kidnapped? Jiang Xueyan's face flashed through her mind, and her heart sank, instinctively furrowing her brow. Is the one kidnapped named Jiang Xueyan? On the other end of the line. Pei Zhi'er's father felt a wave of anxiety at her words. Pei Zhi'er hurried to clarify, no, not me. But I might have an idea of who it is. Meanwhile, the wealthy heir Park Eun-joon, having been thoroughly insulted by Jiang Xueyan, sank into a gloomy stupor, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Last night, he had drunk heavily with some friends, and he slept soundly in his apartment until the afternoon. Suddenly, the door was violently broken open with a loud crash. The sound of the security door hitting the floor startled Park Eun-joon awake. Damn it, who is it? Looking for death? You jerk, he muttered. No sooner had he spoken than someone grabbed his hair from behind and yanked him off the bed, throwing him onto the cold floor. Ouch! Park Eun-joon cried, clutching his head. The woman who had been in bed with him screamed in fright and hurriedly covered herself with a blanket. Furious, Park Eun-joon stood up, ready to retaliate against the intruder. However, as he opened his eyes, the remnants of his hangover dissipated quickly. Dad? The resounding slap that landed on his left cheek shocked him. Dad. The middle-aged man raised his hand again, delivering another heavy blow. Park Eun-joon was utterly bewildered. What are you hitting me for? I'm not seeing men anymore. Just take a look. The one on the bed is a woman. The man's piercing gaze was unyielding. And after delivering 2 slaps, he stood firm while a man in black handed him a phone. Have you seen this woman? Park Eun-joon focused and realized it was that madwoman from the airport. He nodded vigorously, yes. That wretched woman insulted me. Dad, let me use your man. I want to kidnap her and humiliate her properly. How dare she insult me? I will make her pay. Being the only son, Park Eun-joon was usually spoiled by his father. In his lament, he failed to notice his father's increasingly murderous expression. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply in anger. You ungrateful wretch. At a silent cue from him, the man in black began to beat Park Eun-joon mercilessly. Dad, are you insane? If you hit me again, I swear I'll... Park Eun-joon was utterly lost. Had he broken some heavenly law? Waking up to find his own father beating him into a pulp? Pei Zhi'er had no time to think about songwriting anymore. Jiang Xueyan had been kidnapped, and right on her home turf. Her father had mentioned that the mysterious tycoon behind Jiang Xueyan was formidable, enough to alarm all 4 major families, indicating a terrifying force at play. Pei Zhi'er felt a wave of relief that she hadn't offended Jiang Xueyan in the past. Wait, no. I think I tacitly allowed Choi Ji-won to sabotage her during the advertisement shoot. Oh no. Pei Ji-er's face fell. There was no time to ponder further. Her immediate priority was to ensure Jiang Xueyan's safe rescue. She knew who Choi Ji-won's benefactor was, the president of Tong Yun Group. That old man was notoriously greedy and lecherous, known for his perverse tastes within the industry. With that thought, Pei Ji-er pressed the accelerator to the floor, her Porsche shooting forward like a rocket. Damn it. Feeling the rush of speed, Pei Ji-er clenched her teeth. This was the first time in her life she was fighting for someone else. Jiang Xueyan was indeed her greatest nemesis. The small van finally halted in front of a secluded house in the suburbs. Jiang Xueyan surveyed her surroundings, noting the desolation. Indeed, it was an ideal location for a crime. The standalone villa had a doghouse housing a massive Tibetan mastiff, looking fearsome. Jiang Xueyan and Zhu Tian were dragged towards the courtyard by the men, while the dog eyed them menacingly, barking incessantly. They were taken into a sealed room, the walls lined with terrifying instruments of torture designed for women. Zhu Tian was terrified, tears streaming down her face as she leaned closer to Jiang Xueyan, their phones confiscated, leaving them unable to call for help. Despair enveloped Zhu Tian. Sister Xueyan, you could have shone brightly on the grandest stage tonight, securing a debut, but instead, you've been brought to this place. Whether we survive is uncertain. Even if we are released, our careers are ruined. Zhu Tian cried uncontrollably. The man who had kidnapped them grew irritated and slapped Zhu Tian a few times. Jiang Xueyan rushed to help but stumbled to the ground. The previous near-kidnapping incident with Rongyu had taught Jiang Xueyan to be cautious. Along with hiring bodyguards, she had upgraded her personal defenses. For instance, the soles of her sneakers concealed blades, and a small electric baton was strapped to the side of her thigh beneath her skirt. Chapter 75. Stop crying. I'm on my way. Two men surrounded Zhu Tian, hurling lewd remarks as they taunted and toyed with her hair, completely oblivious to Jiang Xueyan standing up and adjusting her inconspicuous hairpin. Outside the villa, the bodyguards had already thoroughly assessed the internal personnel configuration. Upon receiving Jiang Xueyan's instructions, the bodyguards rallied the summoned reinforcements to take action. Meanwhile, in the sealed room on the second floor, Jiang Xueyan retrieved the electric baton. Despite its small size, sufficient electricity could easily incapacitate a full-grown elephant. Two men encircled Zhu Tian, while another stood guard outside. That one belonged to the president. We couldn't move against him. The one appearing delicate and tender should be dealt with swiftly. As the man spoke, he suddenly convulsed as if struck by an unseen force, his body trembling violently from below upwards. His expression contorted grotesquely, startling those nearby. What's wrong? Are you having a seizure? Before the second man could finish mocking his companion, he felt a sudden jolt in his waist, a fierce current surging through his body, causing every muscle cell to quiver uncontrollably. He could vividly see his body writhing madly, and after 4 or 5 seconds, he collapsed heavily to the ground, his head smoking. Jiang Xueyan tore off the tape from her mouth and used a small knife to loosen Zhu Tian's bindings. At that moment, Zhu Tian looked at Jiang Xueyan as if she were a long-lost relative after 20 years, with fervent affection. Sister Yan is so cool. I wish to marry Jiang Xueyan and have children with her. Stop standing there foolishly. There's still one outside. Jiang Xueyan handed the electric baton to Zhu Tian. Do you wish to take revenge? Zhu Tian nodded vigorously, yes. This is the switch, and this is the level. The current is sufficient to incapacitate an adult. Zhu Tian cautiously took it. All right, I'll give it a try. Without hesitation, she flipped the switch and aimed it at the nearest man on the ground. The sound of crackling electricity erupted. The man on the floor couldn't even scream. The guard at the door, engrossed in his smoke, remained oblivious to the chaos inside, wondering why his two companions had been in there for so long. TSK, those two really should have included me in the fun. I always end up stuck here. Suddenly, the door creaked open. You two are quick today, what's going on? Just as he turned, a sharp pain shot through his waist, and darkness enveloped him. With the 3 men neutralized, the bodyguards arranged by Rong Hung had taken control of the entire villa. A squad of well-trained bodyguards, each wielding state-of-the-art defensive weaponry, surrounded the premises. The leader, towering nearly 2 meters tall, exuded an imposing aura. He approached Jiang Xueyan with utmost respect, wearing an earpiece. Apologies, Miss Jiang, for our oversight. Mr. Rong has safely secured Miss Jiang, and we have full control of the villa. Clearly, Rong Hung was conversing through the earpiece, and the bodyguard listened intently, nodding occasionally. The bodyguard then handed the earpiece to Jiang Xueyan. Miss Jiang, please. As soon as she donned the headset, the slightly chaotic voices on the other end reached her ears. Hello, Jiang Xueyan. She had initially felt no grievance. It was no great matter. She was unscathed, with no injuries on her limbs. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing Rong Heng's voice, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Whoa, Mr. Rong. They bullied me. They tied my hands and taped my mouth shut. Rong Heng watched as she incapacitated two burly men with the electric baton. The three unfortunate souls were still twitching on the ground. Who was truly the aggressor here? The nearby bodyguards found themselves momentarily confused as to who the real captor was. Jiang Xueyan continued to sob. I have a performance tonight. Whoa, I'm going to be late. Her voice, tinged with sorrow, tugged at the heartstrings. Even though Rong Heng was aware of her theatricality, he felt anger rising within him at this moment. He lifted his gaze, casting a cold glare at Ji Lin, who immediately straightened up and dialed a number. Hello, take Miss Jiang to the camp immediately. Contact the best styling team in Seoul. They should all be waiting at the camp. If anyone dares to be late, they can forget about working in Korea. Unlike his indifference towards Ji Lin, Rong Heng's tone softened as he spoke into the phone. Stop crying. I'm on my way. Chapter 76. The Beautiful Bad Woman. Those 8 short words acted like a shot of adrenaline, calming Jiang Xueyan's emotions. Rong Heng was coming. He had been working tirelessly, attending meetings until dawn, taking endless calls. Yet, he personally rushed to Korea for her sake. Was he here to support her? Jiang Xueyan stifled a few sobs. You truly are a worthy benefactor. I'm so touched. No one has ever treated me this well, not even my father. For a moment, she set aside any inappropriate thoughts regarding Rong Heng. I will definitely repay your kindness. I swear. A sudden tightness gripped Rong Heng's heart. Hearing her speak of father and repayment stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. He was far from satisfied with her definition of their relationship. Father and daughter? Absolutely not. As Jiang Xueyan and Zhu Tian were being rescued and prepared to be taken to the camp, a grand convoy approached the small villa. Maseratis, Lamborghinis, and a myriad of luxurious vehicles flooded the area, raising the prestige of the otherwise rustic suburb. Pei Zhi'er was the first to alight from a vehicle, wearing sunglasses and holding her head high. Search this villa inside and out. We must find Jiang Xueyan. Anyone who dares to obstruct us, deal with them. Where's that fool Zhao Fan? Bring him here. If I don't peel his skin off today, I want to be known as the heiress of the Chaebol. Pei Zhi'er was in a furious frenzy, itching to charge in herself. The guard dog at the entrance growled menacingly, ready to bite. Pei Zhi'er threw off her high heels and hurled them at the beast. Be quiet, you brute. Otherwise I'll break your teeth. The dog continued to bark. A glance from Pei Zhi'er prompted a nearby bodyguard to muzzle the dog. Pei Zhi'er then approached and delivered a swift kick to the foolish creature. Still barking? The dog lowered its growl, adopting a seemingly threatening demeanor. Pei Zhi'er retaliated with a harder kick. Before even entering, she had already engaged in a scuffle with the dog. The bodyguard beside her had long grown accustomed to her antics, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stood by her side. Just then, Jiang Xueyan emerged amidst the protection of the bodyguards, witnessing Pei Zhi'er tussling with the dog. Ha! Life had become quite mundane as the absurdity unfolded before her. Jiang Xueyan couldn't help but applaud, thoroughly entertained by this splendid spectacle, deserving of 5-star accolades and a lengthy review. The bodyguards noticed Jiang Xueyan's appearance and were about to alert Pei Zhi'er. However, Pei Zhi'er was too engrossed in her fight to heed any strange sounds. After finishing with the dog, she emerged, her hair tousled but her expression one of pride and satisfaction. Foolish dog, you're nothing but a pushover.
Yet.
Pei Zhi'er's moment of triumph was short-lived as she soon wore a look of sheer horror. Jiang Xueyan. In the distance, Jiang Xueyan stood unharmed, casually observing her. Pei Zhi'er glanced down at her hands, now covered in dog hair, and caught a whiff of her own unpleasant odor. Her face fell. Once again, she had been utterly bested by Jiang Xueyan, this time regarding her appearance. Little golden retriever, what brings you here? Jiang Xueyan crossed her arms, walking closer. Could Pei Zhi'er be here to assist Zhao Fangguan? Little golden retriever? Where is the golden retriever? Wait, that's not right. Jiang Xueyan is referring to her as a dog. This beautiful yet wicked woman. She drove over at a breakneck speed of 180 just to be greeted with a remark likening her to a dog. The guards beside her assumed Pei Zhi'er would be incensed. After all, this little princess was known for her capricious temperament. However, The aloof princess merely adjusted her attire and hurried over to Jiang Xueyan, her golden hair fluttering in the air, evoking a slight resemblance to a golden puppy.
Hey.
Are you alright? She initially spoke in Korean, then, realizing Jiang Xueyan might not understand, repeated it in her broken Chinese. Jiang Xueyan raised an eyebrow, sensing that Pei Zhi'er was not here to pick a fight. What do you want? Upon confirming Jiang Xueyan was safe, Pei Zhi'er felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed she wouldn't be facing her father's wrath today. No need for chit-chat. Get in the car. I'll take you to the camp. She opened the passenger door of her luxury vehicle, urging Jiang Xueyan to enter. Zhu Tian grabbed Jiang Xueyan, eyeing Pei Zhi'er warily. Yan, don't get in her car. This woman doesn't seem trustworthy.
Hey.
Pei Zhi'er frowned at Zhu Tian's actions. Zhu Tian and Jiang Xueyan settled into their own car, but Pei Zhi'er abandoned hers, opening the back door to squeeze in next to Jiang Xueyan. The three of them were now in the back seat, with the bodyguards up front. Miss Jiang, shall we depart? Let us go, Jiang Xueyan replied, feeling the odd scent emanating from Pei Zhi'er grow stronger as they sat closer together. Did you step in something? Pei Zhi'er retorted, absolutely not. She vehemently denied it but instinctively tucked her feet into the corner. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xueyan and Zhu Tian hardly exchanged words while Pei Zhi'er struggled to find an appropriate topic. Why are you crammed into this old vehicle when you could be enjoying a luxury car? Jiang Xueyan finally asked, unaware that Ronghang had already stirred the upper echelons of Korean society. Pei Zhi'er was merely the first group. There would be a second and third. Though those following wouldn't have the privilege to meet Jiang Xueyan. Nonetheless, they would present her with a grand offering as compensation. Pei Zhi'er smoothed her tousled hair. It's not my fault you got into trouble. I may envy you for always stealing my top spot, but believe me, my family had no part in this. I've already had Zhao Fanquan apprehended, along with Choi Ji-won and Song Shaya. They won to escape. Once your finals conclude, you shall decide their fate. Zhu Tian scoffed at her words. Why was our Yan targeted during the ad shoot? Do you dare claim you weren't involved? Pei Zhi'er protested her innocence, her hair standing on end in disbelief. I had no prior knowledge of that matter. I only learned about it later. I knew Choi Ji-won and Song Shaya were up to no good and warned them, but it only seemed to inflate their arrogance. They used my name to make things difficult for you. Once I found out, I scolded them. Reflecting on the third performance at camp, Pei Zhi'er and Song Shaya had been unusually quiet, their presence diminished. This aligned with what Pei Zhi'er had said, making Jiang Xueyan feel somewhat guilty as she shifted her gaze to the scenery retreating outside the window. The director had called every contact he had but found them all engaged on the line. Almost everyone he reached expressed their inability to assist, hinting that something monumental had transpired within the elite circles of Korea, leaving them all trembling with trepidation, too preoccupied to lend a hand. With less than 3 hours until the official competition, Jiang Xueyan remained unreachable. The director was fraught with anxiety, a ring of blisters forming around his mouth that stung whenever touched. Gao Yu and Xu Yu wore sorrowful expressions, completely out of sorts. Their rehearsals were riddled with blunders, prompting the mentors to shake their heads in disapproval. Suddenly, 10 colossal trucks came to a halt outside the camp, and as the doors swung open, thousands of trendy outfits were revealed. Was the warehouse relocated here? Chapter 77. Eyes urinated. The assistant director frowned, intending to instruct someone to move the trucks, but was interrupted by an urgent approach from a group. Is this the camp? Our styling team has arrived. Excuse me, is Miss Jiang expected in 20 minutes? The assistant director did not recognize these individuals, but noted the luxury brands emblazoned on their attire: Chanel, Valentino, all high-end labels. The production team lacked such a budget. These stylists were brought from abroad. The extravagant trucks bore the names of prestigious brands. The assistant director appeared unfazed by the luxury, but perked up at the mention of Jiang Xueyan's name. Who did you say would arrive in 20 minutes? His gaze was intense, resembling a wolf scenting its prey, fixated on the staff member. The staff, startled by his fervent stare, took a cautious step back. This is indeed the camp, right? The assistant director quickly flashed his work ID, pressing on. What did you mean by Jiang Xueyan arriving in 20 minutes? Did she tell you this herself? The entire luxury goods and styling teams of Seoul had gone into high alert, rummaging through their best items and styles. The spectacle was unprecedented. Even seasoned sales associates had never witnessed such a scene. Initially, they assumed the client was a wealthy heiress. But upon receiving a message from their liaison, they learned the subject of their service was a Chinese contestant, Jiang Xueyan. The very individual who had clashed with Park Eun-jun upon her arrival and had subsequently endured 3 days of backlash from Korean netizens. The staff was bewildered, and the assistant director was equally distressed. They were merely tasked with delivering clothing and had no insight into Jiang Xueyan's situation. Her phone remained unreachable. The assistant director's heart raced with unease until suddenly, an engine's roar echoed through the now quiet street, growing louder as it approached the performance square, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Curious passers-by leaned out to witness the spectacle, jaws dropping in astonishment as they beheld the road filled with luxury cars, transforming the once spacious street into a cramped passage. Each vehicle was worth millions, boasting sleek, striking designs. However, amidst the sea of opulent cars, the lead vehicle appeared rather unremarkable, a common sight on the streets, even somewhat dilapidated, the type that wouldn't warrant a second glance. The vehicle halted at the camp's entrance. The assistant director widened his eyes, trying to discern the occupants. He first spotted 2 imposing men in the front seat. Someone in the back seemed to be seated, but the tinted windows obscured their identities. Suddenly, a door creaked open, and the first to emerge was none other than Pei Zhier, her hair in a disheveled state. Pei Zhier? The assistant director was certain he had not misjudged. Has she not already withdrawn from the competition?
What is she doing here?
Could it be that she has kidnapped Jiang Xueyan? This situation seems far beyond the control of a mere assistant director. Silently, he retrieved his phone. Hello, director, perhaps you should come here. Come for what? It's nothing. I'll hang up first. I'm currently seeking help everywhere. We must find Jiang Xueyan at all costs. The assistant director murmured, just as Pei Zhi arrived.
Who are you talking about?
The director inhaled deeply, his eyes darting.
Pei Zhi.
It couldn't possibly be her. Clearly, both the director and the assistant director shared the same thought. This was troublesome. In the half-minute that the assistant director was on the phone with the director, the elegant and aloof Pei Zhi surprisingly bent her proud waist, displaying an unusually amicable demeanor towards the occupants of the car. Although there had been no reports of her bullying her teammates during the camp, she was hardly an easy person to get along with. When had anyone witnessed her being so friendly? Could it be she was here accompanying her father? As this thought crossed the assistant director's mind, a youthful and radiant girl emerged from the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, this was none other than the very linchpin he had been searching for all afternoon. Oh, dear. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Jiang Xueyan is alive. While rubbing his eyes, he tearfully relayed the news to the director. On the other end of the line, the director was equally bewildered. Weren't you just talking about Pei Zhi? Hold on, don't cry. Did Pei Zhi really kidnap Jiang Xueyan? The assistant director observed Pei Zhi's obsequious behavior towards Jiang Xueyan and involuntarily twitched his lips. I have a feeling Jiang Xueyan has actually abducted Pei Zhi. At this moment, there were less than 3 hours until the performance began. The bodyguards from the car returned Jiang Xueyan's phone and bag, granting her the opportunity to unlock her device. Hundreds of missed calls and countless message notifications flooded her screen. Thankfully, her Huawei 60 was powerful enough to withstand the pressure without freezing upon startup. She first assured Gao Yu and Xu Yu of her safety, instructing them to focus on preparing for the finals that evening. Only then did she find the leisure to speak with the assistant director, who stood beside her, a middle-aged man on the verge of tears, uncertain of who would be there to help him if things went awry. Although Jiang Xueyan had a penchant for stirring up negative press online, he had to admit that the camp could not function without her. Are you all right, my lady? He was unaware that his tone carried a hint of a sob. A middle-aged man, teary-eyed and pouting, directed his affection towards her. Wouldn't he that frighten anyone? Jiang Xueyan shuddered at the thought. Get a grip. Who on earth took you? I might just have to escalate this to the United Nations. As she spoke, her gaze frequently darted towards Pei Zhi, the implications unmistakable. What's wrong with the little princess of the conglomerate? Jiang Xueyan is still the camp's darling. Pei Zhi felt a chill run down her spine, realizing that it was just the assistant director standing behind her. When she turned to look, the assistant director gazed at Jiang Xueyan with adoration, also smiling politely out of the corner of his eye. Jiang Xueyan, hurry and prepare your performance piece. We shall address everything once you are done. Rest assured, those behind this will not escape unscathed. Jiang Xueyan nodded. She shared the same sentiment. Cui Jiwen and Song Shuya had gone to such lengths merely to see her fail in the finals, to prevent her from debuting. She would not give them the satisfaction. Chapter 78. The Honorable Miss Jiang. The stylists from various studios finally seized the opportunity to speak. Esteemed Miss Jiang, this is the exclusive styling plan our team has devised for you. Please take a look. Clad in exquisite attire, the top-tier stylists awaited Jiang Xueyan at the curb, their trucks behind them filled with the latest seasonal ready-to-wear and haute couture. Blocking the road with their vehicles was less than ideal, prompting the assistant director to promptly order the stylists to transport the clothing into the camp. While the ostentatious luxury cars parked along the roadside were all summoned by Pei Zhi'er to bolster the scene. Upon entering the camp, Gao Yu and Xu Yu rushed toward her, their anxiety palpable. Although they had received Jiang Xueyan's message confirming her safety, only upon seeing her in person could they truly relax. However, a certain revelation had captured the attention of Korean netizens. The gist of the information was that a mysterious tycoon had emerged in Seoul, a single phone call prompting all top styling teams to go on strike. Even first-tier Korean celebrities struggled to make appointments. Korean netizens debated fervently. It must be Pei Zhi'er, after all. Her father is the head of one of the 4 major conglomerates. Or perhaps it's an actress. The previous commenter is oversimplifying. An actress could never wield such influence. I think Pei Zhi'er is the only one in the industry with that capability. Moreover, Pei Zhi'er has never behaved like this before. She has been quite low-key lately. Having already celebrated her birthday, so it shouldn't be her. Then, who could it be? A mysterious big shot from outside the industry? I'm quite curious about who possesses such strength and wealth, especially to be this ostentatious.
Wait.
There's an image as evidence. I saw their car parked at the camp entrance. What else going on? Is the big shot coming to watch the finals? Or is that big shot one of the contestants? Indeed, that Chinese contestant Jiang Xueyan is utterly disgusting and exceedingly arrogant. I really cannot stand her. It's truly absurd. Why would someone like her be granted a debut spot? Who would be interested in such a girl group? A legitimate girl group should be cute, pretty, or dress provocatively in short skirts. But her? I feel she could tear a man apart. In any case, she has no market in Korea, even if she debuts. That group is bound to flop. As they continued to discuss, the conversation veered off course, with many expressing their skepticism. The online discourse continued to evolve, yet most of it was mere speculation without substantial evidence. Jiang Xueyan remained blissfully unaware as she was diligently preparing for her final performance piece. This song had been in the making for a long time and resonated deeply with her current situation. She was determined to slap the faces of all the Korean audience members tonight. In 2 hours of flight time, Rong Hung and Ji Lin landed at a private airstrip in Seoul spanning thousands of square meters. The heads of the 4 major families had long awaited their arrival. Despite their power and influence, they were no match for the might of Wall Street. To put it succinctly, no matter how much wealth they possessed, Rong Hung could turn that money into worthless paper overnight. The elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, each pretending not to acknowledge the others.
Sir.
Rong Hung, clad in a perfectly tailored suit that accentuated his fit physique, looked every bit the epitome of refinement. His pants were long and straight, enhancing his dignified presence. His cold features, when not smiling, resembled solid ice, seemingly capable of freezing anyone who approached him. The slight curl of his lips added an invisible edge to his demeanor. The old men silently appraised Rong Hung, this young man who commanded respect overseas. Yet, being seasoned veterans, they would never underestimate him due to his youth. Pleasantries were exchanged. Idle chatter ensued, all while the serious matters remained unaddressed. Rong Hung lowered his gaze, growing weary of the superficial niceties. He lit a cigarette, though he did not smoke, as Jiang Xueyan likely detested the scent. The curling wisps of smoke wafted as he lightly tapped his fingers, allowing a few ashes to fall into the silver ashtray. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression remained somewhat obscured. A few elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, unable to discern the true nature of Rong Hang, who they sensed possessed a profound cunning. After a brief conversation, most of the tycoons understood Rong Hang's intentions and, upon dispersing, escorted him directly to Zhao Fanchuan's villa. The old men could then retire, unconcerned about Zhao Fanchuan's fate. He had brought this upon himself. Lacking discernment, he had foolishly entangled himself with the powerful. Zhao Fanquan was brought in forcibly, a man in his 60s with thinning, graying hair, a grandfatherly figure amidst the chaos. Yet, he was fixated on preying upon young girls. The cramped room was adorned with childish toys. Rong Hang lounged, one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of nonchalance, his striking visage illuminated by the dim light, resembling a celestial being. Zhao Fanquan's mind was a muddle. After being beaten, he had been unceremoniously shoved into a sack and tossed into the trunk of a car. Even now, he remained oblivious to who he had offended, but given the current circumstances, he surmised he had crossed a formidable figure. Kneeling on the ground, His dim eyes darted around in confusion. Ji Lin found Zhao Fanchuan's demeanor repulsive and handed the gathered information to Rong Hang. Mr. Rong. This old fool has done this before. The dossier was a hefty 10 pages. As Rong Hang perused it, a shadow of displeasure crossed his brow. Lifting his gaze, he felt an urge to eliminate Zhao Fanquan. How dare this old man? Were it not for Jiang Xueyan's astuteness in employing a tracking device, Rong Hang would have remained oblivious to the unfolding predicament. It had been long since he felt such ire. He clenched his fist, a flicker of wrath flashing in his eyes. He raised an eyebrow at Ji Lin, who promptly stationed individuals to restrain Zhao Fanquan on either side. Chapter 79. Excuse me, miss, are you being polite? The host, Orange, donned a perfectly tailored tailcoat. Welcome to the 202 for 101 Grand Finals. I am your host, Orange. Firstly, we extend our gratitude to our sponsors, Yumukbin, Kiwi Films, and Lulume. I reiterate our competition structure. Tonight, 15 contestants will perform sequentially, with the top 6 selected based on scores and live audience votes for their official debut. According to the ranking rules established during our initial stage, the contestant ranked first as of 8 p.m. tonight will secure a debut position in advance. Orange surveyed the audience, then raised her placard.
Now,
I am delighted to announce the contestant who has secured the top rank, Jiang Xueyan. Jiang Xueyan had consistently maintained a commanding lead on the public platform, and there was no doubt she would seize the opportunity for an early debut. Chinese netizens celebrated jubilantly, while Korean netizens began to express their skepticism. Seriously, what kind of voting is this? It's laughable that the Chinese don't understand girl groups at all. Did they really expect to eliminate the Korean market with such a choice? If Pei Zhier hadn't withdrawn, she would have overshadowed Jiang Xueyan. Could Jiang Xueyan's votes have been manipulated? It feels too surreal. Has Jiang Xueyan undergone multiple surgeries? Her nose seems unrealistically high. Due to the random seating arrangements, attendees from China sat alongside those from Korea. When the host announced Jiang Xueyan's advanced debut position, the audience from China erupted in applause, while their Korean counterparts remained silent. Why the lack of laughter? Unable to muster a smile? A Chinese aunt forcefully thrust her support stick into the hands of a Korean individual, insisting, "Come on, smile." Excuse me, miss, is that how you show politeness? Korean netizens raged online, but in person, upon glancing at the Chinese aunt's stature, they chose to remain silent. Observing the reactions of everyone, Orange smirked slyly. But she elongated her tone, tantalizing the audience. But what is it? Is there news of Jiang Xueyan's vote manipulation? In contrast to the hostile online atmosphere in Korea, the Chinese comments remained harmonious. Xueyan is the best. Can't wait for her performance in the finals. Xueyan just arrived in Korea 3 days ago and is already dominating online. She's incredible. Every time Jiang Xueyan pulls me into her family who understands. I truly detest the actions of those who steal votes. I witnessed Jiang Xueyan chastising Koreans. It was exhilarating. I must support her in the finals tonight. I brought all my friends to watch. At the finals venue, Orange finally completed her remarks. Our contestant Jiang Xueyan has chosen to forego her early debut opportunity and will compete tonight alongside all contestants for her debut position. Wait, what? Is Jiang Xueyan that confident? I'm in love. Let those Koreans see the prowess of our Chinese contestants and deliver a resounding slap to their faces. Korean netizens were taken aback. Jiang Xueyan relinquished her guaranteed spot? Such confidence. I hope she doesn't suffer a crushing defeat. As a Korean, I swear I will never vote for Jiang Xueyan, no matter how well she sings. Chapter 80. Rejecting Vice. Starting from the nation, Sichuan is exempt. When it rains, a mother must marry. Voting for Jiang Xueyan is absolutely out of the question. Some international students in Korea noticed the comments and couldn't resist countering. With your numbers, you can't even match our province. Who cares about your market? This generation of Koreans is lacking. They can't win in a verbal spar, let alone in reality. Have you forgotten the underhanded tactics your Korean contestants employed? Little pickled vegetables. These Koreans have sparked my rebellious spirit. I'm going to vote for the lower-ranked Chinese contestants, leaving no debut positions for you. Pure hate warriors charge. The live broadcast continued. Orange introduced the mentors present, Park Hyun-ya, Du Min-young, Woo Jia, and Wen Yuma. When introducing Wen Yuma, the audience erupted in cheers and the online comments flooded in. Wen Yuma is the only Chinese artist I adore. This has swept across Europe and America. Wen Yuma debuted in Korea, bringing pride. The only visual, I strongly demand a reunion. Wen Yuma belongs to us Koreans. Standing at the center of the stage, Wen Yuma was a vision, her fiery red hair glistening under the starry lights, accentuating her fair skin. With her quintessentially Chinese features, she adorned crimson lipstick, her bright eyes sparkling with brilliance. Perhaps due to her flourishing career, Wen Yuma appeared even more stunning. The four mentors performed the opening theme, which was also the camp's theme song. Each of them was a powerhouse from their respective generations, both popular and capable of drawing attention. And their performance elevated the entire atmosphere of the venue. Park Mentor, could you share which contestant among the 15 tonight you are most looking forward to? The camera zoomed in on Park Hyunya. Having accepted Jiang Xueyan's money, she could not possibly endorse Jiang Xueyan. With a smile, Park Hyunya stated, each contestant is quite exceptional. But if I must choose, it would be Jiang Xueyan. She is diligent and immensely talented. Among this year's contestants, Jiang Xueyan is my favorite. If anyone has spare votes, please cast them for her. All right, Park Hyunya is personally rallying votes. Let us go. Park Hyunya indeed has an eye for talent.
Now.
Immediately go and vote for Jiang Xueyan. Orange nodded, shifting the conversation. Mentor Wen, could you share your favorite contestant with everyone? Wen Yuma discreetly assessed Park Hyunya's expression. Who else could it be but Jiang Xueyan, her eternal idol? Tonight, I will reveal a secret later. You may look forward to it. From the very first initial stage, Wen Yuma found it difficult to avert her gaze from Jiang Xueyan's dance performance. As the competition progressed through the first, second, and third rounds, Jiang Xueyan's growth was nothing short of astonishing. Having previewed Jiang Xueyan's final performance dance for tonight, Wen Yuma felt an irresistible urge to dance herself. Not to mention the excitement it generated among the Korean audience. Wen Yuma smirked, anticipating another splendid show. What secret is Wen Yuma referring to? It will be revealed tonight? Could it possibly be a romantic relationship? Stop spreading rumors. Wen Yuma has always been single. I suspect it has something to do with a new song.
We shall know tonight.
The pre-competition Q&A session concluded. Wen Yuma muted her microphone and approached Park Hyunya. Senior, are you in need of funds lately? Park Hyunya's expression was less than favorable. Given Wen Yuma's popularity, she merely managed an awkward smile. You know how it is. Money is hard to come by in our line of work. Wen Yuma replied coolly, is fast money truly reassuring? Your talent remains. You have fans, perhaps consider how to make a comeback. Park Hyunya chuckled wryly. A comeback isn't that simple. Not everyone is fortunate enough to regain their popularity. She secretly envied Jiang Xueyan's ability to attract countless fans and adoration at such a young age, as well as her endless creativity and inspiration that allowed her to triumph repeatedly. Perhaps age was catching up with her. She felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that veterans like her would ultimately be overshadowed by newcomers like Jiang Xueyan. Her reluctance to genuinely praise Jiang Xueyan stemmed not only from her professional obligations, but also from jealousy. Now, only 15 contestants remained, each showcasing exceptional talent. Their performances had been meticulously prepared over the past month, with each piece rehearsed hundreds of times. The barrage of comments reflected this. Wow. The caliber of this competition is truly impressive. Every stage is so captivating, I genuinely don't know whom to choose. Kim Yoo-jin performed third, presenting a classic theme song from a Korean drama. As the music began, the Korean audience waved their glow sticks in unison. This song choice is utterly captivating. Kim Yoo-jin's vocal prowess was remarkable. Her unique, rich tone and slightly husky voice imbued the song with a narrative depth. Her choreography exuded the essence of a girl group, graceful yet technically demanding. This performance marked a peak for Kim Yoo-jin, with her high notes executed flawlessly, elevating the audience's mood. Kim Yoo-jin possesses both talent and beauty. I want to hear Park Hyunya vote for her. Let's all work together to ensure Kim Yoo-jin claims the top spot, preventing Jiang Xueyan from becoming the leader. Following Kim Yoo-jin's performance, Park Hyunya expressed her admiration and rallied support for her. The other judges offered objective evaluations, acknowledging that her stage presence was indeed commendable. At this point, Kim Yoo-jin's votes steadily increased. The results of the 1,000 on-site audience votes were announced. Kim Yoo-jin garnered 887 votes, the highest among the top 3 performers. The judges began to deliver their scores. Apart from Wen Yuma's score of 95, the others awarded full marks. Following Kim Yoo-jin, Xu took the stage. She chose a song with a more upbeat style. Xu Yu's well-proportioned physique, long legs, and slender waist created a striking visual with even the slightest movement. Her long, straight hair was styled in loose waves cascading down her back, with a few playful strands resting on her shoulders. Tonight, She wore a silver triangular crop top with an entirely hollow back and black shorts, where a silver pendant served as a belt. Her long, straight legs showcased strength and elegance. Historically, Xiu's public persona leaned towards a gentle, intellectual type, but as the music commenced, she transformed entirely. Her gaze radiated intensity. The choreography resembled a cool assassin dancing on the edge of a knife, smooth, fluid, yet imbued with an alluring danger. Oh my, Xiu's legs are absolutely stunning. Her entire back is so alluring. Let's promote a healthy lifestyle. Xiu's back is so fair, perfect for cupping. Even the typically critical Korean audience couldn't help but share their comments. This woman's figure is indeed commendable. Her dancing is acceptable. After witnessing Xiu's performance, an older lady in the audience nearly waved her glow stick into the heads of the nearby Korean spectators. She recognized this girl, as she frequently dined with Jiang Xueyan in the cafeteria. The lady had rallied her relatives and friends to vote for Xiu. Ignoring the language barrier, she turned to the indifferent Koreans beside her and said, "Why are you being so unresponsive? The girl is incredible. You must vote for her." As she spoke, she vigorously waved her glow stick. The Koreans, caught off guard, offered token gestures of agreement. Unpleased, she asked, "Haven't you had dinner? Shake it harder. Vote for her." The Korean man increased his efforts, even cheering once, finally earning her approval. Xiu ultimately received 822 votes from the audience. The judges scored her as follows: Wen Yuma 97, Park Hyenya 95, Woo Jia 99, and Du Mining 95. Her score trailed behind Kim Yoo-jin's, particularly in audience votes. However, this was not the final competition result. The ultimate outcome would be determined by online statistics, concluding at the last moment. The contestants continued their performances, with Gao Yu going third to last. Her song maintained a sweet style, her comfort zone that amplified her strengths. She donned a denim patchwork mini-skirt paired with an off-shoulder crop top, adorned with a stunning pearl necklace from Mixue, capturing attention. Her makeup reflected a youthful vibe, complete with a large heart drawn on her cheek. After her performance, she collected 834 votes. Wen Yuma scored her 97, Park Hyenya 96, Woo Jian 99, and Du Mining 95. The current rankings placed Kim Yoo-jin first, Gao Yu second, and Xiu third, with two Korean contestants closely trailing behind. Due to a series of events online, Korean netizens expressed significant discontent towards Jiang Xueyan. Thus, when Jiang Xueyan's performance was announced, aside from scattered applause from the Chinese audience, a distinct wave of disapproval echoed from the Korean spectators. The atmosphere grew tense, and a Chinese lady glanced at the nearby Koreans. "Why are you booing? The performer is my favorite girl. You must vote for her after her performance, understand?" A faint spotlight illuminated a corner of the stage, revealing a girl clad in a fitted top, cargo pants, and casual shoes. She wore a skull cap that obscured her petite face, allowing only a glimpse of her sharp jawline and proud lower lip from the side. The cacophony of mechanical sounds resonated throughout the venue. Everyone drew closer, gathering in anticipation. "Open your heart, clear your mind," sang Jiang Xueyan, her voice remarkably low, exuding a hoarse yet alluring quality. Her attire was a meticulously crafted cyberpunk ensemble, accentuated by a striking blue lip stud beneath her lower lip, which rendered her presence distinctively charismatic. What an odd singing style. It's giving me goosebumps. This aesthetic would be explosive for a girl group. It's so captivating. Unlike typical idol performers adorned in glamorous attire, Jiang Xueyan eschewed superfluous embellishments, opting instead for a gender-neutral look while singing and dancing. As the song reached its zenith, the electrifying beats and rhythms surged forth. This was undoubtedly the most dazzling and exhilarating performance of the evening, with choreography that surpassed the difficulty of any prior acts. How does Xueyan manage to maintain grace while exuding both strength and sensuality? Every movement is executed with such precision. It's truly exhilarating to watch. Goodness, how can she dance so impressively? Jiang Xueyan, your beauty is already striking. Why must you be so captivating and sensual as well? Where is the justice in this? Where is the morality? What is the hotel room number? Watching you dance lifts my spirits. I won't be watching in vain. I'll help rally support for you. The audience from Huaguo was electrified by Jiang Xueyan's performance. The South Koreans had previously expressed skepticism, yet Jiang Xueyan, in the finals, relinquished her chance to form a group and instead presented an extraordinary original song, delivering a resounding retort to the critics from South Korea. They claimed Jiang Xueyan lacked talent and relied solely on her looks. Yet today, she performed without revealing her face and utterly amazed us. The South Koreans were left speechless. They were not devoid of musical appreciation. Jiang Xueyan's song was undeniably beautiful. However, opinions on her character remained contentious. Her music may be delightful, but her demeanor is lacking. The South Korean netizens continued their critiques. She lacks decency. I could never vote for her. What does it matter how well she writes songs? Those who do not respect their seniors should exit South Korea. As Jiang Xueyan concluded her performance, Judge Wen Yuma abruptly stood up. Before you begin voting, I must share a secret with everyone. What secret? You have us on the edge of our seats, Wen Yuma. I hope you're not suggesting you've acquired South Korean citizenship. When Yuma glanced at her phone, it was 9:58, and the Grammy officials were set to announce the winners in 2 minutes. My new song has won an award. The Grammys' 3 major awards. But that's not what I wish to highlight. I want to introduce the creator of Jiang Xueyan. The audience gasped, Jiang Xueyan?
Ah?
I thought it was someone named Xue from Huagua. It turns out it's Jiang Xueyan spelled backward? Do you South Koreans not have access to information? The secret has long been known in Huagua. Did you not hear? No wonder you've been disparaging Jiang Xueyan. It seems you didn't even know her. The American idol you worship, Jiang Xueyan, is her ancestor. How foolish. You constantly demand Jiang Xueyan leave South Korea. Do you think she cares to stay? You blast her songs in every corner, then turn around to criticize them. How presumptuous. When Yuma should have waited until after the voting to deliver such a blow. The camera panned over the bewildered expressions of the South Korean audience. Jiang Xueyan was the composer of How Would They Vote Tonight? Had made it to the Grammys. If they didn't vote for Jiang Xueyan, it would be a testament to their lack of discernment. Before her identity was revealed, the South Koreans viewed Jiang Xueyan as an adversary, yet upon the unveiling of her true self, they found her unexpectedly appealing. Look at her stunning features. Are they natural? There are no signs of cosmetic enhancements. Such a flawless visage is simply a marvel. At the judges' table, Park Hyun-ya's expression shifted dramatically. Perhaps due to a lack of information, she had previously been unaware of Jiang Xueyan's additional identity. Shortly after Wen Yuma's announcement, the formal statement from the Grammys was released. Won 3 major awards. Best Song, Best Production, Best New Artist. Wen Yuma became the youngest artist from Huagua to win a Grammy, and to achieve such a feat by sweeping 3 prestigious awards. The domestic trending topics exploded, and South Korea's trends followed suit. The performer was, in fact, the creator of the Grammy-winning song. The accolades for Wen Yuma and Jiang Xueyan surged. Amidst the cheers and praises, only a handful persisted in their attacks on Jiang Xueyan. They were the staunch fans of Park Eun-joon, unwilling to relent as they witnessed their idol being belittled. She won the award because Wen Yuma sang well. What does Jiang Xueyan have to do with it? If she were truly that talented, why didn't she win a Grammy herself? Is the Grammy even significant? I've never heard of it. If our Eun-joon participated, he would undoubtedly win as well. Observing the desperate attempts of Park Eun-joon's fans to salvage their idol's reputation, even the South Koreans found it hard to watch. Can you please refrain from embarrassing yourselves? Not knowing what the Grammy is sheer ignorance. And Park Eun-joon didn't participate. Does that mean he didn't want to win? In the midst of the chaos, Park Eun-joon secretly surfaced. He deleted previous posts disparaging Jiang Xueyan and shared the streaming link. Park Eun-joon, I support Jiang Xueyan. She is incredibly talented. I apologize for the misunderstandings earlier. I owe Jiang Xueyan an apology. Everyone, please remember to support her. What are you doing, brother? Brother, have you been hacked? We fought hard to defend you. Enduring pressure to attack Jiang Xueyan. You turn around and stab us in the back, claiming it was a misunderstanding, and you even apologize? Do you consider us, the fans, to be so cheap? What do we mean to you? Just unfortunate? Eun-joon Appa isn't that kind of person. He wouldn't back down and apologize. Someone must have pressured him to say that. Park Eun-joon's persona in the K-pop scene is that of a straightforward individual who confronts anyone. Previously, when he insulted others, those small stars and their backers would give his father face and refrain from retaliation. This led Park Eun-joon's fans to believe that their idol was unbeatable in the K-pop realm. Thus, when Park Eun-joon issued such a humble apology towards Jiang Xueyan, a foreigner from Huagua, his image crumbled. All South Korean fans found it intolerable. Can someone in the know explain why Park Eun-joon would apologize? Is a Grammy Award really that significant? Park Eun-joon's father is the president of a major company. Park Eun-joon is a bona fide rich second generation. He only differs from Bae Ji-yul by 1 tier. One would think a Grammy is merely an international award. It shouldn't be enough to temper his temper. I suspect his unusual behavior could be related to a revelation he saw this morning. Is the post referring to the news about all the styling teams being contracted? Wasn't it reported that those styling teams all went to the camp? I have stumbled upon something remarkable. This evening, Jiang Xueyan donned an ensemble from the Valentino 2024 runway collection. The informant swiftly shared a comparable photograph from the fashion show, juxtaposed with a screenshot from Jiang Xueyan's live stream. What a revelation! They are identical. This raises the question, is that top-tier magnate Jiang Xueyan, or does she belong to that magnate? Online discussions proliferated, while the host, Orange, took control of the live stream, inviting viewers to cast their votes. This time, there was no coercive encouragement. The Korean participant willingly pressed the voting device. 3 minutes later, the results were unveiled. Orange glanced at the latest data in his hands, his eyes widening in astonishment. What could he have seen that elicited such a reaction? Surely, they did not neglect to vote for Jiang Xueyan, did they? The anticipation was palpable. I'll handle the voting. We cannot allow them to mock us for lacking discernment. Chapter 82. Halfway through gossip, you shift to advertisements? Orange inhaled deeply before reading the cue card, announcing Jiang Xueyan's vote count. Out of 1,000 attendees, she garnered a remarkable 952 votes. This marked the highest individual vote tally since the inception of the event, which explained the host's astonishment. As the judges scored, every single one awarded full marks. Jiang Xueyan was extraordinary. My darling is truly remarkable. I am overwhelmed with emotion. It is well deserved. Yan, you're simply stunning. This vote count is unparalleled. Who can comprehend it? Yan, could your criteria for a partner not be so rigid? Orange was elated, having witnessed Jiang Xueyan's journey to success. His eyes glistened with tears as he sincerely praised her prowess and expressed gratitude to teacher Wen Yuma for rallying support for the contestants. By the way, Jiang Xueyan, having achieved such a high vote count, is there anything you wish to share with everyone? Jiang Xueyan dutifully took the microphone, beginning with gratitude for her family and friends. Upon hearing these words, Orange felt a wave of relief. Perhaps Jiang Xueyan was prepared to speak with composure today. However, just as his relieved smile emerged, Jiang Xueyan's tone shifted dramatically. Of course, my deepest gratitude goes to my Korean friends for their mercy, which allowed me the opportunity to stand on this stage and perform fully. What on earth does mercy imply? What transpired? What exactly did you Koreans do to Jiang Xueyan? The audience from Hwagwa was left bewildered. Not only were the Hwagwa netizens perplexed, but the Korean viewers were equally confused. Why did Jiang Xueyan suddenly utter such a statement? As the host, Orange was privy to some underlying circumstances, albeit not extensively. He was aware that Jiang Xueyan had gone missing earlier, but the specifics eluded him. Hearing her words made him realize how dire the situation had been earlier. Orange's expression shifted dramatically. He decided to relinquish control of the situation. Those Koreans deserved to be reprimanded. Well, I still want to encourage my friends to vote. If anyone has the capacity, please assist them with your votes. Thank you very much. Halfway through gossip, you shift to advertisements? Alright, I'll go cast my vote. Can we discuss the gossip now? What on earth happened with the Koreans? My husband has spoken. I must vote. Let us support our Shuyu and the adorable Gaoyu. You three must debut at high positions. I'm eagerly awaiting your eating broadcasts. The fervor surrounding the Grammy Award was immense, propelling the event's live stream to its zenith. The votes for Hwagwa contestants surged like a rocket, leaving Jiang Xueyan, who had initially aimed for second place, disheartened. Chapter 83. What on earth is brawling with dogs? By the time the last competitor concluded her performance, Jiang Xueyan found herself slipping to 6th place, on the brink of losing her debut opportunity. She felt defeated. Jiang Xueyan had contemplated the possibility of not debuting but never imagined she would be in danger of missing the debut position entirely. Initially, there were 3 Chinese contestants in the top 10, but now, the tides had turned. To her dismay, she was the sole Korean contestant left in the debut rankings.
Oh, wait.
Within the brief span of her thoughts, Jiang Xueyan was pushed out of the debut ranks, watching in despair as an unfamiliar younger sister surpassed her with a crushing vote count. Her heart sank as she felt utterly defeated, torn apart by the realization that if Park Hyunya hadn't praised her, perhaps she wouldn't feel so out of place now. She shouldn't be here. She belonged beneath the car. It was all over. Jiang Xueyan stepped off the stage, embraced by Gaoyu and Shiyu. They had all performed, leaving their fate to chance. Yan, you were truly magnificent today. May we wed? Gaoyu playfully clung to Jiang Xueyan's arm. Shiyu, unwilling to concede, wrapped her arms around the other side. Yan is mine. Don't steal her from me. If anyone should marry her, it should be me first. Gaoyu shook her head. Yan, you tell us who you prefer. Whom will you marry? Jiang Xueyan was both amused and exasperated. Are you two truly squabbling over affection? Aren't you concerned about what the fans might think if they see it on social media? Gao Yu and Shi Yu buried their heads, unfazed. Let them post. I am Yanyan's girl. Pei Zhi'er stood a short distance backstage, observing the trio with a hint of envy in her eyes. If only she and Jiang Xueyan had shared a dormitory from the beginning, would they have formed such a close bond? If Jiang Xueyan were her teammate, establishing the foremost girl group in Asia, and even globally, might not seem so unattainable. Pei Zhi'er's eyes brightened as she conceived a highly feasible plan. She strode toward the trio, waving her voting device, raising her eyebrows. Excuse me, Jiang Xueyan, I voted for you. Is there any reward? Gao Yu and Shi Yu exhibited protective expressions. Pei Zhi'er felt exasperated. Not only was she met with cold stares from the director and staff, but now she faced disdain from Jiang Xueyan's side as well. Did her reputation as a villainess run so deep? Yuni, say something, please. Pei Zhi'er placed her hands on her hips, her tone slightly whiny, resembling a little girl seeking attention from an older sister. Gao Yu. Shi Yu. Who are you, green tea? It must be noted that Pei Zhi'er possessed exceptional beauty. Her hair flowed thickly like golden seaweed, and her delicate features made her resemble a porcelain doll. Gao Yu and Shi Yu exchanged a worried glance, fearing that Pei Zhi'er might be attempting to steal Jiang Xueyan away. It was evident that Jiang Xueyan favored beautiful girls like Pei Zhi'er. She had unwittingly hit Jiang Xueyan's sweet spot. Jiang Xueyan's demeanor softened noticeably toward Pei Zhi'er. What is it that you need? She inquired gently. Did you not have time to change after your altercation with the dog this afternoon? Chapter 84. Mature a bit. You are adults now and should learn to write your own songs. I have a dressing room available for you to use. Gao Yu's mouth fell open slightly in disbelief. What did she just hear? Who fought with a dog? What on earth was that? Pei Zhi'er's flawless smile faltered momentarily. She had indeed forgotten to change. After delivering Jiang Xueyan to the camp in the afternoon, she busied herself with inspecting the surroundings to ensure there was no sabotage. Once the live broadcast commenced, she immersed herself in the performance, completely oblivious to the fact that she had not changed her outfit. Given her stature, even if she emanated an odd scent, no one would dare to bring it to her attention. Pei Zhi'er turned pale with anxiety. How could a prominent idol, who prided herself on her exquisite appearance, forget to change her clothes? Despite the multitude of words she wished to express, they remained trapped within her. She needed a shower. She yearned to reapply her makeup and present herself beautifully to make Jiang Xueyan take notice. Pei Zhi'er dashed away in a flurry. Gao Yu shook her head, a hint of sympathy in her expression. It seemed Pei Zhi'er was not as dreadful as rumored. The host, Jizi, spoke with excitement, inviting our chief director, Director Yao, to announce the results of the finals. Jiang Xueyan, Jiang Xueyan, Jiang Xueyan, Gao Yu, Shu Yu. You all must debut at a high position, do you hear? I saw Jiang Xueyan drop to 7th. Is there a chance I am dreaming of an all-Chinese team? Tirelessly, Director Yao took the stage. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, he appeared spirited and glowing. Now, I shall announce the names of the top 6 who will form the group. 6th place, Xia Tian. 5th place, Liu Weiyang. 4th place, Xiao Ning. 3rd place, Xu Yu. Xu Yu has ranked 3rd. I am about to cry. After being wronged in the first performance, Xu Yu has finally redeemed herself today. She is the diligent and hardworking Xu Yu who has spent countless nights practicing. Tears well up. It has been incredibly challenging. Xu Yu is not inherently gifted. Every achievement she has earned is the result of her relentless efforts. Jiang Xueyan practiced late into the night. Countless days and nights of hard work have finally propelled her to her long-cherished debut position. She was already overwhelmed with emotion. 2nd place goes to Gao Yu. Gao Yu deserves it. When everyone initially doubted Jiang Xueyan, it was she who assisted Jiang Xueyan. Kind-hearted people will always be rewarded.
Now,
let us all shout her name for 1st place. Jiang Xueyan. Goosebumps arise. My Yan Jia has debuted. How impressive. I have waited for this day for so long. Those Koreans have constantly criticized my sister, but she has silenced them with her talent. An all-Chinese team. Sisters, shall we walk the flower road together? I will buy your merchandise. I will purchase photo cards. I will buy magazines. I will buy albums. Empty my wallet for you. None of the 6 contestants debuting this time are Korean. The camera panned down to Jiang Xueyan, who managed a stiff smile. However, internally, she felt a profound sense of relief. If she were among the debuting members, being the only Korean among 5 Chinese would have been quite awkward. Not debuting this time is acceptable. There will always be another opportunity. Jiang Xueyan. Forced smile. Koreans, forced smile. Thankfully, Jiang Xueyan ranked first. Their perception is saved. What a close call. The mentor stood up to applaud all the contestants on stage, with Wu Jie clapping the hardest, proclaiming that he knew Jiang Xueyan would definitely debut. I want to collaborate with her. I aspire to win a Grammy. When Yuma, unwilling to be outdone, declared her next song would be reserved. First come, first served. Two teachers. Your mics are still on. Ha ha ha, they're so amusing. Mature up. You are adults now and need to learn to write your own songs. The theme song's melody began to play softly. Some embraced and whispered, others rejoiced and cheered, while some quietly shed tears. However, all good things must come to an end. As the music faded, the crowd dispersed. After leaving the stage, Jiang Xueyan was escorted by bodyguards. Miss Jiang, let's go. Pei Zhi'er intended to follow but reconsidered. Realizing she might encounter formidable figures beyond her control, better not to tread in murky waters. Has Rongheng arrived? The bodyguard nodded. Jiang Xueyan obediently entered the car, finally finding the time to call Rongheng. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black. The car drove from the camp to the bustling commercial center of Seoul. After a brief ringing, the call was answered by a man.
Hello.
His voice, emanating through the receiver, was as chilling as snow atop a mountain, perpetually imbued with coldness. Jiang Xueyan paused. Why was Rongheng so irate? Are you finished? His tone softened, no longer as intimidating as before. Okay. After speaking, Jiang Xueyan did not hang up, nor did he. They remained silent, each lost in their thoughts. Jiang Xueyan thought she heard a pained cry from his end, but the sound quickly faded, like a figment of her imagination. After a moment, Rongheng inquired, First place? Jiang Xueyan smiled, sensing the concern in his words. The unfamiliarity of their long absence from each other dissipated with this inquiry. She regained her spirit. Darling, you have no idea how I outshone those Koreans by miles. It's such a pity you couldn't be there. She casually referred to him as darling. Rongheng felt the remnants of his dark thoughts dissipate with her playful banter, his previous ire melting away like ice under the sun. Are you happy? Jiang Xueyan nodded vigorously, absolutely thrilled. She began to understand why Pei Zhi'er had come to the villa to fetch her and why Park Eun-jun had publicly apologized. All of this was due to Rongheng's support behind the scenes. He had even flown from Huagua to Korea personally. Mr. Rong, I miss you. Her voice dropped to a whisper, akin to a soft murmur. Rongheng heard her clearly. He paused, emerging from a room filled with the scent of blood. The outside air was fresh, and the stars twinkled in the night sky. Look up at the sky. Jiang Xueyan obediently gazed upwards through the car window, the neon lights of the city shimmering against the vast, desolate night. They existed under the same expanse of sky, breathing the same air. Longing enveloped her like an impenetrable net. In their line of work, falling in love with the benefactor is most taboo. Yet, the benefactor is both handsome and affluent, fiercely protective and indulgent. Jiang Xueyan felt no struggle. She willingly succumbed to this enchantment. Until a figure clad in black appeared in the mirror. She froze, staring blankly at Rongheng's reflection, even forgetting to turn off the hairdryer. Rongheng leaned down, a crisp fragrance surrounding them. And she found the hairdryer had been taken from her grasp. Every inch of him was exquisitely perfect. His large hand glided through her damp hair, with a touch of caution. He had likely never dried anyone's hair before. His movements appeared clumsy and unfamiliar. Before long, Jiang Xueyan's silky hair became tangled. Ouch! That hurts. Tears welled in her eyes. Rongheng halted. I'm sorry. Both brothers had clashed with her hair. But what fault lay with her soft, fragile hair? Mr. Rong, I recently heard a little rumor. The man lowered his gaze, his actions growing more careful. What did you hear? In the mirror, Jiang Xueyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it true you have never been in a relationship?
Who told you that?
Rongheng's expression remained unchanged, appearing nonchalant. Old man, just keep pretending. You're a virgin, aren't you? No wonder my attempts to entice you have been futile. You've never tasted the fruit. Her damp hair had already dried, and Jiang Xueyan pointed to the various bottles on the table. And there's essential oil. Rongheng's fingers brushed against Jiang Xueyan's plump earlobe, his voice somewhat cold. Do you truly regard me as your hairstylist? Darling, please help me. I find it difficult to apply. Her tone was sweet and alluring, not in a contrived manner, but rather genuine and natural. She had mastered the art of coquetry, causing Rongheng's ears to warm slightly. Almost involuntarily, he picked up a small brown jar and twisted it open. A light, watery lubricant glistened in his broad palm, which he then gently applied to the ends of Jiang Xueyan's hair. Who permitted you to address me like that? though his tone bore a hint of indifference. His expression revealed a man in excellent spirits. Actions speak louder than words. Jiang Xueyan tilted her head, her fingers resting on the back of Rong Hang's hand. Of course. You agreed to it. When did I ever agree? Last night, in a dream. Rong Hang raised an eyebrow. What else did I say? Jiang Xueyan playfully covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Is that something to be mentioned? His rough palm lightly patted her shoulder, a gesture of warning. Don't push your luck. He ignored her, beginning to remove his outerwear. By the time he had stripped down to nothing, Jiang Xueyan showed no intention of leaving. What? Are you planning to wash with me? Jiang Xueyan's eyes sparkled. Is that all right? Rong Hang studied her intently. Are you certain? Jiang Xueyan nodded fervently. You miss every opportunity you don't take. 3 minutes later, Rong Hang was submerged in the bathtub, while Jiang Xueyan squatted beside him. What are you dawdling for? Scrub my back. The man splashed the water playfully, watching Jiang Xueyan with an amused demeanor. Jiang Xueyan murmured, who washes while still wearing pants. Rong Hang couldn't suppress a subtle smile, though his expression soon turned serious. That man and his family have gone bankrupt. As for the 2 women, little darling, how do you wish to handle them? Jiang Xueyan, diligently scrubbing Rong Hang's back, nearly dropped the washcloth. Bankrupt? Are you serious? Wait, did you just call me little darling? Previously, he always addressed her by her full name, but now he had casually used her nickname. Those 2 simple words, when spoken by her parents, conveyed affection, yet from his lips, they carried an exhilarating weight. His bare chest still bore traces of white foam, and droplets of water clung to his sun-kissed shoulders, irresistibly alluring. Jiang Xueyan found herself gazing at his lips, swallowing hard. She wanted to kiss him. And indeed, she did. Rong Hang's handsome face loomed closer, their breaths mingling in the air. The man stiffened slightly, retreating just as Jiang Xueyan's fervent kiss landed on the cool corner of his lips, igniting a searing warmth. Both were taken aback by the kiss. They had shared a drunken kiss once before, but Jiang Xueyan had no recollection of it. After that, Rong Hang never mentioned the incident, and over time, it faded from her memory. This time, however, they were both fully awake, and Jiang Xueyan's mind seemed to freeze, taking an eternity to process what had just transpired. She silently withdrew, letting her lips part from Rong Hang's. President Rong, if I were to claim that was merely a slip of my foot, would you believe me? Rong Hang watched her intently, his gaze calm, yet laden with an unsettling tension that Jiang Xueyan instinctively sensed. Is this your second time taking advantage of me? Rong Hang's brow arched slightly. Jiang Xueyan steadied herself. How can what we share be considered taking advantage? What would you call it then? Mutual consent? A woman pursuing a man? Filial piety? Rong Hang's eyes darkened, their intensity resembling that of a predator fixated on its prey. Say that again. Jiang Xueyan pouted. All right. I won't say it anymore. Rong Hang's fierce expression was intimidating. Who would dare speak? Your mouth was quite chatty a moment ago. Continue. President Rong, please. Don't be like this. If you continue, I may just take your clothes away. Then you'll have to step out wearing nothing but damp boxers. Her threat was as harmless as that of a child, lacking any real potency, yet it inexplicably quelled the fire of his anger. Is this what abstract women do? Rong Hang pressed his aching temples. I'm only 8 years older than you. Jiang Xueyan gazed at him with wide, inquisitive eyes. I can't possibly regard you as my father.
Oh.
How about a different title? After a moment's thought, Jiang Xueyan suggested, Godfather? A month ago, Rong Hang had been exceedingly averse to her using various peculiar titles for him. Yet now, a month later, he found himself regretting that stance. Godfather? What on earth is going on in your head? Aside from godfather and daughter, or sugar daddy and daughter, were there no other terms to consider? Noticing Rong Hang's dissatisfaction, she pressed, then what should I call you? President Rong? Chapter 86. A direct approach. A powerful strike. Darling? Husband?
Dear?
You previously said I shouldn't allow that. Then what should it be? Calling you President Rong feels rather impersonal. Rong Hang felt as though he was holding his breath, caught in a limbo. You may call me by my name.
Rong Hang?
He acquiesced. Jiang Xueyan sighed in relief. That's agreeable. You nearly frightened me. For a moment, I thought calling you daddy would no longer suffice, and that I might have to refer to you as grandpa. Rong Hang could no longer contain himself. Jiang Xueyan, leave. She exclaimed in surprise but complied, stepping back. What had caused his sudden outburst? Was there something amiss with the nickname? Wouldn't calling him daddy be an easy way to make him feel paternal? Instead, he preferred her to call him by his name. It felt as if she had overlooked something crucial. An enigma she couldn't quite unravel. It wasn't until Rong Hang was about to emerge from the bath that Jiang Xueyan realized he might be hoping she would address him as husband. If that were the case, why was he so sensitive about titles? Could she dare speculate that Rong Hang harbored feelings for her as well? Her heart raced, her hands trembled. The allure of the moment rekindled. In the stillness of night, under the cloak of darkness, they found solace in each other's embrace in a foreign land. In that intimate space, they became intertwined, a perfect fusion of souls. When Rong Hang emerged from the bath, Jiang Xueyan, like a little bundle of energy, leaped into his arms. Rong Hang, were you hoping I would call you husband? Jiang Xueyan took a bold approach. The man's muscles tensed momentarily, yet his expression remained unchanged. What are you daydreaming about? Jiang Xueyan scrutinized him. Is that not what you wanted? Husband? Her naturally sweet voice, even sweeter in that moment, could melt the hardest of hearts. Rong Hang asked, what else with a sudden clarity? One moment you're dazed, and now you're all here? He would never concede easily. What husband? It's frivolous to call someone that without being married. Yet, despite his words, his subtle expressions betrayed him, particularly the faint blush that crept across his ears. Jiang Xueyan watched in delight as that blush spread, painting his entire ear a deep crimson. Such innocence? I'm smitten. Let us not dwell on words. Husband, let us go to bed. Without further ado, Jiang Xueyan tugged Rong Hang onto the soft, cushioned bed, enveloped in clouds. So, husband, have you truly never been in love? Rong Hang's voice grew husky as he issued a low warning. Jiang Xueyan, remove your hands from me. His warning, laced with breathy gasps, bore no threat. Jiang Xueyan eagerly explored, her hands roaming freely. Hee, those muscles, hee, abs, 8-pack. Hee, that V-line is incredibly alluring. Below, Rong Hang firmly grasped her hand. Jiang Xueyan, turn off the lights and go to sleep. No way. She felt a bit fierce. And he was somewhat reluctant to scold her. Yet, her hand began to wander, and Rong Hang could not persuade her otherwise. He sighed deeply and raised his hand, delivering a swift strike to the back of Jiang Xueyan's neck. Her body slumped softly into his embrace. The sweet fragrance of the young girl inundated his senses, igniting an insatiable desire within him. Finally, Jiang Xueyan fell silent. In the room, only his slightly heavy breathing remained. Day by day. How could one possess so many ulterior motives? He had spoiled her too much, allowing her to become a little too pampered and unruly. He gently settled her on one side of the bed, tucked her in, and resigned himself to stepping into the bathroom for a cold shower. Morning arrived, and Jiang Xueyan awoke to find the bed beside her empty. Rong Hang was nowhere to be seen. A dull ache throbbed at the back of her neck. Knock. He knocked me out. Jiang Xueyan felt a bit dazed. Did Rong Hang truly have feelings for her? Was his kindness merely platonic? Surely, he couldn't be like a sister to her. Another day of questioning someone's sexual orientation had begun. Jiang Xueyan performed a set of exercises to alleviate the pain in her neck. Her phone buzzed with numerous messages. Among them was a WeChat message from Lin Qingqing congratulating her on successfully debuting. Lin Qingqing also enrolled her in an express course on idol expression management and physical training, filling her schedule for the next month to the brim. She continued scrolling and found a message from the director. Initially, the conversation was cordial, expressing gratitude for mutual accomplishments and sponsorship, but soon, Director Yao began to lament. He spoke of Jiang Xueyan's harsh terms during investment negotiations, which had unexpectedly resulted in a skyrocketing success, especially after Mentor When Yuma won a Grammy, and the contestants also became Grammy creators. This news had ignited a surge in viewership, not only in Huagua but also gaining some fame across Asia. Not to mention, Jiang Xueyan's certification had led to a steady increase in overseas viewership. Director Yao and the platform behind him were reaping substantial profits. However, Jiang Xueyan's stringent investment terms had stipulated that she would take at least half of the profits and also claimed the girl group's management rights. Director Yao was internally bleeding with resentment. Escaping monkey from Huagua Mountain, Jiang Xueyan. The agreement has been signed. You can't go back on it, can you? I grew long hair, Director Yao. No, there is no intention of going back. I grew long hair, Director Yao. We have a spin-off variety show in the works, ahem. Escaping monkey from Huagua Mountain, Jiang Xueyan. The plan has been sent. Take a look when you have time. Director Yao cheerfully forwarded the initial proposal. Pleased that Jiang Xueyan hadn't outright rejected it. Wu Jie. Ding ding, Xueyan, are you interested in a movie's ending theme song? The rewards are quite generous. Upon seeing the mention of rewards, Jiang Xueyan's eyes widened. She didn't inquire further. After all, running a company incurs expenses. Escaping monkey from Huagua Mountain, Teacher Wu. I'm interested. Good. I'll send you the materials later. Jiang Xueyan's phone displayed 99 unread messages, far too many to read through. Besides congratulations from Xu Yu, Gao Yu Yilan, and a small group, she also found messages from several artists on her new account. However, one message made her furrow her brow. Since Xiao Rong added her work account, he had frequently sent her messages, reporting training, sharing dance practices, and even sending casual videos. Jiang Xueyan clicked on one, only to be startled by the deep bass emanating from her speaker, sending chills down her spine. Chapter 87. Do not disdain the turtle's appearance. If it survives to 99. Congratulations, Sister Yen. I watched your finals. Your performance was absolutely fantastic. You are my idol. The man deliberately lowered his voice, each word bubbling forth from his throat. Jiang Xueyan frowned. Was Xiaorong all right? His voice sounded as though it were caught in a trap. She suppressed her discomfort and opened Xiaorong's moments. This month alone, he had posted 10 updates. The latest was a full moon, captioned, "Congratulations to my moon." Jiang Xueyan. She sought out Lin Xiangnan's WeChat and shared a screenshot of Xiaorong's post. Lin Xiangnan appeared equally bewildered. As he could not see Xiaorong's post, he had been blocked by him. Jiang Xueyan pressed further. Money Hunter, Jiang Xueyan. What do you think of Xiaorong? Old Lin Xiangnan. This kid was recruited from the art academy. His professional training is solid. Old Lin Xiangnan. We've done background checks during his university years. He had no relationships or negative news. Old Lin, his social media accounts are normal as well. Old Lin, both mentors and other artists speak highly of him. Xiaorong is indeed one of the more promising talents in this batch, and he has been quite diligent. He has never complained throughout the training. Old Lin, what's wrong with Xiaorong? Is there an issue? Money Hunter, Jiang Xueyan. Nothing, I might be overthinking it. Jiang Xueyan temporarily set aside her doubts. Money Hunter, arrange more training for him, fill his schedule, and send him to the group. He seems rather idle lately. Money Hunter, I do not wish to see him posting nonsensical updates anymore. Old Lin, understood. After responding to work messages, Jiang Xueyan noticed her parents had also sent her WeChat messages. Mrs. Lu Suhua's messages consisted of several voice notes lasting 59 seconds each. Jiang Xueyan began listening from the first. Her mother's cheerful laughter resonated through the speaker. Little darling, you have a competition coming up. Don't be nervous. Even if you don't perform well, it's all right. Mom will always love you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, okay? I've prepared many little toys for you in your room. I'm sure you'll love them. Your dad even bought you a pink bedsheet set. I said you might not like it anymore, but he wouldn't believe me. If you don't like it, just let your dad sleep on it. Don't worry. Mom has learned how to vote. I'll definitely vote for you tonight. I saw you on TV. You looked beautiful, our little darling.
Oh.
Why are you dressed so handsomely today? I've never seen you wear anything like this before. In the background, Jiang Xuanzhou's voice could be heard boasting to relatives. Our little darling takes after me. I was just as handsome when I was young. Hearing this, Jiang Xueyan couldn't help but chuckle. She finally understood where her thick skin came from. Just as she lay on the bed, giggling, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She assumed it was room service delivering breakfast. Moments later, Rong Hang stood before her. Jiang Xueyan? Teacher, I'm still sprawled out on the bed. Caught in this awkward position, she and Rong Hang exchanged glances. Still not getting up? Waiting for me to feed you? Jiang Xueyan rolled off the bed, hands on her hips, defiantly declaring, Rong Hang, you knocked me out last night. My neck still hurts. The man remained unfazed, responding, you accidentally bumped into it. Are you implying that my head unintentionally collided with your palm, causing me to knock myself out? Rong Hang found his excuse rather flimsy, falling silent as he urged Jiang Xueyan to get up and wash up. The breakfast at the five-star hotel was exceptionally lavish, filling the entire dining table. Darling, how long is your holiday? She asked, paused, observing her nonchalant demeanor as if she were unperturbed by the boiling water around her, and decided against correcting her. In such a rush? The man ate his meal leisurely, the faint bluish-gray beneath his elongated phoenix eyes adding an unconventional allure to his appearance. Yes. I've been quite busy lately. Jiang Xueyan slowed her eating, contemplating how long Rong Hang had been working tirelessly. She retrieved her phone to message Ji Lin. Flower Fruit Mountain's escaping mother monkey, Jiang Xueyan. Has Mr. Rong been overwhelmed with work lately? Ji Lin, indeed, but Miss Jiang need not worry. It's all related to work matters. Flower Fruit Mountain's escaping mother monkey. Has my situation in Korea caused trouble for Mr. Rong? Ji Lin glanced at Jiang Xueyan's message, recognizing her overly considerate nature. Jilin, you need not overthink it. Mr. Rong is fully aware of his responsibilities. We will manage everything. Jiang Xueyan pondered deeply, realizing the magnitude of the disturbance her affairs in Korea had caused. Luxury goods, top-tier styling teams, and the involvement of major conglomerates, it was a recipe for trouble. She understood well the principle that prominence attracts scrutiny. As the wealthiest, Rong Hang had even more to consider. The last time he fell ill, he had concealed himself in the shadows, battling silently, only to force himself back to work the next day, terrified of being exposed. In the entertainment industry, she could rely on Rong Hang temporarily, yet she could not depend on him indefinitely. Should she expect him to rescue her every time trouble arose? Jiang Xueyan clenched her fists.
No.
She would not merely be a fragile canary in a cage. If she were to act, she would be a powerful and fierce hawk. With this thought, Jiang Xueyan knocked on Rong Hang's door. Rong Hang, I have something serious to discuss with you. The blue light from the computer illuminated the man's exquisite features as he lifted his gaze from the screen. Leaning back slightly in his chair, he exuded an air of languid ease, yet there was an undeniable pressure that accompanied his presence. The girl, clad in pajamas, met his gaze. Aware of the adage regarding the dangers of sticking one's neck out, Rong Hang raised his eyes, as if to inquire, and then, don't underestimate the ugly, for they may endure until their 90s. Chapter 88. You and I are in sync. Do you think I am unwell? The man's expression shifted subtly. He finally straightened, dispelling his earlier nonchalance. Jiang Xueyan continued, what I mean is, please refrain from being so overtly protective of me in the future. I know you care, and I appreciate your protection, but I do not wish for you to provide ammunition for your rivals due to my troubles. The closer one is to the center of power, the more perilous it becomes. Cui Ziyuan likely believes she can act recklessly under the protection of President Zhao. But there is no highest peak, only higher ones. Should President Zhao face bankruptcy overnight, and his assets be seized by others, Jiang Xueyan could hardly shake off the feeling of impending crisis. Therefore, could you trust that I can handle things myself? Upon confirming that Jiang Xueyan was not jesting, Rong Hang's gaze darkened. In the entertainment industry, every star, large or small, was desperate to leverage their connections for fame. From the moment he signed the agreement with her, he had made it clear, as long as she did not engage in illegal activities, even if her acting was subpar, he could elevate her to the pinnacle of stardom. Yet she had only smiled, seemingly unperturbed. Since joining the camp, she had been burning the midnight oil, practicing tirelessly. Aware of her shortcomings in dance, she would spend an additional 3 hours in the studio after classes with Wenyuma. Her knees, arms, and legs bore bruises of various sizes, and her back was drenched in sweat, necessitating at least 3 showers a day. Logically, she should have reveled in her privilege, basking in the attention she received. In Rong Hang's mind, she ought to be assertive and domineering, like a proud little kitten. Yet she was not. Outwardly, she seemed to suppress all her petulance in his presence. She was diligent and approachable. Whether dining at an extravagant restaurant or enjoying a humble instant noodle, her demeanor remained unchanged. Even the supplementary card Rong Hang provided rarely saw significant expenditures. The Lamborghini he gifted her sat untouched in the garage, only occasionally visited, as if she were a thief admiring her loot. Rong Hang found it perplexing. Was it not beneficial for him to shield her from the storm? Give me a reason, he demanded, closing the distance between them. He towered over her. Even when standing tall, she could only reach his chin. He leaned down, his cool breath brushing against her earlobe. She met his gaze, encountering the depths of his eyes, as profound as a tranquil pond. I just said, I do not wish to be a burden, she reiterated, but the oppressive air around him remained. That reason is insufficient. She bit her lip, lowering her gaze slightly, her long lashes obscuring the emotions swirling beneath. Jiang Xueyan spoke clearly. I do not want to be a pampered canary. I aspire to do something for you one day. If she and Rong Hang were to be together in the future, she hoped the world would see them as a partnership of equals, rather than her being perceived as a mere possession of his. She desired a career. She craved ambition within the entertainment industry. Her eyes, stark and resolute, reflected her unspoken thoughts. Surely, he would understand. Rong Hang paused, momentarily taken aback by her declaration of wanting to contribute to his life. It struck him like a hammer against his heart. Throughout his upbringing, he had always been the one expected to give, compelled to work twice as hard to secure his place within the Rong family. His grandfather had insisted on his stewardship of the Rong Corporation, overseeing the entire clan, mopping up the messes left by other young heirs. No one had ever asked if he felt weary. Yet here she was, someone he had known for less than half a year, boldly asserting her desire to assist him. His expression softened. The two locked eyes, their gazes intertwining in the air until, after a prolonged silence, Rong Heng finally looked away. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Jiang Xueyan found little meaning in remaining in Seoul, prompting her to begin packing her belongings. Gaoyu, are you planning to sneak away from us? Xiyu, just take a 3-day break, Yanjia. Are you sure you don't want to rest? Lin Qingqing had sent her a plethora of courses, all packed into her schedule. Rest? A wishful thought. She immediately forwarded Lin Qingqing's message to the group. Do not assume that forming a group means everything is settled. Each year, camps host a single event. Just look at how few girl groups have made it big now. Not to mention you are an all-Chinese group, which doesn't hold much market value in Korea. Lacking a sense of crisis could lead to a disbandment like the neighboring 101, which split up within a year. Lin Qingqing's words hit home, causing Gaoyu and Xiyu to tense up once again. Truly, she was a seasoned agent, and her insights were undeniably valid. The survival landscape for girl groups in Huagua was hardly favorable. Forget about playing in Seoul. Xiyu was eager to jump out of bed and dance through the night to calm her nerves. Xiyu, enough. I'll buy an afternoon flight ticket. Gaoyu, all right, everyone stop playing around and get up for training. Xiyu, surely, we want to reach the day of disbandment, right? Once the group was formed, their economic contract was tied to Huaxia Mutual Entertainment. In essence, their girl group was now a part of Jiang Xueyan's assets. She would certainly not allow such a promising girl group to tread the path toward disbandment. Jiang Xueyan contemplated that, in addition to the title song, they needed to enhance their exposure. Thus, she shared the information regarding the derivative variety show sent by director Yao in their small group of 6. Consider your willingness. Do you want to participate? If you do, each of you will receive a 2 million remuneration. Gaoyu, how much? Wei Yang. 2 million? I'd willingly endure anything for that. Jiang Xueyan shook her head. Waguashan Zaitao Mohu, would you like to review the specific details? Xiyu, how explosive could the content be? It's just a derivative variety show, right? Survival on a deserted island. A total of 30 participants, with the entire process being live-streamed. Among them are ordinary individuals, lesser-known talents, and even big names. Xiyu, are you sure this is merely a derivative variety show? Chapter 89, Diary of Factory Work. Survival in the Wilderness has been a sensational hit in foreign variety shows over the past 2 years, boasting a Dubon rating of 96. Many domestic producers have attempted to replicate its model, yet all have met with dismal failures. Management analyzed the situation, concluding that the invited guests were predominantly professionals, lacking in appeal. Thus, in the new season of Survival on a Deserted Island, a plethora of popular young stars have been invited. For instance, the cast of a recently aired summer web drama. The proposed list includes not only Jiang Xueyan's girl group, but also the leads from the summer hit web series, and even award-winning actors. The planning document provided scant details, merely outlining that 30 individuals would be cast onto a deserted island, observing their struggle for survival in a setting devoid of water and food. Gaoyu, I see that Director Yao is involved. It should be fine. We know him well. He's a reputable figure in the industry, focusing on content without engaging in any dubious practices. The group trusted Director Yao. Waguashan Zaitao Mohu, so, shall we confirm our participation? The other 5 had no objections. Their previous agency had hardly provided opportunities even for variety shows, let alone commercial performances. Past experiences indicated that only by closely following Yan Jia could they hope for success. In the understated luxury of a Bentley's rear seat, Rong Heng was en route to the company. How is he? Ji Lin inquired. Didn't you just part ways with Miss Jiang? Rong Heng raised his gaze, his seemingly tranquil eyes concealing tumultuous waves. His stare was profound, imbued with authority. Jilin felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps he had misunderstood, instinctively associating the her in Rong Heng's words with Jiang Xueyan. Are you referring to Rongyu? Rong Heng leaned back against the seat, his fingertips lightly tapping the leather. Observing this gesture, Jilin understood he had guessed correctly. Rongyu had been working in the factory for nearly a month, and Jilin relayed the feedback he had received. On the second day of Rongyu's factory work, he lost all his money, having skipped breakfast and lunch. He hardly accomplished anything that day, accruing a penalty for absenteeism and a debt of 300. On the third day, he borrowed phones from others to seek financial assistance, but no one responded. A kind-hearted roommate lent him 5 yuan for breakfast, which turned out to be his first meal at the electronics factory. Unfortunately, he found stones in his porridge, leading to a confrontation with the cafeteria lady, resulting in his expulsion from the premises. In the morning, his mind was elsewhere, and out of 10 tasks, 8 resulted in defective products. The production line manager berated him, and in his frustration, he attempted to retaliate but was restrained. He still had no money for lunch, and his roommates, suspecting he might be unable to repay, were reluctant to lend him anything. That night, driven by hunger, he drank mineral water excessively. On the 4th day, Rongyu worked diligently but could not refrain from cursing. He toiled from morning until 8 in the evening, finally earning his first paycheck of 100 yuan at the screw factory. After settling some debts, he was left with 25 yuan, enough to indulge in 3 bowls of rice that night. By the 10th day, he had integrated well with his colleagues, being young and strong, thus working swiftly. He cleared his debts and soon found himself able to afford a meal of meat and vegetables. On the 20th day, a girl from the factory, who was unmarried and pregnant, expressed her desire to be his girlfriend. Her father was a high-ranking official at the factory. Upon Rongyu's refusal, she assigned him numerous arduous tasks and withheld his wages. Once again, he found himself unable to afford meals, and the girl began bringing him homemade chicken legs. Despite their interactions, they did not grow closer, primarily due to Rongyu's perception of her lack of beauty. On the 25th day, overwhelmed, he decided to escape. He had been working at a construction site for 3 days and was now being eyed by a 50-year-old foreman, preparing to switch sites once his wages were dispersed. Ji Lin concluded his report and fell silent. Not just him. The entire vehicle was enveloped in silence. Good grief, is this even humanly possible? The experiences Rongyu had in a single month seemed more eventful than the entirety of his previous 20-plus years. Both genders? How thrilling! Does the old master know about this? Ji Lin scratched his head, noting the oddity that the Rong family seemed to act as though Rongyu didn't exist, neither searching for him nor answering his calls. Rongheng closed his tablet. I believe Rongyu is faring well out there. Let him continue. Let him endure the sweltering heat of 40 degrees while hauling bricks, then keep an eye out for unsavory intentions from his co-workers. Ji Lin felt a profound sympathy for Rongyu, though it was said that the old master of the Rong family doted on him. The current situation suggested otherwise, definitively disproving such rumors. Rongyu was indeed the most unfortunate member of the Rong family, a fact now evident. The exclusive girl group apartment allocated by Huaxia Entertainment had finally been established, located conveniently near the business district. On the 26th floor, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the Huangpu River at night. This was the residence provided for the girl group, which could also serve as a compact studio. The apartment boasted not only a professional audiovisual room but also a dance studio. Since arriving in the bustling metropolis, Gaoyu had never resided in such splendid accommodation. Previously, she had shared cramped quarters of less than 30 square meters with fellow artists from her agency, splitting the monthly expenses. Those dilapidated apartments were riddled with issues, and management fees were exorbitant. Truly, being affiliated with a major company was advantageous. Without spending a dime, she now occupied a spacious 180 square meter apartment. Shuyu approached. Yanjia, which room would you like? I want to stay next to you. There were exactly 6 bedrooms. The other 3 sisters gathered around, urging, yes, Yanjia, you're the first. You choose first. Jiang Xueyan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of having to rely on rankings to select a room. Why not draw lots? Perhaps I will end up next to you. Chapter 90. I'll kiss you until your lips swell. Lu Weiyang eagerly picked up paper and pen, ready to jot down notes. Jiang Xueyan shook her head. Let us not bicker. I usually don't stay here at night, only during the day. Upon hearing this, Gaoyu paused, exchanging a glance with Shuyu, both suppressing their curiosity for the moment. Once the room assignments were completed, the 3 younger sisters busied themselves organizing their new spaces, while Shuyu and Gaoyu led Jiang Xueyan to the balcony. Yanjia, may I ask you something? It's a bit presumptuous, so I'm uncertain if I should. Shuyu glanced at Jiang Xueyan, noting her delicate features and kind heart, which made her hesitate. Perhaps it was better not to ask? Jiang Xueyan crossed her arms. Are you two playing a guessing game with me? Gaoyu shyly spoke up. Yanjia, if it's inconvenient, just don't answer. I'll pretend I never asked. Go ahead, just say it. We know a bit about the situation in Korea. I mean, I realize it must be quite challenging for you. If someone bullies you or coerces you into doing something, you must inform us. Even if I am currently insignificant and may not be able to offer much assistance, we will all grow, and regardless of what happens to you, both Shuyu and I will undoubtedly stand by your side unconditionally. Jiang Xueyan was utterly perplexed. Why were they suddenly saying such things? Even Shuyu wore a tearful expression. Was there a misunderstanding? No. What are you talking about? The pity in Shuyu's eyes became more pronounced as she shot a reproachful glance at Gaoyu. indicating that such matters should not be brought up again. We all know what we need to. With tears in her eyes, Gao Yu embraced Jiang Xueyan, feeling heartbroken. The two were engulfed in their sorrow, completely disregarding Jiang Xueyan's bewildered expression in the middle. Did no one tell her what exactly was happening? The following day, they had an appointment to sign a contract for survival on a deserted island, and the six of them arrived early at the Golden Fruit television station. They arrived quite early, and the signing process was swift. However, they did not see Director Yao. Gao Yu clicked her tongue, annoyed, stating, "This old man, we don't have a holiday, yet he goes on vacation? When the time comes, we will have to play a good prank on him on the island." Gao Yu had already done considerable research and had devised several ideas to astonish the production team. The official recording for Survival on a Deserted Island was scheduled for mid-August. With 7 days remaining, the guests had ample time to prepare their gear. Naturally, they had also reviewed numerous online strategies such as locating water sources, distilling pure water, identifying edible plants and fruits, and setting traps for hunting in the wild. Merely compiling these strategies left Jiang Xueyan feeling overwhelmed, akin to preparing for college entrance exams. Gao Yu and the others were similarly busy, bringing along many practical items and downloading various wilderness survival videos on their phones, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to study them. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the recording day had arrived. In the past couple of days, Rong Heng's work seemed to have concluded. Finally, he was not burning the midnight oil every night. Perhaps due to relaxation, he had yet to awaken. Jiang Xueyan leaned at the edge of the bed, staring intently at Rong Heng's sleeping face. He was truly handsome, having saved the universe in a past life. It seemed only fitting that she could share a bed with such a striking individual in this life. What a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps her gaze was too intense. As Rong Heng slowly opened his eyes, locking onto hers. He had just awakened, and a veil of drowsiness still lingered in his eyes. It was a look that stirred a desire to rush forward and kiss him passionately. "Rong Heng, please do not look at me with such eyes." The man remained unchanged, his gaze fixed upon her. She heard her own voice clearly articulating the next words, "Otherwise, I will not be able to resist wanting to kiss you until your lips swell." Under her watchful gaze, the man smirked, his voice laced with a subtle temptation. "Try to kiss me until they swell, if you dare." It was too early in the morning, and he was sporting such an attractive face, daring her to try. She was no saint. She could not resist. "CEO Rome, it was you who said that." As if fearing he might change his mind, Jiang Xueyan lunged forward. The man showed no signs of struggle, his deep-set eyes fixated on her, concealing a hint of inscrutable desire. She leaned closer, kissing his lower lip. His body was somewhat cool, and even his lips felt warm yet lacking heat. Rong Heng stiffened momentarily, taken aback by Jiang Xueyan's audacity, causing his breath to quicken. "Is it swollen?" she asked cautiously, halfway through the kiss. Rong Heng's eyes sparkled with lazy amusement. "At this rate, you'll have to kiss me until next year for that to happen." Who did he look down upon? How rude! To suggest she would need to kiss him until next year. Jiang Xueyan, undeterred, launched into a fervent series of kisses, holding Rong Heng's head as if devouring jelly, alternating between sucking and nibbling on his lips. Like a frantic little mouse, her release was entirely devoid of pain, merely a ticklish sensation. At some point, Rong Heng freed his hands from Jiang Xueyan's grasp, cradling her head as he sat up. Her petite form was perfectly positioned on his sturdy thigh, and his arms encircled her from behind, trapping her entirely within his embrace. The sudden change in position left Jiang Xueyan feeling slightly disoriented. The air was filled with the cool scent emanating from Rong Heng, as if she had fully melded into his being. It was intoxicating. Her lips were plump and luscious, their vibrant red hue accentuated by a hint of transparent dew, making them appear even more enticing. The man lifted her chin, his cool lips descending upon hers. Though his lips were decidedly cool, the kiss was searingly passionate, leaving Jiang Xueyan weak and breathless. Her mind felt muddled, as if engulfed in a fog, and she clung to the man's neck, passively surrendering. His kiss was heavier and more urgent than hers, imbued with a hint of veiled desire. His tongue skillfully pried open her lips, conquering her territory. The taste between his lips was delightful, reminiscent of his essence, and Jiang Xueyan found herself somewhat intoxicated, hazily responding. "Oh heavens! Rong Heng, he is quite the kisser. He must have watched quite a few tutorials in his spare time." Chapter 91. Survival on a Deserted Island transformed into a romantic reality show? After kissing until her neck ached, Jiang Xueyan pushed against Rong Heng's chest, but he remained unmoved. The man, savoring the moment, continued to kiss her earnestly with his eyes closed. She furrowed her brows and struggled, prompting Rong Heng to release her. The desire in his eyes had yet to dissipate, as if he could drown her entirely. So numb. Her voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears. Her lips feeling completely tingled. Rong Hang arched an eyebrow, his rough fingers brushing against Jiang Xueyan's cheek, casually tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Did you not say you would kiss me until my lips swell? Jiang Xueyan's gaze flitted to the man's lips, her eyes evasive. Next time, I definitely will. With that, she attempted to sneak away, but Rong Hang found her reaction amusing. You take advantage of me and then run away? Jiang Xueyan. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Jiang Xueyan feigned fear, yet her desires bubbled beneath the surface. Rong Hang, astute as ever, immediately discerned the eagerness hidden in her eyes. He swallowed hard and flicked her forehead with his finger.
Dream on.
Oh dear, no kisses for her. Jiang Xueyan resignedly shrugged. Rong Hang pursed his lips. Jiang Xueyan was quite adept at rewarding herself, yet he had never intended for it to be that way. The sun shone brightly today, marking the premiere of Survival on a deserted island. Among the cast, the most prominent were the acclaimed actor Lu Zheng and the renowned actress Xu Meiyu. Following them were first-tier stars like Xiao Yuyu and Gu Zun, with various familiar faces from the industry, including a notably inept host, last year's debut boy band, and Jiang Xueyan's girl group. I can't believe Survival on a deserted island is going this big this year. So many stars. Oh my. Did I just see wrongly? It's the actress Xu Meiyu. She hasn't appeared on a variety show in at least 5 years. Meiyu, forever unwavering. Lu Zheng is also here. My goodness. They must have invested heavily. This summer, I cannot imagine how happy I will be. Xiao Yuyu. Is her new drama about to air? And is she participating in the variety show as a promotional effort? Xiao Yuyu is so beautiful, looking forward to her new drama. How refreshing to see her on a variety show. Gu Zun is so handsome. Zhen Fu is a must-see. If you haven't watched it, go check it out. I can't wait for Gu Zun's variety show debut. I'm about to faint. The fanbases of first-tier stars were substantial, and their influence on Weibo was significant, with the entire front row filled with comments from fans of the acclaimed actor and actress, along with the rising stars. Jiang Xueyan's fan comments were buried on the 34th floor. I saw Jiang Xueyan again. Ah, Mom, I miss you. My baby. Do you know how tormented I was after the camp ended? I've replayed all the videos. Interspersed within were nearly hundreds of comments. Gao Yu flipped through them while feeling envious. They had so many fans. Before she had seen the world, Gao Yu had always thought that once she debuted, everything would be secure. However, in comparison to the first-tier stars, she felt utterly overshadowed in every aspect. They created such a significant buzz. Yet under the comments for Survivor Island on Weibo, she couldn't even secure a spot in the front row.
Ah.
After scrolling through almost 100 comments, she finally found her lone fan's message. Gao Yu, keep it up. You are the best. Take good care of our Yanjia. Woe is me, tears welling up. Gao Yu nodded, assuring all her fans that as long as Jiang Xueyan had a piece of bread, she, Gao Yu, would have her share of crumbs. She vowed to take care of Jiang Xueyan and would never let Yanjia gain weight. At that moment, the official Survivor Island account released another Weibo post, adding to the guest list, including Xiao Yunrui.
Oh.
What the heck, Xiao Yunrui? Is Xiao Yunrui also going to Survivor Island? Is it because his business hasn't been doing well, and his father sent him to the island to farm? Regular Weibo spectators were not unfamiliar with Xiao Yunrui. He was the epitome of a wealthy second generation, the dream of a billion girls as a domineering CEO. Indeed, he was immensely wealthy, with several coal mines in his family. His girlfriends changed every 3 months, and he was quite generous with each of them. Even after breaking up, those little stars could hardly forget him. Rumor had it that Xu Meiyu was once his girlfriend, hence the explosive reactions to the new post about Survivor Island. Hasn't Xiao Yunrui had a new romance for several months? Do you think he might be going to reconcile with Xu Meiyu? Oh, I'm shipping this. Otherwise, I can't understand why he, who is not short on money, would voluntarily go on such a show. My goodness, is this a hellish factory? Meanwhile, the official Survivor Island account released the competition rules. Upon reading the content, she was taken aback, her expression serious. Yanjia, this is bad. Survivor Island is not what we initially thought. Jiang Xueyan, who had been meditating, removed her eye mask upon hearing Xu Yu's words. And the other 3 in the car also began to read the rules. What the heck? Survivor Island has directly transformed into a romantic survival show. No one had ever mentioned this being a dating show. No wonder there were 30 participants, 15 men and 15 women. Survivor Island. This season of Survivor Island will involve random male-female team pairings arriving by helicopter. They will need to assist one another over 2 days to traverse mountains and reach the emergency shelter at the center of the island, where they will gather with the larger group to establish a home for 15 days. Random male-female pairings, how thrilling. A lonely man and woman spending 2 days together? Is this a dating show? Ladies, come quick and look. I hope Xu Meiyu and Xiao Yunrui get paired together. I'm shipping them. Wait a minute. Didn't I remember there being many idol members from boy and girl groups participating? No, my Yen Bao, this is a disaster. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Jiang Xueyan's group just finished their performance and now they fall into a dating show. With so few fans. They lose them all after this dating show. Is this how you repay your fans who worked hard to support you? The participation of girl groups in dating shows sparked controversy. Jiang Xueyan's fans were relatively calm. They had always been carried by her. So they had nothing to complain about. The dedicated fans were waiting for the assistant to speak before taking action. However, Gao Yu Shiyu and Lu Weiyang found themselves in a more precarious situation. Their fan cohesion was already weak, and with outside provocations, they began to lose followers. Chapter 92, is the new director stubborn? Good, I'll remember this. Damn it. Director Yao is the villain. Gao Yu wore a pained expression. After eagerly waiting, she had finally amassed 3 million fans, but in just half an hour, she lost several thousand, causing her heart to race in turmoil. Jiang Xueyan found Director Yao's number in her phone and called him 3 or 4 times before he finally picked up. His voice sounded a bit hoarse. With a heavy nasal tone, hello? Jiang Xueyan switched to speaker mode. Director Yao, what you're doing with Survivor Island is quite unethical.
Sorry, actually.
Director Yao hesitated. Just speak your mind. He sighed deeply and explained the entire situation. Another director from Jingue TV, with a stronger background, had also set his sights on the project and took it away. The new director, finding the original concept too dull, made unauthorized changes to the planning, altering it beyond recognition. Director Yao was currently unemployed, having been given a month off by his superiors, and was furious. Jiang Xueyan called him, and he felt quite guilty. The contracts were signed, and the team was soon to arrive on site. You can leave at any time. But what about Gao Yu and Shiyu? Director Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead and seriously reminded Jiang Xueyan. You mustn't think of making a fuss on Weibo or escalating this matter. That director has deep connections. Do you know that? I advise you to participate first. Keep a low profile and minimize your impact. With so many esteemed actors, it shouldn't be a problem for you to just blend into the background. Gao Yu, with a sorrowful face, exclaimed, how could I not worry? Director Yao, do you know? I've lost 557 fans. A whole 557 fans. Her heart felt like it was bleeding, aching painfully. Director Yao could only helplessly sigh. He was now a figure without authority, unable to help in any meaningful way. He could only express his regret. I owe you a favor this time. After hanging up, Lu Weiyang, Xia Tian, and Xiao Ning all appeared lost and without direction. This was their first encounter with such a situation, leaving them bewildered. As the girl group, Lin Xiangnan was the first to notice the online public sentiment. After calling them to understand the situation, he calmly analyzed it. Survivor Island is a key project for Jingue TV this year, with investments exceeding 100 million. Confronting them head-on is not a wise solution. Lin Xiangnan, being an experienced manager, had Jiang Xueyan's trust. Generally, television stations backed by broadcasting networks wield significant influence in the industry, and they were, after all, minor players. However, that did not mean Jiang Xueyan was a pushover. The new director, is it? A romantic show, is it? Very well, I will remember this. Soon after, the girl group members each posted on Weibo. Their accompanying photo was a selfie taken in the car, with the caption, trust me. I saw Jiang Xueyan in the corner. Why is she so tiny? I trust you. Unconditionally supporting you all, okay? Aside from the fans, only you know how difficult this journey has been. We just hope you cherish your feathers. I want to unfollow. After they posted on Weibo, the rate of follower loss finally began to slow. The situation was stabilizing. They decided that regardless of which male guest they teamed up with, their primary focus would be on the journey ahead. They quickly brushed up on how to navigate in the forest and tell time, reciting it 300 times before the van finally arrived at the assembly point. They arrived neither early nor late, as some people were already standing in the small square. On the other side of the square stood imposing helicopters. Jiang Xueyan had sharp eyes, immediately spotting a tall man beside the helicopter, dressed in a floral shirt and sunglasses, with a smirk that exuded a hint of roguish charm.
He was Xiaoyan.
Jiang Xueyan's gaze fell upon the exquisite Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, which was worth millions. It seemed that Rongheng also owned a similar piece. The staff promptly approached to equip them with microphones and live streaming gear. This device, known as the cloud platform, hung around their necks, allowing viewers to witness their first-person perspective in real time. This was a survival wristband. In emergencies, pressing the protrusion on the band would signal our crew for assistance. After the straightforward equipment was set up, the other guests began to arrive. In addition to celebrities, there were ordinary participants and athletes, totaling 30 individuals. Everyone stood in the square with their luggage when the enigmatic new director made his appearance. The man, sporting black-rimmed glasses and appearing to be in his early 30s, possessed particularly sharp eyes. Curious onlookers flocked in, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. "I'm here. I made it just in time. Wow, so many people. Are we starting a live broadcast now? I'm all set." The director, holding a megaphone, addressed the crowd. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first season of Survival on a Deserted Island. My name is Lu Hao, but you can call me Director Lu." He continued, "You are all aware of the rules. So, let's get straight to the point." Lu's gaze surveyed the crowd, registering their expressions. In a cold, emotionless tone, he announced, "First, we will count the luggage. Each person may only bring 3 items onto the island." This declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. Only 3 items? Toilet paper, bread, water. Is that it? How do we play? No cosmetics allowed? Despite the uproar, Director Lu remained unmoved, his expression as frigid as ever. Jiang Xueyan exchanged knowing glances with Xu Yu and the others, pondering that clothing might not count as an item. They exchanged mischievous smiles. The fans tuning into their live stream felt a chill run down their spines. "Sister, stop laughing, I'm scared." Chapter 93. The Large Sock. "Do you think this green fishing net looks nice?" As everyone attempted to charm or reason their way into bringing more items, the girl group synchronously opened their luggage. They began adorning themselves with various items. Jiang Xueyan pulled out a long fishing net from her suitcase. Viewers were bombarded with queries. "Sister, what are you doing? Do you think this green fishing net looks nice? Don't put it on your head." The production team quickly noticed their antics, and Director Lu called out through the megaphone, "Jiang Xueyan, what are you doing?"
No cheating.
The crowd turned their attention to her as she blinked innocently, stating, "Director, this is my entrance outfit. It's not a fishing net, it's a design." Director Lu's lips twitched in disbelief. "A design? Are you kidding me?" Jiang Xueyan found a runway image on her phone and presented it. "See, that's how it's designed." The image was legitimate. The show was genuine. The rules merely stated that each person could bring 3 items, with no stipulation regarding attire. "Fine, let us see how much she can wear," the production team conceded. She then retrieved an iron pot from her luggage. "Why do you have a pot?" "Jiang Xueyan, are you moving houses? Quick, look at the director's face." He asked, turning green. "Ha ha ha." Director Lu adopted a serious tone, declaring, "Pots are not allowed. I've never seen clothes with pots attached." Jiang Xueyan set the pot aside and took out a roll of rope, wrapping it around her leg. She casually dismissed the production team, saying, "This is a binding design." "What a ridiculous binding design." Gao Yu and Shi followed suit, adorning themselves with an array of items, plastic bags that were undoubtedly avant-garde fashion elements, toilet paper that was the 2024 fashion staple, and bread rings that served as chic necklaces. Their audacious antics left everyone astonished. The other minor celebrities gazed in amazement, finding it hard to emulate Jiang Xueyan's audacity of wearing a green fishing net and pink bread. After all, they were here for entertainment. It seemed implausible that guests would genuinely face survival challenges. In essence, it was permissible but unnecessary. Surely, the camp mentioned by the production team would be stocked with everything needed. Ultimately, Jiang Xueyan wrapped herself in a bed sheet, completely cocooned. Xu Yu, Gao Yu, and Lu Weiyang followed suit. 6 individuals draped in colorful sheets stood in stark contrast to the polished urban elite beside them. "We apologize. Our little ones are just being silly. This is too ridiculous. I can't bear to look. I'm going to die laughing. Look at the director's expression. I'm sorry. Our 6 little ones are just unconventional. When do we set off? Don't let our darling overheat." After confiscating their phones, the production team commenced the official proceedings. Best Actress Xu Meiyu, donned in a sun hat, chose 2 bottles of water, a loaf of bread, and a compass. Best Actor Lu Zheng opted for water, a lighter,
and a small knife.
Xiao Yuyu made similar choices as Xu Meiyu, substituting the compass for a map of the island. When it came to Xiao Yunrui, he selected a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a piece of chewing gum. Are you on vacation? Is that all you're bringing? No food or water. I can't wait to see you struggling to find something to eat on the deserted island. Wait, are you bringing gum to kiss someone? I'm intrigued. The production team raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Are you sure you only want to bring those items? Our survival on a deserted island is very real. Xiao Yunrui flashed a roguish smile, declaring, that's sufficient. Wow, Xiao Yunrui is quite handsome. Roguishly charming. If you disagree, argue with me. Otherwise, how could his ex-girlfriends not forget him? That smile captured my heart. Floral shirt, large sunglasses. I want to kiss him. Standing beside male celebrities, Xiao Yunrui holds his own. He is truly handsome, especially with his wealth. No wonder he is the most sought-after man among women in Huagua. I disagree. Don't forget about Rongheng, who is equally mesmerizing. Rongheng usually maintained a low profile, appearing only once or twice, mostly inside profiles or shadows. Nevertheless, he captivated countless netizens. Subsequently, the production team approached Jiang Xueyan and her companions. Director Liu, observing their bulging bags, inquired of his staff, did they pack anything against the rules? No, came the reply. Liu nodded, assuming it was merely clothing and likely not problematic. All right, have you decided which 3 items to bring? Jiang Xueyan replied, water, map, pot. The director glanced at the pot, his eyes twitching, suppressing the urge to comment, and moved on to the next person. Gaoyu water, a mix of salt, monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, and chili powder, a medicine kit. Shuyu, water, oil, mosquito repellent. Lu Weiyong, water, snake repellent, raincoat. Xia Tian, water, bucket, large waterproof plastic sheet. Xiaoning, water, spear, a giant jar of moisturizer. The items they brought became increasingly outrageous. Bringing a pot was one thing, but spices? What were they thinking? You are not embarking on a survival expedition to a deserted island merely for leisure, are you? Are you truly certain about not bringing even a morsel of food? A friendly reminder. The journey from the landing site to the assembly point will take 2 days. Gaoyu shook her head, declaring she would not bring any food, as she had just feasted heartily and believed she would be fine. The bread prepared by the production team was quite diminutive, and even if she had brought it, it would have been of no consequence. I can attest that they devoured all the snacks from their bags just moments ago. It's torturous to watch. The director, somewhat skeptical, could not resist inquiring once more with his assistant, are you certain they haven't hidden anything? After landing on the island, confiscating any hidden items would prove difficult. The assistant, having seen no evidence of concealed possessions, firmly shook his head, no. The director cast a dubious glance around the group before ultimately shaking his head and departing. These girl group members truly go to great lengths for the camera. What is with the bed sheets draped over them, if not to garner attention? Unfortunately, their aspirations are destined to be thwarted. These props are not rare. Upon arrival, they can be easily acquired through simple paired tasks. The production team confiscated everyone's phones and other luggage, commencing the next phase of the process. Chapter 94, Shattered. First, we will pair up in twos and take a helicopter to the designated location above the island. After a brief instruction on the descent procedures, you will utilize zip lines to lower yourselves. Next, we shall draw lots to determine group members. How thrilling! The helicopter descent, the entertainment industry is going all out. What if someone is afraid of heights? I remember Xu Meiyu seems to have a fear of heights. We must ensure that Xu Meiyu is grouped with Xiao Yunrui. The cool, aloof actress paired with the charming young master would be electrifying. In pairs. This year I won't have to worry about a lack of sugar to savor. I wonder who Jiang Xueyan will be paired with, given her sharp tongue. I doubt any man would want to engage with her. No need to thank me. The pure hate warrior will escort you to answer questions. After being reported and blocked on Weibo, users must answer questions to unlock the comment function. Upon discovering this, the pure hate warriors found it much easier. When in a good mood, they would spar with these detractors. When feeling low, they would simply send them off to answer questions. The live broadcast continued. Each person took turns drawing lots. First up was the acclaimed actor Liu Zheng, who drew number 8. Next was Xu Meiyu, who drew number 11. Before Xu Meiyu approached the lottery box, she glanced toward Xiao Yunrui, whose sunglasses obscured his gaze. Indeed, he still cares for his wife. Following that, Gu Zun stepped forward and drew number 6, which was also drawn by Xiao Yuyu. As the contents of the slips were revealed, the barrage of comments flew by rapidly. The first pair has emerged. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Mother is very pleased. Gu Zun is quite dashing, albeit a bit of a bro. However, Xiao Yu should be able to handle him effortlessly. The successfully paired duo approached the helicopter first, meeting each other for the first time and exchanging polite greetings. Shall we proceed? So good, Gu Zun. Please take good care of our Yu. Yu is of age and can now explore romance. Once on the helicopter, the signal was cut and they could no longer access the live broadcast. The audience from their stream migrated to other channels. At this point, the drawing was nearing its conclusion. Only Xu Meiyu, a male team leader, Jiang Xueyan, and Xiao Yunrui remained unpaired. Oh my, everything is a perfect arrangement, isn't it? A girl group member and a male team leader. They sound like a perfect match. Xu Meiyu and Xiao Yunrui, I am in tears. Jiang Xueyan stepped forward to draw her lot and drew number 1. A historic draw. I am ready to record this. Subsequently, the male team leader and Xiao Yunrui approached to draw their slips. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they unfolded their crumpled papers. One had number 11, the other number 1. What on earth? Director, come out and explain this to me. Why did Xiao Yunrui end up with Jiang Xueyan? Why? My dreams have shattered. The moment the results were revealed, all 4 wore expressions of discomfort. Even though Xiao Yunrui was wearing sunglasses, the audience still sensed the tension. Is the production team orchestrating something? Our Xu Meiyu's eyes have lost their sparkle. Director, how will you repay us fans? Jiang Xueyan was paired with Xiao Yunrui, while the male team leader Zhang Jiaxu stood behind the actress. Pairing with Xu Meiyu, they each picked up their gear and boarded the plane. The time was precisely 9 in the morning. They would arrive at their destination by noon, leaving them with only 8 hours to advance. It was advised not to venture out after dark. Jiang Xueyan stood next to Xiao Yunrui, draped in a bedsheet. No matter how one looked at it, they seemed mismatched. I can't believe it. Why pair Xiao Yunrui with such a person?
Who is she?
I don't recognize her. Chapter 95. Jiang Xueyan. Is she a staunch straight woman? That is Jiang Xueyan, you know? The winner of the Grammy for Best Song. She wrote that. I don't know. I don't listen to music. I don't recognize her. She looks unremarkable. Can you not get too close? Stay away from Xiao Yunrui. He belongs to Xu Meiyu. Even if you're healed, you still drool. Does Xiao Yunrui claim he is here for Xu Meiyu? You delusional love-struck fans should really keep your distance. In front of the cameras, Jiang Xueyan politely yet distantly acknowledged Xiao Yunrui. He nodded in response, exuding an air of aloofness. Yes, that is how Xiao Yunrui treats her. You must uphold your manly virtues. Otherwise, your wife will be displeased. Fans, don't be too outrageous. The actress boasted a fanbase of 60 million, encompassing both popularity and achievements, with a fiercely loyal following. Jiang Xueyan's fans' comments were swiftly buried beneath those of the actress's fans, akin to a drop of water disappearing into the ocean, leaving no trace. Upon boarding the helicopter, the live broadcast signal was severed. Jiang Xueyan and Xiao Yunrui sat side by side, while the crew members filmed from across the aisle. The staff were busy adjusting their equipment and, fortunately, the cabin was air-conditioned, preventing Jiang Xueyan from overheating. In an effort to carry additional items, she had even donned her rain boots. At that moment, the combination of shoes and rain boots was somewhat uncomfortable, and Jiang Xueyan was preparing to adjust her footwear. Suddenly, Xiao Yunrui flashed his dazzling Patek Philippe watch and said, "Why not be my woman? I can give you anything you desire." His voice was low, audible only to the two of them. Jiang Xueyan paused, ensuring she hadn't misheard. Was he out of his mind? Had he not fully awakened? She abruptly looked up, and Xiao Yunrui removed his sunglasses, locking eyes with her. He understood that Jiang Xueyan was with Ronghang for monetary reasons. He had encountered many such opportunistic women before. For the right price, they would do anything. Hypocritical and avaricious. I want your life. Give it to me. Xiao Yunrui hesitated for a moment, not angered, but rather amused. He understood the art of seduction. He then produced a check from his pocket, filled out by himself. Jiang Xueyan halted her fidgeting, raising her head to regard Xiao Yunrui as if he were a lunatic. She was already frazzled from wearing so many layers. And now this fool was putting on a show. The most irksome act was the pretense of masculinity. Jiang Xueyan snatched the check, scribbling a series of numbers on it, and then slapped it against the man's self-satisfied face. When will this be cashed? Xiao Yunrui, smirking with disdain, noted her sudden shift from innocence to boldness upon seeing the check. He chuckled softly. He glanced down at the check, noting the staggering figures she had written. 10 billion? He had previously spent no more than a few 100,000 on bags or a few million on cars for those young stars. Yet Jiang Xueyan boldly wrote out 10 billion. She is indeed a greedy woman. Xiao Yunrui tore up the check. Thinking I was joking?
No worries.
I'll give you time to ponder. No need to consider. I have no interest in a poor, pretentious, greasy, and ugly creature like you. Jiang Xueyan didn't even spare a glance at Xiao Yunrui. Poor? Pretentious? Greasy? Ugly? In his 28 years of life, no one had ever described him in such a manner. Be it the media or his elders, he was always regarded as talented, handsome, and affluent. To be labeled with such terms by this woman was simply outrageous. How could Ronghong tolerate her? Was he particularly fond of sharp tongues? Xiao Yunrui bit down on his back molars, stirred by a sense of rivalry. Teachers, we are about to commence filming, announced the staff, who had finished adjusting the equipment. They were preparing to capture the footage inside the cabin for later use in the final edit. However, following the earlier exchange, an unusual tension lingered between Jiang Xueyan and Xiao Yunrui. Silence enveloped them. Though they sat on the same side of the camera, it felt as though an entire galaxy could fit between them. Jiang Xueyan bore an expression that screamed "do not approach," while Xiao Yunrui donned sunglasses once more. The director's concept had transformed the survival on a deserted island into a romantic variety show disguised as survival reality. Consequently, the workflow differed from typical survival shows. For instance, the crew handed Jiang Xueyan and Xiao Yunrui their answer boards along with scripts. Could both teachers write down their initial impressions of each other? Xiao Yunrui lowered his head and scribbled a few words. Jiang Xueyan did the same. Prior to this, a colleague had warned him to be cautious, as both Jiang Xueyan and Xiao Yunrui were not to be underestimated. Yet, witnessing their obedient writing, he thought how cooperative these artists were. A satisfied smile graced his lips, radiating happiness. All right, please reveal your answers, he prompted. Xiao Yunrui wrote, special. The moment those words emerged, the staff's smiles broadened. Special. Affection often begins with finding someone special. The staff sensed the fragrance of trending topics. He suppressed his inner joy and inquired, what does the special mean? Could you share with us? Xiao Yunrui glanced at Jiang Xueyan through his sunglasses. I've never seen someone wear a bed sheet and fishing net on a hot day. As he spoke, the camera shifted to Jiang Xueyan, capturing her gray knee-high rain boots, the drawstring design, and the flamboyant bed sheet. Indeed, she was unconventional, completely disregarding her image. Jiang Xueyan maintained a bland expression, seemingly unaffected by Xiao Yunrui's commentary. The staff quickly continued, now, let's see what Xueyan wrote as her first impression. Jiang Xueyan raised her answer board high, revealing 3 bold characters. Inconvenient. What? The staff were taken aback. Inconvenient? What was inconvenient about Xiao Yunrui? His appearance, perhaps? What sort of adjective was that? They urged Miss Jiang to elucidate. Jiang Xueyan complied with conviction. The staff found themselves in a bind. Was she serious? Xiao Yunrui's expression instantly soured, creating an awkward atmosphere. The staff reassured themselves that it was merely an unexpected occurrence, and that they now possessed experience to avoid pitfalls in the future. When it came to the second question, the staff's tone shifted. Jiang Xueyan remarked, your final statement was unnecessary. You might as well have just given my ID number. 10 seconds later, they revealed their answers. Xiao Yunrui wrote, I am strong. Jiang Xueyan responded, don't take my food. Upon revealing the answers, Xiao Yunrui immediately glanced at Jiang Xueyan's response. Don't take her food? Did he, a prominent heir, really need to stoop to such a level? How condescending could one be? The staff wore expressions of disbelief. Jiang Xueyan, was she truly a straightforward woman? Sitting beside her was one of the nation's richest heirs, and all she could think to say was not to take her food? In such a moment, was she still concerned about her provisions? It was not entirely surprising that Jiang Xueyan had penned that answer, especially given that Xiao Yunrui had brought nothing but a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a piece of gum. Xiao Yunrui clenched his back molars and scoffed. Even if I were starving, I would rather perish outside than consume anything of yours. His proclamation echoed with determination, clearly indicating his anger. Jiang Xueyan nodded, wearing a contented expression that further infuriated Xiao Yunrui. Just wait, woman, he thought. It was simple enough not to bring provisions, after all. Who in the entertainment industry would dare to disregard him? Surely, the production team wouldn't let him go without a morsel of food. In the blink of an eye, their dynamic had transformed into a fierce rivalry. At noon, the helicopter arrived at the designated location. Through the small window beside the cabin, the entire island came into view. The island was enveloped by a deep blue sea, its surface shimmering under the sunlight. It appeared quite expansive, featuring 2 towering mountains. with a camp marked by a red flag nestled in the basin between them. To the north lay a steep cliff, while the southern region was largely covered in dense vegetation, casting shadows across the ground. This aligned with the information Jiang Xueyan had on her map. She noted her position, which was near a patch of wasteland close to the sea. With coconut trees lining the shore, sustenance seemed assured. However, their landing point appeared to be the farthest from the camp, meaning she would have to hurry after descending. The helicopter hovered above the wasteland, and once the safety officer concluded the briefing, they were instructed to fasten their safety harnesses. At that moment, the interrupted live stream resumed, and the barrage of comments flooded in. "Oh my, we finally get to see Xiao Yunrui. The other groups have already jumped and begun their journey." Just came from Shuang's side. "Our best actress is nearly in tears. It's quite heart-wrenching to watch. That boy from the boy band is too awkward. Even if he likes Shimayu, there's no need to struggle for conversation. Xiao Yunrui, hurry and check on your wife. How is Xiao Yunrui's group doing? I want to see if they're bickering. The atmosphere seems strange. What just happened? Director, please make sure to edit that footage. I always felt that Xiao Yunrui should dislike Jiang Xueyan. Haven't you noticed? He hardly acknowledges her. Is he already guarding his female lead so soon?" Chapter 96. I am your father. Is someone blind? Jiang Xueyan who is ignoring Xiao Yunrui? Who needs his attention anyway? Sister is perfectly fine on her own. I still prefer the pairing of Xiaoyu and Guzuan. The straightforward boy and the pure little star are adorable. Xiaoyu was too scared to jump, so Guzuan held her and they both jumped together. It was incredibly sweet. I wonder how this group will fare. Jiang Xueyan looks like a bear. Even if Xiao Yunrui wanted to embrace her, he wouldn't be able to. Xiao Yunrui said, "I only want my wife. Nobody else should meddle." As the remaining members of the group prepared to disembark, the wind outside was fierce, causing Jiang Xueyan's bedsheet to flutter around her legs. She glanced down, noticing the daunting height of several meters. Look at Jiang Xueyan's expression. What is she doing? Is she scared to the point of trembling? Xiao Yunrui believed that Jiang Xueyan was afraid, and with a wicked smile, he spoke with a tone laced with both pity and disdain. "What's the matter? Are you scared? Call me father, and I might graciously take you down. Please, Xiao. You wouldn't dare to bring another woman along, would you? Aren't you worried about angering the leading actress?" "Xiao, you're truly foolish." Jiang Xueyan must be overjoyed. Isn't her usual persona quite bold? Why is she suddenly afraid now? Ha ha ha, Xiao Yunrui's tone remains as irritating as ever. He only softens when addressing Xu Meiyu. How hilarious. Jiang Xueyan is left speechless by Xiao Yunrui's retort. The comments on the screen were lost on the stars, unable to perceive the real-time reactions. Jiang Xueyan took a deep breath and, in a swift motion that even Xiao Yunrui failed to anticipate, she gracefully landed on her feet. Within mere moments, her movements were fluid and precise, the thick layers of clothing she wore failing to hinder her elegant execution. Her expression, captured clearly by the gimbal she carried, radiated confidence as she descended from the hatch to the ground, unperturbed and serene. There was even a hint of barely contained excitement in her gaze. Jiang Xueyan is so cool. Isn't she the female contestant with the most impeccable landing? The other members of the girl group also looked quite good. Is this what dancing entails? No wonder they debuted. Their balance is remarkable. Wait, did you all hear what Jiang Xueyan said before she jumped? She uttered 3 words. I couldn't quite catch it, but it sounded like Shandong dialect. Xiao Yunrui, standing nearby, heard her clearly, and his fury ignited. The comments erupted as well, for Jiang Xueyan had declared, "I am your father?" Jiang Xueyan, you are truly audacious. I respect your spirit. Jiang Xueyan has cursed again. How adorable. To be fair, Xiao Yunrui's attitude was quite contemptible. After Jiang Xueyan's retort, I felt an unexpected sense of relief. Who is this woman? How rude to speak like that. Is she alright? She wouldn't take her insult seriously, would she? Does she not know who Xiao Yunrui is? Quite bold to insult him. Awaiting Xiao Yunrui's wrath as he retaliates. She could jump all she wants. How impressive. No wonder they call her a tomboy. The online community tends to be harsh, dissecting even the most minute gestures and glances. Thankfully, Jiang Xueyan was oblivious to these comments. Otherwise, she might just go live and berate them for days on end. The sand beneath her feet was soft, and the surface temperature was unbearably hot. Not long after her descent, beads of sweat began to form on her brow, as the outside temperature hovered around 34 to 35 degrees Celsius. How amusing. Jiang Xueyan wore so many layers for attention. Now she knows the heat. With all those layers, she's bound to struggle. Let us hope she doesn't drag anyone down with her. Did Jiang Xueyan forget to bring food? Ha ha ha. Is she going to nibble on grass later? Just as the comments dripped with sarcasm, Jiang Xueyan decisively began shedding her layers. A 2-meter sheet, an extra long rope, a pair of rain boots, a fishing net, 2 bottles of mineral water, a map, compressed biscuits, a flashlight, a small knife, a compass, fish hooks, a folding fan, mosquito repellent, an umbrella, and a sun hat? Wait! How did she manage to retrieve so many items? Wait! Did I just miss something? Did Jiang Xueyan go robbing? Hiding a folding knife in her shoe? You're something else. Compressed biscuits tucked in her hair, and she even hung the spicy snack on the fishing net. This is quite the clever maneuver. The most outrageous was the compass embedded in her clothing. The director witnessing this scene must be losing his hair. Haraha, no matter how cautious, she still found a way to outsmart everyone. Director Liu, engrossed in the live broadcast, watched in disbelief as Jiang Xueyan displayed a plethora of contraband items before her. His facial muscles twitching. How had she managed to sneak all this in right under everyone's noses? They had checked thoroughly 3 times before boarding the plane.
Quick.
Look at the other girl group members. They're all doing the same thing. Our precious Xueyu brought a bottle of cooking oil. I'm dying of laughter. While other guests may have sneaked in a few small items, Jiang Xueyan and her fellow group members were a rare breed. Were they moving house? Why didn't they bring a folding bed? The director was on the verge of a breakdown. Oblivious, Jiang Xueyan didn't wait for Xiaoyan, pulling out a compass to confirm her direction before setting off lightly. Chapter 97. The wild durian transforms into a jet. She produced a large plastic bag from who knows where, stuffing all the forbidden items inside. Wearing a sun hat, with the compass in her left hand and the plastic bag in her right, she sped off. The sun blazed fiercely, and after only a few steps, she was drenched in sweat. Typically, journeys are arranged for the evening, but this was an uninhabited island. As night fell, many hidden dangers could lurk. The dense vegetation around her left no visible paths. Fortunately, Jiang Xueyan wore long pants and sneakers, sparing her from the cuts of the wild grass and thorns. Recently, she had diligently studied numerous videos on wild plants, and along her path, she spotted many edible weeds. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, who had descended thinking his suave exit would impress Jiang Xueyan, was met with silence as he surveyed the empty expanse. He inquired of the staff behind him. Where is she? She left ahead. Such disorganization. Running off alone. Why didn't Jiang Xueyan wait for Xiaoyan? It's dangerous on this island. I can't stand 2 types of people in survival shows. Those who reap without sowing, and those like Jiang Xueyan who run amok, thinking they know better, hindering others. If she goes missing on the island, let us hope it doesn't force everyone to search for her. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xueyan hindering others? Maybe you should check her live stream before speaking. What's so interesting in her stream? Boring. She hasn't fallen and can't move, right? Hee hee. Why don't you check her live stream before commenting? Just a minute ago, I felt the same way about her, but now I want to kneel before her. Watch Jiang Xueyan turn the tables swiftly. Critics, go watch Jiang Xueyan's live stream. The comments polarized, piquing the curiosity of onlookers. What is happening in Jiang Xueyan's live stream? I'll check it out. I'm going too. Casual viewers clicked into Jiang Xueyan's live stream, eager to see what this star would unveil. Before them stood a massive brown tree trunk, the camera occasionally panning over the verdant leaves. This perspective was increasingly peculiar. Is Jiang Xueyan in a tree? Can she climb trees? The trunk appeared to rise 2 or 3 stories off the ground, and when Jiang Xueyan looked down, the audience gasped, fearing she might plummet at any moment. This first-person view is terrifying. Oh no. You are quite the celebrity. Yet here you are, carelessly reclining on a tree? It seems you are unfamiliar with the recent events. Earlier, Jiang Xueyan spotted this tree and swiftly darted over, climbing it with remarkable agility. What kind of tree is this? It stands impressively tall. The tree trunk below the branches is smooth, making it difficult to imagine how she managed to scale it unaided. Is she born under the sign of the monkey? What kind of tree is this? Why would she choose to climb it? Are there fruits atop? As some viewers in the chat sought clarification, Jiang Xueyan adjusted the camera's angle. There, hanging from a sturdy branch, was a large, golden durian. Oh my, a wild durian. The fruit appeared plump and substantial, its spikes resembling tiny cat claws, and it was evident that this durian promised sweetness. To think there exists a durian tree on this island. Where is the justice in this? Where is the morality? And the address? One cannot blame Jiang Xueyan for her swift movements. If I were in her position, I would run even faster. With a microphone in hand, her voice resonated throughout the live stream. Can you smell the fragrance of the durian? It is ripe. I shall not feed it today. It will surely spoil. Is it permissible for me to indulge in a few? Qingjie, are you watching the live stream? That durian shouldn't contribute to weight gain, right? What a curious inquiry from this woman. Does she truly believe we can perceive the aroma of the durian? Indeed, it is merely her own craving speaking. Is Qingjie perhaps Jiang Xueyan's manager? You must intervene and prevent her from eating it. I cannot bear to witness it, for I would undoubtedly crave it myself. Fear not. Dear viewers, there is no need for alarm. The durian tree is so elevated that any fallen fruit would likely be damaged, ensuring she cannot obtain the good ones. The durians upon the tree are ripe and full of moisture, each weighing at least 7 to 8 pounds. Jiang Xueyan pondered how she might safely bring the durian down. Just then, footsteps approached from below. Xiao Yunrui had arrived. He initially saw only Jiang Xueyan's camera at the base of the tree, with no sign of her. Where could she be? The crew glanced up, following his gaze, and soon Xiao Yunrui spotted Jiang Xueyan sprawled upon the tree. A smirk uncontrollably crept across his lips. Is it refreshing up there? Hey, take off your shirt. A voice called down, imbued with a hint of cool arrogance. Take off my shirt just because you say so? Dream on if you wish to see my abs. Xiao Yunrui muttered to himself, yet 1 minute later, he stripped down completely. Is this what you wanted?
Wow.
Xiao Yunrui actually has six-pack abs. They look quite inviting to touch. How fortunate we are. Xiao Yunrui, what are you doing? Jiang Xueyan commands you to strip, and you comply? Aren't you concerned about Xu Meiyu's reaction? Alas, it seems someone's path to winning back their beloved will be fraught with obstacles. I am utterly amazed by the foolishness of some fans. Xiao Yunrui never claimed he was here for Xu Meiyu. All of this is mere speculation from you fans. What manner of woman could Xiao Yunrui not attract, even if she were an award-winning actress? Please, keep your discussions to your own channels and refrain from disrupting Jiang Xueyan's live stream. I always presumed Xu Meiyu was Xiao Yunrui's former flame, a cherished memory. Is that not the case? You ought to consume fewer marketing narratives. Xiao Yunrui has never acknowledged such claims. Furthermore, given his financial prowess, if he truly favored Xu Meiyu, why does he switch partners more frequently than one changes attire? The enamored fans, however, are impervious to rational discourse. His flirtatious demeanor merely serves as a facade. Xiao Yunrui is, in truth, a remarkably devoted individual, as evident in his early interviews. It is common knowledge that he harbors a cherished memory. And do you not perceive how cautious he is around Xu Meiyu? Is this not true love? You are simply sour grapes, unable to partake. Beneath the durian tree, Xiao Yunrui, unaware of the romantic persona others have assigned him, stood shirtless in a pose he deemed charming. Yet Jiang Xueyan, without sparing him a glance, merely instructed him to catch. Before he could fully comprehend, a massive durian plummeted down, nearly striking him on the head. By some stroke of fortune, he evaded it just in time. Thud. The durian shattered upon impact, its flesh splattering in all directions, with remnants landing on Xiao Yunrui's black trousers. The color and positioning, combined with the fruit's hue, bore an uncanny resemblance to excrement. Xiao Yunrui felt something warm and sticky adhering to his backside. Turning to investigate, his eyes widened in shock. Jiang Xueyan, what on earth? You wasted such a bountiful durian. I should charge you for that. Compensate? Xiao Yunrui ground his teeth. Do you have any idea how much these trousers cost? I just checked. They are 36,000.
Pardon?
I earn 3,000 a month. It would take me a year of foregoing all expenses to afford a single pair of trousers. There are countless wealthy individuals in the world. What difference does one more make? It is not merely a matter of wealth. They came to this show without any change of clothes. From now on, Xiao Yunrui can only wear these pants that look as though they were smeared with excrement. I apologize for my unkind laughter. From her perch, Jiang Xueyan expressed her impatience. How much does it cost? Will you catch it or not? It was nearly 1 o'clock, and she was weary, overheated, and parched. The normally pampered Xiao Yunrui was feeling the strain. He pouted, shook out his shirt, and tossed it aside. Jiang Xueyan utilized a small knife to carefully slice through the durian stem. The fruit toppled down. Xiao Yunrui groaned. Yes, he caught it. But his left hand was pricked by the durian spikes. He discarded the fruit, his expression darkening, and turned off the microphone and camera. Did it strike you? Is it injured? I warned you that this could be dangerous. Unless you are a professional, do not engage in such activities. Did Jiang Xueyan injure Xiao Yunrui? On the very first day of the broadcast, an accident occurs. Surely not. Xiao Yunrui approached the filming crew, extending his injured hand. Where is the medical team accompanying us? My hand is bleeding. bandage it. In truth, his injury was not severe, merely a superficial puncture that bled slightly. The filming crew switched off the camera. Our team is at the next station, just a 30-minute walk away. Do you have a band-aid? The crew examined Xiao Yunrui's wound. I am sorry, but we cannot assist the guests. Xiao Yunrui frowned, his expression as dark as coal. Do you not recognize who I am? The crew member blinked. Aware of Xiao Yunrui's formidable reputation, yet bound by the director's orders. He shook his head. Mr. Xiao, we truly cannot assist. Jiang Xueyan's live broadcast continues. And water? The crew member shook his head. Food? The crew member continued to shake his head. In moments of silence, one may find humor. Xiao Yunrui chuckled. No water. No food. And now my trousers are soiled. He pointed a finger at the crew member's head, reminding him to remember this moment. Xiao Yunrui looked up, addressing Jiang Xueyan. How shall we divide this durian? You are quite cunning, aren't you? 50-50 then? Very well. Xiao Yunrui, is it not customary to negotiate further? Will she truly be capable of conducting business? If not, perhaps a negotiation at 46-37 is in order. Jiang Xueyan perched herself upon a tree trunk, tearing open the packaging of the spicy Prince snack. A wave of bold and piquant aroma wafted through the air. Xiao Yunrui swallowed hard, not out of craving for the spicy strips, as he typically eschewed such junk food. It was merely that the hour had come, and hunger had set in. Jiang Xueyan leisurely savored the spicy strips, the overwhelming scent wafting around Xiao Yunrui, an unbearable torture. It was not just him. Even the crew members could hardly contain their salivation. Are you going to ignore her secret stash of snacks? One of the crew members shot a lingering glance at Xiao Yunrui, questioning if he was truly unwilling to intervene. How could he possibly manage Jiang Xueyan, who had climbed so high? Ha ha. The distribution is unfair. Xiao Yunrui has lodged a complaint. Another chimed in. Oh dear, don't say that. I'm genuinely hungry now. I can't afford the 36,000 trousers, but I can flaunt my spicy prints for just $1 a pack, another quipped. A rumble emanated from Xiao Yunrui's stomach, signaling its emptiness. Can we settle for 37? I've contributed somewhat, he proposed. Jiang Xueyan shook her head, insisting. No, I climbed the tree, wielded the knife, and plucked the fruit. I could manage it alone. At most, 28. He gritted his teeth. Fine, he relented, shaking out his shirt. Jiang Xueyan carefully folded her unfinished spicy strips and tucked them into her pocket to avoid any spillage, then bent down to slice the durian. It appeared to weigh around 9 pounds. As she severed the stem, the durian plummeted to the ground. Let us hope it doesn't land on Xiao Yunrui. He looks ready to shatter. Receiving a durian while wearing a 20,000 outfit. How surreal. Xiao Yunrui was fully focused on catching the falling durian. He deftly wrapped his arms around it, using the momentum to stabilize his hold. Next, she said, and they worked in perfect harmony, collecting over 10 large durians. The ground was strewn with abundant fruit. Jiang Xueyan swiftly descended, saying, Here, take the knife and open it. Her commanding gesture would have drawn Xiao Yunrui's mockery in the past, but now, fatigue and hunger dulled his wit. He accepted the knife without a word and, disregarding the prickles, began to open the durian. He pried apart one segment, revealing the round, plump, yellow flesh that looked utterly enticing. The air was thick with the scent of ripe durian, and without a second thought, he stuffed it into his mouth. The rich sweetness filled his entire palate.
So sweet.
So sticky. Is this really wild durian? It seems even better than imported ones. Xiao Yunrui was oblivious to Jiang Xueyan as he savored the fruit, while she proceeded to open the remaining segments for him. The two crew members exchanged glances, each recognizing the desire reflected in the other's eyes. We're working. We can't eat. Jiang Xueyan stood up and approached them, insisting, if we don't finish it, it will spoil. We cannot waste food. Hurry, eat up. And we must continue our journey. The two crew members set down their cameras, and Jiang Xueyan's gimbal could attest to her insistence. It was Jiang Xueyan who forced them to eat, not their own volition, Director. Please don't penalize us. The two men took refuge in the shade, eagerly tearing into the durian. The soft, sticky texture exclusive to durians was absolutely delightful. Observing their indulgence, Jiang Xueyan leaned closer. I overheard you two discussing confiscating something of mine. The crew paused mid-bite, and Jiang Xueyan waved the spicy prince. I found this on the island, right? Ha ha ha. This tone is priceless. I knew Jiang Xueyan was too generous to share durian with the crew. Folks, from Xiao Yunrui's perspective, I saw Jiang Xueyan smirking mischievously. She was clearly plotting something. Haha, where could one possibly find spicy strips on an island? The two cameramen lowered their heads, fully understanding Jiang Xueyan's implication. After all, one does not bite the hand that feeds them. They each managed to muster a reluctant conceding to Jiang Xueyan's underhanded tactics. With her objective achieved, Jiang Xueyan nodded in satisfaction and began to relish her durian feast. Rong Heng, however, did not partake in durian, finding its scent repugnant. Since moving into his villa, Jiang Xueyan had only indulged in durian once. She had not anticipated that on this tiny deserted island, she would find the freedom to indulge in durian. 3 durian trees bore fruit, laden with ripe and unripe specimens. Jiang Xueyan marked a general location on her map. Should resources dwindle in the future, they might come to forage for food. Hey, have you had enough? We need to leave soon. Xiao Yunrui tossed aside the durian pit. First, I'm not Hey. I'm Xiao Yunrui. Second, this little bit is hardly enough to fill my gaps. You're being quite unreasonable. Let us split it 28 ways. He had never encountered such a lopsided deal in his life. Jiang Xueyan tied the remaining 7 durians together with a rope and tossed them to Xiao Yunrui. If only your abilities matched your verbosity. Xiao Yunrui. Ha ha ha, I've learned something new. Xiao Yunrui's face is about to freeze. What an epic failure. He must never have expected Jiang Xueyan to treat him so disdainfully. Hey, Jiang Xueyan fans, let us indulge in something nice. Don't mistake rudeness for authenticity. How can you still support her? Mind your own business. Even the Pacific police aren't as nosy. Xiao Yunrui. Doesn't he matter? Jiang Xueyan. Doesn't he matter? Netizens, it matters. I advise them not to be too defensive. The makeshift station was merely a rudimentary shelter, stocked with food, water, and a small freezer. Jiang Xueyan and her companions arrived quicker than anticipated. The staff was exuberant, having prepared a series of bonding games. After 2 hours under the scorching sun, Xiao Yunrui was drenched in sweat, his face a deep crimson, especially since he was hauling hefty durians. Water. I need some water. While durian could satiate hunger, nothing could quench his thirst. The staff chuckled and began reciting their lines. Welcome to the supply station. You must complete corresponding tasks to receive rewards. Xiao Yunrui, what tasks do we have? Let us see. Task 1. Form pairs to complete 3 rounds of truth or dare. Verified by live viewer votes. Reward. 4 bottles of mineral water and 2 loaves of bread. Task 2. Hold hands and gaze at each other for 3 minutes. Upon completion, you succeed. Reward. 2 bottles of chilled drinks and a serving of self-heating hot pot. One side offered water and bread, while the other promised iced beverages and hot pot. It was obvious which option to choose. Xiao Yunrui, filled with enthusiasm, beckoned Jiang Xueyan come on. However, Jiang Xueyan, without glancing at the supply station, shook her bulging bag. I have enough water. I'm leaving now. Ha ha, how pitiful Xiao Yunrui looks. I'm dying of laughter. Look at Xiao Yunrui's expression. He*s about to crack. Someone save him. He*s about to break. Jiang Xueyan, don't go. Hey. The supply station staff was taken aback. This was not how the director had scripted it. With Jiang Xueyan's departure, the tasks could not be completed and sweet moments would be absent. Were they truly going to film the guests laboring away? Jiang Xueyan is so selfish. She is food, yet doesn't he care if Xiao Yunrui lives or dies? Xiao Yunrui didn't he choose water himself? Jiang Xueyan has already shared durian with him. What more is needed? Let us not impose moral obligations. They barely know each other. The tasks assigned by the director are quite stringent. One involves truth or dare, the other holding hands and gazing. This is rather demanding. The staff, unable to make a decision, called the director. Director Liu, what should we do if the guest refuses to participate in the tasks? They questioned. On such a hot day, how could they possibly refuse? The staff glanced toward the direction in which Jiang Xueyan had departed and then at the luscious durian, realizing that she had more supplies than they did. Director Liu, comfortably lounging on a beach chair soaking up the sun, sat up at the sound of this news, his initial reaction one of disbelief. Nonsense, how could that be? The staff recounted what they had witnessed, their eyes widening when they saw Jiang Xueyan extracting a flashlight, compass, and other tools from the creases of her sheets. You hid compressed biscuits in your hair? A knife and lighter in the soles of your shoes? Is that even possible? Have you worked in customs before? You certainly know how to conceal items. All these contraband goods ought to have been confiscated, the accompanying staff thought. As the director pondered this, he noticed Jiang Xueyan climbing a tree to pick durians, then bribing the filming crew with them. Incredible. Is she just lucky? How did we not notice those 3 towering durian trees when we scouted the location? Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, the staff awaited further instructions. Currently, it was Xiao Yunrui who wanted to engage in the tasks, while Jiang Xueyan was uncooperative. Wait, Xiao Yunrui has disabled the live stream. Oh no, director. Xiao Yunrui is stealing supplies. Should we intervene? Jiang Xueyan is not cooperating. Xiao Yunrui was no gentleman. He anticipated such misfortune while investing in survival on a deserted island. It was only the first day, yet faced with the temptation of beverages, he brazenly resorted to theft. This is unacceptable. It disrupts the rules. Xiao Yunrui bared his teeth like a fierce dog, the prospect of being outdone by Jiang Xueyan flashing before him. Rules? My rules are the only ones that matter. Like a wild stallion unleashed, he plundered the entire supply station, devouring ice creams from the freezer in mere moments. Not to mention the chilled drinks, all fell victim to Xiao Yunrui's gluttony. Bring on the self-heating hot pots and bread. His swiftness left the staff paralyzed with fear, locking themselves in corners, dreading he would seize them too. The director, upon hearing the commotion on the other end of the line, felt a twitch in his brow. Has the live stream cut out? It had indeed. The director sighed in relief, only for the staff to add, the microphone is still on. Director Lu's relief was instantly replaced with anxiety.
What?
Chapter 99. My goodness. Who instilled him with such confidence? Haraha. Laughing to death, the screen went black, but not entirely. Hey, Xiao Yunrui, did you forget to turn off the mic? I can hear the sound of a pig foraging. What is that ruckus? He wouldn't have robbed the supply station outright, would he? That's hilarious. My rules are the only rules, and he flipped the script. Xiao Yunrui is truly something. I see other teams diligently completing their tasks, especially the actress and the male team leader. He practically glued to Xu Meiyue. Hurry to the assembly point, so Xiao Yunrui's wife doesn't have to suffer. Now Jiang Xueyan must be regretting her speed. Whether Jiang Xueyan was regretting or not remained a mystery, but Xiao Yunrui was now satiated. The stream resumed, revealing a scene of chaos. Xiao Yunrui, unfazed, declared, a sudden storm swept through the island, and I did my best to salvage the supplies, but alas, they were all taken by the tempest.
Amen.
Haraha, what a ridiculous storm. Perhaps you should open your eyes and take a look. It's calm outside. I find his blatant lies all too familiar. Just like an hour ago, when Jiang Xueyan threatened the staff, claiming the spicy strips came from the deserted island. This group is hilarious, ha ha. Xiao Yunrui, you still have chili oil on your lips. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. The director, however, was far from amused. Jiang Xueyan and Xiao Yunrui seemed to be his nemesis. The program had barely begun, and the fairness had already been compromised. How could he establish authority now? After much contemplation, Director Lu quickly devised an excellent plan. After the fray, Xiao Yunrui counted his spoils. 1 small freezer, 20 ice creams, 3 self-heating hot pots, 6 bottles of mineral water, and 2 drinks. He stuffed everything into the freezer, fully prepared for the journey ahead. With these supplies, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink until they reached the camp. He took large strides, swiftly catching up to the advancing Jiang Xueyan. He purposefully tore open an ice cream wrapper in front of her, revealing the green bean flavor, steam rising from it, looking refreshing. Want some? Jiang Xueyan shot him a glare. You know, silence is a man's best cosmetic. Cosmetic? I'm handsome enough. I don't need it. Jiang Xueyan couldn't help but scoff inwardly at his foolishness. How could a wealthy man be so oblivious? Why was Rong Heng so perfect? This man before her was utterly senseless. Admit it, you want to eat it. You're just pretending to be aloof. This ice cream is sweet, cool, and delightful. The man, with his booming voice, thought himself charming. Heavens, who gave him such confidence? Liang Jingru? No, she only handles courage. Jiang Xueyan found a dense banana tree to rest beneath, and unable to withstand his incessant chatter, she finally spoke. Let me tell you a story. Once, there was a person who loved to show off, and he ended up being killed, dying a miserable death. Pfft, ha ha ha. I absolutely adore Jiang Xueyan's personality. How can she be so entertaining? She asked, directly roasting Xiao Yunrui. Aha. Once again, I can see that defeated expression on Xiao Yunrui's face. It's clear Jiang Xueyan is not fond of him at all, relentlessly confronting him. Keep bragging, and now you're being scolded. Serves you right. It was now past 4 p.m., the sun scorching the ground like a furnace. Jiang Xueyan carried the durian, her clothes soaked in sweat, her light makeup washed away, revealing a pale, fresh face beneath. Even having seen Jiang Xueyan's bare face countless times in the camp, I am still taken aback by her beauty. Her bone structure is truly exceptional. Xiao Yunrui drew closer, able to discern the fine hairs on her face. While her visage was indeed attractive, there were others in the industry who were equally or more so. Xiao Yunrui couldn't fathom why Rong Heng adored her. What did he see in her? If a woman like Jiang Xueyan were to throw herself at him, he wouldn't want her. Silently, he cursed her back as a manly woman. Rong Heng. Tire of her soon and let her go. She's not gentle or delicate at all. As Jiang Xueyan continued on her path, she did not remain idle. Occasionally stopping to scribble on the map, engaged in her own endeavors. Each rest lasted no more than 5 minutes. Once the time was up, she promptly donned her hat and resumed her journey. Jiang Xueyan was not inclined to engage with Xiao Yunrui. They walked forward in silence, the viewer count in the live stream plummeting drastically. Survival on a deserted island had invited 30 guests in total, of which only 8 had experience in survival, while the rest were relatively popular celebrities. In the 3 official live streams pinned at the top, the first features Lu Zheng and an ordinary guest. The second showcases Xu Meiyu and the male team leader, while the third presents Gu Zun and Xiao Yuyu. Lu Zheng's charm remains undiminished, captivating the guest with just a few words, rendering her flustered and unable to meet his gaze throughout the session, enveloped in a bubble of pink affection. In stark contrast, the live stream of Xu Meiyu and the male team leader is rife with unfriendly comments. You asked for help with the water, yet you touched our Xu Meiyu's hand. What? Have you never seen a kind person before? Get your filthy hands away. Xiao Yunrui, come save your wife. Xu Meiyu's composure is slipping, haha. Do Xu Meiyu's fans have persecution paranoia? If it weren't for the help, my brother wouldn't have touched that older woman. Meanwhile, the pairing of Gu Zun and Xiao Yuyu emerges as the most refreshing. The taciturn man quietly assists Xiao Yuyu with her bag and even offers her his shoes when her high heels hinder her mobility. Xiao Yuyu transitions from initial awkwardness to obediently trailing behind the man, their cooperation becoming increasingly harmonious, particularly when they share a 3-minute gaze at the supply station, igniting a flurry of excited comments. It's like watching a romantic drama. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman. I absolutely adore them. Please, you two, hurry and film a drama together, preferably with lots of kissing scenes. Director Lu's troubled heart lightens as he observes the rising popularity of Gu Zun and Xiao Yuyu's live stream. He synchronizes the real-time locations of each group on the screen before him, marked by red dots. Due to the helicopter drop-off method, each group's landing site varies, as does their distance from the base camp. Remarkably, within just a few hours, the group led by Jiang Xueyan, initially the furthest away, is now the closest to the base camp. They have been sweating profusely all afternoon, and if they maintain their pace, they should arrive by approximately 9 p.m. The production team, considering the artists' usual lack of exercise and the scorching daytime sun, has calculated that their actual travel time would only be between 4 to 8 hours. However, they did not anticipate Jiang Xueyan, the relentless warrior, to persist under the blazing sun, trudging along determinedly. By the end of the day, she is nearly at the base camp. Other groups, including Gaoyu and Shuyu, are also progressing swiftly. Wait, why do those names sound so familiar? A staff member whispers, realizing they are all from Jiang Xueyan's team. Director Lu is taken aback.
What?
Does Jiang Xueyan's girl group possess such stamina? Director, what should we do? Should we control them? Lu feels overwhelmed.
Control?
Control what? It's a live broadcast. Let them be. They can do as they please. The base camp will not admit them until they complete their tasks, just like the other groups. Only then will they receive their tents and sleeping bags. At 7:30 p.m., as the sun casts its final glow, Xiao Yunrui pushes himself forward with sheer willpower. A frail figure ahead of him never pauses, despite her clothes being soaked with sweat. What is it? It's just a variety show. Everyone else is putting on a show. Why is she trying so hard? The appearance fees are already signed. Performing well won't increase them. He thinks Jiang Xueyan is being overly stubborn. Hey, take a break. But Jiang Xueyan ignores him, continuing to drag the durian forward. The rough rope has already caused blisters on her right hand. Xiao Yunrui, exasperated, reaches out and grabs the collar of Jiang Xueyan's shirt. I said, take a break. How long are you planning to walk? It's getting dark. Jiang Xueyan halts, glancing at the sky. It might rain tonight, and camping outdoors is unsafe. Let's head to the camp. The director, watching the live stream, turns to a professional beside him. Is it going to rain tonight? The weather forecast doesn't indicate it, but it's uncertain. The island's climate changes rapidly. Prepare emergency plans for the night. The tents we provided for the guests are waterproof and slip-resistant. Unless there's extreme weather, even if it rains later, it should be light. So there's no need to worry. Xiao Yunrui finds Jiang Xueyan's fears unfounded. How could it possibly rain when the sun is blazing? You haven't eaten much. I have a self-heating pot. Would you like some? Jiang Xueyan pauses, scrutinizing Xiao Yunrui from head to toe before shaking her head with a frown. What does that expression mean? You're not that kind-hearted. I'm afraid it's poisoned. Xiao Yunrui is amused, realizing she suspects him of being a villain who would poison her.
If you don't want it, fine.
He pulls out a drink from the cooler, finishing the last sip. The ice packs have melted, leaving only cool water. He discards the cooler and lightens his load. As he passes by Jiang Xueyan, he notices the marks on her palm and, almost instinctively, picks up the heavy durian. He meets Jiang Xueyan's surprised gaze and awkwardly asks, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a kind person before? Is he insane?" From his earlier declaration of wanting to support her to this sudden act of kindness, Jiang Xueyan begins to suspect there is something wrong with Xiao Yunrui's mind. At Jiang Xueyan's insistence, they finally arrive at the assembly point before 9 p.m. The small cabin offers no beds or supplies, save for a large light for illumination. Exhausted from the afternoon, Xiao Yunrui can't help but complain. Is this what you call a base camp? It looks like a beggar's den. The director, watching each group's live stream, finds Jiang Xueyan's scene increasingly familiar. Especially that door. Doesn't it resemble his studio's door? Just then, Jiang Xueyan pushes the door open. Director, our group is the first to reach the camp, right? Director Liu is inadvertently caught on camera. Haha, so this is what the director looks like. That bald head. Jiang Xueyan barged into the director's camp. Hilarious. Liu pauses momentarily, hastily donning a hat and mask. This is the backstage area. You're not allowed in. If you come in again, I'll deduct your supplies next time. His voice emerges as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Xiao Yunrui, approaching, is less courteous, his tone icy. Director, looks like you're quite comfortable lounging in that little chair. Without further ado, Xiao Yunrui pulls out the chair and casually sits down, exuding an air of relaxed authority. It must be said, when Xiao Yunrui isn't acting erratically, he possesses quite a commanding presence. Silent and stern, he fiddles with a gum container. Liu stands up, feeling a bit awkward in front of the camera.
Haha.
This is too funny. Xiao Yunrui is bullying the director. The more I watch, the more the director resembles a quail. All timid and shriveled. Blame this awful director for coming up with such a terrible idea, making them walk such a long distance. My Xiao Yu has blisters on her feet. I heard the director was someone else before. This director is new. Jiang Xueyan crosses her arms, displaying a demeanor that suggests she won't leave without a reward. The director feels a throbbing headache coming on. One of them hoards supplies, while the other outright robs the supply station. Both are quite the bandits. Without supplies, they simply cannot proceed. The director waves his hand, signaling an assistant to bring 2 backpacks. Here is your reward. He then ushers the 2 out, as if they were a nuisance. With a bag each, they head toward the cabin, only to find the door locked. Thank goodness there are still 2 lights. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see anything. By now, it is already 9 p.m. The temperature on the island varies greatly between day and night. Jiang Xueyan puts on her windbreaker from earlier, attempting to ward off the chill. While Xiao Yunrui is not so fortunate. He was clad in merely a shirt today, and the gusts of wind sent him shivering uncontrollably. Chapter 101. One more bandit than the last.
A bag.
Surely there were items within. With his stiff fingers, he unzipped the mountaineering backpack, revealing 5 items: a bag of cotton, a blueprint, fishing line, a fishing rod, and an embroidery needle. The rest was merely waste paper, used to expand the space. Jiang Xueyan's bag held the same provisions. Xiao Yunrui rummaged through the bag, discovering nothing but these few items. No tent? Where would he sleep tonight? No warm clothing? Was he to freeze to death? At that moment, a staff member interjected, stating that guests needed to complete a pair task to obtain a tent and sleeping bag. Do tell. Hee, a pairing task. Will sparks of romance ignite between them? I'm quite curious. Haha, Jiang Xueyan dismisses Xiao Yunrui so thoroughly. Surely she wouldn't participate in a pairing task. It was still the same 2 from this afternoon. One could be chosen. All eyes turned to Jiang Xueyan. Would she agree? Xiao Yunrui himself was uncertain of Jiang Xueyan's true intentions. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Xueyan silently organized the contents of her backpack. All right, let us proceed. Huh? Jiang Xueyan actually agreed? I told you, she is not as innocent as she appears. She's deliberately acting this way to capture Xiao Yunrui's attention. I bet she'll choose that 3-minute gaze and hand-holding option for the chance of physical contact. After acting all day, she finally can't maintain the facade. Xiao Yunrui was taken aback. You truly agreed? Jiang Xueyan rolled her eyes. It was a tent. It was a sleeping bag. Was she foolish enough to refuse? Upon seeing the camp's rudimentary wooden cabin today, she understood that the production team had no intention of providing them with proper accommodations on the island. Moreover, the blueprint depicted the structure of a house. Tomorrow's task might very well entail building one. Before constructing a house, a secure and windproof shelter was essential. It seemed this pairing interaction was unavoidable. I choose the first truth or dare. Exciting. Jiang Xueyan is still so young. Earlier this afternoon, a pair chose truth or dare, and that participant was quite bold, directly making the male guest blush. Given Xiao Yunrui's character, he should also pose some rather outrageous questions. Xiao Yunrui closed the lid of his chewing gum and smiled down at Jiang Xueyan. But Jiang Xueyan, do not regret this. The rules of the game were simple. Both parties would play rock, paper, scissors, and the winner could demand the other choose truth or dare. Let us begin. In the first round, Jiang Xueyan emerged victorious. Xiao Yunrui accepted his defeat. I choose truth. Please, Jiang Xueyan, ask us something. Typically, when someone asks for a truth, it revolves around crushes or the last kiss. However, Jiang Xueyan was different. She agreed to truth or dare, but not to pose questions to Xiao Yunrui. Do you often sneakily consume pig feed behind others' backs? Huh? Truth or dare can be played like this. This is purely insulting, right? Ha ha ha, so savage. On camera, Xiao Yunrui's face visibly stiffened. He gritted his teeth. I do not. Jiang Xueyan smirked. Oh really? Her gaze clearly conveyed disbelief. I genuinely have no need to eat it. No need to explain. Explanations are merely veils. And veils are fabrications. I understand. Xiao Yunrui loves pig feed. His expression is truly unnatural. What the hell? Eating pig feed. Jiang Xueyan's questions always catch one off guard. This reminds me of the earlier antics with the grandmother running around. In the second round, Xiao Yunrui was infuriated. He was determined to teach Jiang Xueyan a lesson. Yet, fate was not on his side.
Jiang Xueyan choisit.
He chose paper.
I cosa dare?
Surely he couldn't ask her those bizarre questions now. However, when he selected dare, a mysterious smile graced Jiang Xueyan's face. Jiang Xueyan, please stop smiling. It's somewhat frightening, almost unsettling. Jiang Xueyan parted her lips.
Now.
Immediately kissed the director's bald head. Big socks, is this even a proper request? Why didn't you choose truth instead? Why dare? The smile won't fade. It will merely shift from Xiao Yunrui's face to ours. I can't decide whether to feel sympathy for Xiao Yunrui or for the director. What wrong has the director's bald head done? Xiao Yunrui was dumbfounded. What Jiang Xueyan said was undeniably in Chinese. Why could he not comprehend?
Now.
Immediately. Kiss the director's bald head?
Damn.
This is too disgusting. Give me a different option. Xiao Yunrui's face was filled with resistance. What kind of person was he? Kiss a bald old man? He must be out of his mind. Meanwhile, the director, watching the live broadcast from the control room, felt a chill on his head and silently tightened his hat. Truly, this was torture. One need not fear thieves, but rather the thieves who keep their eyes on you. Change? Can you even handle this? Consider it a favor owed. Hurry up and switch. And don't forget there is still another round to come. One should show mercy where possible. Jiang Xueyan was quite astute. A favor from Xiao Yunrui should hold considerable value. All right then. Pout, cross your legs, use a high-pitched voice, and sway your body while saying, I just turned 18 this year. Ha ha ha. I recognize this meme. Chapter 102. Just turned 18. Jiang Xueyan truly embodies the spirit of an 18-year-old internet surfing warrior. She is aware of the trending just turned 18 meme. The just turned 18 meme originated from a popular Douyin influencer and became a sensation, prompting various bloggers to imitate it. Having such a distinguished man as Xiao Yunrui perform such an embarrassing action and recite such shameful lines thrilled the audience. Is this something I can witness without spending a dime? Today has also been a windfall. I get to see a wealthy man act adorably. Xiao Yunrui tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling an urge to eliminate Jiang Xueyan. Under the scrutinizing gazes, he accepted his defeat. Following her every word, he adjusted his posture. In the first attempt, he spoke too quickly. I just turned 18 this year. Ugh. Too fast. Do it again. The man endured and, after considerable mental preparation, said, "I just turned 18 this year." His posture was awkward, his expression a mix of indignation and a hint of shame.
Ugh.
I didn't sense any grease. Rather, I felt a pang of emotion. Xiao Yunrui is indeed ruggedly handsome, with a charmingly roguish allure. I might just fall for him. Wait, I sense a budding connection. Xiao Yunrui seems to be quite compliant with Jiang Xueyan folks. What nonsense is being spoken? Xiao Yunrui is enamored with Xu Meiyu. Don't mix up the love interests. Xiao Yunrui's reaction nearly caused the crew to burst into laughter. Even the cameraman struggled to keep the camera steady. Xiao Yunrui maintained a stoic expression. Come on, third round. Rock, paper, scissors. Jiang Xueyan chose rock. Xiao Yunrui chose paper. The man chuckled. Finally, I have the upper hand. Speak up, truth or dare, which will you choose? Poor Xueyan, she has fallen into Xiao Yunrui's clutches. This is what's called karma. Jiang Xueyan, you're in trouble. Without hesitation, Jiang Xueyan replied, I choose truth. A peculiar satisfaction flickered across Xiao Yunrui's face. Name 5 merits of your first love. This question, while seemingly innocuous, held a sharp edge. For a female idol, romantic matters were always a complex topic. The camera zoomed in closely. Each expression on Jiang Xueyan's face was captured with remarkable clarity. Upon the mention of first love, her gaze softened unexpectedly. Does our dear Xueyan truly have a first love? Who could it be? I am utterly curious. To be favored by Jiang Xueyan must mean that person is exceptional in their own right. Jiang Xueyan fell silent for a mere 2 seconds before replying. Did you not just say you owe me a favor? Let's change the question. Xiao Yunrui was momentarily taken aback. Change the question? His favor was something others sought for years without success. How could Jiang Xueyan so easily expend it? Did she truly comprehend what a favor for me signifies? Countless resources from films and advertisements, along with a continuous flow of popularity and attention. Yet, Jiang Xueyan remained unfazed, insisting, change it. Xiao Yunrui felt as though he had struck a fist against a pillow.
Fine.
Then praised the qualities of the nearest male acquaintance, using no fewer than 10 words. The nearest male acquaintance? Aside from Xiao Yunrui, who else could there be? Haha, I can't wait to hear Jiang Xueyan praise you. I'm about to ship this. Jiang Xueyan's face contorted in discomfort. After a long pause, she could not summon a single word. Was it truly that difficult? Hurry up. He was nearly in tears from the cold. Tall, strong, male, speaks Mandarin, knows to run home in the rain, can eat normally, has functional limbs, possesses some boasting ability, can breathe independently, and operates a smartphone. With each word she uttered, Xiao Yunrui's expression darkened further. Is this your idea of a compliment? Can play with a smartphone? Eats when hungry, and puts away the bowl when full? Apologies, my stomach hurts from laughing. Don't do that, I laughed so hard I woke my mom, who then slapped me twice. Trust me, avoid watching this variety show at night. After Jiang Xueyan spoke, she turned to the staff. The third round is over. You can start the voting in the live stream. Soon, the voting results appeared in the live stream. It's truly pitiful to watch Xiao Yunrui. Let him be. He's still just a 316-month-old child. Jiang Xueyan, the game assassin, don't play with her in the future. Xiao Yunrui is on the verge of tears. Isn't his wife, Xu Meiyu, the best? What is Xiao Yunrui thinking with his head down? Missing his wife. Xu Meiyu, come save him. The online comments were invisible to the two, while the staff handed out tents and sleeping bags to them. It was nearing 10 o'clock. Jiang Xueyan chose to set up her tent in the clearing in front of the cabin, while Xiao Yunrui turned off the live stream and disappeared. Huh? Is someone at the base? A familiar voice emerged, and Jiang Xueyan looked up abruptly. Yan, Xu Yu. Just as the two old friends were about to shed tears at their reunion, footsteps approached from ahead. With the illumination of night filming lights, it was evident that guests were arriving. Gao Yu, come quickly. Within minutes, Lu Weiyang and her companions arrived one after another. Most of the male guests paired with them were relatively low profile, making interactions quite pleasant, and the live stream atmosphere remained harmonious. After mutual introductions, Jiang Xueyan and the girls from her group gathered together, turning off their microphones. Xu Yu was the first to curse. I think the director is no good. What's with this paired task? Isn't it just a forced endeavor? If we don't complete the task, we won't have any survival supplies. Yan, what should we do? Jiang Xueyan glanced at her bag and whispered in a tone only a few could hear. Do you still have your supplies? Xiaoning shook her head, saying that they had been taken by the staff at the supply station. Gao Yu and Xi shared the same fate, leaving little room for resistance.
Now.
Only Jiang Xueyan had brought in extra provisions. Yan, be careful. I have a feeling the director might try to get his hands on your supplies tonight. Jiang Xueyan wholeheartedly agreed. She was now the veritable wealthiest woman on the island and might have to guard against thieves in her sleep. Have you all eaten? Jiang Xueyan pointed to the durian behind her. Quickly, come eat. It's wild durian, particularly fragrant. Upon hearing durian, everyone's eyes sparkled. There's durian? Is there anyone who can read lips to help us understand what they're discussing? I really want to hear their group chat. What is it that I can't know? I want to find out. Wow, they're really diving in. Doesn't anyone feel sorry for us off camera? I really want to eat durian too. Jiang Xueyan was generous, sharing the durian with her temporary teammates. Since their brief snack at the supply station earlier that afternoon, they hadn't eaten again, despite having ample time. It was baffling why these women were so eager to reach the base. Coupled with the physical exhaustion from such a long period, they were starving, feeling discomfort as their stomachs pressed against their backs. At that moment, the durian Jiang Xueyan offered exuded a rich aroma, instantly easing their discontent. For anyone who isn't fond of durian, you can have this compressed biscuit. Jiang Xueyan handed over her small piece of compressed biscuit, enough to sustain an adult for 12 hours. Thank you, thank you. The boys' attitudes noticeably softened, their expressions becoming gentler. Thank you, Jiang Xueyan, for taking care of my brother. He has a shy demeanor and didn't he dare to say he was hungry. Well, to be honest, I wasn't particularly fond of Jiang Xueyan's group. But now it seems all right. At least they're willing to share supplies. As night fell, a chill settled in the air. The newly arrived 4 groups had also completed their tasks and received tents for the night. Yan, where are your teammates?
Who are they?
Their microphones were back on, and the livestream audience quickly chimed in. It's our handsome and wealthy Xiaozong. Where has the punching bag Xiaozong gone? Indeed. It's been a while since we last saw him. Is he off looking for the director? His live stream has been black since the connection was cut off for quite some time. In the director's studio, a dimly lit wooden room displayed the live stream feed on a large screen, flickering with light as the images changed. The man sat in the corner, donned in an expensive suit, emanating an aura of aloofness. Nearby, the bald director stood, the contrast in their positions clear. Director Liu, what an appetite you have. 8 million isn't enough. Chapter 103. Change of Investor. Although Xiao Yunrui smiled, the warmth did not reach his eyes. The curve of his lips held a hint of coldness. On the first day on the island, I sweat profusely all afternoon and then have to sleep in that shabby tent. Does he think my money grows on trees? Listening to this, Director Liu broke into a cold sweat. 8 million was indeed not an exorbitant sum among investors, but the Xiao family behind Xiao Yunrui was anything but ordinary. Despite Xiao Yunrui's public persona as a flamboyant rich second-generation heir, his company generated substantial revenue each year. This Xiaozong was not someone Director Liu could afford to offend. He could not possibly show favoritism in front of so many live-stream viewers. Of course not, Xiaozong. How could I say such a thing? We were just live-streaming, so it wasn't possible to be very obvious. Please forgive me. Xiao Yunrui lazily lifted his eyelids. Oh, is that so? This old bald man truly believed he could deceive him, thinking he was just an uninformed rich kid who could be easily manipulated with a few casual words. Ha care? Xiao Yunrui squinted. I reviewed your list of investors earlier. Even the head of the largest group purchase had to respectfully call me brother upon meeting. Director Liu's expression stiffened. It appeared that Xiao Yunrui was unaware of the changes in investors. Well, the investors have been replaced. Oh? Who is it? No matter how significant the investor, they were merely a junior in his presence. Director Liu presented the list of investors, with the name Rong hung glaringly at the top. Xiao Yunrui's gaze faltered momentarily as he grasped the situation. No wonder Director Liu's demeanor towards him had been so peculiar. The largest investor was indeed Rong Hung. Director Liu felt unrestrained in his actions. Xiao Yunrui glanced at the live broadcast, where Jiang Xueyan was nimbly setting up a tent. She seemed to possess an inexhaustible vitality, perpetually radiating positivity. Just a spirited girl with a hint of a temper. Was Rong Hung doing this for her? Xiao Yunrui scoffed. The establishment of 5 base stations on the deserted island had simplified communication, and at that moment, the director's phone rang. It was none other than Rong Hung. Director Liu answered with utmost respect, his tone more deferential than that he had used with Xiao Yunrui. Hello, Mr. Rong. The director handed the phone to Xiao Yunrui. Mr. Xiao. It's Mr. Rong on the line. Xiao Yunrui maintained his posture, lazily accepting the phone. Director Liu discreetly exited, leaving the two of them alone. Hello? Rong Hung. You lack loyalty, investing such a large sum without a word. Rong Hung was seated in his office, the computer displaying Jiang Xueyan's live stream. The girl was diligently moving her hard-won supplies into the tent, her cautious demeanor reminiscent of a little hamster guarding its food. Utterly adorable. The incessant chatter from Xiao Yunrui became somewhat grating, prompting him to pull the phone a bit farther away. How does Mr. Xiao have the leisure to participate in a variety show? Rong Heng's cold voice cut through. It was not merely the participation in a variety show that troubled him. He was more concerned about the serendipity of Xiao Yunrui being paired with Jiang Xueyan. He understood her temperament. She was not the type to intentionally put others in a difficult position. Thus, it was evident that Xiao Yunrui must have provoked her in some manner. Despite Jiang Xueyan expressing her desire to forge her own path in the industry, having been shielded from the storms for so long, letting go was something he found difficult to accept. Xiao Yunrui clearly deciphered the underlying implications in Rong Heng's words. He chuckled, rest assured. I have no interest in your little canary. Just a woman, really. I fail to see what makes her so extraordinary that you would go to such lengths. Frankly, what is my sister lacking? However, Xiao Yu had not acknowledged her affluent background in the industry, resulting in her identity as a sister being virtually unknown to the public. Rong Heng pondered for a moment, only to realize he had already forgotten what Xiao Yu looked like. He pursed his lips, his voice cold and tinged with warning, regardless. Do not provoke her. Xiao Yunrui laughed. If you possess the capability, come and confront me in person. I do not recognize verbal threats. This quaint little island is rather enjoyable. Rong Heng abruptly hung up the phone. He was once again faced with the challenge of treating Xiao Yunrui with equal regard. When two investors clashed, it was he who bore the brunt. To bolster his courage, Director Liu had even enlisted several tall crew members. Observing this, Xiao Yunrui's smile widened. Rong Heng was evidently agitated. His concern for his little canary made the situation increasingly intriguing. Xiao Yunrui adjusted his attire, a more mischievous smile gracing his lips. Chapter 104. Thank you for the bread, brother. You are magnanimous. Xiao Yunrui's live stream signal re-established. He set up his tent and lay down. It was now 11 o'clock at night. After securing the camera inside the tent, he reclined. The supplies he had pilfered from the supply station had nearly been exhausted, and the remaining ice cream had long since melted into water. The tent was thin, the mat beneath him cold and hard. He could hear the sound of the cold wind tugging at the tent's ropes. In such harsh conditions, he must have been out of his mind to come to this place. What is Xiao Yunrui pondering? Did he suddenly disappear because he is worried about his wife? I must say, the survival equipment on this deserted island is truly rudimentary. I fear Xiao Yunrui might lose his temper. Xu Meiyu is having a rough time as well. She has only eaten one piece of bread all day and seems to be suffering from a back injury, unable to walk properly. Several young men emerged from the woods with some firewood. Jiang Xueyan ignited a fire with a lighter, the crackling flames providing warmth as they reinforced the surroundings with wooden planks to create a windbreak. The temperature finally began to rise. She distributed some floral water, spraying it on everyone and inside the tent. Water was scarce, so no one had the luxury to wash up. They all retreated to their tents early to rest. Inside the tent, a small lamp cast a gentle glow. It illuminated Jiang Xueyan's features, the warm orange light enveloping her, rendering her gentle and serene. Accompanied by the sounds of the firewood crackling outside, it evoked a sense of tranquil contentment. Suddenly, Jiang Xueyan looked stunning. This sister is completely barefaced. Can you believe she looks as beautiful as a fairy? Who said she was foul-mouthed? After watching her all day, this girl is quite charming. No wonder my grandmother is so fond of her. Usually immersed in dance practice and work, Jiang Xueyan rarely closed her eyes before midnight. At this moment, she found herself unable to sleep and decided to chat with the camera. She couldn't see the audience's comments, yet that didn't deter her from talking to herself. Good evening, everyone. Today marks the first day on the island. It's sunny, exhausting, and I wish I could take a shower. Thankfully, I had the foresight to stash away plenty of supplies. Otherwise, I would be both hungry and tired now. Feeling for the treasure, that is Xueyan. Mom saw it. You've worked hard today, so rest well. Sometimes, I'm grateful that her phone was confiscated on the deserted island, sparing her from the foolish remarks of those trolls. As night fell, the trolls' presence diminished significantly. The majority of the live chat comprised Jiang Xueyan's fans and curious onlookers drawn to her charm. Jiang Xueyan continued. Today's greatest achievement was discovering 3 durian trees. She extended her palm toward the camera, revealing her swollen and bruised hand. The durians are so heavy. Oh dear. Ah! Is the injury on the baby's hand so severe? Rong Heng, watching the live stream, was naturally taken aback by the alarming sight of her injury. The skin was scraped raw, and the wound appeared to be festering. "You can go now. I'm heading to Gao Yu's live stream." She is still awake. Xueyan must be considerate of others' rest. She is, too, thoughtful. "All right, we'll conclude tonight's chat here. See you all tomorrow morning." Jiang Xueyan carefully moved her supply bag to rest beside her head, ensuring it was secure. Inside were the floral water she had smuggled in, a flashlight, and a whole pack of compressed biscuits. She extinguished the last light and closed her eyes for rest. "Good night, Xueyan." Rongheng sent a comment from his account. "Good night." In her absence, the ringing in his ears persisted, as it always did, echoing in his mind, a familiar sensation he had long since grown accustomed to. At 1 o'clock in the morning, everyone was asleep. A dark figure approached the tent. At that moment, only a handful of viewers were commenting in the live stream, and the camera shook as rustling sounds emerged. "Is it a mouse? I read that animals on deserted islands might take away supplies." Jiang Xueyan, half asleep, sensed someone tugging at the rope attached to her hand. Before sleeping, she had been cautious enough to tie the opening of her supply bag to her wrist. The unusual sounds and movements jolted her awake.
Who?
Instinctively, she grabbed a durian shell nearby as a weapon and hurled it. A pained cry echoed in response. Jiang Xueyan illuminated the tent with her flashlight, revealing that the person hit was a crew member. "What are you doing?" The crew member's hand remained on her supply bag. Jiang Xueyan quickly pieced together the situation. "Stealing?" In the stillness of the night, a sudden commotion startled me awake. The expressions of the staff were utterly hilarious. Jiang Xueyan had abruptly roused from slumber, causing quite a fright amongst the crew. The current predicament was that Jiang Xueyan had apprehended one of them, showing no intention of releasing his grip. The eyes behind the mask of the staff member were wide with sheer terror. "Director, help." Jiang Xueyan turned on the lights, broadcasting the scene live. "Did the director summon you?" The staff member merely pursed their lips, offering no reply, frantically attempting to escape. "Were you sent here to pilfer my supplies?" Jiang Xueyan had hit the nail on the head. The director backstage was utterly flabbergasted. How could she still be awake at this hour? The laughter erupted. "This is gold." A classic scene unfolding. Caught a thief in the dead of night. What a twist. The staff member wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, desperately seeking salvation. "Is this my reward for staying awake at this ungodly hour?" The deity of variety shows is surely watching over us. Thankfully, Jiang Xueyan is a light sleeper, or else all my supplies would be gone. "I recognize you. You are me." Even with a hat and mask obscuring his face, Jiang Xueyan recognized him instantly. "You consumed my durian by day, and now intend to steal my supplies by night. Do you find that justifiable?" The staff member felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to flee but found himself unable to. He nodded fervently in response. "Considering the arduous task you undertook filming during the day, and now resorting to thievery at night, I propose this. You shall provide me with 10 loaves of bread and a case of mineral water, and I shall release you." The staff member, accustomed to ample provisions, found Jiang Xueyan's demands rather reasonable. Such extortion. How amusing. To provoke Jiang Xueyan is to invite misfortune. I shudder to think of the psychological scars left on the staff and director at this moment. With a woeful expression, the staff member surrendered his mineral water and bread, retreating in defeat. Not only did he fail to steal supplies, but he inadvertently enriched Jiang Xueyan instead. Grateful for the bread, he is quite generous. Jiang Xueyan attempted to sleep again, though this time his slumber was restless. It was unclear when it began, but droplets of rain began to patter against the tent. Initially sparse, they soon intensified. The humidity in the air thickened, and the temperature plummeted. "The rain is torrential. I can see the mist. It must be rather chilly. Having just come from my brother's live stream, the child is huddled together for warmth. Those sleeping in the base camp are fortunate. The other teams in the mountains are in dire straits." The rain fell without warning, and with great ferocity. Soon, the water gathered into streams, cascading down the mountain. The relentless downpour against the tent made sleep impossible. Furthermore, the accumulation of rain rendered the ground beneath their tent soft and slippery. The guests on the mountain lacked raincoats and had no idea how long the downpour would persist. Unable to find rest, they all sat up, waiting patiently for dawn. Having already drifted into slumber, Director Liu was awakened by his assistant. "Director, it's not good. It's really raining." Liu, groggy, replied, "So let it rain." "No, Director. It's pouring. Mud and debris are sliding down the mountain." Upon hearing this, the director jolted awake. "What about the guests?" "For now, they're fine. A few in hazardous areas have been temporarily relocated. Only then did Lu breathe a sigh of relief. All right, instruct the night staff to remain vigilant and prevent any incidents. Why are you still standing there? Is there something else? The assistant hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose a matter. The tent belonging to Guzun has sustained damage. The director frowned. Is that really worth stammering over? If it's broken, then replace it. We have spares. Just speak plainly. The assistant, summoning courage, continued. Guzun's tent is damaged, and Xiao Yuyu is now sharing a tent with him. The sight of the two rising stars, a male and a female, sharing a tent on a deserted island, left the director wide-eyed in disbelief.